I'm in Hollywood chapter 415 to chapter 463. However, they were destined to be disappointed. After Eric got out of the car, the limousine drove away and Eric stepped on the red carpet alone. When he passed through the interview area, Eric followed the reporter's request and stopped for a short photo shoot. Seeing that Eric was about to leave, a reporter in the crowd finally couldn't help but shout, "Mr. Williams, why didn't you bring a female companion?" Eric stopped and looked at the reporter who spoke. He seemed to want to say something, which made all the reporters perk up. As the media in the Hollywood circle, these people vaguely guessed that Eric might not know which woman to bring, so he simply didn't bring any. If Eric really said something similar, even if he asked, "Who do you think I should bring?" or something like that, it would definitely be a big piece of news with a lot of room for discussion. Eric kept everyone in suspense. He coughed lightly, glanced at the tape recorders raised by many reporters, and a smirk flashed across his face. He then turned and walked directly to the end of the red carpet. The group of reporters stared at Eric's back for a while before a few self-deprecating laughs came from the crowd. Eric's appearance order was relatively late. As usual, a large number of people were already waiting at the end of the red carpet. Occasionally, a few celebrities would pretend to inadvertently pass through the live broadcast of ABC TV, hoping to show their faces on the red carpet live broadcast. Seeing Eric's arrival, the familiar people greeted him warmly. Eric greeted Coppola and Al from the Godfather 3 crew one by one. Because Cage was Coppola's nephew, the Ghost crew members were also near the Godfather 3 crew. The Silence of the Lambs crew also gathered because of Eric. Soon, a small circle of more than 10 people was formed. "What's going on over there?" After Eric greeted everyone, he raised his chin toward a large group of people on the left. There was also a group of people gathered there. But before anyone could answer, the group seemed to have received some kind of signal and gradually dispersed. Eric finally saw a man and a woman surrounded by the crowd. The others looked strange and did not speak. Francis Coppola said, "That's Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis. You must know Eric, right?" Eric said calmly, "Of course I know them." At the same time, he also understood why so many people had gathered around Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis, and why they dispersed quietly after he appeared. Not only did Rennie Harlin get the directing rights for Cutthroat Island, but before that, he was also the director of Fox's Die Hard 2. The story of the script of Cutthroat Island had spread all over Hollywood. Except for a few people who knew that it was a trap, most people were optimistic about the prospects of the movie. Once Rennie Harlin had 2 blockbuster movies in a row, his status in Hollywood would be very hot. No wonder so many people just went up to him to talk to him. At this time, Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis also saw him. Rennie Harlin just nodded at him from afar and pulled Gina Davis to the other side. "Ray, we should go up and say hello," Gina Davis, who was holding Rennie Harlin's arm, whispered. Rennie Harlin shot his first movie at the age of 26. Now, in his early 30s, he had gotten the directing rights for 2 big movies in a row. Although he could not compare with Eric, he was enough to look down on most of the mediocre directors in Hollywood. Therefore, when Eric just appeared, the scene of the stars around them walking away because of scruples made Rennie Harlin feel very uncomfortable. Hearing his wife's words, Rennie Harlin was even more unhappy. He said, "Disney and Robert Shea have offended Williams because of the script of Cutthroat Island. If we go up and say hello, not only will we not win his favor, but if Michael Eisner and Robert Shea see us, they will have a problem with us. There is no need to do this kind of thing that will not please both sides." Gina Davis sighed and didn't say anything else. And in Eric's circle, it was inevitable that the matter of Cutthroat Island would be talked about. Francis Coppola watched Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis disappear and said to Elizabeth, "The script of Cutthroat Island was snatched away. This is an accident. I just don't understand why Fox let Rennie Harlin go so easily. Is there any secret behind this?" Elizabeth glanced at Eric. Rennie Harlin was originally a young director trained by Fox Film Company. For this reason, the sequel of Die Hard was given to him to direct. Moreover, Fox had already investigated that Eric had appointed Rennie Harlin as the director of Cutthroat Island. If Eric had not said, "Don't snatch the script," Fox would not have let Rennie Harlin go so easily even if the lawsuit had dragged on for a few years. Of course, this matter was not to be told to outsiders. In the face of Coppola's question, Elizabeth could only shake her head as if nothing had happened. I don't know about this. Fox's business is not something I can interfere with. Coppola saw that Elizabeth was not telling the truth, but he did not think that Cutthroat Island was a trap. He thought that this time Fox, like Eric, had fallen into Disney's trap. Thinking of this, Coppola patted Eric on the shoulder like an elder. Eric, Hollywood is actually like this, so don't take it too seriously. It's just a script. The last thing you lack is a script, haha. Eric also laughed and asked, Frank, how many Oscars do you plan to get for The Godfather 3 this time? Coppola looked indifferent and said with a smile, as long as I don't go home empty-handed, I'll be satisfied. You know, facing the little princess of Fox, I'm also under a lot of pressure. Mr. Coppola, you are also making fun of me, Elizabeth complained, but she glared at Eric. If it weren't for this guy, she wouldn't have gotten such a derogatory nickname. Everyone laughed again. Soon, the guests attending the ceremony began to walk into the auditorium one after another. When Eric found his seat, he was dumbfounded when he saw Elizabeth and Nicole sitting on his left and right. He just said hello to Nicole outside and agreed to see her at the party after the ceremony. He did not expect this to happen. This was definitely intentional by the Oscar organizing committee. This is so bad. Although he was complaining in his heart, it was not appropriate to change his seat at this time. The ceremony had not yet started, and Eric was thinking about how to adjust the atmosphere. However, the two women acted like they were familiar with each other. Elizabeth even reached out to Nicole. Hello, Miss Kidman, long time no see. Long time no see, Miss Murdoch. Nicole also stretched out her slender arm and took Elizabeth's small hand. When the people around saw this scene, they consciously shifted their gazes away. Eric could feel sparks flying in front of him. Looking at the two slender arms in front of him, he laughed dryly and said in a low voice, just hold it for a while. Be careful that it doesn't grow together. Nicole had already noticed the strange gazes around her. When she heard Eric's words, she quickly let go of her hand. She regretted that she had lost her composure when she saw Elizabeth's provocative eyes. That would only embarrass Eric. After she sat down, Nicole took the initiative to give Eric an apologetic look. Elizabeth, however, seemed to have the upper hand. She raised her chin slightly and snorted proudly. Eric patted Nicole gently to comfort her before he turned around and whispered in Elizabeth's ear, Girl, don't forget where you are. If you dare to embarrass me again, I'll make sure you can't do anything. Try me if you don't believe me. Elizabeth noticed that Eric was comforting Nicole. She was already a little jealous. When she heard this, the little flame in her heart suddenly ignited. Just as she was about to explode, she saw Eric's extremely serious expression. She immediately shrunk her neck and muttered something about being biased. There was also a little grievance on her face. Seeing that the little wild cat had been tamed, Eric was not stingy. He reached out and patted the back of Elizabeth's hand that was on her thigh. Elizabeth turned her head away in a fit of pique and made an expression that said, I'm not buying it. However, she did not shake off Eric's big hand. Instead, she raised a finger and tickled Eric's palm. It was like a hint between a man and a woman when they were on a date. At the same time, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In fact, there were no secrets in the Hollywood circle. Everyone knew about Eric and the few women. Originally, when they noticed the confrontation between the two women, many people were waiting to see Eric make a fool of himself. However, they saw that Eric had calmed the two women down in a few moves. He did not even need to change some of his little tricks. He used them on the two women at the same time. They could not help but admire Eric's methods. Cage, who was sitting on the left of Eric, even secretly gave Eric a thumbs up. After a brief interlude, the lights in the auditorium gradually dimmed. Soon, the announcer's speech appeared on stage. Let's welcome the host of the 63rd Academy Awards, Billy Crystal. As soon as he finished speaking, a symphony filled with tension rang out in the auditorium. Some people subconsciously turned to look at the crew of The Silence of the Lambs with a look of surprise on their faces. This symphony was the one that played when Professor Hannibal was fully armed and escorted to meet the senator. It had never happened before that the Academy Awards ceremony started with the soundtrack of a horror film. The filmmakers who had received the same nomination as The Silence of the Lambs had a bad feeling. Before many people could figure out the meaning behind it, the curtains on the stage were pulled open. Two men in white who looked like doctors pushed out Proportional Crystal, who was wearing a Hannibal mask. The crowd burst into laughter. After Billy Crystal was put down from the cart, he rolled his eyes and looked around. Then, he walked off the stage while the background music was still playing. He came to Anthony Hopkins, who was sitting by the aisle, and extended his hand to him. Anthony Hopkins stood up. Billy Crystal signaled the band to stop playing and said to Anthony Hopkins, "I've prepared a few Oscars for dinner. Do you want to join us?" Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter again. Anthony Hopkins didn't have Billy Crystal's comedic talent, so he could only echo, "Anytime." Eric sat behind Anthony Hopkins. When Billy Crystal returned to the stage and the camera moved away, he whispered to Elizabeth beside him, "There's less suspense now." Elizabeth and Julia attended the Oscars together last year. The host of the previous Oscars was also Billy Crystal. At that time, Billy Crystal just walked to the stage obediently. Although the change this time was intentional by the Oscars organizing committee to liven up the atmosphere, it also reflected the direction of the Oscars this year. Elizabeth had done a lot of research on the Oscars in the past few months in order to promote the Oscars. Of course, she knew what it meant. She nodded excitedly and said, "I've already prepared a celebration party. By the way, do you want to come with us later?" "Of course. But is there only a celebration party?" Elizabeth looked at Eric's unabashed expression and blushed slightly. She whispered, "You bad guy, what are you up to now?" Eric was about to continue teasing the girl, but when he saw the camera sweeping over again, he had to return to sitting upright. On the stage, Billy Crystal had already taken off his mask and restored his serious look. He looked at the audience and said, "Wow, it's another Oscars. They brought me here again." In the midst of laughter, Billy Crystal said, "Everyone seems to be very happy tonight. So, let's put it this way. No matter who the Oscar goes to in the end, Saddam Hussein is dead. I think everyone is very grateful to the US soldiers who are fighting all over the world." As soon as this sentence was said, the audience took the initiative to applaud. After the applause stopped, Billy Crystal immediately added, "Except for Panama." Laughter rang out again. In the early months of last year, in order to protect its vested interests in the Panama Canal, the United States launched an invasion of this small country. Although it was only a short sentence, it deeply reflected Hollywood's righteous and anti-war stance. On the one hand, Hollywood was a staunch supporter of the interests of the United States. Even if the purpose of the country's war was not very open, Hollywood would not sing a different tune from the entire country. Just like when the Iraq War broke out, which most people opposed in the original space-time, the Oscars that year were held in a very low-key manner. On the other hand, Hollywood was a gathering place for anti-war people. Even if the war had been launched, Hollywood's anti-war stance would still not change. Billy Crystal then teased Madonna, who was about to perform live at this year's Oscars, and then began to sing songs about the nominated films. Eric did not like this segment very much, but maybe the Oscar committee felt that Billy Crystal's way of doing a simple introduction of each nominated film, so every time he hosted the Oscars, he would keep this segment. After Billy Crystal finished the opening interaction, the ceremony came to the most important segment. As usual, this year's Oscar still opened with the award of Best Supporting Actor. There was no suspense. This year's Best Supporting Actor award fell to Joe Pesci, who starred in Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas. Then there was a series of minor awards. During this time, Nicole also left Eric's side once and went on stage to award the Best Cinematography award. Intentionally or not, the award ceremony went on for a whole hour. The most high-profile film of this year, The Silence of the Lambs, had not been nominated for a single award. However, Ghost, which Eric did not have any expectations for, unexpectedly won the Best Soundtrack award. As time passed, Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins went on stage together to award the Best Screenplay award, finally bringing the ceremony to a climax. After a simple introduction of the nominees, Jodie Foster opened the envelope for Best Original Screenplay and went up to Anthony Hopkins. The winner of the Best Original Screenplay award is. Anthony Hopkins looked below the stage and paused for a second before saying, Ghost. There was a round of applause. Bruce Joey Robin, who was sitting at the back, stood up excitedly. He hugged his female companion and then walked briskly to the crew of Ghost. After another round of hugs and handshakes, Eric also stood up and shook hands with Bruce Joey Robin across from Nicole. Although there had been some unhappiness between the two of them because of the fight for the script, neither of them would mention it now. After all, both of them had gained enough benefits. After the Best Original Screenplay award, Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins did not leave the stage. Instead, they began to introduce the nominees for Best Adapted Screenplay. Then, Jodie Foster read out the name of The Silence of the Lambs. Amidst the applause, the camera swept below the stage and fixed on a bald, bespectacled middle-aged man. It was the screenwriter of The Silence of the Lambs, Ted Tully. Eric smiled as he watched the crew of The Silence of the Lambs stand up to greet Ted Tully. He thought that he had nothing to do, but after shaking hands with Elizabeth, Ted Tully looked at Eric and extended his hand with a smile. Although it was a little sudden, Eric hurriedly stood up and took Ted Tully's hand. Mr. Williams, thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future, Ted Tully said quickly and nodded at Eric before walking up the stage. The scene of the two shaking hands was recorded by the camera. After Ted Tully left, the cameraman gave Eric a meaningful close-up. The award ceremony that followed seemed to be very strange and lively. When Whoopi Goldberg won the Best Supporting Actress award for Ghost, it seemed normal. But after that, every time The Silence of the Lambs won an award, the winners did not forget to greet Eric when they hugged and celebrated with the crew. Even Jodie Foster, who won the Best Actress award again, smiled and shook hands with Eric when she heard the good news. Everyone who saw this scene had a strange feeling. It was as if some strange person had sneaked in. After watching Jonathan Demme walk up the stage excitedly when he won the Best Director award, The Silence of the Lambs had already won the Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Adapted Screenplay awards. There was no doubt that The Silence of the Lambs would win the Best Picture award. Elizabeth looked at Jonathan Demme, who was giving his acceptance speech on the stage. After thanking everyone, he deliberately mentioned Eric's name. Thinking of what had just happened, Elizabeth could not help but say to Eric, "It's over. Maybe everyone will give you the credit. Why don't you go and receive the Best Picture award later?" Eric gently patted Elizabeth's thigh. "Why do you care what others think? I know that you've worked hard for this movie, so you won this award with a clear conscience." Elizabeth was obviously very pleased with these words, but she was still a little stubborn. What's the use of knowing? When Barbra Streisand walked to the podium to introduce the nominees for Best Picture, although many people present had already confirmed the results, they still could not help but look at the Silence of the Lambs crew. For a woman to win the Best Picture award, as a hint, the winner was likely to be a woman, or at least one of the winners was a woman. Among the producers nominated for Best Picture this year, only The Silence of the Lambs crew's Elizabeth was a woman. The nominees for Best Picture are Asking the Heavens, The Godfather 3, Reversal of Fate, The Silence of the Lambs, and Goodfellas. Then, the winner of the Academy Award is. Barbra Streisand opened the envelope in her hand and glanced at the Silence of the Lambs crew. She smiled and said, "The winners are The Silence of the Lambs, Jonathan Demme, and Elizabeth Murdoch." The music was accompanied by thunderous applause at the same time. Not only did The Silence of the Lambs crew, but many people around stood up to congratulate them. After all, The Silence of the Lambs was good enough that there was not much controversy about the award. Moreover, Elizabeth's identity was enough for most of the people present to stand up and express their goodwill. Although many people would tease the Fox princess in private, no one had the backbone to pretend to be high and mighty at this time. Elizabeth also stood up excitedly at this time. Her face was a little red because of her excitement. Perhaps because she was too happy, the girl gave Eric a hug without any scruples and kissed Eric on the cheek. Then, she hugged and shook hands with the others one by one. Then, surrounded by everyone, she and Jonathan Demme went up to the podium to receive the award. Jonathan Demme had just given his acceptance speech. He also understood that he was able to win the second Academy Award because he was covering for Elizabeth. Therefore, he only said a few words and handed the microphone to Elizabeth. The girl picked up the microphone and looked at the dense crowd below the stage. She organized her words and said, "It's amazing. It's a great honor to be able to win this award. This is the greatest encouragement for me. First of all, I would like to thank the Oscar judges for awarding this award to me. Secondly, I would like to thank everyone in the crew, Jonathan, Judy, Anthony, and everyone involved in this movie. Finally, I would like to thank my father, mother, and sister." When Elizabeth said this, she glanced at the audience below the stage. She blushed slightly and showed a sly look. She mustered up her courage and said, "Well, look at how expectant you are. Well, look at how expectant you are." Elizabeth glanced at Eric, who was sitting in the audience. She mustered up her courage and said, "Finally, I want to thank Eric Williams. This guy really didn't do anything, but everyone seems to think that we should thank him, so I can only go with the flow." Seeing the girl's attempt to cover up, there was a sudden uproar from the audience. Elizabeth's face became even redder because of this. Because the ceremony was almost over, the final process had reached the free time. During this period, the director of the awards ceremony would not restrict the speaking time of the award recipients. Many people could also go on stage or off stage to communicate with the guests present if they wanted to. At this time, many people saw the host, Billy Crystal, walk up the stage again. He walked very familiarly to the girl who was about to escape because of the crowd's uproar. He joked, "Come, Miss Murdoch. You look like you're struggling to hold the Oscar. Let me help you." With that said, Crystal supported Elizabeth with one arm and helped hold the Oscar in the girl's hand with the other. Then he took 2 steps forward and said into the microphone, "Well, the executives of the Hollywood studio just found out with tears in their eyes that a certain guy finally stopped making movies crazily. His movies a few years ago gave everyone a lot of pressure. So, in this joyful Cisco, let's forget about Eric Williams. Tonight's glory is destined to belong to the Silence of the Lambs." With the last burst of laughter, this year's Oscar ceremony finally came to an end. Ghost only won a few small awards, so Firefly did not plan to hold a celebration party. Anyway, after the Oscars, as long as you still had the energy, you could always find a variety of parties to attend. Eric directly announced that everyone was dismissed. The celebration party for The Silence of the Lambs was not held in a hotel, but in a mansion of the Murdoch family in Beverly Hills. Eric had just gotten into his car when he saw a petite figure follow him in. She hugged Eric and kissed him. "Eric, Oscar, where's the Oscar?" Drew did not appear at the ceremony this time, but the girl had been waiting outside. Eric pulled the girl away from him and said with a smile, "Why would I have an Oscar? They're all with Liz. They're still being interviewed later." When Drew heard this, he jumped out of the car. Eric ignored the crazy girl and waved at Nicole, who was not far away. The girl walked over and got into the car. Eric gestured for the driver to go to the Beverly Hills celebration banquet for The Silence of the Lambs. He then raised the partition in the driver's seat and the car slowly started. At this moment, Nicole's feelings were extremely complicated. To the audience, the Oscar ceremony was just a lively Hollywood event. However, to the celebrities who attended the ceremony in person, after seeing others climb up the podium one by one to enjoy victory and glory, no one was willing to be a spectator. After the car had stabilized, Eric looked at Nicole's expression and suddenly asked, "Are you envious?" Nicole nodded honestly and said, "I'm just thinking about when I'll get an Oscar." Eric looked at Nicole and said, "You're too beautiful. The Oscars have always been biased against beautiful women." Nicole reached out and hugged Eric's arm. She leaned on him and said in a flattering tone, "Not even you?" Eric reached out and hugged the girl. He felt the touch of Nicole's slender waist through the silk gown and said, "Of course you can, but do you really want to get an Oscar?" Nicole said, "I don't believe there's an actress in Hollywood who doesn't want it. If you want an Oscar, it's not impossible." Seeing Nicole's sparkling eyes, Eric continued, "But you need to devote yourself to it for 2 to 3 years. During this time, you may not be able to take care of commercial films. Therefore, there is a great risk. In the end, you may not get an Oscar, and your personal value will shrink because you focus too much on literary films." Although the Oscars were very attractive, Nicole would never give up her development in commercial films for the sake of an Oscar. When she heard Eric say this, Nicole was a little doubtful and said, "It shouldn't be like that, right?" Eric explained, "Of course it will be like that for you. First of all, you have to choose an artistic film script that has the potential to compete for an Oscar. You also have to ensure that you can produce an excellent film that meets the taste of the Oscar judges. After the test screening and other measures have been taken to confirm that the film is good enough, it will be a long warm-up and promotion process. This standard process usually takes a few months, so the energy you have to spend is not as simple as just shooting the film. You also have to personally participate in various public relations and promotions. After the various pre-screening film awards have attracted enough attention, it will be the public relations for the Oscars. After this complete process is completed, you may successfully be nominated for an Oscar. But with your qualifications, age, appearance, and other factors, it is impossible to win an award when you are nominated for the first time. Therefore, you have to go through this process at least 2 to 3 times, and even then, if you want to win an Oscar, you have to pray that you don't meet a strong enough opponent. Although Nicole somewhat believed Eric's words, she still asked, "Although what you said is very reasonable, looking back at the past few Oscars, it seems that the situation you said didn't happen. This year's Jodie Foster, the previous years. I think it was that old lady. Counting back, the winners didn't seem to follow the process you said to compete for an award, right?" Eric smiled and said, "This is completely different. What I just said is about the standard process of competing for an Oscar. For the previous films, before they acted, they might not even know that they would be nominated for an Oscar. Since they didn't do that, how did you summarize what you just said?" Of course, Eric summed it up from the memory of his previous life. In a few years, the public relations for the Oscars would become more and more standardized and formulaic. For example, Nicole next to him. In the original Spacetime, Nicole first got nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress through Moulin Rouge, and then successfully won an Oscar for The Hours a year later. A few years later, Jennifer Lawrence went through the standard process again. First, she was nominated for Winter's Bone, and then she was nominated for The Line of Happiness Behind the Dark Clouds. There were many examples of a single film winning an award, such as Julia's Never Compromise or Charlize Theron's The She-Devil. However, although these actresses didn't have many nominations before, they were already successful and had a strong presence in Hollywood by the time they were crowned as the best actresses. In the face of Nicole's endless questions, Eric didn't explain anymore. "Why do you have so many questions?" Nicole leaned on Eric's body and twisted her body. She giggled, and in her heart, she temporarily dismissed the idea of trying for an Oscar. After a while, she thought of something else. "Eric, do you think it's appropriate for me to act in an R-rated comedy like Lethal Cop? Pete said that this movie is too subversive for me." Eric wasn't worried at all. He said, "You're very beautiful, but you're not sweet enough. If you keep acting in romantic comedies, I guarantee that you won't be able to compete with Julia and the others. So, you might as well try to expand your acting career early. Try some very unique characters, and try all kinds of movies. That way, you won't be limited by one style. Although Lethal Cop is an R-rated sequel, if Sarah's performance is good, it will be very outstanding." When Nicole heard Eric mention Julia's name, her mind spun, but she got the wrong idea. She asked weakly, You don't want me to compete with Julia Roberts, right?" Eric asked in return, "Do you think I need to do that?" With the development of his career, Eric's vision became wider and wider. What he wanted was for Firefly to continue to grow and expand until it became the unparalleled overlord of Hollywood. Under such circumstances, Eric wouldn't be like before, spending too much effort to figure out the direction of his women's development. As long as they were doing well in their respective fields and didn't ask him for help, Eric usually couldn't be bothered to intervene. However, it was clear that Nicole didn't think so. She always felt that Eric treated her too differently from the other women. Although Eric's attitude towards her changed a lot after that time, Nicole still felt that Eric was always biased towards others. Nicole was silent for a while. She realized that she rarely guessed Eric's true thoughts, and it was the same this time. It only took 40 minutes to travel from the Sacred Civic Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles to Beverly Hills, but when Eric arrived at the Silence of the Lambs party, it was already more than an hour later. Drew and Elizabeth, who came out to greet them, looked suspiciously at Nicole, who was leaning against Eric. As experienced people, of course, they could easily tell that Nicole couldn't hide the traces on her face. Their expressions towards Eric immediately turned sour. Because of Nicole's doubts, Eric specifically told the driver to circle the streets of Los Angeles a few more times and teach the girl a lesson in the car. Faced with Drew and Elizabeth's crusading gazes, Eric's expression didn't change. "Liz, Nicole is a little tired. Take her to a room to rest for a while. I can go in by myself." Elizabeth huffed angrily, but still said coldly to Nicole, "Come with me, Miss Kidman." After that, Elizabeth turned and walked towards the villa. Nicole glanced at Eric, and seeing the man nod, she followed. Seeing the two women leave, the little girl pounced on Eric and asked with a smile, "Eric, does it feel good? Do you want to find time to try it?" Eric reached out and knocked the girl's head. With a serious face, he said, "Thinking about these messy things all day long. It seems that it's time to tidy up." Drew's smile didn't change. She smiled and held Eric's arm. As they walked into the villa, she kept saying, "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Tidy up as much as you can. I promise to cooperate." The two walked into the villa. The hall was crowded with people drinking and chatting. Seeing Eric appear, many people took the initiative to greet him. Eric also smiled and greeted them one by one. After chatting with Anthony Hopkins for a while, Eric saw Murdoch walking through the crowd toward him with a smile. Since it was a celebration party for his daughter winning the Best Picture award, of course, Murdoch couldn't not attend. Eric also saw two young men around his age with Murdoch. After the introductions, Eric learned that the two young men were Elizabeth's two brothers. Noticing the indignant look on the two young men's faces, Eric guessed that Murdoch must have taught these two poor kids a lesson by using the story of other people's children. And the other children must be him. He was purely unjustly implicated. However, although they were physically the same age, Eric's mental age was several times older than the two young men, so he didn't care about the two young men's neglect and hostility. After a casual greeting, Murdoch took the initiative to drive the two young men away and took Eric to a sofa to sit down. Looking at the backs of his two sons, Murdoch couldn't help but sigh. "If Lachlan and James were half as capable as you, I would be able to hand over the business to them without worry." Eric vaguely remembered that Elizabeth had mentioned about her two brothers. Her two brothers were standard playboys, and one of them was even sent to jail for speeding. Hearing Murdoch sigh, Eric thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Isn't there still Liz?" Murdoch looked at Eric. Thinking of the relationship between his daughter and Eric, Murdoch was a little worried. Although he was 100% willing for Eric and Elizabeth to be together, and if the two sides could be connected by marriage, with Eric's ability, he would definitely be a great help to the News Corporation. However, Eric had been unwilling to marry his daughter more than a year ago, before the Fireflies had taken shape. The possibility of this happening was even lower now. What's more, with the current scale of Firefly and the ambition shown by Eric, Murdoch was sure that even if Eric and Elizabeth were together, Firefly and the News Corporation could only maintain a good cooperative relationship at most, and would never become a vassal of the News Corporation. Murdoch was thinking about this, so he ignored the other meaning of Eric's question. Therefore, he answered somewhat straightforwardly, "Liz is just a woman after all. I still hope that Lachlan and James can take over my position." Eric did not say anything. Murdoch was born in a conservative family in Australia, and his patriarchal ideology was not much weaker than that of Asians. If Elizabeth could not achieve overwhelming success, it would not be easy for her to take charge of News Corporation in the future. After casually chatting about the Oscars, Murdoch talked about the recent series of big moves made by Firefly. It was now approaching April, and the new summer would begin at the end of May. Firefly would have two movies, Toy Story and Terminator 2, released at the same time during the summer. Although the trailer of Toy Story was played at the Super Bowl 2 months ago, it was completely unknown whether this 3D animated film, which was completely different from the traditional 2D animation style, would be accepted by the audience. As a giant or monopolist in the Hollywood animation industry, Disney felt that its position in the animation field would be threatened after the trailer of Toy Story was played. They did not hesitate to use various channels in their hands to attack Toy Story openly and covertly. In order to prevent the film from being finalized because of competitors' defamation before it was released, Firefly had set a promotional budget of US $20 million for Toy Story in North America alone, which was equivalent to 50% of the production cost of this animated film. The situation of Terminator 2 seemed to be even worse. Because of the precedent of Abyss, many people thought that Cameron would once again indulge in the exploration of film technology and make a film that was praised but not well received. What's more, everyone knew that Terminator 2 had become the first film in Hollywood history to cost more than 100 million yuan. Including the marketing investment, if the film wanted to recoup its cost in the box office, it would need at least US $300 million worldwide. The global box office of Cameron's last film, Abyss, was only 80 million yuan. In the eyes of outsiders, Firefly would face tremendous pressure to recoup its investment. Due to the fact that Firefly sold the rights to the hit movie Dark War to Columbia before the Oscars, many companies thought that Firefly was facing a financial crisis. The 7 major Hollywood film companies encountered this situation every 1 or 2 years. Therefore, even the well-run Warner or Disney had debts of no less than $1 billion. Although Eric had participated in 2 consecutive oil futures market fluctuations in the first half of the year, Firefly didn't do much after that. Therefore, everyone concluded that Eric didn't make too much profit from this oil crisis. Therefore, Murdoch's mind became active. Perhaps this was another opportunity to invest in Firefly. Although Eric's character was somewhat stubborn, there was no harm in trying. After chatting with Eric for a while, Murdoch asked, "Eric, Firefly even sold Dark War. Their funds must be very tight during this period, right?" "It's okay," Eric immediately understood what the old man meant. He seemed to have heard similar words last year. That time, it was Murdoch who personally delivered them to his door. But this time Eric had no intention of making any concessions. He finally had complete control of Firefly. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't bring in any more shareholders. "Mr. Murdoch, Firefly has just returned to me, so I won't sell any more shares. I think we'd better not talk about this topic anymore. Maybe we can talk about something else." Murdoch smiled when he saw Eric's direct rejection. He didn't have much hope in the first place, so Eric's rejection wasn't too disappointing. He just put on the airs of an elder and said earnestly, "Eric, investing in movies is a very risky activity. If you're not careful, you may lose everything. Therefore, using cooperation to share the risk is a very cost-effective thing to do. I think your bet on Terminator 2 is too big." James Cameron's last movie Abyss caused Fox to lose more than $20 million. But this doesn't have much impact on Fox, because this movie was co-invested by Fox and several other investors. Although the loss was huge, it wasn't much when it was shared among Fox. "You can't say that," Eric replied. Co-invested movie projects are basically not valued by the movie companies, or they don't have much confidence in them. But the movie companies will definitely not let outsiders interfere with their own ace series. For example, Warner will definitely not co-develop Batman with outsiders, and the Star Wars series will definitely not attract external investors. Murdoch saw that Eric was not fooled, so he said, "Speaking of which, you promised Fox to release The Kid in the Home. There was no news last year. This year, you can't delay anymore. That Stuart Runkle is already 10 years old. If he's 2 years older, he probably won't be suitable for the male lead anymore. At present, we have already contacted CAA. The price they offered last year was too outrageous, so Firefly temporarily shelved this project. Eric, since you can sell Dark War, do you think it's possible to transfer the copyright of The Kid in the Home to Fox?" Eric quickly thought about Murdoch's suggestion. He had already had such an idea before. According to Firefly's internal evaluation, the cost of the third The Kid in the Home series would be between $40 million and $50 million, and the North American box office was estimated to only be about $100 million. Then, this sequel was likely to be profitable only through overseas distribution, videotapes, and other peripherals. Perhaps selling the development rights of this project directly was the best choice. Although this might make less money, Firefly would save a lot of time and energy, which could be invested in other more valuable projects. However, Eric did not intend to sell all the copyright of The Kid in the Home. The plan to acquire Disney had been secretly carried out. Once this plan was successful, The Kid in the Home, which had a very important position in the hearts of children, would bring in a lot of profits through Disney's full development channels and the Kid in the Home theme project at Disneyland. Mr. Murdoch, I won't transfer the copyright of The Kid in the Home, but Firefly really doesn't have much time and energy to spend on this project. So, if Fox is interested, Firefly can authorize Fox to develop the sequel. Murdoch thought about it for a while and agreed. However, neither of them was in a hurry to discuss the specific cooperation agreement. The copyright of The Kid in the Home already involved too many things and could not be negotiated in a short period of time. They could only leave it to the staff of Firefly and Fox to slowly negotiate. After the Oscar ceremony, the media naturally commented on this year's Oscars. The Silence of the Lambs relied on its excellent quality. Although it did not feel guilty about winning the award, it still received a lot of questions as usual. However, neither the winner nor the Academy of Film made any response to these questions. Because it was repeatedly mentioned at the awards ceremony, the scene on stage when Elizabeth won Best Picture was even more memorable for many people. For the TV audience, perhaps Eric was just a topic of conversation, but in Hollywood, this situation also indicated that Eric's influence was growing. As Billy Crystal teased at the end, the executives of the Hollywood studio finally found out that Eric was no longer crazy enough to make several movies every year, but this guy appeared at the Oscar ceremony again. Although none of the 7 major film companies treated the Oscars as their main business, the influence and surrounding economic benefits brought by the Oscars was still a big cake. In the past few years, most of this cake belonged to the 7 major film companies. Eric's sudden intervention once again made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. However, all of this did not affect Eric at all. The preliminary preparations for Tornado had been completed. As many as 200 people had been sent to Oklahoma in batches and could start filming at any time. Eric stayed in Los Angeles for a few more days to finalize the negotiations with Fox for the licensing of Home Alone. Firefly planned to produce and release 5 movies this year. Before the Oscars, 4 movies had been confirmed: Toy Story, Terminator 2, Dumb and Melon, and Tough Cop. During the last few days of Eric's stay in Los Angeles, he finally confirmed the last movie. It was the sequel to New Line's original signature series, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Because of the box office failure of the 4th installment in the A Nightmare on Elm Street series, Robert Shaye originally planned to make a sequel when he was still at Firefly. There were even some first drafts of the script. What Eric did was to completely finalize the project and temporarily name it Freddy's Death. Unless this sequel could be a big hit, after the 5th installment, Eric would temporarily shelve the project and wait for 8 or 10 years, when Hollywood remakes were popular. In addition to A Nightmare on Elm Street, Eric also did not forget to pay attention to Disney's Throat Cut Island. The movie had already started filming in February. Disney had not stopped promoting Throat Cut Island since the project was established. At the Oscars ceremony, they had specially arranged a guest role for director Rennie Harlin and Geena Davis. They even revealed to the media that Eric was originally optimistic about the script. According to a series of news in various newspapers and media, Throat Cut Island was being shot in the Mediterranean island of Malta, and it might even be transferred to Thailand for on-site filming. The TV station would occasionally release some highlights. Moreover, it was said that the original investment of the movie was set at $70 million, but because of the rush, there were obvious signs of overspending. Disney and Robert Shaye were also single. After learning that Terminator 2 had invested more than $100 million, they simply announced that the cost of Throat Cut Island would also exceed $100 million. Although there were still 3 months before the release of the 2 movies, Throat Cut Island and Terminator 2 were already sparks flying. The media was also very keen to compare the 2 movies together. Eric always had an inexplicable sense of humor when he saw such news. The only comparison between the 2 movies in the original spacetime might be that they were recorded in the history of Hollywood movies. In New York, while taking care of the Firefly investment, Chris had not relaxed the absorption of Disney shares. In February, he also bought the largest 0.9% stake from a Disney shareholder. Chris expected to be able to absorb a total of about 10% of Disney shares through several different channels before July. At that time, if the goodwill acquisition did not succeed, Eric could use the funds and chips in his hands to launch a hostile acquisition with an overwhelming advantage over Disney. On the 28th of March, Eric took the last batch of people from the cast of Tornado to Oklahoma, which was located in the south-central part of the United States. Compared to the densely populated east and west coasts, the interior of the United States could be described as vast but sparsely populated. Take the state of Oklahoma for example. As the state capital and the largest city in the state, Oklahoma City only had a population of 500,000, and the surrounding population was even sparser. The filming location of Tornado was not in Oklahoma City. Instead, it was near a small city called Ponca in northeastern Oklahoma. The crew built a large number of sets around Ponca City, such as the town where the heroine's Aunt Cho lived, the hotel where the convoy stopped before encountering the huge tornado, and so on. Because these had to be destroyed in the later stages of the movie, it was impossible to rent a real residential building for filming. The biggest movie Eric directed before was Dark War, but the investment of that movie was only more than $30 million, and it was shot in Los Angeles, where all kinds of conditions were very convenient. In contrast, Tornado was the first big movie Eric directed in the true sense. Not only was the movie's investment guaranteed to be $70 million, but all the crew members added up to more than 200 people. In addition to the core of the crew directly controlled by Eric, there were 3 assistant directors in charge of 3 groups. The 3 assistant directors each had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for the shooting of the day, one was responsible for the finishing of the shooting of the day before, and the last group was preparing for the shooting of the day after. In addition to the drama scenes, a large number of tornado scenes needed to be shot on cloudy days as much as possible. Therefore, the shooting plan could not be rigidly fixed on which scene to shoot on a certain day. Instead, the shooting plan needed to be flexibly changed according to the local weather. In order to ensure that the crew shot as much as possible, Eric even asked the logistics team to customize a huge black gauze net of hundreds of square meters. If there was no suitable weather for a long time, the crew would hire several tower cranes to hold up the large net to artificially create a gloomy weather. In the 3rd week of filming for Tornado, a Boeing passenger plane roared as it landed on the runway at the Oklahoma City airport. Virginia Madsen, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, looked at the wet runway outside the plane window. She was a little happy. If it rained in Punk City, she would be able to have a rest day for the crew. At the end of last year, Virginia received a movie contract from Paramount, but the studio chose to shoot in Northern Ireland. For the movie, Virginia stayed in Northern Ireland for 3 months before returning to the United States. Although Virginia was a very independent woman, she hadn't seen her man for 3 months. She missed him both mentally and physically. As soon as she returned to the United States, she called and asked if she could come over to visit. Eric certainly couldn't refuse. After getting off the plane, Virginia walked out of the airport with her assistant, Sonny. They waited for a while and a young man in a white baseball cap ran over to them. After greeting them, the young man introduced himself, "Miss Madsen, I'm Peeker Hearns. Mr. Williams asked me to pick you up. Come with me," the young man said as he thoughtfully took the luggage from Sonny's hands and gestured for her to go ahead. "Thank you, Mr. Hearns," Virginia said politely and followed the young man out of the airport. "Miss Madsen, you can call me Peeker." The 3 of them got into a black Chevrolet MPV and Virginia asked, "Peeker, did the crew start work today?" Peeker Hearns felt strange at first, but when he thought about the weather outside, he understood why Virginia asked that. He said, "Of course, Ms. Madsen. For our movie, cloudy weather is our dream. We've been filming for 3 weeks and we've only had 4 days in total. As long as it doesn't rain too heavily, we'll continue working as usual." Virginia was a little disappointed when she heard Peeker's words. It was only Tuesday. If the crew did not rest today, they would have to wait until the weekend. She could only stay here for 3 days because of her work schedule. On Friday, she had to fly to New York to attend a commercial event for her brand. Because of the contract, she could not cancel the event. Her man was a workaholic, so he would not have much time to accompany her during the workday. Punk City was about 100 kilometers away from Oklahoma City. Because of the highway, it only took them 1.5 hours to arrive. Although the weather was gloomy, it did not look like it was going to rain at all. The hotel where the crew was staying was empty. After arranging the rooms for Virginia and her assistant, Peker Hearns asked, "Miss Madsen, do you want to wait here for the crew or go to the set now?" "Let's go to the set." Virginia's voice was calm, but she could not hide her eagerness. Of course, Peker Hearns would not expose her. He nodded politely and looked at Virginia's outfit. He said, "If we go to the set now, you'd better change into something more casual. At least, you can't wear high heels." Virginia was wearing a burgundy suit and skirt. She had specially chosen this because Eric liked her the most. However, after hearing Peker Hearns' words, she quickly went back to her room and changed. When she came out again, she was wearing an ordinary jacket, jeans, and a pair of flat boots. Peker Hearns swallowed his saliva and looked at Virginia's thighs that were wrapped in jeans. He could not help but be envious of Eric's luck. This time, they got on an off-road vehicle and quickly drove out of Punk City. This time, the road was no longer as flat as before. It was a relatively narrow cement road. After half an hour of bumpy driving through the fields, Virginia looked through the car window and saw a crane's mechanical arm extending into the air from afar. As they walked forward, they could faintly hear the roar of the crane. Peker Hearns noticed the confusion on Virginia's face and explained, "That's the sound of a Boeing engine." In order to create a more realistic hurricane effect, the crew rented it from Boeing. Virginia could imagine the terrifying wind created by a Boeing engine that could lift a few hundred tons into the sky. She could not help but exclaim that her man was crazy. Her assistant was also surprised. "A Boeing engine? That thing won't blow people away, right?" Peker Hearns seemed to be satisfied with the surprise on their faces. He said, "Of course, if you get too close, you'll be blown away. However, you'll be fine as long as you keep a certain distance." The off-road vehicle soon arrived at the set. The crew guarding the perimeter saw Peker Hearns' work pass and let the vehicle in. Virginia and her assistant, Sunny, got out of the vehicle. The roar of the Boeing engine became even louder. The filming location was in a muddy canal. There were crew members everywhere. All kinds of filming equipment were scattered around the canal. On the other side of the canal, there was a huge crane. The end of the crane's mechanical arm seemed to be connected to a farm tractor. After sending the two girls there, Peker Hearns had completed his mission. He said a few words to Virginia and headed to a makeshift house not far away. Everyone in the crew was busy, so Virginia did not disturb them. She stood about 10 meters away and looked around for a while. However, she could not find Eric. After more than 10 minutes, the roar of the Boeing engine stopped. Virginia braced herself and thought that the crew would take a break. However, she saw a wet person crawling out from under the wooden bridge. Virginia recognized that it was Eric's personal cameraman, Nickel Frank. She waved at him. When Nickel saw Virginia, he revealed his white teeth and waved at her. However, he ran in the opposite direction. Virginia saw Nickel say something to a crew member loudly. Then, he quickly took something that looked like a camera lens from the logistics department and rushed back into the canal. A moment later, someone shouted action through a loudspeaker, and the roar of the engine sounded again. Virginia's assistant, Sunny, was a little confused by the noise. She pulled Virginia's sleeve and said loudly, "Vicky, why don't we stand a little further away and wait? That seems to be the place where the actors rest." Virginia also knew that this scene could take more than 10 shots. It might take more than an hour or two to complete. She nodded and was about to leave when Nickel came out again and walked towards them. "Let's go over there," Nickel said loudly as he came to the two of them and pointed to the actors' lounge. After walking a little further, although it was already a little noisy, it no longer affected their conversation. Nickel took off his muddy jacket and asked for a towel from the staff to wipe his face. The white towel quickly turned gray. After wiping his face, Nickel threw the towel directly into the trash can. Seeing that Nickel had cleaned up a little, Virginia smiled and reached out her hand. "Nickel, long time no see." Nickel reached out his hand but quickly withdrew it. Seeing Virginia's puzzled look, he explained with a smile, "I don't need to shake hands, Miss Madsen. I just got out of the muddy water, and I'm not very clean." I heard that the muddy water here can cause hepatitis. Everyone in the crew has been vaccinated against hepatitis. Virginia showed a look of understanding and asked, well, where's Eric? I don't seem to see him. Nickel pointed to the canal and said, he's filming there himself. Virginia thought of Nickel's miserable appearance when he came out of the canal. She thought that Eric might also be soaked in the dirty muddy water. She looked over there with some distress and said, aren't you a photographer? Nickel did not notice anything special in Virginia's tone. He said, this is the first time we've filmed such a scene. Eric wanted to see the most intuitive effect, so he did it himself. You may not know this, but Eric's photography skills are no worse than mine. I really don't know how he learned it. Just as they were talking, they saw the crane suddenly start up, and a farm tractor flew up into the air. This is the scene of the tractor being hung up by the tornado, Nickel said and patted his head again. Oh, I forgot to tell Eric that you're here. No need. He's so busy. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll just wait here. Virginia quickly waved her hand. Okay then. Nickel quickly finished the coffee that the staff handed over. He stood up and said, I'll get to work first. I still have to set up the camera for the next scene. I won't accompany you. Seeing Nickel leave, Virginia's assistant, Sunny, could not help but smack her lips. She was hired by Virginia at the beginning of the year, so she had never seen Eric before. However, at this time, after seeing everything around her, she suddenly had a great interest in Eric. She was now 26 years old and only had a small role as an assistant. She had fought hard for this job. She heard that the young man was only 20 years old, but he was already able to control such a huge crew and had a film company like Firefly. Vicky, that. Mr. Williams, what kind of person is he? Virginia was stunned. As her personal assistant, Sunny couldn't hide a lot of personal matters from her. Therefore, when they came, Virginia took the initiative to reveal some things to Sunny. At this time, when she heard Sunny's question, she did not know how to answer for a while. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't know how to say it. In short, he is a very special person. You will know when you see him. Sunny nodded and wanted to ask more, but she remembered the advice of a good friend when she got the job. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth because her friend told her that the most important thing to be a celebrity's assistant was to put away her curiosity. Sunny's education level was not high. She only studied at a community college for 2 years before dropping out. It was not easy for her to get this job with a good salary. She did not want to lose it because of her curiosity. Because the filming site was relatively noisy, the two were not in the mood to chat. They had been silently watching the filming site not far away. He watched as the crane lifted the tractor up and another truck flew into the air. In the end, the wooden planks on the wooden bridge also flew up in a mess, coupled with the debris flying in the man-made hurricane on the scene. Although the tornado still needed to be added in post-production, seeing this scene, Sunny already felt that this movie would definitely surprise people. The two arrived at the set at 10 o'clock. After waiting for 2 hours, the morning shooting finally ended and the noisy environment finally quieted down. Virginia got up and walked over to the ditch. Soon, she saw a man and a woman covered in mud getting out of the ditch with the help of the staff. Virginia did not know the man, but she was sure that he should be the male lead of Tornado. As for the other woman, although she was in a sorry state, Virginia immediately noticed the woman's slender eyes. Even though her body was dirty and her face was covered in mud, her pair of beautiful eyes made people feel that she was definitely a great beauty at first glance. The woman did not notice Virginia looking at her. With the help of her assistant, she quickly walked to a nearby makeshift room. Virginia guessed that it should be the bathroom. Before the woman's figure disappeared, Virginia heard a familiar voice, Vicky, you're here. Virginia turned her head and saw Eric, who was covered in dirt. At this time, the man was holding a camera wrapped in a plastic sheet. Eric, Virginia called softly. Looking at Eric covered in grayish-black mud, she took 2 steps forward with some heartache. She saw an assistant coming over with a towel in her hand. Virginia took it and reached out to wipe Eric. No, I'll do it myself. Eric handed the camera to someone else and took the towel from Virginia to wipe his face to prevent the mud from getting into his eyes. Then he said, "There's hepatitis virus here. I have to take a shower first." "Wait a while, I'll be done soon." Virginia nodded. After Eric left, Sunny, who had been standing not far away, came over. Seeing Eric's figure disappear, she stuck out her tongue and said, "He's Eric Williams." Virginia knocked on Sunny's head and said, "What's wrong, is there a problem?" No, I just feel, you feel that he's just like that, nothing special?" Sunny nodded. Virginia did not explain. She looked at the good-looking assistant and thought to herself, if you feel that he's special, you might have already fallen for him. Nothing much happened during the morning shoot, but as lunchtime arrived, the atmosphere of the tornado crew in the field and the suburbs became a little strange. Most of the people became quiet when they talked and did things. Occasionally, someone would make too much noise when they moved the equipment, which would attract everyone's attention. Although everyone seemed to be minding their own business, they couldn't help but glance at Virginia. The filming of Tornado had been going on for 3 weeks. Even the most obtuse of the crew members knew about the relationship between Eric and Joanna by now. Everyone was curious about what would happen when Virginia, who also had a relationship with Eric, suddenly came to visit. However, it was disappointing that the confrontation between the two women didn't happen, and the two women didn't even come into contact with each other. After Joanna took a shower, she chatted with Eric for a while before she went to have lunch with several main actors. Eric got someone to call Virginia's assistant, Sunny, and took 2 lunches for himself before he brought Virginia into a trailer. After the door was closed, Virginia finally didn't have to hide anymore. She threw herself into Eric's arms and hugged him. After a while, Eric let go of the girl and smiled, "You must be hungry. Let's eat first, but the food here isn't good, so you can only make do with it." Virginia knew that it wasn't the time, so she sat down at the table with Eric. However, she still couldn't help sitting beside Eric instead of opposite him. Eric handed Virginia a straw from a box of juice and said, "Didn't you go to Ireland?" "I haven't been there yet." "How did it feel to film in Ireland?" Virginia immediately showed a little complaint, "It's very cold. If I knew, I wouldn't have accepted this movie. I almost froze to death. Kapoor said that this movie might let me get an Oscar nomination, so he persuaded me to accept it. He only gave me $3 million. Eric thought of something and said, "Speaking of which, Paramount even specially sent the script to me for a look." Virginia immediately asked, "What do you think? Is it possible to get nominated?" Eric carefully recalled the script. It was a story about a man who went bankrupt after many years of wandering outside. He returned to his hometown in Northern Ireland to live in seclusion and met a young single mother. The theme of the movie was very central. It was about family, kinship, and the attitude towards life. As long as this type of movie could be filmed in a heartwarming manner, even if it did not win an award, the box office would still be guaranteed. The theme of the movie is too warm. The Oscars still prefer things that are more profound, so the chances of winning an award are not high. However, there is still a high chance of being nominated. By the way, how much did the movie cost? Virginia said, "About $15 million. The male lead isn't very famous, so his salary isn't very high. But his acting skills are very good. I'm often suppressed by him. It's so awkward." Eric remembered that the male lead in the script was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Although Virginia's acting wasn't at the level of a movie queen, it was impossible for her to be easily suppressed, not to mention that it was an unknown actor. This made him curious and asked, "What's the name of the male lead?" "Kevin Spacey." "Oh. Who is it?" Eric hesitated for a moment before he realized who it was. He asked again to confirm. "Kevin Spacey," Virginia repeated. When she saw Eric's expression, she was puzzled and said, "He's just an unknown actor. I think he used to act in stage plays." "Do you know him?" Eric said, "Yeah, I've heard of this name occasionally. I remember that he played a small role in Harrison Ford and Melanie Griffith's Working Girl 2 years ago." After saying this, the two of them didn't continue the topic. Eric initially thought that since Kevin Spacey was still unknown, maybe he could ask Caper to find a way to sign him. However, he realized that he had nothing to do with the management company now, so he gave up on the idea. "Hey, Eric," Virginia sipped a few mouthfuls of juice, hesitated, and said, Should I go and say hello to her? Eric knew that Virginia was talking about Joanna. He smiled and said, forget about it now. Let's go back to Punk City after work today. We'll have dinner together. You mean, the three of us, have dinner together? How about I leave, and you two can talk alone, but you have to promise that you won't fight. Virginia laughed and said, oh, don't even think about it. If us women fight over you, you'll be even happier. Not to mention that we're not little girls anymore. After a simple lunch, the crew quickly began their intense filming. Although Oklahoma was not like Los Angeles, which had sunny days for more than 300 days a year, northern Oklahoma was still sunny most of the time in early summer. It was not easy to encounter cloudy weather. Although Virginia didn't leave, she couldn't help much. She had to stay in the trailer with her assistant. In the afternoon, the set was still as noisy as before. It was still the scene of the male and female protagonists encountering the tornado in the ditch. For such a big-budget special effects movie, Eric couldn't copy it exactly according to the pictures in his memory. Many of the scenes were brand new. Therefore, Eric had to accumulate enough shooting materials. Although the first tornado scene was not the biggest scene in the movie, if it was res hot because the shooting materials couldn't be used, it would not only be a problem of funding, but it would also involve the post-production special effects. Although he couldn't completely copy the tornado in his mind, and even modified many parts of the script, Eric was still full of confidence in this movie. After all, the main attraction of Tornado was the realistic hurricane special effects in the movie. Although the script was modified, the tight rhythm of the movie didn't change. Eric made a detailed analysis of the original movie. In addition to the foreshadowing at the beginning and the high level of the hurricane at the end, the rhythm of the middle part was basically 5 to 10 minutes between the scenes and the special effects rotation. It would not make the audience feel bored because the scenes were too long, and it wouldn't cause aesthetic fatigue because there were too many special effects scenes. The roar of the Boeing engine was tossed around for the whole afternoon. When it was close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the scene finally ended. In the remaining hour, it was impossible for the crew to go to other scenes, so they began to methodically pack up the equipment and prepare to return to Punk City. Eric opened the door of the trailer and saw Virginia leaning against the small trailer in boredom. She was holding a meteorology book specially prepared by the crew, and she had a headset in her ear. When the assistant named Sunny saw Eric appear, she stood up and said hello, and tactfully left the trailer. It's finally over? Virginia took off the headset and sat up and asked. Eric nodded and said, well, we can go. Back to Punk City soon. Let's go, take my car. This car won't go back to Punk City. The driver will drive directly to the next filming location. Virginia followed Eric out of the trailer and a cool breeze blew. Virginia looked up at the gloomy sky and suppressed the little expectation in her heart and said, it's not going to rain, right? Eric looked at the low clouds and said, the weather forecast said that there may be light rain tonight, and it may be cloudy tomorrow. Virginia followed Eric for 2 steps and felt a cool breeze enter her collar. She said, I just read in the book that Oklahoma is in the tornado corridor. Looking at the weather, there won't be a tornado, right? A tornado is not something fun. You can just look forward to some rain. Forget about this. Seeing that Eric had exposed her thoughts, Virginia blushed. It wasn't a small matter to stop the production of the movie. There were hundreds of people in the crew, and even if they did nothing, they would have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Even if Eric was rich, it was impossible to play like this. In order to let Eric spend more time with her, she looked forward to a rainy day. She was indeed a spendthrift. I just didn't look forward to rain, Virginia guiltily glanced at Eric and weakly defended herself. During dinner, Jeffrey also rushed back from another set. When he saw Virginia coming over, he just said hello and gave up the plan to use dinner time to talk with Eric. Eric didn't take the 2 women out for dinner. He just chose the small restaurant inside the hotel booked by the crew. Punk City was only a small town with a population of more than 20,000 people. The huge presence of the crew had attracted too much attention. Although the large wave of reporters attracted by the crew at the beginning of filming had mostly dispersed, occasionally there would still be 2 or 3 people here, trying to dig up some news. If Eric swaggered with the two women on the street, it would definitely be in the headlines tomorrow. There was no confrontation between the two women, at least on the surface, they got along very well. Virginia and Joanna were very clear that they were just Eric's lovers. Because of the age gap, the possibility of marrying this little man was zero, so there was nothing to fight about. Although Virginia's tone occasionally had a little bit of scheming, Joanna's character was like water. She was calm and didn't fight. Even if Virginia wanted to provoke something, it was unlikely. This situation made Eric very satisfied. The dinner lasted for more than an hour. At 7 o'clock in the evening, looking at the two women who were still chatting happily, Eric stood up and said, "You two continue chatting. I'm going to look at today's shooting materials and discuss with Stan about the special effects. I'll try to come back at 10 o'clock. After Eric left, Virginia and Joanna, who were chatting, became quiet at the same time. They picked up the coffee in front of them at the same time. The atmosphere lasted for a moment, and Virginia laughed. "Finally, we don't have to accommodate that little bastard anymore." Joanna also laughed. The two women had been very tacitly maintaining a harmonious attitude just now, because they didn't want Eric to worry too much. He's been very tired these days. He rarely goes to bed before 12 o'clock. Every day, he has to get up at 6 o'clock sharp, Joanna said. She seemed to be explaining something, but soon she realized that it sounded a little strange. It was as if she had been living in the same room with Eric. In the end, Joanna couldn't help but explain that. "I live next door to him." There was a huge warehouse in the south of the hotel where Eric lived. It used to store corn, but now it had been transformed into a large studio. There were all kinds of movie equipment and more than 10 computers inside. Although it was night time, the team in charge of the special effects of Tornado in the digital field was still busy at this time. Eric, Stan Winston, and several other special effects artists were discussing the special effects processing plan based on the materials that had been shot over the past few days. Although the hardware facilities were enough to satisfy the special effects of Tornado, it was the first time that they had done a movie that involved a large number of CG scenes. Everyone needed to slowly think about it, and occasionally, they needed to develop special solutions for certain scenes. Large-scale destruction of scenes will definitely be a very important branch of the computer special effects field in the future. Although this small program can satisfy the needs of this movie, it's still too limited. Stan, get someone to prepare a detailed plan. I'll get someone in San Francisco to develop a similar application. Stan Winston nodded. The two of them pointed at a completely gray scene on the computer screen that hadn't been rendered. Stan Winston said, "Leave the rest to us. Eric, maybe you should go back and rest." Huh? Eric made a sound of confusion. He looked at his watch. It was only 9:30. He noticed the look on Stan Winston's face and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Stan Winston patted Eric on the shoulder and winked unscrupulously. "If there's a need, maybe we can start work a little later tomorrow. No one will say anything." "Forget it, it was done a long time ago," Eric said. When he saw the teasing looks on everyone's faces after hearing Stan's words, he didn't insist on staying. He said a few more words and quickly left the studio. When he returned to the hotel and walked into the room, he saw Virginia, who had already changed into pajamas, leaning against the sofa in the living room and watching TV. Eric had already given the room card to the hostess, so he wasn't surprised. Virginia sat up and curiously asked, "Didn't you say 10 o'clock? "I was kicked out," Eric said with a shrug. Virginia thought of a possibility and smiled shyly. It's okay, right? Will I affect your work?" "Of course not." Eric took off his jacket, walked to the bathroom, and said, "I'll take a shower first." Virginia turned off the TV and got up to turn off the lights in the room, leaving only a dim wall lamp on. When it was close to midnight, it was still raining outside the window, but the rain didn't disturb Eric at this time. Virginia lazily leaned against Eric and murmured in a low voice, "How nice would it be if it could go on like this forever?" Eric pinched the woman's face and teased, "You're not a teenage girl anymore. How can you have such messy thoughts?" Virginia shook her head and looked at Eric with dissatisfaction. "Ugh. You're so annoying. You're only 20 years old. Can't you say some sweet nothings that a kid your age should say to coax a woman?" Eric smiled and said, I can't say that. It's mainly because we're so familiar with each other. It's too mushy to say such words. Virginia seemed to be interested. She propped herself up slightly and looked at Eric. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Eric. Dear, say something. I want to hear it. Eric quickly raised his hands and surrendered. Stop, don't talk in such a tone. My hair is standing up. Okay, I'll think about it, Under Virginia's expectant gaze, Eric pondered for a while before stammering, Little baby. Listening to Eric's awkward tone, Virginia burst out laughing. Her whole body softened on Eric again, imitating Eric's tone, little baby. Little baby. Eric also laughed and said, okay, stop laughing. It's mainly because I'm too familiar with you that I can't do it. Let's find a nightclub another day and let you see my ability to pick up girls. Virginia continued to laugh a few times before saying, bragging. Eric said, how is that possible? The last time I went to New York, I directly hooked up 2 girls in a nightclub. But who asked me to stick to my principles? In the end, I went back to the hotel alone. Did they recognize you? Virginia asked, getting straight to the point. Eric was stunned for a moment before he stuttered, this. Virginia chuckled again. If Eric was recognized, then it was almost certain that women would come to him. Even if it wasn't for fame, Eric was still a billionaire after all. Eric didn't have any intention of explaining himself. He allowed Virginia to be overjoyed for a while before saying, let's sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Virginia quickly calmed down and asked softly, Eric, if you can't even say words of love, then am I still your lover? Eric nodded with certainty. Of course, but I hope that our relationship can be more familial. Virginia dragged out her small voice. I haven't even experienced the taste of love, and it's already become family. I'm so unwilling. Eric turned his head and kissed Virginia's cheek. He said, so what if you're unwilling? Little beauty, do you think you can run away? Virginia rubbed against Eric and muttered, I haven't even worn a wedding dress or a ring. Eric grabbed the girl's small hand. I'll buy you a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. How about that? Virginia laughed. Wouldn't that be too exaggerated? Eric showed a look of disdain and said, what kind of ring do you want? Virginia thought for a moment and said, I want you to personally design a ring. It has to be unique. No problem, Eric agreed without hesitation. With this promise, Virginia quickly fell asleep with satisfaction. Eric felt that the wind outside the window seemed to be a little stronger. He got up and closed the window, took a shower, and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Eric suddenly heard a hurried knock on the door. He opened his eyes and saw that the sky outside the window was still as dark as ink. He turned on the light and looked at his watch. It was 3 a.m. Feeling Eric's movements and the disturbance of the knock on the door, Virginia also woke up. Seeing Eric hurriedly put on his trousers and walk out, she also sat up and found clothes to wear. It was impossible that the crew members didn't know that she would be in Eric's room tonight. Something must have happened if they knocked on the door at this time. Virginia had just put on her clothes and walked into the living room when she saw Eric walking back with a serious expression. Eric, what happened? Eric returned to the bedroom and found his shirt and jacket to put on. When he saw Virginia's worried look, he shook his head and said, nothing, I have to go out for a while. Stay here and don't run around. Virginia saw that Eric was hiding something from her and became even more worried. What happened? Can you tell me? Eric hesitated for a moment before finally saying, a tornado appeared northwest of Punk City at 2 a.m. It swept through the street set by the crew. The staff responsible for guarding it were injured. Jeffrey and I have to rush over now. Eric hurriedly finished speaking and walked out. However, he felt Virginia follow him out of the room. At this time, many doors in the corridor were opened and the crew members were trying to find out what had happened. No one cared that Virginia had come out of Eric's room. The door on the right side of Eric's room was also opened. Joanna, who was wearing pajamas, saw the commotion in the corridor. Her confused mind quickly cleared up. After asking about the situation and knowing that Eric was rushing to the scene, she also showed a worried look. the crew was filming Tornado. Joanna, who had read a lot of information, naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that Eric was about to leave, Joanna stepped forward and pulled Eric's sleeve. "Eric, do you want me to go with you?" Virginia, who had been following Eric, also immediately said, "I'll go too. Go back to your room. This hotel is built with reinforced concrete. The weather forecast said that there won't be a big storm, so it's very safe here." Eric's voice was very calm and his expression was unquestionable. Knowing that she wouldn't be of much help even if she went, Joanna pulled Virginia and the two women went back to Joanna's room together. Eric and Jeffrey also quickly left the hotel with a group of people. The roar of car engines could be heard on the street. The two women weren't in the mood to rest anymore. They sat down on the small sofa in Joanna's room. Virginia took the coffee from Joanna and couldn't help but look at the bright car lights outside the window. She said, "In the afternoon, I said that there might be a tornado. Eric told me not to jinx it. Unexpectedly. I really shouldn't have said that." Joanna also poured a cup of coffee for herself and sat on the sofa. She comforted her, "It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. Because of this movie, I've been paying more attention to tornadoes. During this period, I've seen several tornadoes in the newspaper. This is very normal in the Central Plains." Virginia sighed again. She could still hear the wind outside the window from time to time. She couldn't help but say, "I hope that Eric will be fine." Joanna blinked her slender eyes and immediately said, "Don't say any more." Virginia froze for a moment and immediately covered her mouth. In the suburbs about 7 kilometers northwest of Punk City, a street in the town where the heroine's aunt's house was located seemed to have been brutally attacked by some kind of giant beast. Except for the ruins in the southeast direction, because the temporary set wasn't solid at all, the other buildings were also damaged by the wind. They couldn't be used anymore. Under the illumination of several off-road vehicles, an assistant director was introducing the situation to Eric and other senior members of the crew. The 7 staff members responsible for guarding the house were able to hide in the abandoned basement in the south. Except for one who fell in a hurry and his leg may have been fractured, the others only had simple bruises. However, the 7 of them have been taken to the hospital in Punk City by ambulance for examination. Jeffrey was still worried and asked, "Are you sure that there are 7 people? Is there anyone left out?" The assistant director nodded, "I personally arranged it. The workers in charge of setting up the scene are all from the nearby town. They all go back home at night. There are only 7 people here." Eric and Jeffrey had just relaxed. As long as the crew members were fine, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Otherwise, they would definitely be entangled with the Union again. Because this movie involved too many thrilling scenes, several major unions specially stationed people here. They would often point fingers at them. At this time, Eric also understood why so many crews were keen to film in Canada and other places. On one hand, the labor cost was low and the tax rebate was high. But the most important thing was that they wouldn't be restricted by the various unions in the United States. These messy unions were extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, you have to listen to them. You can't go against them. Otherwise, all their members will be removed in minutes. The assistant director didn't seem to notice the relaxed look on Eric and the others' faces. He continued, "However, the town in the southeast just happened to be swept by the tornado. I heard that 2 people were swept away. They haven't been found yet. There are also many people injured." Eric and Jeffrey looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. In this situation, no one could say that it had nothing to do with them. The assistant director also felt that it was a bit inappropriate to suddenly mention this matter. He had to change the topic. "Then, Mr. Williams, what do we do here? Do we need to rebuild it?" Eric looked at the ruins illuminated by the headlights of several cars and shook his head. "Since this place was destroyed by the tornado, then it's more realistic than the ruins we make in the future. So, let's just shoot the scene after the tornado passed through. Also, let's find a similar town as soon as possible and shoot the scene where the female lead's aunt has a meal." Everyone discussed the relevant details again. When they returned to Punk City, the sky was already bright. Perhaps it was because of the gust of wind last night, but the dark clouds in the sky had all disappeared. The orange sun slowly peeked out from the horizon. When they returned to the hotel, Virginia and Joanna came out to greet them. When they saw that Eric was safe and sound, they were relieved. Although only one of the 7 people guarding the set was slightly injured, during the day, the crew was still harassed by the union members. Moreover, the news that the crew encountered the tornado was spread by the reporters who stayed in Punk City. It was published in the newspapers the next day. The more well-known newspapers were able to report it truthfully, but the tabloids didn't have such scruples. In order to attract attention, the published reports were as serious as possible. They even blamed the casualties in the town near the set on the crew. In just a few days, a large group of reporters once again came to Punk City. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Firefly had to publish a formal statement in the Los Angeles Times. They also attached a joint statement from the relevant unions. Only then did the storm calm down. It wasn't known if the sudden tornado had blown away the good luck of the crew. The following shooting began to encounter big and small situations one after another. There was even a car accident. Eric had to set up a special safety team. Because of the delays caused by these situations, the shooting schedule that was originally scheduled to end at the end of June might be delayed by at least a week. In other words, not only would Eric miss the premiere of Toy Story, he might not be able to make it back in time when Terminator 2 was released. The quality of the 2 movies was there, and the publicity work was also being carried out in an orderly manner. So, whether he appeared or not, it wouldn't have much impact on the box office of the 2 movies. However, Eric was most concerned about Cutthroat Island that Disney put in between the 2 movies. At the beginning of May, the highlights of Cutthroat Island had begun to be broadcast on TV. According to the intelligence, the film would complete post-production in mid-June, and there would be no delays. Eric certainly didn't want Cutthroat Island to be delayed. Disney inserted Cutthroat Island between the 2 movies with the purpose of sniping Toy Story and Terminator 2. But Eric knew that Cutthroat Island would be the one to be sniped in the end. He only hoped that Cutthroat Island would be sniped as badly as possible. Chris also sent news from time to time. Now Firefly Investments had used several shell companies in their hands to absorb 7% of Disney's shares. If Cutthroat Island could repeat the tragic situation in the original universe, then with the decline of Disney's stock price, Firefly Investments could take the opportunity to absorb more shares. Because Eric devoted himself to the production of Tornado, he didn't leave Oklahoma for several months. After Virginia, Jennifer Connelly, Elizabeth, and Drew came to visit the set one after another. At the beginning of June, Famke Janssen, who had finished filming Flowers at the End, also appeared on set, but the tall girl only stayed for 2 days before she had to rush back. The new season of The X-Files was about to begin production. After Famke Janssen left, the crew soon welcomed a little lowly. Eric spent $100 to make a guest appearance in 5 movies with Ivanka Trump. There were originally 2 scenes in the script that could be given to the little lowly. One was, of course, the part where the heroine, Jo Harden, was a child. The other was when Jo took a car to her aunt's town that was destroyed by a tornado. She saw the scene where the family of 3 hugged each other. There was also a little girl in the scene. Of course, Ivanka didn't have the right to decide. Eric faxed the scripts of the 2 scenes to Donald Trump in New York. The real estate tycoon who had walked out of the economic crisis finally chose the one with more scenes for his daughter. Donald Trump had always been a person who liked to be in the limelight, which could be seen from his enthusiasm for playing small roles in Hollywood movies. After choosing the childhood scenes for Ivanka, Donald even wanted to play the role of Joe's father himself. However, Donald Trump's image of a pampered Oklahoma farmer had nothing to do with him. Eric firmly refused his request. However, Donald Trump still personally took Ivanka, who had just finished her summer vacation, to Punk City, Oklahoma. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a small farm on the outskirts of Punk City, the crew was busy setting up the shooting scene. Eric was sitting in the director's chair, holding a cup of coffee in his hand and chatting casually with Donald Trump, who was sitting next to him. Ivanka was playing with a poodle not far away. This little guy would also participate in the shooting later. Donald looked at his daughter not far away and said casually, "Eric, I heard that the shooting hasn't been going well during this period?" Eric recalled the shooting experience of the first 2 months and said, "It's indeed a bit overwhelming." Fortunately, the big scenes are almost finished, and the shooting will be much easier. How about you? How's business recently? Donald Trump said, I plan to build a high-rise apartment in Manhattan, and I'm in the process of financing. Eric, you don't have property in New York yet, right? Eric thought that Donald should be talking about the famous Trump Tower near the United Nations headquarters in his previous life. He didn't know when the original building was built, but it shouldn't have been so early. It seemed that his appearance had affected a lot of things. Because of some experiences in his previous life, Eric was very uninterested in high-rise apartments, and even somewhat hated them. He preferred standalone buildings. However, after hearing Donald Trump's promotion, Eric didn't refuse. Buying such a high-rise apartment to hide his mistress was also a good choice. After it's built, I'll go and have a look. Donald Trump just said casually. Eric's answer was almost equivalent to a promise, so they didn't continue the topic. While the two of them were chatting, Ivanka ran over with the puppy. She crouched down and held the puppy in her arms. She looked at Donald Trump expectantly. Dad, Poke is so good. Can I take him home? Donald knew that the puppy was a professional animal actor. He said, Innie, Poke has to stay here for filming. He can't go home with you. Ivanka did not quite understand what Donald meant. She was displeased to hear her father's answer. Eric joined in the fun and said, Innie, this puppy also has an owner. If you want to bring it home, it will cost at least $1,000. Do you have that much money? Eric didn't know how much this kind of animal actor was worth. He just thought of the little Loli's money-grubbing behavior last year and casually said a number to see how she would react. Sure enough, Ivanka looked disappointed after hearing Eric's words. She pursed her thin lips and thought to herself, $1,000. That's $1,000. That's $1,000 for $1. I can't afford it now. The puppy in her arms seemed to sense Ivanka's disappointment. It very sensibly stuck out its tongue and licked Ivanka's little hand. Sensing Ivanka's love for the puppy, Eric said, however, Innie, if you behave well, I can buy Poke for you. Ivanka was delighted at first, but she soon shook her head. I don't want it. Eric was a bit surprised. Why? Because my mother told me that when a boy gives a girl something, he must be up to no good. I don't want your gift. Seeing that Ivanka clearly didn't understand the meaning of the sentence, but still looked so serious, Eric and Donald looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that they suddenly laughed, Ivanka put on an angry expression. You're both bad guys. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. After saying that, Ivanka called the puppy's name and ran off into the distance. An assistant director soon came over to inform Eric that the set was set up. After finishing his coffee, Eric got up and started working. This scene would take about 3 minutes of the entire film, and it was definitely not going to be finished in one night. Fortunately, the little girl was on summer vacation, so there was no need to rush. However, during the shooting, Eric and Ivanka had a small argument. Looking at the teddy bear in her hand, Ivanka complained to Eric, Why do I have to hold this? I'm going to be 10 years old soon. Of course, Eric couldn't say that it was his bad taste. After Ivanka appeared in Ghost, Eric planned to let her appear as a little girl holding a teddy bear in his future movies, just like the mysterious old man who always appeared and disappeared mysteriously in superhero movies. Innie, this is a prop for the movie. Look, it's written in the script. Eric waved the script in front of Ivanka. Obviously, the little girl didn't know that the script could be changed. Seeing that it was written in the script that Chio was holding a teddy bear in her arms, she had no choice but to listen to him obediently. After the shooting started, the shooting went unusually smoothly. Although the little girl was occasionally clumsy, that was only limited by her age. When it came to acting, she was very clever, and even made fewer mistakes than the 2 adult actors who played her parents. It only took 2 nights for the shooting of the part about Chio's childhood to be completed. When she left, Ivanka took the puppy with her. It was common for actors to develop feelings for animal actors during filming, and then adopt the puppy. After Ivanka left, the shooting continued in an orderly manner. Since most of the thrilling scenes had already been shot, the rest of the shooting did not encounter any major issues. In the second week of June, at the Disney headquarters in Los Angeles, an internal screening meeting was being held that attracted a lot of attention. Michael Eisner, Robert Shea, and a group of senior executives of Disney appeared in the screening room. Although the title of the first movie with a budget of more than $100 million had been taken by Terminator 2, Throat Cutter Island was released earlier than Terminator 2. Therefore, this movie, whose budget was also increased to $100 million, received no less attention than Terminator 2. In the screening room, after a brief introduction, the heroine Morgan Adams, played by Geena Davis, first appeared through a simple small reversal, followed by a live aerial shot of the pirate ship. Under the magnificent sea under the sunset, the huge pirate ship anchored on the sea was very beautiful. Next, the heroine boarded the pirate ship. After a series of confrontations with the pirates on the ship, she successfully took over the captain role of her father and led the pirates to begin the treasure hunt. If Eric was at the scene, he would definitely find that the city chase in the movie was very similar to Pirates of the Caribbean in his memory. Even the costumes, settings, and other pictures in the movie were in the same vein as Pirates of the Caribbean. However, the biggest difference between the two movies was that there were no special effects scenes in Throat Cutter Island. Even the last scene where the two warships fired at each other did not use too many special effects. It was completely shot in real life. But it was precisely because there were no special effects that this big-budget pirate movie seemed to have no highlights. From beginning to end, the 2-hour plot seemed a bit dull. Perhaps because the expectations were too high, after the 2-hour movie was played, not many people in the screening room even applauded. Many people looked at each other because after watching the movie, they didn't feel anything special about this movie. Even the last scene where the two ships fired at each other, for these people who had experienced many war movies, they didn't feel any excitement. Moreover, the process of the heroine's treasure hunt was too dull and there was no suspense. After the lights in the screening room were turned on, Michael Eisner's face was obviously gloomy. So far, he didn't think that this was a trap dug by Eric. However, it was very bland, and there were no exciting movies. Naturally, he blamed the mistake on Renny Harlin. At this time, although Renny Harlin was the director of the movie, he didn't have the privilege of sitting in the first row. Instead, he sat in the second row with Geena Davis, but he was arranged to sit behind Michael Eisner and Robert Shea. Seeing the reaction of the people in the screening room after the movie was played, Renny Harlin obviously had a bad feeling. He also realized that this movie was too dull. However, Renny Harlin didn't feel that this had much to do with him. Because although he was the director of this movie, as a blockbuster with an investment of $100 million, even if he was the director, he didn't have much authority. Although he participated in the editing of the movie, the final editing rights were not in his hands. Moreover, Renny Harlin originally suggested making this movie an R-rated movie. In that case, many scenes could be more freely played. However, because of the cost, Disney and Robert Shea didn't agree with his suggestion. Instead, they set the movie at a PG-13 rating, which meant that there couldn't be any bloody scenes in the movie. Therefore, the fight between the pirates now looked like a child's play. Michael Eisner really wanted to say what kind of garbage this was, but with so many people here, he couldn't say that. Besides, he fully supported this movie. If Michael Eisner really said that, it would be like slapping himself in the face. After making movies for more than 10 years, Robert Shea had a good eye for movies. At least, he had a good taste for movies. Therefore, after watching the movie, Robert Shea had a bad feeling in his heart. So, everyone, what do you think of the movie? What needs to be changed? After everyone moved to the conference room, Michael Eisner was the first to speak. More than 10 people in the conference room looked at each other. Those who could climb to the top had a good judgment of the movie's box office prospects. After watching the movie, the executives basically judged that the movie didn't have many highlights and that the conflict wasn't strong enough. At this time, no one was willing to speak first. If they said something wrong and the movie failed, they might be blamed in the future. There was an awkward silence for a full minute. Michael Eisner frowned slightly and said directly to Renny Harlin, who was sitting on his right, "Mr. Harlin, why don't you speak first?" Michael Eisner had always called him Renny. Hearing that he had changed the way he addressed him now, Renny Harlin was very depressed. However, since Michael Eisner directly called him out, he couldn't play dumb. "Mr. Eisner, I don't think there's any need to change it. The final version is pretty good." Rennie Harlin deliberately bit the words "final version." He just wanted to remind everyone that this version had nothing to do with him, because his shooting concept hadn't been thoroughly reflected at all. Everyone present was smart. How could they not understand the meaning of Rennie Harlin's words? Several people sneered. What was the use of saying this now? If this movie with a production cost of $100 million failed, Rennie Harlin, the director, wouldn't be able to survive in Hollywood. Noticing the expressions of some people, Rennie Harlin also realized this and his face became a little ugly. Robert Shaye only spent $50 million on this movie, including the publicity. At this time, he was a little glad that he only got 40% of the investment share. However, Robert Shaye didn't want to see his $50 million go down the drain. Moreover, as an outsider, he didn't have too many scruples. After Rennie Harlin finished speaking, Robert Shaye said, "How about we postpone it?" Hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room became cold again. Since no one was willing to speak, Michael Eisner had to bite the bullet and said, "When should we postpone it? At the end of the year, or next year?" The original release date of Cutthroat Island was June 28. The summer vacation had already begun. If it was postponed at this time, it would be impossible to put it in August at the end of the summer vacation. What's more, Disney had signed a contract with the cinema chain for the premiere of 2,500 theaters. Because of the Gulf War at the beginning of the year, major studios had reduced the production scale. If Cutthroat Island was postponed, Disney couldn't even come up with a replacement film and could only pay a high penalty for breach of contract. Moreover, the postponement of the movie would definitely make outsiders doubt the quality of Cutthroat Island. Although many film companies' reasons for changing the movie schedule were always high-sounding, in fact, most people in the industry knew that if a completed movie suddenly changed its schedule, there must be a major problem with the quality of the movie. In the end, Michael Eisner's deputy, Disney's president Frank Wales, said, "The risk of the movie being postponed is greater, so it's best to release it as planned." Michael Eisner glanced at the senior executive of the distribution department and said, "In this case, the distribution plan must be changed." "Clark, tell us first." According to the plan, after the internal test, the critics' test screening and the audience's pre-screening of Cutthroat Island would be arranged, as well as the final premiere. But now everyone had no confidence in the quality of the movie. In order to prevent a one-sided bad review before the movie was released, the large-scale test screening and pre-screening would definitely not be carried out. Although Eric was not in Los Angeles, after a long period of publicity, Toy Story began a small-scale pre-screening while Cutthroat Island was being screened internally. The novel 3D animation form, warm and interesting plot, and the fable storyline quickly caused a huge sensation in the media. Unlike Disney's traditional fairy tales of princes and princesses, this film tells a story about friendship, trust, and search from the perspective of toys. This is a fable for adults. The elements of heroes and anti-heroes are the main content pillars. The collective big family feels lively and will always sublimate a lot of warm scenes. Buzz and Woody's heroic feelings and simple sincerity can be found in our shadows. A little dark humor does not damage the beauty that is worth believing in. A new form of animated film. Pixar's 3D animation technology will undoubtedly bring about a reform relative to hand-drawn animation. In just a week, the pre-screening almost reached the sum of all the previous publicity. Influenced by the one-sided praise from the media, Firefly's publicity department was greatly confident. After Michael Lynn discussed with Eric on the phone, he once again increased the budget of Toy Story by $10 million. The total cost of production and distribution of the film also reached the level of a $70 million blockbuster. However, Eric knew that as long as Toy Story could establish the status of 3D animation in Hollywood, the total cost of $70 million was definitely worth it. What's more, according to the data in his memory, Firefly was confident enough to recover the entire cost of Toy Story with the local distribution in North America alone. The subsequent distribution through various channels would also bring a lot of net profits to Firefly. The most important thing was that before this, Firefly had already registered the trademarks of all the toys in this animated film. Eric knew very well that the profits brought by the licensing of the animated images in Toy Story were definitely no less than the box office revenue of this animated film. Compared to the publicity of Toy Story, the pre-screening of Throne Island seemed to be much more low-key. After the internal test, although Disney did not have much confidence in the film, they did not think that it would be a box office dud. Even though Disney didn't hold a large-scale test screening because the movie still needed to be modified, they didn't relax at all in terms of TV previews, billboards, and other publicity. Michael Eisner seemed to have the idea of making up for the lack of quality publicity. Not only did he not reduce the publicity budget of Cutthroat Island, but he also proposed to increase the budget. As an important investor of Cutthroat Island, Robert Shaye had already determined that Cutthroat Island would cost him a lot of money. After being in Hollywood for so many years, he could imagine that if the movie sold well, it would be fine. Once the box office failed, Disney would definitely try to pass the loss on to him, an outsider. Therefore, he refused to fork out a single cent and even got into an argument with Michael Eisner. It was Michael Eisner who proposed to increase the publicity budget, but at this moment, he certainly wouldn't let Disney bear the cost alone. Therefore, he took out the contract and forced Robert Shaye to fork out a budget according to the investment ratio. Robert Shaye could only swallow this loss. He knew that if he didn't want to pay it this time, then Disney would have more reasons to pass the box office failure on to him. According to Disney's expectations, Cutthroat Island had the gimmick of a Hollywood blockbuster with an investment of more than 100 million yuan. Even if the plot, well, it was a bit messy, but it was not like there was no precedent in the history of Hollywood where the plot was messy but sold well. Therefore, Disney optimistically predicted that Cutthroat Island could at least get a guaranteed box office of $80 million, and the overseas box office was expected to reach this figure. After the release of the two important box office channels, although there would still be losses, after the subsequent sales of videotapes and television broadcast rights, there would definitely be no problem in recovering the cost within 2 years. Even if the movie Toy Story later received a very good reputation, Disney felt that its monopoly in the Hollywood animation industry would be threatened. However, because Toy Story and Cutthroat Island were two movies for completely different audiences, Disney did not feel too much pressure. In late June, the 1991 summer break had lasted for a month. This summer break began with the sequel of Condor Rebel 2 released at the end of May by Fox. At the end of last year, Condor Rebel 2 received a global box office of nearly $200 million with an investment of more than $20 million. The profit was higher than Die Hard 2 that Fox starred in last year. Therefore, Fox couldn't wait to launch the second movie. However, the last time they paid 30% of the investment because they asked Eric to choose the script. As a result, Eric got a profit of about $50 million with an investment of more than $8 million, which made Fox's heart ache. Therefore, Fox directly pretended to be deaf and mute about the production of the sequel and did not mention it. Eric was very busy. There was no specific contract for this matter, and Eric was too lazy to argue with Fox. After the previous parody of Top Gun, the sequel continued with the original style and chose to parody Sylvester Stallone's First Blood. Unfortunately, Fox played the sequel too much. Although the parody of the sequel was crazier than the first movie and the cost had increased to $40 million, for some reason, the audience just didn't buy it. From the end of May to the end of June, Condor Rebel 2 only received $28 million in box office in more than 2,100 theaters for 3 weeks. The failure was a foregone conclusion. Of course, the success of the movie was to everyone's delight. However, the unexpected failure of the sequel was such a complete failure. Therefore, a large number of shareholders wrote to the Fox board of directors, condemning Fox's management for abandoning Eric and developing the sequel of Condor Rebel 2 alone, which led to a devastating blow to this promising film series. Condor Rebel 2 was not the only one. In the first month of the summer, the films released by the major film companies did not perform well. Usually, at this time, the total weekly box office in North America should have exceeded $100 million. However, until the week before Toy Story was released, the weekly box office was only $80 million. Of course, everyone knew the reason very well. On June 21, Toy Story, which had experienced overwhelming publicity and a good reputation, opened in 2,400 theaters in North America. Before that, Toy Story had already accumulated more than $1.5 million in box office through small-scale pre-screenings. Although this number was a bit insignificant, it averaged a staggering $50,000 in less than 30 theaters. Because there was no competition during the summer, Toy Story received $30 million in box office in the first 3 days. A week later, the box office accumulated to $47 million, easily exceeding the production cost of the film. As the first 3D animated film, Toy Story achieved such amazing results as soon as it debuted, causing a huge sensation in Hollywood and even the entire world. Pixar, which had been unknown, quickly became the focus of attention throughout Hollywood. Many professional magazines evaluated that with the potential shown by Toy Story, if it chose to go public, the animation studio's market value would not be less than $1 billion. The media quickly dug up the story of Eric buying Pixar from Jobs for $20 million. At this time, Jobs was still struggling to run his next computer company. When a reporter suddenly appeared in front of him and asked him how he felt, Jobs did not say a word. However, in private, Jobs quickly called Eric in Punk City. After congratulating Eric, Boss Chow did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and asked Eric to provide an order for next. After Toy Story, Pixar would definitely expand again, and Jobs' computer company also produced professional-grade computers. When he heard Jobs' request, Eric readily agreed without hesitation. He regarded it as an investment in Apple in advance for the future, although Jobs' character did not expect him to appreciate it. As the future world's largest company by market value, Eric did not intend to let go of Apple from the beginning. However, now was not the best time to intervene in Apple. Eric did not have enough funds and energy for the time being. A week after the release of Toy Story, on June 28, after a huge premiere, Throne Island was also released in 2,500 theaters in North America. Compared to Toy Story, which had a large number of pre-screenings and accumulated word of mouth, Throne Island only had a few public test screenings, although it had invested $35 million in various publicity channels. The media and film critics who had a good relationship with Disney were invited. After receiving benefits from Disney, these people certainly could not say anything bad about Throne Island, but it was also impossible for them to brag about the movie with great fanfare. If they did, they would be slapped in the face in the future. Therefore, the focus of the film reviews about Throne Island in the newspaper was basically focused on the grand scenes and beautiful scenery of the movie. As for the plot, well, not many people were willing to talk about it. Although the news that Terminator 2 had an investment of 100 million yuan was the first to come out, Throne Island was the first Hollywood blockbuster to be released with an investment of more than 100 million yuan. Therefore, on the day of the movie's release, a large number of fans walked into the cinema with great expectations for the movie. Therefore, on the first day of the movie's release, Throne Island took $9 million at the box office. But then the situation took a turn for the worse. After the movie was released, Disney could no longer control the public opinion of Throne Island. The next day, there was a one-sided crusade against Throne Island in the media. Many famous film critics even unceremoniously put forward sharp criticisms, saying that Throne Island was expensive visual garbage piled up by $100 million. Some ordinary fans who were interviewed after watching the movie expressed extreme disappointment with Throne Island, claiming that it was a scattered comic book without a plot. The film industry in North America has developed for nearly 100 years. Because of the low ticket prices, watching movies in the United States was a very civilian entertainment activity. In addition, there were many choices, so it meant that there was not much room for bad movies to survive in this mature market. Therefore, on the second day of release, the box office of Throne Island took a sharp turn and fell to more than $5 million. On the third day, it fell again to only $3 million. In the first 3 days, Throne Island received $17 million at the box office. If one did not look at the box office trend, this result was not too miserable. However, 3 days later, the attendance of Throne Island had fallen to the point where it was almost forced to be removed. After the first week, the total box office of Throne Island accumulated $20 million. In other words, in 4 working days, the movie only received a pitiful $3 million at the box office. In the second week, 1,000 cinemas had already pulled the movie out of theaters. The remaining 1,500 cinemas had signed a 2-week screening contract with Disney, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and hold on. Perhaps it was because the quality of Throne Island was too poor, and the early publicity aimed at Toy Story and Terminator 2 aroused the reverse psychology of the audience. While the reputation and box office of Throne Island fell into the abyss, the box office of Toy Story did not fall in the second week of release. Instead, it increased. At the end of the second week, Toy Story once again received more than $49 million at the box office. Although there were no blockbusters released during the summer, this result of almost breaking $100 million in 2 weeks made many people gasp again. Terminator 2 had also been promoted with the gimmick of costing more than $100 million. This time, the fans seemed to have become more cautious. Therefore, on the first day of Terminator 2 release on July 3, the box office was not very good, only about $8 million. However, Cameron's carefully crafted thrilling plot and the appearance of the liquid metal robot made Terminator 2 quickly win a lot of praise. After $8 million on the first day, it received $14 million and $11 million in the next 2 days. The total score of $33 million over the weekend even surpassed the previous Toy Story. As for Throne Island, it once again received more than $5 million at the box office in the second week. Then, it was collectively removed and completely swept into the ranks of Hollywood's worst movies. After 2 weeks of release, Throne Island brought in a total of $25 million in revenue. The total investment in the production and distribution of this movie reached $140 million. Because of the one-sided bad reviews, the overseas distribution of Throne Island was also a failure. The income from videotapes and television broadcast rights was almost zero. Therefore, Disney and Robert Shaye would jointly bear a huge loss of up to $120 million. When the news that cut Throne Island caused a huge loss of $120 million was revealed, although Disney only lost more than $70 million, the impact was more severe than Disney's loss of $100 million through multiple movies during the summer vacation last year. In just 3 days, Disney's stock price fell by 11%, and its market value shrank from $3.8 billion before the release of Cut Throat Island to $3.45 billion. There were also a lot of discussions and reflections on the pros and cons of big-budget movies in the newspapers and media. They made a detailed comparison between Cut Throat Island and Terminator 2. One of the two movies failed miserably at the box office while the other was a big success. The contrast was very stark. As the discussion progressed, it gradually involved movies with a large investment of more than $50 million in the past 2 years. Of course, there was also an analysis of Tornado, which was being produced by Eric, and Captain Hawk, which was directed by Spielberg. Because both of them were the most successful commercial film directors in Hollywood in recent years, the investment of these two movies also exceeded $70 million. When the box office of Terminator 2 was released on the first weekend, Eric had already completed all the shooting work for Tornado. When he saw that the box office of Cut Throat Island exceeded $20 million, Eric was very disappointed. The miracle did not happen after all. However, he was not too surprised. In the original universe, the status of Carlock, an independent production company, was far inferior to that of Disney, one of the Seven Giants. In addition, Carlock was jointly suppressed by the Seven Giants, resulting in the tragic situation where the $90 million investment of Throat Cutter Island only got more than $9 million box office. Eric only regretted that the loss of more than $120 million in this version of Cut Throat Island was not all borne by Disney. Otherwise, the subsequent acquisition of Disney would be smoother. After the closure of Tornado, Eric continued to stay in Oklahoma for a few days to deal with some trivial matters before returning to Los Angeles with several main creators. In the distant Punk City, Eric had already felt the storm of public opinion caused by several summer movies in the media. When the flight arrived in Los Angeles, Eric, Jeffrey, Joanna, and others had just walked out of the airport when they were blocked by dozens of reporters who had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the pickup hall. Looking at the frantically flashing camera flashes around him and the tape recorders trying to reach past the bodyguards, Eric was worried that the situation would get out of control. He quickly pressed his hands, stopped, and made a gesture to be quiet. The group of reporters who were originally worried that Eric would leave directly and asked loudly while expecting a response quickly quieted down. Since Eric promised to answer their questions, there was no need to do so. Everyone, I can stay and answer some questions, but after a few hours on the plane, my companions are very tired. Can you let them leave first? They didn't expect Eric to suddenly mention this. Everyone looked at each other. Eric didn't want to get an affirmative answer. He made a few gestures to Jeffrey and others, then signaled his bodyguards to push through the crowd. When the reporters saw that Eric didn't move, they sensibly made way. Watching Jeffrey, Joanna, and others get into the car on the side of the road, Eric clapped his hands, so, the group of reporters immediately became noisy again. Stop, one by one, Eric said, pointing to a female reporter in a black suit and glasses. This lady, you go first. The female reporter was a little excited and wanted to take a step forward, but she was stopped by the bodyguards. She had to say loudly across the human wall, Mr. Williams, it is rumored that you were the first to take a fancy to the script of Throat Cutter Island. What do you think about the dismal box office of this movie with an investment of more than 100 million? Before Eric came back, he had already thought about his response to this question. Of course, he couldn't admit that this was a trap. Therefore, when he heard the female reporter's question, Eric showed a heavy look. Throat Cutter Island was originally a very good idea. I even thought of making this movie into a trilogy. It's a pity that Disney went astray and ruined this promising story. I can only say that it's a pity. Before Eric finished speaking, the female reporter immediately seized the opportunity and asked again, can you talk about your production ideas? Sorry, it's not convenient for me to disclose this question. Next, this gentleman. The reporter who was named immediately said, Mr. Williams, since you already have an idea for Throat Cutter Island, is it possible for you to remake this series in the future? The failure of this movie has already given the audience a preconceived notion. Forget about remaking this movie, I estimate that no one will dare to make a pirate movie in the next 10 years. Even you don't dare? Eric nodded, yes, I don't dare either. The failure of Throat Cutter Island is too thorough. It's too big a blow to the pirate genre. Although I'm not afraid of failure, I don't want to experience failure so soon. Next, you. A black-haired reporter tiptoed and stretched the tape recorder forward a little, and said, Mr. Williams, it seems that you have already experienced failure. It is said that you personally selected the script of the Condor Rebel series and even participated in the investment. Eric smiled and explained, the first script of Condor Rebel was indeed selected by me personally, and I also participated in part of the investment. However, the second one has nothing to do with me. I haven't even seen the script. You can investigate this matter. Didn't Miss Connolly show the script to you? A thin reporter hurriedly interjected, and everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, looking forward to Eric's answer. Of course, Eric knew that this question was actually testing his relationship with Connolly. The smile on his face didn't change at all, but he didn't say anything superfluous. He directly replied, no. Next, you go ahead. This is the last question. I'm in a hurry. The reporter was about to speak, but when he heard Eric's words, he swallowed the original question back. He thought about it and asked, Mr. Williams, Toy Story and Terminator 2 have once again achieved such brilliant results. Will you take the opportunity to list Firefly? No, Firefly's cash flow is very abundant, so there is no need for listing financing. And after listing, in order to maintain the stock price and maintain the confidence of investors, Firefly may have to make some radical decisions that are contrary to the company's development strategy. This is very detrimental to the company's development, so I still hope that Firefly can develop more freely in an environment that is not disturbed by external investors. After answering this question, Eric nodded to the crowd, then squeezed through the crowd and walked out under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Although Eric did not answer many questions, it was enough for these reporters to write a good report, so no one tried to stop him. Eric quickly left the Los Angeles airport. Trilogy, hee. At this point, you still don't want to let go of the opportunity to annoy Michael Eisner. The next day, Chris Hansen, who came from New York, said as soon as he saw Eric. He had obviously seen the interview with Eric yesterday. Eric shook hands with Chris and walked side by side with him to the Sharp Corner Manor. He said, Throat Cutter Island got $20 million in box office, which is much more than I expected. Of course, I have to take the opportunity to vent. A $140 million investment. I felt a chill when I saw the final box office of $20 million. You actually think it's too much? Unfortunately, Robert Shea bore part of the loss, the two said as they walked into the villa. Beside the glass wall of Freedom City, Chris sat on the sofa and looked at Eric making coffee at the small bar not far away. He said, You're still alone now. Don't you feel that this villa is too empty? Eric walked over with the coffee pot, poured coffee for the two, and said, Different habits. I prefer this feeling. Chris took the coffee cup, looked at Eric and said, I don't know if it's my illusion. Although I haven't spent much time with you, I feel like you're always separated from the world around you by a layer. You're very good at getting along with people, and your ability to deal with people is far beyond the level of your age. However, you're always like a little oil in the water. Although you're in close contact with the water, you're unwilling to blend in. Eric was stunned for a moment, but he did not refute. He smiled and said, Your intuition is really sharp. Chris was a little surprised to hear Eric admit it so casually, but then he said, Eric, this is not a good phenomenon. In the long run, it may even lead to schizophrenia. You're a finance major, right? I took psychology as an elective. Many finance students take psychology as an elective. This way, they can more thoroughly analyze the opponents or customers they encounter. Forget it, Chris, let's get down to business. Don't worry, I definitely won't have schizophrenia, but I don't know how to explain it to you. Chris was stunned and said, Okay, but Eric, you have to know that everyone cares about you. My father, me, Drew, and your women. If you have something in your heart that you want to talk about, I believe that any one of us is a very good listener. How could he confide his secrets to others? Even if it was Drew, Eric could not imagine how that girl would react if she knew his secret. After saying this, Chris went straight to the point. Okay, let's talk about the acquisition of Disney. Chris took out the documents that he brought with him and gave Eric a copy. He said, The latest stock market value of Disney today is $3.43 billion, and the debt is $2.07 billion. So far, I have a total of 11% of Disney's shares through several companies and agents, and the total expenditure is $376 million. Disney's share in the stock market is about 24%, so I can still take in some more. Disney's board of directors, including Michael Eisner, has a total of 16 people. Disney changes the board of directors through elections every year. If the goodwill offer is rejected, we can get 2 board seats through this year's election and the subsequent acquisition of Disney's shares. This way, we can intervene in the management of Disney. Eric said, Let's talk about the main obstacles in this acquisition, other than the problem of money. Chris smiled. That's what I want to say the most. Some of the information I collected surprised me. After the hostile takeover in 1984, Disney lost more than $300 million, but they did not learn from it at all. They did not even have the most common anti-takeover poison pill agreement. Poison pill? Eric showed a puzzled expression. Chris thought for a moment, and then tried to explain in simple terms. The so-called poison pill is a kind of stock expansion agreement that the acquired company drafted in advance to prevent hostile takeovers. Once the company encounters a hostile takeover, the poison pill agreement will be triggered. When the company's outstanding shares are bought by the opponent, the shareholders of the target company can dilute the share of the opponent's shares by issuing new shares. Through this method, the acquisition cost can be raised to a sky-high price, like a poison pill, making the acquirers who want to annex the target company hesitate. At least 2,000 listed companies in North America have the poison pill agreement, but what surprised me was that Disney did not have it. Eric listened to Chris's explanation and smiled. All in all, this is very good for us, isn't it? Of course. Chris then put down another page of information in his hand and said, However, although Disney's performance in the past 2 years has been relatively poor, and Throat Cutter Island has brought such a big loss, Disney was brought out of the mire of decline by Michael Eisner. In the past 7 years, Disney's value has doubled under Michael Eisner's hands. At least half of the shareholders still have confidence in Michael Eisner. Therefore, the biggest problem with our acquisition is still the existing management of Disney. Eric certainly knew this. According to his fragmented memories, the huge disagreement between Disney's shareholders and Michael Eisner should have happened after 1996. Michael Eisner stubbornly annexed ABC TV, causing Disney's high debt ratio and huge losses in the following years. Before that, although Michael Eisner was headstrong and self-opinionated and even treated the board of directors as if he had the final say, and he also sought a lot of private benefits for himself through the compensation committee, Disney had been thriving and developing rapidly, so these problems were tolerated by the shareholders. However, Eric couldn't wait until 1996. At that time, the market value of Disney was estimated to have multiplied several times. It would be even more difficult to acquire it. Chris didn't know Eric's thoughts and continued, once Disney agrees to a friendly acquisition, many things will be much simpler. However, I think Michael Eisner, who controls the board of directors, will definitely not agree. The possibility of taking the second path is more than 70%. Therefore, the most important thing for us now is to consider the various obstacles that may be encountered in the second path. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside the glass wall of the City of Freedom, the setting sun dyed the horizon a magnificent orange-red. Eric and Chris were still in their original seats, as if they had not moved for the whole day. It had been half a year since Eric made up his mind to acquire Disney. In the past 6 months, in addition to secretly absorbing Disney's shares, Chris had also done a lot of detailed research on the entire Disney Group, including Disney's shareholders, creditors, and the attitude of these people towards Disney's management, as well as detailed information on the various assets under the Disney Group. Just this data investigation alone cost Chris millions of dollars. It could even be said that no one knew Disney better than Chris now. For the whole day, Eric maintained the attitude of a listener most of the time and raised his own questions from time to time. Chris always patiently answered Eric's questions. When the sun had completely sunk into the horizon, the discussion was almost done. Chris finally said, "Throat Cut Island has just been completed. Because of the huge losses, Disney's shareholders and creditors are most dissatisfied with the management now. It is also the best time for us to launch an acquisition, so we will try to launch an acquisition offer in a week. We need a week to consolidate the scattered Disney shares in our hands and set up an acquisition team." By the way, I forgot to mention this just now, Eric was holding a list of Disney movies that would be released in the second half of the year. He raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Firefly doesn't have enough manpower to set up a professional acquisition team, so I want to cooperate with Morgan Stanley. You know, I have a certain number of contacts in Morgan Stanley, and they have a ready-made corporate acquisition team. They can take care of all acquisition matters such as asset evaluation, legal affairs, price negotiations, and other acquisition matters." Eric said, "That's not a problem." Chris said again, "In fact, you should have heard that Michael Ovitz led a team from CAA to help Panasonic acquire the ball and finally got a commission of $70 million US. Morgan Stanley's team won't be cheap." Eric laughed and said, "Everyone knows that the Japanese are fat lambs who are willing to be slaughtered, but we are not. How much would it cost to hire Morgan Stanley's team?" "Based on the calculation of a 100-man team, I estimate that it will cost $50 million US. Once a hostile takeover is initiated, it will take at least half a year to complete the acquisition. It might even take a year or two," Chris said as he looked at Eric, waiting for his decision. Although Disney's current market value was only slightly more than $3 billion USD, the final acquisition would involve no less than $5 billion USD. Morgan Stanley would take a 1% commission, which was very reasonable because Eric vaguely remembered that these big investment banks would charge a commission of more than 10% to assist the shareholders of listed companies in selling their shares. Thinking of this, Eric quickly made a decision and said, "Then let's hire Morgan Stanley's team. Also, tell the person in charge of Morgan Stanley that if they can complete the acquisition within half a year, I will increase their remuneration by 30% on top of the original commission." For corporate mergers and acquisitions, the longer the delay, the more variables there would be, and the higher the price to pay would be. Many hostile takeovers were eventually left unsettled after a long delay. Therefore, not only did Chris not dissuade Eric from making this suggestion, he even praised Eric's decisiveness. I will pass on this condition to Morgan Stanley. In the following week, while Chris was secretly making the final arrangements, Eric did not stay out of it. With the box office of Toy Story successfully breaking the 100 million mark on the first day of release in the third week, and the box office of Terminator 2 continued to climb. Professional box office statistics agencies estimated the total box office of these two movies at $200 million in North America. Having two movies that broke the 200 million mark in the summer was enough to make all the studios in Hollywood jealous. Therefore, Firefly Films held a grand celebration party at Eric's Pointy Corner Manor. This was the third time that the Pointy Corner Manor held a large-scale party, and unlike the usual low-profile party, Eric not only invited a large number of Hollywood stars and senior executives of the film company, but he also allowed dozens of media reporters to come to the party for interviews. All of this was to build momentum for the upcoming acquisition. The greater the influence of Firefly, the more advantageous it would be for the acquisition. In just 1 week, not only were the box office results of Terminator 2 and Toy Story widely publicized, but Throatcutter Island and Fox's Condor 2 were also targeted again. Eric intended to make a wholly owned acquisition like Sony and Panasonic from the beginning, and he did not intend to use Firefly's shares to exchange for the shares in the hands of Disney's shareholders. Therefore, this series of events was not to make Disney's investors confident in Firefly and sell their shares. In many newspaper articles, Eric had been expressing a point of view. If they did not sell, Disney would continue to make bad movies like Throatcutter Island or Condor 2, and they would also be attacked by Firefly. Of course, although many people were keenly aware of the confrontation, it was not until Firefly submitted an acquisition offer to Disney that people realized the meaning of Eric's previous remarks. July 22, 1991 Monday. Michael Eisner did not take the slightest break over the weekend. Because of the box office failure of Throatcutter Island, he had been trying to appease Disney's shareholders and creditors for more than half a month. Eric's so-called Throatcutter Island trilogy made Michael Eisner gnash his teeth in anger. A short sentence made his situation worse. A large number of shareholders accused Michael Eisner of willfully giving up a good cooperative relationship with Eric. Michael Eisner also had his own difficulties. Of course, he wanted to cooperate with Eric, but after the storm last year, it was difficult for the two sides to cooperate again. After breakfast in the villa in Malibu, Michael Eisner did not go to Disney's headquarters. He had already asked someone to buy a plane ticket. Today, he was going to visit Disney's current largest shareholder, the Bass family in Texas. Disney had developed to the present, and the Disney family, who created the Disney brand, was no longer a major shareholder of Disney. At present, the Disney Family Foundation only owned about 3% of Disney's shares. The Bass family, who made their fortune through oil, gradually acquired 16% of Disney's shares in the 1970s and 1980s, becoming Disney's largest shareholder. In 1984, it was with the support of the Bass family and the Disney family's founding father, Roy Disney, that Michael Eisner was able to sit in the position of Disney's CEO. The driver drove Michael Eisner to the Los Angeles airport. A small private jet had already been prepared. This was one of the benefits of Michael Eisner as the chairman of the board and CEO of Disney. After the plane took off, Michael Eisner said a few words to his assistant and planned to go to the lounge to rest for a while. It took more than 2 hours to fly from Los Angeles to Austin, the capital of Texas. These days, he had been dealing with various problems caused by the box office failure of Throatcutter Island. He had been physically and mentally exhausted. Not long after he fell asleep, there was a knock on the door of the cabin lounge. The assistant's voice was a little hurried. Mr. Eisner, Mr. Wales is calling for an urgent matter. Michael Eisner, who was suddenly woken up, frowned and got up to walk out of the lounge. The assistant looked at Michael Eisner's gloomy expression, handed over the cordless phone, and explained softly, "I said you were resting, but Mr. Wales said it was urgent." Michael Eisner nodded expressionlessly, took the phone, and closed the door of the lounge. He turned to sit on the sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine, and asked, "Frank, what's the matter?" On the other side of the phone, Disney's president, Frank Wales, spoke in a hurried tone. It took Michael Eisner more than a minute to react. The red wine in the goblet had overflowed. However, Michael Eisner was no longer in the mood to care about this. He put the empty red wine bottle on the table, hung up the phone, and walked out of the lounge. He shouted to his assistant, Nick, inform the captain that the plane will return immediately after landing. Return to Los Angeles. Near noon, Michael Eisner finally returned to Disney's headquarters. The Disney board members who had received the notice were already waiting in the conference room in advance. Sitting at the head of the conference table, Michael Eisner read through the acquisition plan submitted by Firefly in detail without saying a word. He cursed in a low voice before asking Frank Wales, Frank, are you sure this isn't a joke? Where did Firefly get the funds to buy Disney? How can they have so much money? Looking at Michael Eisner, who looked agitated and could jump up at any time, Frank Wales patiently explained, I have already called Eric Williams personally to confirm this matter. I'm asking where they got the money? Michael Eisner's voice had already turned into a roar. Frank Wales shook his head in a good temper. Michael Eisner was about to continue his outburst when a board member sitting below suddenly probed, could it be the oil crisis from before? Michael Eisner was suddenly stunned. Thinking of Eric's various actions in July and August last year, he quickly confirmed this point. At that time, Eric had raised a total of $700 million. It had been almost a year since the incident. Eric didn't do anything eye-catching before, so everyone thought that Eric didn't make much money that time. But seeing the acquisition offer in front of him, Michael Eisner realized that everyone had been deceived by Eric. Clenching his fist with an ugly expression, Michael Eisner looked up and said, now, let's talk about what to do. If Eric Williams succeeds in the acquisition, then all of us here may have to pack up and leave. So, we must not let him succeed. The conference room was soon filled with discussions. The 16 directors of Disney were either on good terms with Michael Eisner or former executives of Disney. Because of Michael Eisner's monopolization of power, the power of these people was greatly weakened. However, these directors didn't care about this. Anyway, if Disney made a major decision mistake, Michael Eisner would definitely be the scapegoat, just like Throat Cutter Island. Therefore, no one would be dissatisfied with this kind of high-paying job that didn't require responsibility. They didn't want to lose their jobs because of the acquisition. The most important thing now is to stabilize the shareholders. As long as they stand with us, it's unlikely that Firefly wants to acquire Disney. Sigh, it's a pity that Throat Cutter Island has just caused such a big loss. Firefly seized the opportunity very well. Don't forget that there are still creditors. Last week, we just discussed the plan to postpone the payment of the principal and interest of the matured bonds. Now, this plan definitely can't be brought out again. Otherwise, the creditors will definitely favor Firefly and put pressure on us. After all, Firefly's performance is too good. Firefly already has 11% of the shares in their hands. This is a big problem. The discussion in the conference room buzzed for a full 5 minutes. Michael Eisner couldn't hear any useful suggestions from these people, which made him very angry. He even ignored the fact that this situation was caused by him. In order to consolidate his power, of course, the more mediocre people on the board of directors, the better. Ignoring the nonsense of these people, Michael Eisner said to his assistant, call all the management for a meeting. In addition, let the legal department send a letter to Firefly saying that we refuse the acquisition. Mr. Eisner, according to the procedure, we should disclose this to the shareholders, the assistant reminded softly. Michael Eisner glared at the assistant with dissatisfaction. You just have to do what you should do. The assistant responded with a guilty conscience and left silently. Michael Eisner patted the table to stop the discussion and said, okay, stop arguing. Let's wait for the management to come and discuss again. The group of directors quieted down. On the day that Firefly submitted the acquisition offer to the board of directors of Disney, the board of directors of Disney rejected Firefly's acquisition offer. At the same time, they selectively submitted plans related to Firefly to the many shareholders of Disney. In just 3 days, while Disney rejected Firefly's acquisition plan, they quickly passed the first plan to prevent hostile acquisitions, the Golden Parachute Plan. The so-called Golden Parachute was an agreement signed in advance to protect the management of a company that was subject to a hostile acquisition. It stipulated that once the target company was successfully acquired, all the original senior management of the target company would face forced layoffs and the acquirer would pay a huge amount of compensation. Obviously, in the face of a hostile acquisition, Michael Eisner's first thought was his own interests. 3 days later, Firefly held a press conference and officially proposed a public acquisition of Disney Pictures. As a shareholder of Disney, they asked the management of Disney to immediately disclose the financial situation of Disney to the public investors. Although due to the pressure exerted by Firefly as a shareholder of Disney, the management of Disney delayed the release of Disney's latest financial report to investors for a whole week. Because of 2 consecutive years of poor performance, Michael Eisner did not release quarterly financial reports as usual. Instead, he used a large amount of space to review the overall development of Disney since Michael Eisner became CEO in 1984. He focused on the fact that Disney's market value grew at a rate of 27% per year before 1990. He emphasized that the failure of several movies such as Throat Cutter Island and last year's The Rocket Expert were just accidental events. In addition to the film department, Disney's radio and television business, theme parks and resorts, and consumer product development business were all bringing stable profits to the company. Therefore, the failure of several movies would not hurt Disney. At the end of the report, Michael Eisner confidently guaranteed that the film and television department of Disney would be reformed. The company would soon return to the development speed of a few years ago. He called on Disney shareholders to stand on his side and resist Firefly's hostile takeover. In the face of Michael Eisner's attempt to downplay Disney's recent financial situation, Firefly quickly counterattacked and exposed an insider article on the production process of Throat Cutter Island in the New York Post. According to the crew of Throat Cutter Island, during the production process of the movie, from script revision to post-editing, Michael Eisner had to be personally involved in everything. Even the set style of the movie and the costume design of the actors had to be approved by Michael Eisner. It was Michael Eisner's rude intervention in the shooting of Throat Cutter Island that caused director Renny Harlin to be unable to give full play to his directing concept, which eventually led to the failure of Throat Cutter Island. From this, it can be seen that Michael Eisner is a micromanager. This management style, in the case of a manager's expanding power, will strongly limit the enthusiasm of specific personnel in charge, causing the truly talented people to seek other jobs, leaving those mediocre people who only know how to figure out the thoughts of the superiors. There is no doubt that Michael Eisner has made great contributions to the company in the first few years, but from the development of Disney in the past 2 years, Michael Eisner's headstrong management style has begun to show drawbacks. In the long run, it will cause immeasurable losses to Disney. After the article was published, Michael Eisner's agent immediately responded, claiming that the report of the New York Post was a slander against Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner reserved the right to sue for this slander. There was a lot of commotion in the media, but the real battlefield was somewhere the public couldn't see. In the conference room of Firefly's headquarters in Burbank, the head of Morgan Stanley's acquisition team, Bernie Sanders, was discussing the specific acquisition strategy after Disney's board of directors rejected the goodwill acquisition. In 1984, when Saul Sternberg made a hostile acquisition against Disney, Disney finally used a counter-acquisition strategy of paying a blackmail ransom and redeemed Saul Sternberg's shares worth less than $200 million with a huge sum of $300 million. But this time is different from the past. Disney's shareholders are obviously taking a wait-and-see approach to the acquisition of Firefly. So far, most shareholders have only agreed to Michael Eisner's golden parachute agreement, because this agreement will not harm their interests. The agreement states that once the acquisition is successful, if 76 senior executives of Disney are forced to leave within 2 years, Firefly will have to pay a total compensation of $500 million. Eric asked, "What if I only want Michael Eisner to leave alone?" Bernie Sanders looked at the information in his hand and replied, "Michael Eisner first proposed the scorched earth strategy. If any of the 76 senior executives were to be fired, the other 75 would take the initiative to leave as revenge, turning Disney's management into a barren scorched earth." But Disney's management did not agree with Michael Eisner's proposal, and the board of directors did not approve it. So, if only Michael Eisner leaves, Firefly will have to pay Michael Eisner $30 million. $30 million, so little? Eric could not help but ask. He remembered that in his previous life, Michael Ovitz had only worked at Disney for a little more than a year. When he was forced to leave the position of CEO, he took a total of $100 million in compensation. Chris, who was sitting next to Eric, rolled his eyes. Eric, Michael Eisner's current annual salary is $750,000. $30 million is equivalent to 40 years of Michael Eisner's annual salary. Do you think it's little? Eric was puzzled. What about options and dividends? According to the agreement that Michael Eisner signed with Disney in 1984, he would only receive options and dividends based on his performance after working at Disney for 5 years. At the beginning of last year, Disney's board of directors officially approved the corresponding plan. Chris seemed to be gloating. But then, Disney's performance took a turn for the worse. Last year's summer movies caused losses of up to $100 million. In 1990, Disney's other sources of income not only made up for this loss, but also had to pay off $150 million of matured debt and interest. In the end, Disney could only barely break even, and there was no way to talk about options and dividends. After Chris finished speaking, Bernie Sanders added, "But I have to remind you, Eric. Other than Michael Eisner, 18 of the 75 senior executives have a very close relationship with Michael Eisner. They can be said to be his confidants. The total compensation for these people is $220 million. Eric glanced at Michael Lynn, who was sitting not far away. He did not care too much. After the acquisition, he would make the corresponding arrangements based on the performance of these people. Just like the senior executives left behind from New Line, most of them were now the backbone of Firefly. No one would say no to the high salary and benefits. These things can be considered after the acquisition is completed. I still hope that the current management of Disney can be kept intact. Of course, Mr. Michael Eisner definitely can't stay in his original position." Bernie Sanders nodded, turned a page of the document in his hand, and said, "In addition, Eric, according to our team's evaluation, the acquisition plan is not the best choice. If we only get the controlling shares of Disney, based on Firefly's excellent performance in movies, most of Disney's shareholders will be happy to sell some of their shares, and the price will be much lower." Eric shook his head and said, "Bernie, I once said that I don't want the development of the company to be interfered with by external investors. Also, I hope that Disney can be privatized so that it can be integrated with Firefly." Bernie Sanders was just abiding by his professional ethics to provide more professional advice to Eric. Seeing that Eric was firm, he did not persuade him and continued to talk about other topics. After this meeting, Firefly immediately held a press conference. The CEO of Firefly Films, Michael Lynn, made the first official offer to Disney. He would buy Disney at the price of 20% premium of Disney's shares on the day of Firefly's public acquisition. At Disney's headquarters, also in Burbank, Michael Eisner sat in his office chair, looking at the latest offer of Firefly that had just been sent by his secretary. He said to Frank Wales, the president of Disney, on the other side, for $2 billion. The first offer is 20% premium. I don't know what Firefly's bottom line is. Frank Wales looked at Michael Eisner's obviously deep eye sockets and did not know how to answer. Michael Eisner also seemed to be talking to himself, not expecting an answer. In the week that Firefly issued the acquisition offer, Michael Eisner had been visiting more than 30 investment institutions and creditors day and night, hoping to get support. However, the situation this time was completely different from the attitude of the shareholders in 1984 when they faced the hostile acquisition of Wall Street tycoon Saul Stamberg. Many investors were looking forward to this acquisition, so they did not give Michael Eisner any promises. Some of the strong anti-acquisition measures could not be implemented at all. Although Michael Eisner chose to be vague in announcing the financial report, most investors knew very well that Disney's film business had been going downhill in the past 2 years. Even if Disney's other businesses were still bringing in stable profits, as a film company, developing excellent films was always the most important cornerstone of the company. Without enough hot movies to support it, the Disney parks and Disney stores all over the world would not be able to launch new projects and products. The ratings of Disney's TV stations, which relied on Disney content, would also decline. And Firefly, which was very strong in film and television content, was strong enough to cover up its channel disadvantage, and Disney, which had perfect channels, could form a perfect complementary effect. This complementary effect became more obvious after the success of Pixar's Toy Story. Although Firefly did not announce its financial report, as an acquirer, it took the initiative to disclose some of its business to Disney. Frank Wales had specially read the relevant information of Toy Story. In addition to the movie's box office that had now exceeded $100 million, the sales of the licensed toys had also reached $40 million in just a month. It was important to know that the cycle of toy sales was much longer than the cycle of movie release. Even if the movie was removed from the movie, through measures such as the distribution of videotapes and broadcast on TV, it could still stimulate the sales of toys. Although it could not be compared to the scale of Star Wars, which had tens of billions of USD, through the licensing of various channels, the profits of this animation in the next few years would be much higher than the profits in the box office and videotape distribution. The development of animated movie peripherals had always been Disney's forte. In the United States alone, Disney had more than 300 Disney stores. Frank Wales had gotten someone to do a simple evaluation. If the peripherals of Toy Story were to be developed by Disney, the profits would be increased by at least 30%. It was impossible for Disney's shareholders to not see what he could see. If Firefly's acquisition plan was to choose a controlling stake in Disney instead of a full-fledged acquisition, perhaps most of the shareholders would have already leaned towards Firefly. Frank Wales waited for a while. Seeing that Michael Eisner did not speak again, he had to take the initiative to say, "This acquisition can't be completed in a short period of time. If Disney's New Year's movie performs well, it might be able to regain the shareholders' support. I'm not Eric Williams. Where can I find?" Michael Eisner stopped halfway, unwilling to mention Eric's name again. He continued, "I went to see a few movie samples yesterday. The confirmed release date of Beauty and the Beast and the remake of Elizabeth Taylor's New Father-in-Law are good, but the quality of Robert Benton's The Storm of Courage is just passable. This movie cost $48 million, which is the sum of the previous two movies, but everyone who has seen it thinks that this movie is worse than Throat Cutter Island. I'm wondering if we should change the release date to next year's summer. It's best if we change the schedule. We can't let this movie affect this matter again." After Frank Wales said that, he suddenly thought of something and said, "I remember that back then, Righteous Courage invited Nicole Kidman to be the female lead, but she rejected it." Eric Williams's lover? Yes, if we had realized this earlier, perhaps we would have been more cautious about the project of The Storm of Courage. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Michael Eisner waved his hand in annoyance. "Stop talking about him." As the two were talking, the phone on the desk rang. Michael Eisner picked up the receiver, and the secretary on the other end said, "Mr. Eisner, I just received a call. The other party said that he's Sam Leisherdong. Do you need me to bring him in?" "Sam Leisherdong, Viacom Sam Leisherdong?" Michael Eisner confirmed. Frank Wales also pricked up his ears when he heard the name. The secretary on the other end gave a definite answer. Michael Eisner seemed to realize something and quickly said, "Bring him in." With that said, Michael Eisner looked at Frank Wales and pressed the hands-free button on the landline so that Frank Wales could hear their conversation. Soon, an old but energetic voice came from the landline. In the villa in Malibu's Sharp Corner Manor, Eric sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the list of Disney's movies that were in production and about to be released. Frank Wales could think of the importance of the new year to Disney, and so could Eric. He was considering how to attack Disney's movies at the end of the year. Among the movies that were in production, the peak of 2D animation, The Lion King, had yet to appear. However, another movie, Aladdin, had already been approved and was in the midst of production. In addition, among the movies that were about to be released at the end of the year, Eric saw two movies that he was familiar with, Braveheart and Beauty and the Beast. Eric's deepest impression of Braveheart was Nicole's scenes. As for the plot, there was nothing to say. It was an ambitious movie that wanted to imitate The Godfather and Once Upon a Time in America, but it ended up being neither fish nor fowl, with no highlights. Eric put more attention on Beauty and the Beast. In the original spacetime, Beauty and the Beast was the first animated movie in the history of the Oscars to be nominated for Best Picture. Although the information in his hand showed that the premiere of this movie was only in 900 theaters, Eric didn't dare to let his guard down. If the sequel to The Kid was still produced by Firefly, releasing it at the same time as Beauty and the Beast was a good way to attack. Fox had already started production on The Kid 3, but it hadn't announced the release date. According to the schedule of the first two movies, The Kid 3 might still be released on Thanksgiving Day, the same as Beauty and the Beast. However, who knew if Fox would change its mind? Maybe he could find a time to test it out. Eric was thinking about putting Jim Carrey's Dumb and Melon on Thanksgiving Day when Nicole walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Eric staring at her, Nicole, who was wiping her wet hair with a towel, asked, "What are you looking at?" "Legs." Nicole rolled her eyes at Eric and walked over to sit beside him. She curiously looked at the information in Eric's hands. She knew that the things Eric looked at outside the study were usually not confidential information, so she didn't have any scruples. Eric reached out and pointed at the information. "Do you know about the Storm of Courage?" "Yes, I received a contract for this script. I can work with Dustin Hoffman and Bruce Willis at the same time. However, there are some scenes. I talked to the director a few times, but he didn't agree to delete those scenes, so I didn't take it." Eric laughed. "Fortunately, you didn't take it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be far from box office poison if 2 movies failed in a row." Nicole was puzzled. "How do you know? This movie is from Disney, right? And it hasn't been released yet." "Look at its release date. It's November 1st. A movie with a production cost of nearly $50 million being released on November 1st. I can't think of a second reason other than the movie being a flop." Nicole agreed with Eric's point of view. While feeling lucky, she joked, "Maybe Disney thinks that it's the same as The Island and can ignore the release date? That's just a gimmick. Scary Island itself has a very good plot, and the subsequent screening process spanned across the Thanksgiving and Christmas slots that have no competitors in the same genre. That's why it can get such an excellent box office through long-term screening." Nicole snatched the information from Eric's hand and flipped through it. She retorted, "Braveheart also has no competitors in the same genre, right?" Eric didn't care that Nicole had snatched the information away. Braveheart is a crime drama. This kind of movie is not a mainstream commercial genre. Instead, it's a little unpopular. Other than the celebrity effect of Dustin Hoffman and Bruce Willis driving the box office, the safest way to recoup the cost is to aim for the Oscars. However, Disney chose to release it on a large scale on November 1st instead of using pre-screening to accumulate reputation. This is equivalent to giving up the Oscars. It's an investment of nearly $50 million US. After the box office results of this movie come out, more shareholders will definitely be disappointed with the current management. Nicole was distracted by Eric's hand on her thigh. She felt that he suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Michael Eisner must be aware of this. "I think Disney is likely to postpone Braveheart." After Eric finished speaking, he stared at Nicole's delicate face for a few seconds and revealed a smirk. "Nicole, I'll give you a task." "Hmm?" "The timing now is very special. If Disney suddenly postpones Braveheart, it will definitely become a hot topic in the media. You just received the female lead's contract. If the reporters ask about this, you can say that I told you not to take it after reading the script." Nicole immediately understood why Eric asked her to say this. Once she said those words, even if Braveheart changed its schedule, it would still have a negative impact on the box office. After all, no one knew that Eric had foresight because of the memory of his rebirth. All his success so far was attributed to his keen eye for movies. Take the recent summer movies as an example. Anti-Condor 2-inch wanted to get rid of Eric's monopolization of the profits, but the entire series was completely ruined. Disney snatched the script of Throat Island from Eric, and it was a total failure. On the other hand, Terminator 2 and Pixar Animation Studio, which were not very promising at the beginning, shone brightly after Eric's hands. "Alright, I will say so when the time comes." Nicole nodded and placed the documents in her hands on the coffee table in front of her. She leaned over and hugged Eric's arm. "Eric, are you really going to buy Disney? I've already caused such a big commotion. Do you think I'm playing around?" Nicole smiled and said, "No, I mean, did you earn the money to buy Disney from the crude oil futures?" Eric said, "Now a lot of people want to know the source of funds for my acquisition of Disney. This kind of information can easily be sold for more than $100,000 US. Are you sure you want to know?" "Alright, I won't ask." Nicole shook her head. this question seemed to be a bit inappropriate. As a smart woman, Nicole quickly understood from Eric's words that it was better not to know this kind of thing. Otherwise, once the relevant information was leaked, she would definitely become a suspect. It's best if you don't know about this kind of thing, Eric added, and then said, the 2 slots of the new year are also very important for Firefly, so I will personally go to the various sets to take a look. How's the situation with Tough Cop? Why are you free today? I've been filming Rosie's scenes for the past 2 days, and I just happened to rest, Nicole explained. What about Paula Wagner? She heard that this script was personally conceived by you. Of course, she was very interested in it. She didn't think much about it and took the position of producer. But Paula has also been preparing for Cruz's next movie, which is the prequel of Dark War. Paula also invited me to be the female lead. Sony Pictures also had this intention, but it was left undecided. I heard that Cruz did not agree. Eric thought that if history did not change, and Nicole had just arrived in Hollywood, there would be no problem for the 2 of them to act together. But now the situation was different. Nicole was already an A-list actress. Out of consideration for his own interests, there had always been very few A-list actresses in Cruz's movies. This was because the investors usually had a corresponding actor budget. If the actress's salary was too high, Cruz's salary would also be reduced. Don't worry about him. Just focus on Tough Cop. If this movie is successful, you will have the ability to compete with the box office. Maybe in the future, your salary will be higher than Cruz's. Nicole's eyes flashed with some expectations, but she could not help but shake her head. It's not possible. There are still too few scripts with the female lead as the center. Eric looked at Nicole and asked, didn't you practice ballet? Do you still have the foundation? Nicole shook her head. Ballet requires years of practice. I only learned it when I was a child. Why are you asking me this? Because I want to see how you act in an action movie. I have never seen you act in an action movie. Although Nicole felt that Eric's words were a bit strange, she still said, I have only acted in a few movies. Maybe I will try it in the future. In the original Spacetime, Nicole's acting career was very broad. She had tried comedy, musical, horror, biopic, epic, etc. But she did not act in an action movie. This was a pity. But in his memory, although there were many popular movies with the female lead as the main character, there were not many successful female action movies. After thinking about it for a while, Eric decided to wait until the end of the year for the 2 female lead movies, Ruthless Cop and Deadly Flower, were released. Especially Tough Cop, which was released many years earlier. If the box office was good, it means that the female lead movie has a considerable market prospect. Some female action movies can also be developed in advance. When the sky darkened, Michael Eisner and Frank Whale's car drove directly into the courtyard of a mansion in Beverly Hills. As soon as they got out of the car, Sam Le Chardon came up to them. After exchanging some pleasantries, Sam Le Chardon led the 2 into the mansion's dining room. Not far away, there were already people busy in the kitchen. After the 3 of them sat down, a sumptuous meal was quickly served. Halfway through dinner, they had a lot of probing words. Michael Eisner finally could not hold it in and asked, Mr. Le Chardon, may I know why you invited us here today? Sam Le Chardon slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, I heard that the management of Disney has encountered some trouble recently. Michael Eisner shrugged and said calmly, everyone knows about this. Le Chardon did not mind Michael Eisner's somewhat cold tone and continued, actually, Viacom also wants to join the list of companies that want to acquire Disney. Michael Eisner frowned. Another one. Frank Wales looked at the silent Michael Eisner and turned to Le Chardon. Mr. Le Chardon, Viacom operates a large cinema chain. According to the anti-monopoly law, I'm afraid it's not suitable for them to acquire Disney, right? If we can reach a certain consensus today, I'll divest the cinema chain business in a short period of time. This way, it won't violate the federal law. What about the funds? Frank Wales asked again. Sam Le Chardon said, actually, I've been planning to acquire a movie company since a year ago, so I've been secretly preparing. The first one I had my eyes on was Paramount, but now, Disney seems to be a better choice. Michael Eisner suddenly interrupted, Mr. Le Chardon, why don't you tell us your conditions? Lei Sherdong revealed a confident smile. Michael, I know that you have some disputes with that Eric Williams. If Firefly buys Disney, you definitely won't be able to stay as Disney's CEO. So, I hope that we can cooperate. This is a win-win situation. If I buy Disney, I promise that you can continue to be Disney's CEO. Michael Eisner asked, then what do I have to do? You have to convince Disney's board of directors and management to stand on my side. I'm sure the shareholders won't ignore the opinions of Disney's management. Those people only see benefits, Michael Eisner complained as he recalled the cold treatment he received in the past week. Lei Sherdong waved his hand. Of course, I'll give them enough benefits. As long as you give me 3 months, I can raise $5 billion. So, I hope that you can cooperate with me. You have to delay this acquisition as much as possible. The longer it takes, the more funds I can raise. There's another very important problem, Frank Wales said. We don't know how much chips Eric Williams has. Firefly's first offer was for $2 billion. If Firefly insists on its current strategy of full acquisition, the price will definitely rise to more than $5 billion. Lei Sherdong said, I've already gotten someone to do the corresponding evaluation. During the oil crisis last year, Eric Williams raised a total of $700 million. According to the calculation of 5 times leverage, his income is about $5 billion. So, our strengths should be about the same, but my connections on Wall Street are much stronger than his. So, in the end, in terms of financing, Firefly will definitely lose to Viacom. Michael Eisner asked, can you be sure? Lei Sherdong nodded confidently. Of course. I hired an excellent investment team from Goldman Sachs to do simulation investment calculations. Unless Eric Williams can predict the future, 5 times is the most likely future leverage he will use. $5 billion is also a relatively high number. Michael Eisner and Frank Wales looked at each other. Lei Sherdong looked at the two of them and took his time to drink the coffee in front of him, patiently waiting for their decision. To be honest, if he could choose, Michael Eisner certainly hoped that Disney could remain in its original state. Because Disney's shares were now very scattered, the largest shareholder only had 16% of Disney's shares. No one had absolute control of Disney. This situation made it easier for him to control the board of directors and firmly hold Disney in his hands. But now that Disney was about to be acquired, even if Lei Sherdong did not make a move, perhaps other companies would make a takeover offer. In this case, it was better to choose an acquirer that was more beneficial to him. Michael Eisner was not ignorant of Lei Sherdong. Lei Sherdong was also a person with a strong desire for control. But compared to Eric Williams, who wanted to kick him out of Disney, Lei Sherdong was undoubtedly a good choice. Mr. Lei Sherdong, if you want us to cooperate, I hope we can sign an agreement. I want absolute control of Disney. That's impossible. Lei Sherdong shook his head. Michael, in fact, since the failure of Throat Cut Island, even without the current acquisition, you will no longer be able to get absolute control of Disney. You should face this fact. A few years ago, Disney's shareholders allowed you to control the board of directors because you can bring enough benefits to them. When Michael Eisner heard these words, he suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Lei Sherdong continued, of course, if I can acquire Disney, I will still give you enough authority. I can guarantee this. Michael Eisner snorted coldly in his heart. Such a guarantee was almost equivalent to no guarantee at all. Lei Sherdong seemed to see Michael Eisner's concerns. He got up and left for a while. Soon, he came back with a document and said, I know what you are thinking. Words are no guarantee. This is a contract I got someone to draft. You can take a look first. If I acquire Disney, you can still control Disney's most important strategic planning department, consumer products department, and radio and television department. Viacom will only strengthen the supervision of Disney's finance department and participate in the development of Disney's film projects. Michael Eisner silently spread out the document, and Frank Wales also came over. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finished reading the document together. Although the conditions in the contract didn't meet their expectations, this seemed to be the best result. Although he didn't want to admit it, Michael Eisner knew that Lei Sherdong was right. After experiencing the failure of several movies, his absolute control in Disney had begun to waver. Even without this acquisition, Disney's shareholders would start to intervene in the company's affairs. Closing the folder, Michael Eisner looked up and said, "Then, let's talk about the specific cooperation plan." It was raining in Los Angeles. It was a rare thing. When he opened his eyes in the morning, Eric saw the fine drizzle on the glass window. Nicole, who was curled up in Eric's arms, was awakened by the man's movements. She was in a daze for a while, then looked out the window. Her tone was inexplicably excited. "It's raining." "Yes," Eric said. Just as he was about to get up, Nicole leaned over. "Eric, sleep a little more. It's so early, and it's raining." Eric took the opportunity to lie down again. After so many days of tiredness, he should take it as a relaxation. The rainy atmosphere could always evoke the deepest laziness in people's hearts. Eric had planned to give himself a day off, but just after 9 o'clock in the morning, his phone rang urgently. The helicopter landed on the helipad on the rooftop of Firefly's headquarters. Eric got off the helicopter, and Alan came up to him with an umbrella. The two jogged into the elevator, and Alan said, "At 9 o'clock, Sam Lei Sherdong held a press conference at the Sunset Tower Hotel, saying that Viacom will participate in the bid for Disney." Almost at the same time, Michael Eisner also made a statement, saying that compared to Firefly, Disney is more willing to cooperate with Viacom. Stimulated by this news, after the stock market opened today, Disney's share price soared by 6% within half an hour. Eric listened to Alan's introduction in silence. The elevator door opened, and the two walked into Firefly's conference room together. At this time, the conference room was already full of people. The main executives of Firefly, several executives of Firefly Investments, and the person in charge of Morgan Stanley's acquisition team sat around the oval desk, chatting in twos and threes. When they saw Eric appear, the buzzing in the conference room stopped. Everyone stood up and looked at Eric. "Everyone, take a seat." Eric waved his hand and walked to his seat in 2 or 3 steps. The person in charge of Morgan Stanley's acquisition team, Bernie Sanders, who was sitting on his left, handed over a document skillfully. "Eric, take a look at the information first. We'll talk later." Eric nodded and opened the blue folder. The words "White Knight No. 1" were printed on the cover. Eric had done a lot of detailed preparation work for the possible problems that this acquisition might face after he returned to Los Angeles after completing the filming of Tornado. Therefore, he was not confused when he saw the term White Knight. White Knight was a professional term for the anti-takeover strategy between enterprises. The company that initiated a hostile takeover of the target company was usually called Black Knight, and the other acquirers that suddenly appeared during the hostile takeover were called White Knight. The White Knight usually obtained the approval of the target company's shareholders or management. From Michael Eisner's response after Lei Sherdong's statement, it could be seen that Viacom's acquisition had gained the support of Disney's management, or at least, the Disney power represented by Michael Eisner. Therefore, Viacom could be called a White Knight. Disney's performance had been poor for 2 consecutive years. Many people saw a great opportunity to acquire Disney. Before the acquisition announcement was made, Firefly realized that it was impossible for there to be no competitors in this acquisition, and there would be more than one. Looking at the information in his hand, Eric was secretly impressed by Morgan Stanley's team's value for money. Lei Sherdong's announcement was less than an hour and Morgan Stanley's team had already compiled a detailed information of more than 30 pages. Viacom Group's current market value was about $20 billion. It mainly engaged in TV program production, cable television networks, wireless radio stations, and other businesses. Among them, the most famous was the famous MTV Music Network. Many famous singers, including Madonna, became famous because of MTV. Viacom's leader, Lei Sherdong, not only controlled Viacom, but also ran a national entertainment company with a large chain of cinemas. His personal net worth was $4 billion. Lei Sherdong's Viacom Media Group had always adhered to the concept of content is king. The idea of acquiring a film company had been around for a long time. In the middle of the 80s, Lei Sherdong and John Kruger of Metropolis Media competed for Orion Pictures, which was thriving at that time. However, due to a lack of funds, they lost and quit. In addition, Lei Sherdong also invested in the stocks of several major film companies such as Warner and Columbia. From this, it could be seen that Lei Sherdong's sudden announcement of acquiring Disney was definitely not done on a whim. After reading the information in their hands, everyone quickly discussed the relevant countermeasures. Compared to Viacom, which had a market value of $20 billion USD, Firefly might be very weak. However, Eric's biggest advantage was that he had $8 billion USD in cash. When he took over the acquisition, because he didn't know the bargaining chip in Eric's hands, Bernie Sanders brought a promise from Morgan Stanley's top management. Morgan Stanley could provide $2 billion USD of financing for Firefly. If Firefly was willing to accept Wall Street's investment, the financing number could be increased. Therefore, in total, Eric could use more than $10 billion USD of funds. However, even if it was a hostile acquisition, of course, the less money spent, the better. Otherwise, Eric wouldn't have to pay such a high price to hire Morgan Stanley's acquisition team. He could have just offered a price that Disney's shareholders wouldn't reject no matter what. For Eric, the bottom line of acquiring Disney was around $6 billion USD. The remaining $2 billion USD would be used to pay off Disney's debts. This way, he could completely control Disney. Viacom only announced their intention to acquire today, which means that they are not prepared. For us, this is a huge advantage. Viacom's cash flow is not abundant. Without preparation, it will take at least 3 months to complete the financing. This period of time is the best time for us. Although Lei Sherdong of Viacom is very good at financing, he is not without weaknesses. It is said that Lei Sherdong's relationship with his wife is very bad, and they could divorce at any time. If Lei Sherdong's wife suddenly asks for a divorce during the acquisition process, Lei Sherdong may lose control of Viacom because of losing half of his assets. This will affect the investors' confidence. We can't pin our hopes on this kind of thing. The key is to seize these 3 months. However, if Mr. Williams doesn't give up on the acquisition strategy, Disney's shareholders won't mind waiting for a while. I think so too. If we only get 51% of the shares, we can easily complete the acquisition with less than $2.5 billion US. Disney's shareholders will also be very cooperative. Eric saw that everyone had changed the topic to changing the acquisition strategy. He said helplessly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I'll reiterate for the last time. The acquisition strategy of Disney will not change. I don't want to save $1 billion USD temporarily and have to pay dividends that far exceed this amount to other shareholders every year in the future." Everyone looked at Eric strangely. Although the film industry in Hollywood was developing very quickly, until now, the best performance of the major film companies was not more than $1 billion USD in annual profits. From Eric's tone, it seemed that he was very confident that he could run Disney into a behemoth with annual profits of more than $2 billion USD. The development of the entertainment industry was very difficult to predict. Just like in the 40s and 50s, when the big film companies were thriving, the Paramount Act made Hollywood fall into a cold winter for more than 10 years. It was not easy to recover and find a suitable way to operate, but it was hit by the television industry. Then, the launch of the home video recorder made Hollywood, which was facing piracy concerns, feel that it was facing a great enemy. Because of this, it also fought a lawsuit with Sony for more than 10 years. Although Hollywood had begun to recover again in the past 10 years, no one knew what would happen next. If there was another drastic industry change, Hollywood was likely to fall into a cold winter again. Looking at everyone's eyes, Eric could roughly guess what these people were thinking. Everyone had their own inherent thinking, not to mention that the people present were all elites in various industries. These people were not people who could be influenced by a few words. Therefore, Eric did not intend to explain. He just said in an indisputable tone, "So, let's discuss the acquisition strategy. Let's not talk about controlling shares anymore, okay?" Although Bernie Sanders did not understand why the young man was so insistent, he took the lead and nodded in agreement. The people at Firefly maintained their absolute support for Eric. The meeting continued. Although some corresponding countermeasures were discussed, because of Viacom's announcement to join the competition, the negotiations between the Firefly acquisition team and Disney were in a deadlock. There was no progress for the following month. Time slowly came to September. Firefly's 2 summer movies, Toy Story and Terminator 2, both had box office sales close to $200 million US, and the two movies began to enter the overseas market one after another. Both achieved very good results. Although they didn't release movies in the off-season after September like The Big Seven, the third season of Friends, the second season of The X-Files, and the variety show Who Will Become a Millionaire were still on Fox in the fall. Friends had become Fox's absolute trump card, with ratings steadily maintaining more than 20 million viewers. Although The X-Files and Who Will Become a Millionaire didn't do as well as Friends, according to the ratings of the three shows, just the advertising revenue from Fox alone totaled more than $150 million per season. The profits from selling the broadcast rights to hundreds of second-tier and third-tier TV stations in the United States were even higher. However, after several shows were released on Fox TV in September, it stimulated the stock price of Disney Studios. Eric did not know whether to laugh or cry, but there was nothing he could do. Because of the stalemate between the acquisition team and Disney, Eric began to transfer most of his energy to the film and television production of Firefly. On the set of The X-Files in the northern part of the Santa Monica Mountains in Los Angeles, Eric had lunch with the crew and was about to leave. It was an afternoon in late autumn in September. Wearing a gray suit for acting, Famke Janssen followed Eric to the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. "I heard you guys talking just now. Are you really going to let us film in Canada for the next season?" the tall girl could not help but ask when they were about to reach the parking lot. "They said that the cost of filming in Canada can be reduced by more than 30%, Eric said and looked at Famke Janssen. "If you don't want to, then I'll reject this proposal and continue to stay in LA. I don't want to be hated. 30% of the cost is almost $10 million. Eric stopped and reached out to hug the girl. "For you, I don't mind spending an extra $100 million. Famke Janssen reached out to support Eric's body and teased, "Have you said this to many women?" Eric smiled and did not say anything, but he tightened his grip. Famke Janssen hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't. This is a costume. If it's wrinkled, we'll have to clean it up later." Eric did not let go. He whispered into Famke Janssen's ear, "Come to my place tonight. I just asked the director. You guys are off tomorrow." Famke Janssen made a soft sound of agreement. Eric let go of him. The two walked side by side to the parking lot. Eric got into his car and waved at the girl before instructing the driver to drive. The car drove for more than an hour before they reached their destination again. It was the set of Dumb and Melon near Culver City. Before Dumb and Melon, the Three Women's TG Film Company had also produced Flowers at the End of the Road, so the progress of this movie was slower than Nicole's Tough Cop Flower. It was expected to wrap up in late September, but Tough Cop Flower had already finished filming in August and was now in post-production. In addition to the end of A Nightmare on Street, which was released on Halloween, Firefly's main release was Dumb and Melon and Tough Cop, two comedies. Apart from these two movies, Eric also had something to do with Home Alone 3, which he had given to Fox, and Dances with Wolves, which he had snatched from Orion last year. Fox would release Home Alone 3 in the new year, while Dances with Wolves would be released according to the standard pre-Olympic schedule. Eric didn't think much of the box office potential of this 4-hour indie film. He actually hoped that Dances with Wolves could squeeze out Disney's Beauty and the Beast as the Best Picture nominee. But there seemed to be other problems. In the original Spacetime, The Silence of the Lambs was released this year, and now it was equivalent to Dances with Wolves. Eric leaned back in his seat and was thinking about these things when he saw Drew bouncing over. She knocked on the window of his car and opened the door. "Eric, why are you here?" "I happen to have time today, so I came to take a look." Eric looked at Drew and smiled. Maybe it was because she was on set, but the girl was dressed very neatly. She wore a pink baseball cap, a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of small sneakers. Drew pulled Eric out of the car and said, "There's a scene that happened a few times, maybe you can help take a look." After Eric handed over the script of Dumb and Melon to the girls, he did not ask about any of the preparations before the start of filming, except for a few suggestions in the notes. After the start of filming, Eric only watched some of the sample footage that Drew brought to the Pointy Corner Manor. The original director, the Ferrari brothers, was replaced by Keanu Reeves' famous director, Stephen Herrick, which did not affect the movie much. Eric decided to cast Stephen Herrick after watching The Adventures of Abby and Melon. The style of The Adventures of Abby and Melon was very similar to Dumb and Melon. He followed Drew to the set. They were filming a scene in which the two main characters, Lloyd and Harry, played by Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels, found the money in the suitcase and squandered it. Speaking of which, the original soundtrack for this scene was very interesting. It used the classic soundtrack Pretty Woman from Pretty Woman when the male lead took Julia out shopping and turned her from a sparrow into a phoenix. However, in Pretty Woman, Julia went through some dressing up and turned from a Cinderella to a princess. In Dumb and Melon, the two protagonists dressed up and looked even more comical. Eric and Drew stood quietly outside and watched the scene in the set. After a while, Eric heard the director, Stephen Herrick, shout, "Good." Drew smiled and said to Eric, "Eric, you're really good. You just stood here and did a few takes and you passed." "If the director heard this, he would be very sad," Eric said with a smile. "How can he compare to you?" Although the box office of his previous film, The Adventures of Abby and Abby, was good, the producers originally didn't intend to let him direct the sequel. It was only because he heard that we invited him to direct Dumb and Melon that he kept his job in the sequel series. Eric was not very interested in the little girl's Hollywood secrets. After the scene was finished, an assistant walked over to Stephen Herrick and whispered a few words. Stephen Herrick looked over. When he saw Eric, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Then he announced that the crew would be taking a break. "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you," Stephen Herrick said as he walked over with the other main actors. Eric shook hands with the bespectacled man in his 30s. Although the little girl said it with a look of disdain, it was only because Drew used him as a reference. In Hollywood, if a person could direct a movie in his 30s, he was definitely a person with great potential and talent. After chatting with Stephen Herrick for a while, Eric greeted the two male leads, Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels. Jeff Daniels had played the male lead in many movies before, so he was more famous than Jim Carrey. Therefore, Eric was able to easily get the two male leads together. In Dumb and Melon, Jim Carrey's crazy acting completely suppressed Jeff Daniels' performance. In the end, Jim Carrey shone brightly, while Jeff Daniels continued to be indifferent, and would continue to be indifferent. Originally, Jim Carrey had broken his front tooth in an accident, but it made his role more classic. Since he had copied the script, Eric did not let go of this classic little detail. At this time, Jim Carrey's front tooth seemed to be missing, but it was put on by makeup. Stephen Herrick and Eric discussed some of the shooting details, and watched a few scenes with Eric before the crew started working again. Eric did not disturb them, and continued to stand far away with Drew, watching the live performance. After a while, an assistant director came in from outside the set and said a few words to Drew. The young woman nodded, then pulled Eric, and said, "Eric, come with me, I'll show you something good." "What?" Eric was a little confused, but he still followed her out. Outside, Eric saw a double-decker bus parked on the side of the road from afar. A group of hot and tall women came out of the bus one after another. They were all wearing the same pink t-shirt and white high-waisted jeans, and most of them were wearing sunglasses. The women were chatting away, and they were cold to the crew members who came to greet them, like a group of proud canaries. "This is the good thing you said?" Eric pointed at the group of women and asked Drew. He noticed that the women's t-shirts were printed with the word Elite, and it was obvious that they were models from the famous Elite model agency. Thinking about the script, Eric could guess the purpose of these models. He sighed in his heart. It was just a few scenes at the end, and they could have just found some hot temporary actresses from Hollywood to make a cameo appearance. These women were not supermodels from Elite. Hiring these models who were not very famous would not bring much publicity, but it would definitely cost a lot of money. Drew was a little proud of himself. After seeing Eric's expression, he immediately understood what he was thinking. He explained, "We didn't spend any money. A week ago, when I was flipping through a fashion magazine, I saw that Elite model agency was going to hold a few shows in Los Angeles, so I asked someone to contact the person in charge of Elite. When they heard that you were the one who wrote the script, they readily agreed to sponsor us. We just need to add the name Elite in the last few lines." "Oh, and that bus? It has the logo of the Elite modeling agency on it." "That's all." Eric nodded with satisfaction. As he spoke, the group of models came over one after another. The chattering voices soon quieted down when they saw him and Drew. The modeling circle was not far from Hollywood, so it was impossible for these models not to know Eric. Because of the media hype during this period, Eric's fame had surpassed that of any star in Hollywood. Moreover, Eric was now worth billions of dollars, so these models' eyes quickly became eager. Eric felt a dozen pairs of undisguised hot eyes staring at him, and he felt very uncomfortable. These delicate and beautiful women were supposed to be the hunting targets of men, but now he seemed to have become the target of these models. "Hello, Miss Barrymore." After the dozen models came closer, the girl who was obviously the leader came over with a charming smile and greeted Drew. Drew smiled and shook hands with her. "Hello, Miss Claudia. Why didn't Mr. Mike Tanner come?" "He had an urgent matter to attend to in Milan. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. But I think it's enough to have us sisters for the shoot." "Of course." Drew nodded and was about to introduce Eric to the girl named Claudia, but Claudia had already enthusiastically extended her hand to Eric. "Mr. Williams, hello. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Claudia Schiffer." Eric vaguely remembered this name. It should be a supermodel in his previous life. But looking at the girl in front of him, he guessed that she had just debuted. He smiled and shook her small hand. "Hello, Miss Schiffer. It's an honor to meet you too." Claudia Schiffer smiled and the corners of her mouth curled up, with a different kind of sexiness. She took a small step forward and said, "Mr. Williams, just call me Claudia." "Okay, Miss Claudia." Eric took a small step back. He couldn't stand the girl's undisguised gaze. "I heard that Mr. Williams personally wrote the script. My sisters and I have been looking forward to it for a few days. By the way, I've seen many of your movies. Cruise and Hanks in Dark War were so cool. Mr. Williams, do you think Andy really died in the end?" Eric felt that the girl had stepped forward again, so he had to take a small step back. He said, "Well, it's better to leave some suspense for everyone. You should have heard that Columbia has started the sequel of Dark War. Cruise will return at that time. It's a pity that you won't be the director. Then there's nothing to see in the sequel." Claudia Schiffer looked regretful. "Of course not," Eric replied. He looked at the girl who had been teasing him and glared at her with some dissatisfaction. Then he said to the models behind Claudia Schiffer, "Okay, I think everyone should go to the set and take a break. Although it's not too hot now, it's easy to get tan standing under the sun." The girls were already very dissatisfied with Claudia Schiffer's hogging of Eric, but they weren't afraid of leaving a bad impression on Eric. Although they didn't hide their gazes, their actions were a little uneasy. Now that they heard Eric take the initiative to speak to them, they immediately rushed forward and surrounded Eric without any hesitation. A few models even pushed Claudia Schiffer out of the way. Eric was surrounded by a fragrant wind as he led the group of girls to the set. Drew looked at the girls and didn't mind. She shrugged her small shoulders and followed them. After they left the set, Eric called an assistant director and directly handed the group of beautiful vases to him to talk about the scenes. Then he found a place near a rest trailer and sat down. After the girls left, the girl squatted down beside Eric's legs and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Are you interested?" "What are you interested in?" Drew made a disdainful look and said, "I mean, which one are you interested in? I'll send it to you tonight." Eric raised his hand and knocked on the girl's head. He hadn't practiced for a long time, so this action was a little rusty. However, Drew's reaction didn't change. She rubbed her forehead and said, "I'm a big girl. Don't knock on my head. I'm curious, when did you change your profession to being a pimp?" "TSK, good intentions don't pay off," Drew muttered. She looked at the group of girls not far away and said, "It's just a bunch of beautiful vases. Aren't they just for fun? Hey, how about that Claudia? She's very tall, has blonde hair, and her lips are very tasteful. She basically fits your taste. Why does it sound weird?" Eric smiled and said, "I think I've heard your tone somewhere before." "Oh, the vegetable market. Those vegetable sellers always use these words to evaluate the vegetables in their stalls. Look, my cabbage is fresh, porcelain, and freshly picked." Drew laughed a few times and said, "It's always like this. Alright, stop fooling around." Eric patted the girl's head. Besides, look at the way they looked at me just now. I feel like I'm their prey. Drew made an "oh" sound, but her eyes darted around. Then, she turned her gaze to the girls and picked. That Claudia Schiff is not bad. I'll take her. Eric didn't know what the girl was thinking. He quickly stood up and said, all right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. I still have to go back to Firefly's headquarters. The girl was thinking about something. She waved her hand and said absent-mindedly, go, go. Eric reached out and pinched her tender face. He let go as the girl protested. After saying goodbye to the director and the others, he got up and left. In the afternoon, he discussed the progress of the acquisition of Disney with the acquisition team at Firefly's headquarters. After work, Eric drove to pick up Famke Janssen. The two of them drove to a restaurant on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood and had dinner together. Then, they drove back to the Malibu villa. When they drove into the villa, the security guard at the door glanced at Eric. Recalling Drew's previous instructions, he didn't say anything in the end. After all, it had nothing to do with him. If he offended that little devil, he would be fired. After parking the car, Eric took Famke Janssen's hand and strolled around the manor for a while before returning to the villa. What have you been drawing recently? Famke Janssen asked casually as they walked into the villa's small living room. He picked up the portfolio on the coffee table and flipped it open. Eric made coffee for the two of them. He looked back and said, just randomly. Is this a poker card? Famke Janssen waited for Eric to sit down before raising a draft and asking. A black line appeared on Eric's forehead. How can a red heart be considered a poker card? Also, don't you see the patterns around it? Then what is this? Eric was just about to speak when he froze. In the end, he didn't hide it and said honestly, a ring design. Famke Janssen was also stunned. He was a little nervous but also a little expectant. You mean, a diamond ring? Eric nodded. Are you going to propose to any girl? Famke Janssen tried her best to sound relaxed, but she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. The relationship between the two was already in a delicate state of stability, but this state was built on the premise that Eric was unmarried. Once Eric got married, Famke Janssen couldn't convince herself to maintain the current state with Eric. Eric hugged Famke Janssen and exerted a little force. Famke Janssen resisted and leaned on Eric's shoulder. Sorry, Famke, I don't plan to get married. Of course, I won't propose to a girl. I've always been a greedy person. But other than marriage, I'll try my best to give you everything you want. Famke Janssen sighed. Eric had indeed given them a lot, as she said, but women were greedy too. After receiving a lot, they would always want more. For example, marriage. Although many people's marriages were as fragile as a piece of paper, it was better than nothing. But Famke Janssen also realized that as Eric's power and wealth grew, these hopes became more and more remote. The newspaper said that if Eric completed the acquisition of Disney, the 20-year-old young man beside her would have a personal wealth of more than $5 billion. Famke Janssen didn't know how this number was calculated, nor did she know if it was accurate, but she could understand the meaning of this number. $5 billion was enough to enter the top 10 of the world's richest people. In other words, Eric would become one of the richest people in the world. If she were to be the lover of an ordinary person, she might be criticized for it. If she were to be the lover of an ordinary rich man, she might be scolded for being a gold digger. However, if she were to be the lover of a man who stood at the top of the pyramid, most people would think that it was natural. I'm just thinking, what will happen when I'm no longer young? Will you forget me and never remember me again? Famke Janssen hugged Eric's arm, her voice full of insecurity. Eric looked at her and asked, do you think I'm that kind of person? I don't know. Famke Janssen shook his head honestly. I feel that you occasionally become very, very cold. It's like you're separated from the world by a wall. You stand on the other side of the wall, looking at everyone mockingly, as though you're watching a movie that has nothing to do with you. Eric was a little surprised. A few months ago, Chris had said something similar. At the time, he did not take it to heart. Not long after, Famke said the same thing again. This made him take it seriously. Famek, can you tell me more about this feeling? You're not the first person to say this, but I feel like I've always been normal. Famek Johnson thought for a moment before sitting up and looking at Eric. Then, Eric, answer a question first. In this world, what do you care about the most? Eric's face suddenly showed a blank expression. Famek Jensen looked at Eric's blank expression and said, "Look, you don't seem to care about anything." You don't care about anything. That's the source of my feeling. Eric retorted, that's not right. Many people are in this state. But you're not an ordinary person. You built up a fortune from scratch in a few years, yet you don't have any obsessions in your heart. Do you think that's normal? Eric thought for a moment and said, I do. I hope to control all of Hollywood. That's what I've always been doing. Like playing a game? Famek Jensen immediately asked. Eric frowned and fell into deep thought. He looked troubled. Famek Jensen didn't disturb him as he took out a portfolio from Eric's lap. He quietly sat beside Eric and flipped through it. Most of the portfolio was filled with sketches. There were sketches of every corner of the manor, as well as a few portraits of women. She recognized them, but she rarely saw them. After a long while, Famek Jensen felt Eric move. He closed the portfolio and smiled at him. Have you thought it through? Eric nodded, then shook his head. After all, he wasn't a person of this world, so it was inevitable that he would feel alienated from this world. Coupled with the fact that he suddenly had power and wealth that he couldn't touch in his previous life, this feeling of alienation became even deeper. Therefore, he often showed signs of unknowingly being at a loss. It was a worry similar to Zhuangzhou's dream. He was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream and that he might suddenly wake up one day. Eric could not help but laugh. It was such a realistic dream. Even if he woke up, he would not have any regrets. Thinking of this, Eric reached out to Famek Jensen. Come, pinch me. Famek Jensen reached out, but he only patted Eric's arm and laughed. How cliché. If you want to know if you're dreaming, pinch yourself. Eric smiled mischievously and reached out to Famek Jensen. Okay, I'll do it myself. If you dare pinch me, I'll ignore you for the whole night. Famek felt Eric's hand reach out to him. He laughed coquettishly, trying to get rid of Eric. After fooling around for a while, the two fell onto the sofa. Famek, why don't you give me a child? Eric suddenly asked softly. Famek Jensen turned to face Eric and hugged the man's waist. He shook his head. No, if you want a child, let another woman give birth to one for you. They'll definitely be willing. I mean, if you have a child, your worries will no longer exist. Then do you dare to let people know that you have an illegitimate child? In Western society, having an illegitimate child was still not something to be proud of. Many Western countries' laws still did not recognize the inheritance rights of illegitimate children. Often, the higher the status, the more taboo it was to have an illegitimate child. It was no wonder Famek Jensen said so. However, Eric did not care about this. As long as you don't mind, when the child is born, I'll announce it to everyone. I'll admit that it's my child. Famek Jensen still shook her head. Although she was tempted, she did not want to have a child too early. After some thought, Famek suddenly took the portfolio she had been flipping through. She flipped to the ring design page and pointed at Eric. I want this. Eric was a little surprised. This is for Vicky. She said, it has to be one of a kind. But I think this ring is very beautiful. You can design another one, Famek Jensen said as she looked at Eric without blinking her beautiful eyes. She had a look that said, I'm finally acting coquettishly. How can you reject me? I've already shown it to Vicky. Do you want me to design another one for you? Famek Jensen snorted and turned around, leaving Eric with his back facing him. Eric smiled, knowing that the girl was just putting on an act. After a while, Eric suddenly had an idea. Right, you just said that the heart looks like a poker card. Maybe I can make 13 of them exactly the same and label them with the serial number of the poker card. That way, they'll all be unique. Which one do you want? My lucky number is 1. I want the ace of hearts, Famek Jensen said subconsciously. She suddenly turned around and glared at Eric. she said unhappily. 13. How many women do you plan on giving them to? Eric's thoughts were exposed. He laughed dryly. I'll collect them, collect them. Heh heh. Can't I collect them myself? Who would believe you? Famek Jensen reached out and pinched Eric. Do you also want to make the diamonds, spades, and clubs series to complete a deck of poker cards? Oh, that's a good idea. Seeing Eric's interested look, Famek Jensen immediately regretted her words. What made her even more regretful was that this despicable man really had the ability to achieve this goal. 54 women. Heavens. Famek Jensen felt that it was best for her to stop talking. She put the portfolio aside, sat up, and straightened her clothes. It's 10 o'clock. I'm going to bed. Shall we take a bath together? Eric asked with a grin as he stood up as well. Famek Jensen rolled her eyes at Eric and didn't answer. Instead, she walked upstairs. Eric shrugged with a smile and followed. After the two showered, Famek Jensen walked out with Eric wrapped in a simple bath towel, complaining nonstop. There isn't even any shower gel in this bathroom. There are so many servants in the manor. Can't they get someone to buy some? And they don't care about you. Eric said, they have the same thoughts as you. They think that others will care, but they don't care. Who asked you to be greedy? There's no benefit in having more women, right? Eric only smiled. He rarely worried about such things. These small matters had always been taken care of by the little girl, Drew. Recently, the girl had been busy making dumb and melon, so it was inevitable that she would neglect this. What a coincidence. Let's go to the supermarket tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of being watched? Famek pushed open the door to the villa's master bedroom and said with a smile. Eric said, it's fine as long as we're careful. We can take a helicopter to some remote places and secretly shop. Then forget it. It's like being a thief. It's not fun at all. Eric casually turned on the bedroom lights. Just as he was about to say something, the two of them looked in front of them in surprise. Directly in front of them, there was a person lying under a thin, light blue blanket. From the long blonde hair, it was obvious that it was a woman. Although Famek Jensen felt uncomfortable, she was more curious. She turned her head and looked at Eric with a teasing gaze, asking with her eyes what was going on. How could Eric know what was going on? If Nicole and the others were coming, there was no way they wouldn't greet him. It was even more impossible for them to appear here without a word. And the manor's security was tight enough. Eric was sure that this woman wasn't a crazy fan who had just barged in. Although he was already certain, Eric still waved at Famek, indicating for the girl to stay put. He walked forward. The woman was lying on her side. Her blonde hair was spread out on the pillow, partially covering her face. Eric walked all the way to the side of the wound. The woman didn't react. It looked like she was asleep. He looked at the girl's face. Because of the blonde hair, Eric didn't recognize her. Famek Jensen, who wasn't far away, couldn't wait to ask. Eric decided to interrupt the girl's dream. He reached out and patted her shoulder. In the afternoon, on the set of Dumb and Melon, the leader of the elite female models, Claudia Schiffer, found that after shooting a simple scene, Eric Williams had disappeared. She couldn't help but feel very regretful. If she could make friends with Eric, even if it was just to get a business card, she would basically have one foot in Hollywood. Although Claudia had made a name for herself in the fashion industry a few years ago, the attraction of Hollywood was very big for any model with some ambition. Although participating in the Dumb and Melon shoot was arranged by the company, Claudia Schiffer keenly felt that it would be a good opportunity to test the waters. So, she took the initiative to ask the company's supervisor for this unpaid job. Otherwise, with her average salary of $5,000 per hour, the Dumb and Melon crew definitely wouldn't have invited her. After the shoot, she was about to leave with the girls, but she was stopped by Drew. The girl used Eric's name to fool her, saying that Eric was very interested in her and wanted to go on a date with her. Although Claudia Schiffer could tell that the girl wasn't telling the truth, she still couldn't resist the temptation. After hesitating for a while, she agreed. Under the envious gazes of the other female models, Claudia Schiffer stayed alone. After the crew wrapped up, she and Drew went to the Malibu Point Manor. Claudia Schiffer was born in a family of lawyers in a small town in Germany. She had lived a good life since she was young, but the moment she walked into the magnificent shell-shaped silver building on the edge of the cliff, the original scruples, hesitation, and worry in her heart all disappeared. Only a faint sense of inferiority and yearning were left. Her whole person also became cautious. Until the end, when she was pushed into a bedroom by Drew, she didn't show much resistance. Even if she didn't get anything in the end, maybe this night would be a good experience. She thought so. This luxurious master bedroom with a view of the endless dark sea and the brilliant lights of Malibu seemed to be more reassuring than a hotel room. Eric didn't appear, and Claudia unknowingly fell asleep. She didn't know how long the sweet dream lasted, but she felt someone patting her. She reluctantly opened her eyes and saw a young and handsome face floating above her. It seems to be Eric Williams. She just sighed in her heart. This man is not only rich, he's also so handsome, and her mind was in a mess. Just as her lips curled into a slightly wild, iconic smile, she saw the figure of another woman appear in her field of vision. She was looking at her with great interest. "Ah!" Claudia cried out in surprise. She suddenly sat up and stepped back. "What's going on? Why did two people appear in front of me?" Claudia was at a loss. She was just infatuated with this man, but she didn't expect him to be so hateful. Claudia was about to muster up the courage to say something to reject him. At least let this guy understand that she wasn't willing to do such a thing, but then she saw Eric's expression change from confusion to understanding, followed by anger. He turned around and quickly walked out of the bedroom, leaving the two women who had no idea what was going on standing there in a daze. Moments later, Eric's angry voice came from the corridor. "Drew, come out." Eric's voice gradually faded into the distance. He had probably gone to Drew's bedroom. Only then did Famke Jensen look at the blonde girl, who was still in a daze. After knowing that it was Drew's mischief, Famke Jensen's grudge dissipated significantly. Instead, he found it funny. He reached out his hand to the blonde girl and said, "Hello, I'm Famke Jensen." Claudia Schiffer reached out and shook Famke's hand. With an awkward expression, she said, "Hello, Miss Jensen. I've seen your X-Files." "Oh, I'm Claudia Schiffer. I'm a model." After greeting her, Famke Jensen said, "Miss Schiffer, I think we should go downstairs." "Where are your clothes?" "Miss Barrymore took them away. She said she wanted to give Mr. Williams a surprise." "Sorry, I didn't know you. Claudia Schiffer also knew that she had been completely deceived by Drew. Eric didn't know about this at all. "I see." Famke thought for a moment, took a few steps forward, and found Eric's clothes from the wardrobe. "If you don't mind, you can wear his clothes first. By the way, how tall are you?" 5 feet 11 inches, Claudia Schiffer said softly. "Ah, what a coincidence." "Me too," Famke said. It was unknown what he thought of, but he laughed. Claudia Schiffer took the white shirt and jeans from Famke Jensen and carefully put them on under the blanket. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Famke shook his head and didn't answer. They had planned to sleep, but Famke had left his clothes in the bathroom. Now, he could only casually find Eric's clothes and change into them. After changing, the two girls went downstairs. A small living room was lit up with fluorescent lights. When they pushed open the door and walked in, the scene they saw made Famke and Claudia want to laugh, but they didn't dare. In the corner opposite the sofa, Drew, who was wearing a white t-shirt that exposed his midriff and denim hot pants, stood there in a daze. His feet were bare and stepped on the floor. What made Famke and Claudia want to laugh but not dare to was that the little girl had a big bowl full of fruits on her head. She was holding it up with both hands, her eyes were innocent, and her tender face had a pitiful expression. Eric sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a magazine in his hand and reading it without saying a word. Famke Jensen walked to Eric's side and sat down, just about to say something to persuade him. But when he noticed Eric's tightly pursed lips, Famke realized that the man was really angry, so he tactfully shut his mouth. Claudia watched as Famke sat on Eric's right. Her gaze drifted to the empty seat on the left side of the sofa. Although she was tempted, she didn't dare to sit there. Instead, she walked to the single-seater sofa at the side. It was already late at night, and the small living room was very quiet. Only the occasional rustling sound of Eric flipping through a page of the magazine could be heard. Famek and Claudia originally thought that Eric would speak soon, but the silence lasted for half an hour. The little girl standing in the corner put away her pitiful expression, and a sense of uneasiness appeared in her eyes. Famek Jensen and Claudia, who were close to Eric, felt a faint sense of oppression coming from Eric. Famek Jensen was fine, but Claudia even became careful with her breathing, afraid that she would attract Eric's attention. Although she knew that the incident tonight was instigated by Drew, if she had rejected him in the afternoon, this wouldn't have happened. This made her somewhat regretful. She didn't know what would happen next, or if Eric would vent his anger on her. Although this young man was only in his 20s, he was already at the top of the Hollywood pyramid. If he wanted to vent his anger on her, even elite wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. However, after thinking for half an hour, Claudia still couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. Why was Eric so angry? Could it be that she had disturbed his date with his girlfriend? It shouldn't be. She was also someone who often paid attention to gossip. She knew that he was a playboy with many women around him. If anyone was angry, it should be Famek Jensen. After a few more minutes, Eric finished reading the last page of the Variety magazine in his hand. Only then did he close the book and look up. Glancing at Claudia, who was sitting carefully on the single-seater sofa, Eric said, "Sorry, Miss Heaver. It's all Drew's nonsense. I hope it didn't cause you too much trouble." Claudia Heaver's heart, which had been hanging in the air, calmed down. She hurriedly shook her head. No problem. Actually, Eric waved his hand at the woman and said, "It's already very late. Rest here for the night. I'll get someone to send you back tomorrow." Okay. Claudia Heaver hurriedly stood up. Eric whispered a few words to Famek Jensen. The woman nodded, got up, and left the living room with Claudia. Eric, after the two women's figures disappeared, Drew, who was still holding the big bowl, called out softly. He was like a frightened cat carefully probing with his claws. Eric looked at the girl's anxious expression and his heart softened. Thinking of what happened today, his expression became serious again. "Do you know what you did wrong?" The girl wanted to nod, but just as her head moved, she immediately realized the thing on her head. She could only raise her small chin slightly and say, "I know. I shouldn't have done such a ridiculous thing without your permission. I won't do it again." "It's not that. Think again." Eric pretended to pick up the magazine in front of him again. The girl hurriedly stopped him. "Don't, let me think. Drew's little head buzzed quickly. She felt as if her brain circuits were fried, but she still had no clue. "Eric, you should just beat me up." Eric sighed. If this girl could understand this, she wouldn't have done such a thing. "I've always hoped that you can become a good producer and help me in the future. I've always been doing it. I've been working very hard these days. Julia and Liz can testify. But what you did today was very inappropriate. If this gets out, what do you think will happen?" Drew thought for a moment and shook her head honestly. She didn't think anything would happen. If it got out, so be it. Who could do anything to her? Eric had no choice but to say, "If it gets out, then you'll never be an outstanding producer. Many people will only treat you as a mediocre broker. With such a reputation, those truly capable and talented people will instinctively feel apprehensive when they hear that they want to work with you. And more speculators will gather around you with all kinds of thoughts." Seeing Drew's thoughtful expression, Eric gestured for the girl to take off the big bowl on his head. He said, "I'll pursue the woman I like. You're not allowed to do such a thing in the future, okay?" Drew put the big bowl on the coffee table, twisted her stiff neck, and quickly nodded. Thinking that today's incident was over, the girl giggled and leaned on Eric. Eric glared at the girl and warned, "Don't think I'll let you off so easily. You'll be grounded for 3 days. Stay at home and reflect on your actions." No, I still have to go to the set of Dumb and Melon." Drew didn't seem like a shut-in at all. Not going out for 3 days was worse than going hungry for 3 days. "I'll call Liz. You don't have to worry about it." "Eric. How about 2 days?" The girl haggled with pitiful eyes. 4 days. Okay. 3 days it is. The villa was quiet in the early morning. Claudia Schiffer walked out of the guest room and strolled along the circular corridor. She passed by door after door, curiously guessing what was behind each door, but she didn't dare to barge in to see what was inside. After circling around, she walked down the stairs on the west side of the second floor. On her right was the kitchen. Claudia glanced inside and saw Famek Johnson busily making breakfast. She walked in. Famek noticed Claudia's figure and greeted her. "Good morning, Miss Schiffer. Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Claudia answered. She glanced at the steaming soup pot and asked, "Do you need my help?" Famek sized up Claudia and saw that she was still wearing Eric's clothes from last night. She was barefoot. He shook his head and said, "No need, I'll be fine by myself. There are slippers in the shoe cabinet by the door. Eric is in the gym. Perhaps you can talk to him." Claudia nodded and asked for the location of the gym before walking out. Although the villa's floor was a little cold, it was very comfortable to walk barefoot. Claudia didn't take the slippers and went straight to the gym. Eric was jogging on the treadmill. When he saw the girl appear, he nodded in greeting and pointed to another treadmill beside him. Claudia subconsciously walked over and stepped onto the treadmill beside him. She walked slowly, sneaking glances at Eric from time to time. The man was wearing a white singlet, revealing his muscular upper body. His chiseled, handsome side profile made Claudia's heart race. "Where are your shoes?" Eric looked at the girl's outfit and asked. Claudia was startled by Eric's sudden question. She quickly stopped and replied, I don't know." Eric recalled the situation from last night and didn't pursue the matter. He changed the topic and said, "Has anyone told you that you look like someone?" "Vicky Bardot?" Claudia answered. Vicky Bardot was a sexy female celebrity in the 50s and 60s who was as famous as Marilyn Monroe. She was nicknamed Sexy Wildcat. Not long after Claudia's debut, someone said that she was very similar to Vicky Bardot. This had a lot to do with the fact that she was able to gain a good reputation in the fashion industry in just 2 to 3 years. "Yeah, the way you're barefoot reminds me of her movie, God Created Woman." In the movie, Vicky Bardot was used to walking around barefoot. I have to say, beautiful women are really God's favorites. If it wasn't for Vicky Bardot, that messy movie about a love triangle would definitely be a flop. Claudia regretted that she didn't watch Vicky Bardot's movies. As a result, she didn't know how to talk to Eric. Eric noticed that the girl was a little confused. He considerately stopped talking about the plot of the movie and said, "By the way, do you know what Vicky Bardot's sexiest pose is?" Claudia knew about this. Although she had not watched Vicky Bardot's movie, she had seen some related pictures. Vicky Bardot's sexiest pose was undoubtedly lying on a large bed with her two slender and sexy legs swaying. She supported her cheek with one hand and revealed a wild and charming smile. It was said that Vicky Bardot had posed in many movies. "I know." Claudia nodded and looked at Eric with a smile on her face. She seemed to be waiting for something. Eric opened his mouth and realized that it would be inappropriate to continue talking. There were 2 other women at home today, so it was obviously inappropriate. He could only change the topic. "When did you enter the industry?" Claudia recalled. "In 1987, I was dancing with my friends in a disco. A talent scout left me a business card, and then I started working until now." "Do you like this job?" Claudia thought for a while and said, "I like it a lot. Because of my height, I think. This profession is the most suitable for me. I have always been taller than the children around me since I was young. No matter where I stood, I was always stared at. I felt very awkward and a little inferior. It wasn't until I became a model that I finally found my goal. It's just that my father has always been worried. He always wants me to inherit his law firm." "How did Drew fool you yesterday?" "I think you're a very smart girl. You shouldn't be so easily fooled, right?" Claudia recalled the experience from yesterday until now and smiled awkwardly. She quickly gathered her courage and looked at Eric with a burning gaze. "Actually, I just think that if it's you, even if there's nothing, it will still be a good experience. This is really an honor." Since she had already gathered her courage, Claudia no longer had any scruples. She said, actually, when I came to Los Angeles, a friend said that it would be great if I could meet Eric Williams this time. I didn't expect to really meet him. Eric smiled and asked, now that you've seen him in person, how do you feel about him? He's very gentlemanly and charming. Claudia smiled as she spoke. I just don't know if I'll have a chance to date him again. Maybe, Eric smiled noncommittally. He looked at the monitor on the treadmill and slowly stopped. He greeted the girl, got off the treadmill, and walked to the bathroom. After breakfast, Eric sent Claudia back to her hotel on his way to work. Along the way, the two of them had a pleasant chat. Claudia didn't mention anything about what happened last night, nor did she have any intention of asking for anything. It was as if she really treated this experience as a pure flaming jade. Coupled with her good upbringing, Eric had a better impression of her. When the car stopped in front of a hotel in Beverly Hills, Claudia boldly leaned over and kissed Eric. But just when she was about to get out of the car, she was stopped by Eric. If you want to develop in Hollywood, I might have an opportunity here. Ah, really? Claudia was pleasantly surprised. She originally thought that she would never see Eric again, so she didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. The difference between the two of them was too great. If Eric didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't have any Cinderella dreams, nor would she be foolish enough to take the initiative to ask for anything from Eric. Eric gestured for the girl to sit down and said, of course it's true, but this is only an opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. But if you can pass the test, I'll definitely let the crew give you priority. Claudia asked, then what should I do? Eric recalled that if he could successfully obtain the rights to adapt the comic, it would be produced early next year and released during the summer. Then, there wouldn't be much time left for Claudia. But that role was just a vase, and she didn't need much acting skills. She just needed to show her sexiness as much as possible. And Claudia herself was a model, so showing her sexiness was her specialty. So although the time was short, it was enough for her to make sufficient preparations. You don't have any acting experience. If you want this opportunity, you need to immediately stop all your work and sign up for an acting training class. You'll have to undergo at least 3 months of acting training. Early next year, I'll get someone to inform you of the audition. Just when Claudia was about to say something, Eric waved his hand. This isn't a small matter for you. I think it's best for you to consider it. If you don't work for 3 months or even longer, it might affect your development as a model. Furthermore, I can't give you any guarantees. Everything will depend on your own efforts. No, there's no need to consider it. I'll do as you say, Claudia said. What a joke, Eric Williams personally handed over the opportunity. Only a fool would hesitate to consider it. In just a few short years, Eric had already produced several A-list Hollywood superstars. Eric looked at the girl's excited expression and said seriously, I said before, this is just an opportunity. A movie involves tens of millions of dollars of investment, so this opportunity I'm giving you can only be grasped if you have enough ability. If your performance can't even pass the audition, I can only say that it's a pity. Claudia said, of course I know. Seeing that the girl had made up her mind, Eric took out a business card, found a pen, and wrote a phone number on the back of the card. This is the phone number of Mr. Kapoor Sid of ICM Company. Contact him and say that I introduced you. He'll arrange a suitable agent for you. Of course, if you think that your current agent can adapt to Hollywood, you don't have to change. Claudia took the business card and carefully put it away. Then, I'll leave first. Well, you still have a contract with Elite, right? Do you need my help? No, I can handle it myself, Claudia refused. In a short period of time, Claudia understood that Eric preferred smart and independent women. She subconsciously wanted to show this as much as possible. After saying goodbye to Claudia, Eric told the driver to drive to Burbank. In the Firefly office building, when Alan saw Eric appear, he picked up a thick stack of documents and followed Eric into the office. Eric, the blue folder contains the latest progress in the negotiations with Disney. I've already marked the more important places. The red folder contains the second batch of producer files collected by the HR department. They are more likely to sign with Firefly. The gray folder contains the high-quality film project information selected by the production department. Lei Sherdong was currently frantically raising funds, and Firefly insisted on the full acquisition strategy. Therefore, there would not be much progress in the negotiations with Disney in the short term. Eric directly put the blue folders aside and opened a red folder. After Robert Shea left, Firefly had been integrated and developed for more than half a year. Eric, Michael Lin, and Jeffrey had a clearer division of labor. Although Michael Lin was the CEO, he was very self-aware. He was not as opinionated as Robert Shea, so he completely followed Eric's arrangements and focused on expanding Firefly's distribution channels. He even handed over many of the company's administrative affairs to Jeffrey. As the president of Firefly, after helping Eric complete the production of Tornado, Jeffrey also focused on the company's management. He would not personally be a producer in the future. Eric did not have a specific position in Firefly. He could manage everything, but he could also ignore everything. However, all of the company's film projects had to be approved by Eric, and no one in the company objected to this. Firefly's production plan for next year had expanded to 8 films. They had to sign a group of professional producers, just like the Big Seven. Recently, Eric's job was to choose the producers and the film projects for next year. Alan, how's the negotiation with Dark Horse Comics for the adaptation rights of Disguised Stranger? Alan was about to leave when Eric thought of Claudia and asked. After signing Jim Carrey, Eric had been planning to take over the film adaptation rights of Disguised Stranger and hand it over to TG to produce. Throatcutter Island failed miserably at the box office. Even if someone wanted to compete with Firefly for the rights, they would have to consider whether or not they would fail if they snatched it over. The seller would often become more cautious. If they handed it over to someone other than Firefly and it failed, then the originally priceless rights would become worthless waste. Therefore, Eric did not have too many scruples and asked people to start contacting Dark Horse Comics. The opportunity he just gave. Claudia was the female lead of Disguised Stranger that made Cameron Diaz famous. In the original Spacetime, before Genius in Disguise, Cameron Diaz was just an unknown model. After Genius in Disguise, Cameron Diaz quickly became the new generation of Hollywood sweetheart in just a few years. From the beginning to the end, Eric didn't think that Cameron Diaz was beautiful in any way. The only thing that could be praised was his long legs. In terms of long legs, Claudia, who was 180 centimeters tall, seemed to be longer. Hearing Eric's question, Alan thought for a while and said, after negotiations, Dark Horse Comics has given up on the joint development plan. They should now be discussing the details of the contract. I'm not sure about the specific progress. Russell is in charge of this matter. Do you need me to call him over? Ask him to come to my office later. Also, help me make an appointment with the managers of a few jewelers tonight. What? Alan was a little confused. The heads of well-known jewelry brands such as Cartier, Bulgari, and Tiffany in Los Angeles. Just say that there is a business to discuss, Eric said. Seeing that Alan was still confused, he explained, it's a private matter. It has nothing to do with the company. Just help me make an appointment. Alan nodded and turned to leave the office. The A Nightmare on Elm Street series, which had been produced at a yearly rate since 1984, had accumulated a considerable number of fixed fans. When Firefly announced that the creator of the A Nightmare on Elm Street series, Wes Craven, would return to film the final chapter of the series, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of fans. On November 1, Halloween, Freddy's Death was released in more than 1,200 theaters in North America. In the first 3 days, it took in $13 million at the box office and received considerable praise. Although the final box office of the film would probably stay around $50 million, compared to the production cost of less than $15 million, Firefly could still make a small profit in North America. In addition to Firefly's small success at the end of the year, Disney's The Storm, which cost $48 million to produce, announced that it would be postponed to the next year's summer as Eric expected. The reason given by Disney was that they were optimistic about the film's box office prospects and hoped that the film could fully display its commercial value. But people with a little industry knowledge scoffed at this statement. Although after the film was postponed, the creators either kept their mouths shut or talked nonsense when confronted by reporters. But then the Hollywood Reporter's interview with Nicole Kidman, the former female lead candidate of The Storm, seemed to reveal some inside information to the public. Nicole did not make any comments on the film. She just ambiguously said that a good friend did not recommend her to take the film. Nicole was one of Eric's rumored girlfriends. Most people could easily guess who the good friend was that could easily influence her choice of film. As soon as the news came out, the media, large and small, suddenly went into a frenzy and directly classified The Storm as a bad film. Disney's distinction became useless. However, this storm did not have much of an impact on Disney's stock price. Ever since Firefly announced the public acquisition of Disney, Disney's stock price had been slowly climbing for several months. At the beginning of November, Disney's market value had reached $4.7 billion, an increase of 34% in 3 months. Under the close attention of Wall Street and Hollywood, on November 4, Viacom, which competed with Firefly for Disney, officially made a bid of $4.9 billion to Disney. It happened to be Monday. Before that, Firefly had already received some news. Eric came to Firefly's headquarters early in the morning to discuss countermeasures with the acquisition team. In the 3 months that Lei Sherdong had been raising funds, in addition to the seesaw negotiations with Disney's management and Disney's shareholders, Firefly had also bought 4% of Disney's shares at a high price. Currently, Firefly held 15% of Disney's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of Disney. If the acquisition remained in a stalemate for a long time, Firefly could still request for a new election of Disney's board of directors at the next shareholders' meeting, thereby interfering with Disney's management and even further seizing control of Disney. Moreover, even if the worst-case scenario happened and Firefly lost the acquisition battle, with Disney's current stock price, Firefly could still make a profit of no less than $300 million. After Eric arrived at the conference room, the head of the Morgan Stanley team, Bernie Sanders, spoke first. According to the information we received, Lei Sherdong has already divested the cinema business in his hands. Viacom has raised about $5 billion so far. In addition, Viacom also holds a small amount of Blockbuster's shares. Lei Sherdong is lobbying Blockbuster in an attempt to obtain financial support from them. If successful, Viacom's chips will be no less than $7 billion. As Eric listened, he flipped through the information about Blockbuster in front of him. Blockbuster was the largest video rental company in North America, with more than 2,000 branches. Most importantly, as a video rental company similar to a retailer, Blockbuster had a huge cash flow. This was what worried Eric the most. In his memory, Lei Sherdong and Barry Diller had a hostile acquisition battle in 1994. After acquiring Blockbuster, they used their assets as collateral to obtain $10 billion. In the end, Lei Sherdong swallowed Paramount. Thinking of this, Eric asked, "Bernie, is there a possibility that Viacom would first use their funds to acquire Blockbuster, then use Blockbuster as collateral to obtain more funds to participate in the acquisition?" Bernie Sanders thought for a moment and shook his head. Although this is a very effective method, the possibility is very low. After Blockbuster changed owners in 1987, it has been expanding at the speed of adding 500 new stores every year. Its market value has increased by more than 30% annually. As long as the shareholders maintain their shares, they can double in less than 3 years. Under such circumstances, it's impossible to sell. Eric was slightly relieved. Although he did not know why Viacom was able to acquire Blockbuster a few years later, Bernie Sanders' analysis was not wrong. What about Viacom? Although Lei Sherdong currently has control over Viacom, Viacom's shareholders shouldn't let Lei Sherdong do whatever he wants, right? Bernie Sanders nodded. Lei Sherdong may have raised more than $7 billion, but when the acquisition bid for Disney exceeds $6 billion, Lei Sherdong will face more and more internal resistance from Viacom. Once the price exceeds the psychological limit of other shareholders, Viacom may even have internal strife. Then, we can easily win this acquisition. However, we don't know what the limit is. There was a low murmur in the conference room. Eric quickly thought of a way to make Lei Sherdong voluntarily withdraw from this competition. However, moments later, Eric was disappointed to find that this situation seemed impossible. Lei Sherdong was a typical dictator. He had a strong will and would not listen to other people's opinions. Moreover, they were competitors now. When Xiaodong acquired Viacom a few years ago, he stubbornly put everything on the line and increased the price of Viacom from $2.25 billion all the way to $3.4 billion. After the acquisition, Xiaodong faced resistance from Viacom's management. He did not hesitate to pay a high severance fee and replaced all the senior management of Viacom. This showed his arrogant personality. Once such a person made a decision, unless he was at the end of his rope, the chances of him backing down were basically zero. On the day Viacom made the offer, Firefly immediately increased the price to $5 billion. The difference of only $100 million made people who were paying attention to this acquisition guess that this was just a test between Firefly and Viacom. For the next week, both parties did not seem to make any moves. However, only those who were personally involved knew that the acquisition team of Viacom and Firefly had become more frequent with Disney during this period. At the same time, many people realized that the Thanksgiving and Christmas slots in the next 2 months would play a decisive role in this acquisition. This was mainly because Disney's management had not given up on the idea of lobbying shareholders to resist this acquisition. If Disney's performance improved in these 2 months, or if Firefly had a major change, Disney's management would likely win the support of a considerable number of shareholders again. Although the box office for the year-end slot was far lower than the summer slot, the intensity of the competition was not any weaker. On November 22, the first week of the year-end holiday, 5 new films, led by Fox's The Kid 3, including Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Firefly's Dumb and Melon, Paramount's The Addams Family, and Universal's American Rat Story 2, were released on a large scale at the same time. Although there was a 1-year gap in the development of the sequel, The Kid 3's momentum did not decrease at all. In the first 3 days, it earned more than $27 million in the box office in more than 2,500 theaters. It was unsurprisingly the box office champion for the 3-day weekend. This result surprised Eric, but he did not regret transferring the rights to the sequel to Fox. After all, the cost of this sequel was more than $50 million, and Fox's profit margin was not large. Close behind Home Alone 3 was Paramount's The Addams Family. The family fantasy comedy grossed $24 million in more than 2,400 theaters. Firefly's road comedy Dumb and Melon was in third place. Eric arranged for this film to be released in 1,900 theaters, and the box office reached $20 million in the first weekend. Although this result was far less than the previous 2 works, Home Alone and The Addams Family had already accumulated a lot of fame through previous works or TV series. Dumb and Melon was a completely new work with no accumulated popularity. Coupled with the fact that the film had a very low production cost, the results it achieved were more noticeable. On the day of the first weekend's results, Hollywood film companies had already started to study the film, trying to find the key elements of the comedy's success and imitate it. They also quickly found the male lead of the film, Jim Carrey. But when they learned about the contract that Jim Carrey signed with TG, most people gave up on the idea. In addition to these 3 films, Disney's Beauty and the Beast, although it had a good reputation, was limited to less than 1,000 theaters and only ranked 5th in the box office. It was even behind Universal's Cape Horror, which had already been released for a week. This film was directed by Martin Scorsese and starred Robert De Niro. As for Universal's other film, American Rat Story 2, which was co-developed with Spielberg's Abe Films, it only earned a pitiful $3.4 million in 1,700 theaters and became the first box office dud for the year-end slot. In the face of the open competition with Viacom and the petty tricks that Disney's management played from time to time, Eric did not rest during Thanksgiving. He even had Thanksgiving dinner with Jeffrey and the others. Eric originally estimated that the box office of Dumb and Melon would be around $80 million. As long as it could achieve this result, Eric would be satisfied. After all, before this, vulgar comedies had not cultivated enough audiences in Hollywood. But the potential that this film had shown was completely promising to exceed $100 million. Even Eric was not too worried about the box office of Lethal Cop. However, although Dumb and Melon achieved outstanding results, it was attacked by Disney. On the second day of Dumb and Melon's release, Disney criticized the film's vulgar style and Disney's business philosophy. If the two companies merged, this kind of vulgar comedy would undoubtedly damage Disney's healthy and positive brand image. In the face of Disney's somewhat unreasonable accusations, Eric directly made a strong counterattack. He said that after the acquisition, Disney would become a brand under Firefly, a subsidiary company, and not Firefly's main company. Therefore, the accusations of Disney's current management were completely nonsense. The works developed by different subsidiaries would not affect each other. After all, Touchstone Pictures under Disney had also produced a considerable number of R-rated films in recent years. After 4 weeks of Thanksgiving, the Brat 3's box office had accumulated to $80 million. Because it was the Christmas release, Fox estimated that the film's follow-up would still be able to achieve the same amount of box office. Because of the competition of the Brat 3's genre, Beauty and the Beast's 4-week box office was only $30 million. Although the film had a good reputation, the box office was not destined to be too big. On the other hand, Dumb and Melon's box office had reached $65 million. There was no doubt that the box office would exceed $100 million. Spielberg was destined to be a hurdle that no one in Hollywood could get around. When most people's attention was focused on Firefly and Disney's films, Captain Hawk, which Sony Pictures had high hopes for, boldly set the release date for December 6. Although the film's script had been greatly revised with the participation of Eric, including the addition of Nicole's role as a fairy, it still could not save the film's reputation. 2 weeks before its release, the media was booed. Sony Pictures originally estimated that the film's box office would exceed $40 million in the first week, but in fact, the film only made $17 million. Although the weekly box office increased as Christmas approached, it did not exceed $30 million in any week. This $70 million blockbuster was destined to recoup its cost by using Spielberg's personal reputation. Dances with Wolves, which was released at the same time as Captain Hawk, was even more inconspicuous. Although the small film's reputation was good, the film's 4-hour length kept most of the audience at the door. On December 20, the first week of Christmas, Firefly's Hot Cop and Disney's New Father-in-Law were released at the same time in 1,900 theaters. As a remake, New Father-in-Law mainly relied on the fame accumulated by the original Elizabeth Taylor. Although the original was a classic, it had been 40 years since it was released, and its influence had long been lost. Therefore, the film only made $14.4 million in the first week. Compared to the old-school comedy style of New Father-in-Law, Hot Cop, which took the same lowbrow comedy route as Dumb and Melon, made a large number of audiences' eyes light up. Although the film's reputation among film critics was not very good, it still made $21 million in the first 3 days. Nicole played a serious but somewhat adorable female agent and Rosie O'Donnell played a coarse and fat policewoman, giving the audience who walked into the cinema a 100 minutes of hilarious movie viewing without the need to pee. Nicole's subversive performance in Tough Cop even made many people interested in Nicole's role as a fairy in Captain Hawk. Unknowingly, it boosted the box office of Captain Hawk. However, most of the interviewed fans also expressed that they preferred Nicole's performance in Tough Cop. The last day of 1991 passed quickly. With the arrival of the new year, the total box office statistics of the major Hollywood film companies for 1991 were released one after another. At the same time, it seemed to hint at the final battle before the storm. Although some of the films were still in theaters, the final box office of most of the released films could be roughly calculated according to the accumulated box office and the audience's reputation. Because of the war, compared to 1990, the total box office of 1991 in North America was only $4.8 billion. Time Warner still firmly held the position of Hollywood's Big Brother. 21 films were released in the year, and the total box office reached $750 million, with a market share of 15.6%. Even if they didn't want to admit it, everyone could see that Firefly's name was very eye-catching in the second place. With 5 films, Terminator 2, Toy Story, Freddy's Death, Dumb and Melon, and Hot Cop, Firefly got a total of $660 million, occupying 13.7% of the North American market share. Because most of its resources were bet on Throat Island, Disney only released 12 films in the year. The box office of Rhode Island, which they had high hopes for, failed miserably, resulting in Disney's annual box office of only $380 million, and their market share slid to the lowest 7% in 5 years. Not only that, because of the interest and principal due to debts of up to $2 billion, Disney had a loss of $120 million. Stimulated by this data, Disney's stock price fell for the first time in more than 5 months. Disney's shareholders, who originally held a glimmer of hope in Disney's management, finally gave up completely and began to take the acquisition of Firefly and Viacom seriously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bass. It's a pity that we couldn't reach an agreement. I hope we have a chance to work together next time." Eric stood in the parking lot of the Pointy Corner Manor and said goodbye to the 2 middle-aged men in front of him again. The 2 men who were about to get into the car and leave were named Sid Bass and Roy Disney. Sid Bass was the current head of the Bass family, who owned the most shares in Disney. Roy Disney was a member of the Disney family and Walt Disney's nephew. "I hope so." Sid Bass took another deep look at Eric and got into his silver car. Roy Disney's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he got into the car as well. When the other party's car left the Pointy Corner Manor, Chris, who had been standing quietly beside Eric, couldn't help but say, "Eric, I think the other party's offer is not bad. If you agree, Viacom will no longer be a threat to us." Sid Bass and Roy Disney's visit this time represented a large portion of Disney's shareholders. They hoped to exchange their shares for the company's shares after the merger of Firefly and Disney, not cash. As long as Eric agreed, this portion of Disney's shareholders would unite and help Firefly complete the acquisition. However, Eric still chose to refuse. Hearing Chris's words, Eric looked at Bernie Sanders on the other side and asked, "Bonnie, what do you think?" Bonnie Sanders shrugged and said, "I'm just a referral. In fact, when Sid Bass contacted me, I didn't have much hope." "I know you've already made up your mind." Eric smiled and walked back with the 2 men. He said, "You should have heard that Barry Diller is leaving Fox in February." The 2 men nodded at the same time. During this period, they were quite concerned about the news in Hollywood. The news that Barry Diller was about to leave caused a great shock in Hollywood. Back then, Murdoch was an outsider. His main focus was still on the newspaper business in Australia and the United Kingdom. If it weren't for Barry Diller's help, Murdoch wouldn't have been able to enter the mainstream of Hollywood, and the development of Fox would have been even more impossible. Therefore, the inside story of Barry Diller's sudden departure from Fox became the subject of many people's speculation. Eric met Elizabeth during Christmas and asked her this question. The woman didn't hide it from him. Eric said, "Barry Diller is a very talented person. Barry Diller took most of the credit for the rise of Fox over the years. Mr. Murdoch also tried to persuade him to stay. However, probably last September, Barry Diller told Murdoch that he didn't want to be an employee anymore. He wanted to be the owner." Do you know what Murdoch said? Chris and Bernie both had curious looks on their faces. Eric didn't keep them in suspense and said, "Murdoch said that Fox can only have one owner." Both Chris and Bernie fell silent. Eric continued, "It's the same for Firefly. It can only have one owner." Murdoch must have realized that Barry Diller's departure would have a great impact on Fox's development, but he didn't consider a second option, even if this choice wouldn't affect his control of Fox. Many investors always instilled the concept of not being able to eat alone, and only by sharing benefits can they develop. In fact, this is just an excuse for them to seize control of the company. Those who sell their shares in exchange for development funds are often those who don't have much choice. If they had enough funds, I don't think the owners of Microsoft, Oracle, or Cisco would have chosen to go public. After most people succeed, they desperately want to increase their shares in an attempt to regain control of the company. Firefly is lucky. I now have enough funds to take a path that is completely different from other entrepreneurs. Although it's a little more difficult and the price to pay is a little higher, I think it's worth it. I definitely won't choose the relatively easy path that will bury many hidden dangers for Firefly's future." After Eric rejected the conditions proposed by Disney's shareholders in private, Disney's shareholders authorized Disney's management to negotiate with Firefly and Viacom. In order to keep his position, Michael Eisner spared no effort to help Viacom in all aspects. Any contact between Disney and Firefly in the negotiations would be immediately received by Viacom's team. Back then, when Michael Eisner followed Viacom's announcement, Firefly's team had already expected this situation and had been prepared for it. When Disney's shareholders decided to sell Disney, the negotiations between Disney's management and Viacom and Firefly sped up. After several bids, the full acquisition price rose to $5.6 billion in just 2 weeks. This price was already $2.1 billion higher than Disney's market value of $3.5 billion when Firefly first offered. The premium reached 60%. In most previous hostile acquisitions, when the premium exceeded 50%, the hostile acquirer would often give up. However, Firefly and Viacom had no intention of backing down. Whether it was in public or private, the confrontation between the two parties became more and more intense. In view of this situation, many analysts on Wall Street issued a risk warning for this acquisition. Some companies that had originally planned to join the acquisition saw the competition between the two parties and silently threw the acquisition plans that they had prepared into the waste box. On January 14, 1992, after months of lengthy negotiations, Disney, Firefly, and Viacom finally reached a preliminary agreement on various acquisition terms. The final bidding would be held on January 20. After half a year of busy work, the exhausted Firefly acquisition team could finally take a short break. Eric was still busy preparing for Firefly's 1992 movie project. After the release of Dumb and Melon, many film companies immediately contacted Jim Carrey, hoping to cooperate with him. Although Dumb and Melon was a two-lead film, film critics and ordinary audiences all praised Jim Carrey's performance. The other male lead, Jeff Daniels, received an average rating. Coupled with the fact that the box office of Dumb and Melon exceeded $100 million, Jim Carrey's salary skyrocketed to $5 million. With his net worth rising, his state of mind was different from before. In the beginning, as long as there was an opportunity, he was willing to pay any price. However, now he felt that he had suffered a great loss. In an interview with a Hollywood newspaper, Jim Carrey publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with the 5-year option contract that he was forced to sign. However, when they heard this news, neither Eric nor TG's women were too concerned. The option contract was drafted by Firefly's special legal team. There were no loopholes in the law. If Jim Carrey wanted to breach the contract, he would have to obediently pay $100 million in liquidated damages even if he took the lawsuit to the federal Supreme Court. However, in order to prevent Jim Carrey from making a fuss every time he made a movie, Eric asked TG to offer Jim Carrey a $10 million contract for 2 movies. This was definitely not a bad deal. Eric had never thought of wanting a horse to run but not giving the horse enough to eat. However, when Elizabeth personally came to discuss this proposal, she did not see Jim Carrey at all. According to his agent, Carl Maker's son, Jim Carrey had gone to Hawaii for a vacation. Of course, Elizabeth understood that Jim Carrey wanted a higher price. She even felt that Eric's offer was a little too high. Since the other party was not satisfied, Elizabeth directly ignored Jim Carrey. Although they had not reached an agreement with Jim Carrey, Firefly had successfully obtained the rights to Stranger in Disguise. They also poached the screenwriter of Detective Airplane, Tom Shadyac, from Warner Brothers. Eric directly sent the 2 movies to TG to set up the project and start the preliminary preparations. At the studio base in Praia Vista, Eric was leading a few people to visit the special effects studio of Digital Domain. The headquarters of Digital Domain was originally in Venice Beach, but after the studio base in Praia Vista was completed, Digital Domain moved there. On one hand, they could save a lot of money on rent. On the other hand, the studio was close to a large studio, so it was more convenient for them to work. This is the latest special effects software developed by the Software R&D Center. It's called Broken. It's mainly used to create scenes of buildings being smashed. As Stan Winston introduced the software, he personally pulled up a relevant scene from the computer. Eric and a few people around him gathered around. When they saw the scene of a drive-in theater slowly breaking under the influence of a hurricane, everyone let out a low gasp of admiration. This is only one of the completed scenes. There's another scene of an entire villa being torn apart, but this one is not completed yet. After Stan Winston finished his introduction, he switched the screen to the software interface and moved to the side. Standing next to Eric, a thin middle-aged man in his 30s could not help but sit on the office chair. He clumsily operated the computer to check the various options of the software. The functions of the software are still being perfected, but this is already much better than the original version, Stan Winston explained. Eric looked at the middle-aged man who was obviously not familiar with the software but was very interested. He smiled and said, "Roland, you're not thinking of changing your career to become a special effects artist, are you? We just signed the contract. I definitely won't let you go." Hearing Eric's joke, everyone laughed. Roland Emmerich also stood up with a smile. "I think I'd better be an honest director." James Cameron, who was standing to the right of Eric, said, "I don't think there's any essential difference between a director and a special effects artist. We're all creating images. It's just that the process is a little different." Although James Cameron did not invest in digital domain in this spacetime, he had a good relationship with Eric and Stan Winston, as well as his obsession with film technology. Every time Digital Domain came out with a new special effects treatment plan, Cameron would run over to try it out. Therefore, he did not approach them out of curiosity like Roland Emmerich. After joking for a while, Eric said, "Okay, we've seen so much. There's a cafe nearby. Let's go there and rest for a while." The few of them agreed and walked into the cafe. Because it was working hours, there were no employees in the cafe. Eric and the other 6 sat around a long table. In addition to Roland Emmerich and James Cameron, the other 3 were John Landau, Jerry Bruckheimer, and Jean de Bont. These future famous directors or producers in Hollywood were the results of Eric's recent work. Perhaps these names were unfamiliar, but when it came to movies like Titanic, 2012, Transformers, Speed, and other movies, they were like thunder to one's ears. And these people were the directors or producers of these movies. Among them, James Cameron and Jerry Bruckheimer were already famous. After Cameron completed Terminator 2, it was only natural that he would sign a contract with Firefly. Jerry Bruckheimer, on the other hand, was the producer of the famous Top Gun. It was unknown whether it was Cruise's success or failure. The success of Top Gun allowed Jerry Bruckheimer to become a famous producer. However, the box office of Cruise's Thunder Ambition, which cost 80 million yuan last year, was far lower than expected. As a result, Jerry Bruckheimer was terminated by his former employer, Paramount. Jerry Bruckheimer's future golden partner, Michael Bay, was still a rookie who had just started shooting music videos. Eric could not promote him to a director in haste. However, Eric did not hesitate to sign Jerry Bruckheimer because Jerry Bruckheimer was very good at being a producer of big-budget movies. Firefly lacked talents in this field the most. John Landau, Jean de Bont, and Roland Emmerich were not very famous now, but they had been in Hollywood for many years. Their personal ability was unquestionable. In addition, Eric happened to have projects that were suitable for them, so he signed them together. After the waiter served them coffee and left, Eric said, "After seeing what I just said, I think everyone has no concerns about the script I gave you, right?" Except for Stan Winston, who was leisurely drinking coffee, the others nodded. James Cameron said, "Eric, although the adapted script you gave me is good, I don't want to start working so soon. I want to enjoy life. I'm not a workaholic like you. Besides, Arnold has already accepted a contract with Sony Pictures. He will only be free next year." Eric said, "I know. I didn't arrange for you to be in the production plan this year." Ha ha ha, Jerry Bruckheimer said, "Eric, I remember that your producer has always been Mr. Jeffrey. Why did you choose me to be the producer of Jurassic Park? Jeffrey has to manage the company. He won't be the producer himself in the future. At most, he'll be the producer in name." After Eric explained, he looked at Roland Emmerich and said, "Roland, what do you think of the script for Clash of Worlds?" Roland Emmerich looked at Eric. The script was written by Eric himself. Although Eric was the most accomplished in this group of people, Roland Emmerich felt that the script was terrible. Roland Emmerich opened his mouth, but still asked cautiously, "Eric, do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course." Eric nodded. I think this script is a bit bad. The main story is about humanity facing a great crisis, but in the first half an hour of the story, the female lead has been entangled in scandals of high officials, which is very inappropriate. James Cameron heard their discussion and interrupted, Eric, is this your idea for the movie about a comet hitting the Earth? Eric nodded and briefly explained the script that he had already completed. After hearing that, James Cameron shook his head. I feel the same as Roland. Although the public is always interested in talking about scandals, it's terrible for a disaster blockbuster to use such a plot as a foreshadowing. Jean de Bont, who had been quiet all this time, couldn't help but say, 7 years ago, I was the cinematographer for a low-budget sci-fi movie. I think the movie's setting was good. It used family and love, or the lives of small characters as the foundation for a greater contrast. It also made it easier to bring the audience into the story. They all nodded. Eric saw that no one agreed with the original script, but he wasn't angry. He smiled and said, I know, but we'll have to change the script a lot. Then we'll change everything. James Cameron didn't have any scruples. He said, it'll be a pity if such a good theme for a disaster movie is ruined by a terrible story. I think that a little modification would make the story even better, the chubby John Rando interjected. John Rando attracted everyone's attention and said, look, the female lead has been tracking the official involved in the scandal with a code name. This code name originally referred to a woman. What if we change this code name to the comet? Eric's eyes lit up, but James Cameron slammed the table. That's even better. We'll change the setting slightly and remove the scandal factor. The White House hid the news to avoid panic and used a woman's code name to represent the comet. The high-ranking official who was misunderstood to be involved in the scandal and was forced to resign actually wanted to reveal the truth to the public. His proposal wasn't approved, so he resigned in anger. Jerry Bruckheimer nodded and said, Eric, I think this is a good change. Although the public will always have some opinions about the Federation and feel that it's full of all kinds of conspiracy theories, in general, ordinary people still have good fantasies about the upper echelons. This setting just happens to meet the expectations of the public. Eric smiled and said, then we'll change it like that. Jim, John, do you want to add your names to the screenwriter column? Cameron and John Rando shook their heads at the same time. They both knew that Eric was just joking. Although 1/3 of Hollywood scripts had disputes over authorship rights, in order to get authorship rights, they had to participate in more than 30% of the script's changes. Since they had already started talking, after the crash, Eric took out the scripts of True Lies, Jurassic Park, and Speed, which the few of them had directed respectively. They got quite a lot of inspiration. It wasn't until evening that the few of them parted ways. After sending Cameron and the others off, Eric was about to get into the car and go back to Malibu, but he was stopped by Stan Winston. Eric, there's something I can't tell you. They were here just now. Stan Winston pointed at the office not far away. Let's go back and talk about it. Eric looked at Stan Winston's serious expression and nodded. He gave a few instructions to the driver and followed Stan Winston back to the office. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. Dennis Noel resigned last week. Do you still remember? He personally demonstrated a special effects scene for you, Stan said as soon as the two returned to the office. Eric tried to recall and remembered the special effects artist named Dennis Noel that Stan Winston mentioned. He was a tall and skinny white man in his early 30s. He graduated from the computer science department of Stanford University. Stan Winston had also introduced him to Eric about his outstanding performance in the post-production of Tornado. Was he poached by someone else? Eric asked. If it was a normal resignation, Stan Winston would not have brought it up. Stan Winston nodded and said, Sony Pictures is planning to set up their own film and television special effects subsidiary company. They invited Dennis to be the director. We can't stop people from going to higher places. But is there anything else? Stan Winston took out a form from his desk and handed it to Eric. He said, Eric, look. Since the release of Terminator 2, 12 outstanding special effects artists have resigned. 2 of them are directors. There are even more ordinary employees who have resigned, but I didn't count them. Eric took the form and looked at it. Not only did it show the time of resignation, it also showed where they went. Most of them were poached by other special effects companies, including the biggest competitor in the digital domain, Industrial Light and Magic. In addition, a few of them had set up their own special effects studio. Your side is better. Eric looked at the form and smiled at Stan Winston. He said, the situation at Pixar is worse. John even submitted a report to me. He hopes to prevent this from happening through restrictive measures such as non-competition agreements. You don't seem worried at all? Stan Winston's worried expression eased a lot when he saw Eric's smile. Eric put down the form and looked at Stan Winston. He said, Stan, do you know how much R&D funds I have invested in Pixar and Digital Domain's R&D teams since I took over? Stan Winston shook his head. He was more concerned about the technical aspects of special effects. He had never cared much about finances. When Firefly was reorganized last year, Eric separated the research and development teams of Pixar and Digital Domain from the two companies and handed them over to Ed Kamal alone. It was even more impossible for Stan Winston to be aware of this. Eric recalled the data in his mind and slowly said, Ed Kamal already has more than 400 permanent members in his research and development team. These are all the best technical talents in various fields. Their average annual salary is about $100,000. Just this alone consumes $40 million a year. Pixar and Digital Domain's R&D teams have also reached 600 people. The average annual salary of these people is not much lower than those people. That's another $60 million. In addition, Firefly has also invested in 3 R&D centers at Stanford University, the University of Washington, and the University of California. The best scientists in these R&D centers provide higher-level technical support to Pixar and Digital Domain. That's another huge expense. Stan Winston was shocked. He did not expect Eric to be so willing to spend money. If that was the case, Eric had invested at least $200 million in the past few years. In a situation where the future of CG special effects and 3D animation was completely uncertain, Eric was probably the only person who dared to spend $200 million on this project. Eric looked at Stan Winston's shocked expression and continued, Firefly's 1990 profit is estimated to be $400 million. But in fact, because of the huge expenditure on R&D, Firefly's profit last year was only a little over $200 million. Stan Winston also relaxed. He completely understood why Eric said all this. It was a pity to lose technical talent, but it was not enough to shake Digital Domain and Pixar's position in the industry. Because in Hollywood, other than Firefly, no other company would invest so much in technology. Industrial Light and Magic had always maintained a leading position in the special effects industry. But as the focus of film and television special effects shifted from model special effects to computer special effects, Industrial Light and Magic, which had previously focused more on model special effects, was destined to fall behind Digital Domain. One step behind almost meant that they would always fall behind. Since the release of Terminator 2, Digital Domain had received several special effects film production projects. In the past, these were usually only done by Industrial Light and Magic. Digital Domain received these projects and could accumulate more technology in production projects. If this virtuous cycle continued, Industrial Light and Magic would no longer be able to catch up or even surpass Digital Domain. Thinking of this, Stan Winston smiled faintly and said, $200 million in profit is not bad. There are only a few of the 7 major film companies that have annual profits of more than $200 million. This year, Disney, MGM, and Paramount all lost money. Or rather, Hollywood is now back to being the 8 major film companies. Eric said, after buying Disney, it will be the 7 major film companies again. Stan Winston thought of the crazily rising price of Disney from Firefly and Viacom. Although he was curious, he did not ask. A multi-billion-dollar deal was too far away for him. By the way, Eric, after Dennis Noel left, he asked me if he could buy the right to use Maya and other software from Digital Domain. I remember you mentioned this before? Eric had indeed considered monopolizing the special effects software. In the original Spacetime, it was Autotech that monopolized the film and television special effects software. Maya, 3D Max, and other mainstream special effects software were all products of Autotech. However, that was 10 years later. Now, special effects companies were still in a noble stage. It was not something that could be set up by a dozen or so technicians 10 years later. Therefore, now was not the best time to make money through special effects software. The most important task for Digital Domain now was to accumulate technology and reach a position that no other company in the industry could reach. Once the special effects industry became commonplace, Digital Domain, with its strong technical accumulation, could enter the special effects software market at any time. Don't do that for now. At this stage, it is most important to maintain the lead of Digital Domain's technology. Since they have chosen to leave, let's start from scratch, Eric said with a faint smile. I will get the legal department to keep an eye on this area. If these people are suspected of technology infringement, I will make them and their backers pay the price. I understand. Stan Winston nodded and looked at his watch. It was long past the time to get off work. Eric, why don't we have dinner together? There are quite a few good restaurants in Venice. Since there was nothing else to do, Eric happily agreed. A week slowly passed. The final competition between Viacom and Firefly slowly arrived. On January 18, 2 days before the bidding deadline, Firefly announced to the media their plans for 4 blockbuster movies, including Jurassic Park and Clash of Worlds. At the same time, they published a promotional poster for Tornado on the front page of the Los Angeles Times. They also announced that Tornado would play a 1-minute 30-second trailer at the Super Bowl. Almost at the same time, Viacom also stated that once they successfully acquired Disney, Viacom would spend $500 million to produce 6 to 8 special effects movies. Because they had tasted the sweetness of high investment and high returns from blockbuster movies, the scale of investment in Hollywood movies had increased over the past 2 years. Announcing such news also increased the confidence of all parties. After the last week of competition, January 20th finally arrived. Although Eric was 100% confident, he still woke up before 5 o'clock and took a car to the Disney headquarters in Burbank at 8 o'clock. Seeing the appearance of Eric's car, hundreds of reporters who had been waiting outside Disney's headquarters all night swarmed forward and surrounded Eric's car. While the flashes lit up crazily, all kinds of questions from outside the car window also drilled into Eric's ears. Eric, who was stuck in the car, pushed the door hard but couldn't open it. He could only patiently wait for Disney's security personnel to come and maintain order. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the bodyguards in Eric's other car and the Disney headquarters security personnel finally broke through the crazy crowd of reporters and came to Eric's car. Mr. Williams, after the acquisition, will Firefly retain the Disney brand? Will Disneyland be renamed Firefly Park? Will Firefly put Pixar Studios in Disney? It is said that Disney executives signed a golden parachute compensation agreement of up to $500 million. After the acquisition of Firefly, will Disney's management be replaced on a large scale? According to convention, these questions would be answered at the press conference after the acquisition, but the surrounding reporters were obviously more interested in the latest news. However, after the human wall was finally pushed away, Eric didn't dare to stop to answer any questions. He hurried to the Disney headquarters office building. 2 minutes later, Eric finally stepped into the lobby of Disney's headquarters, and a large number of reporters were blocked outside the door. Eric took a deep breath and followed the Disney staff to a spacious lounge. As soon as he pushed the door open, Eric saw an old man reading the newspaper sitting on the sofa across from him. The old man was a little chubby, but the most striking thing was the scar left behind by the burn on his face. Obviously, this old man was the famous Sam Leisherdong. Eric didn't expect their first meeting to be in this situation. He looked at the guide next to him. The young girl was also a little surprised. She then realized that she brought him to the wrong room. This was the lounge of the Viacom team. Although Eric didn't mind leaving, in the face of Leisherdong's undisguised threatening gaze, leaving now was undoubtedly showing weakness. With a calm smile, Eric took the initiative to walk over to Leisherdong. He politely extended his hand and said, "Mr. Leisherdong, we finally meet." Leisherdong let out a disdainful snort. He looked at Eric's extended hand and then raised the newspaper again, ignoring Eric. The female staff member who brought Eric to the wrong room was even more frightened. If the two of them had a conflict, her job would be gone. The female staff member looked at Eric nervously, but she saw that Eric didn't seem to care too much. He shrugged, withdrew his hand, and sat down on the sofa. He looked at the staff member who brought him here and said, "Miss Gleason, can you make me a cup of coffee?" "No sugar, more milk." Okay. The staff member quickly ran to prepare the coffee for Eric. Eric also picked up a prepared newspaper from the coffee table and flipped through it. "Young man, it's better not to bite off more than you can chew." Eric was reading an analysis article about the acquisition when an old but vigorous voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Eric put down the newspaper and looked at Lei Sherdong. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lei Sherdong, are you talking to me?" Lei Sherdong snorted again and said, "Your luck is very good. The movies you produce often achieve good box office, but acquiring Disney isn't as simple as luck." Eric was not surprised by Lei Sherdong's coldness and mockery. It was good enough that this hot-tempered tycoon didn't point at his nose and yell at him. After all, Lei Sherdong was someone who would call his son an idiot in public. In Lu Zhou's memory, Lei Sherdong had sued his wife, son, daughter, and nephew. His bad temper was evident. In the face of the old man's aggressiveness, although Eric didn't care too much, he didn't intend to tolerate it either. He retorted, "I remember someone said that luck is also a kind of strength. Also, I think that as an old man who's almost 70 years old, you shouldn't fight with us young people for these things. Enjoying your life is the best choice." Lei Sherdong glanced at Eric and said with a faint smile, "Actually, your film company is not bad. If it goes public, remember to tell me. Viacom is very interested." Eric shook his head and said, "No, you're wrong, Mr. Lei Sherdong. Although going public is the choice of most companies, I prefer to control everything in my own hands. However, I'm also very interested in Viacom, such as MTV." You really overestimate yourself. This is the funniest joke I've heard recently." Lei Sherdong laughed. "Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know in a few years." Eric took the coffee handed over by the female employee, looked at Lei Sherdong, and continued, "Since I stepped into Hollywood, many people have been saying that I'm overestimating myself, and then they can't do anything about it as they watch me continue to overestimate myself step by step. You'll see this scene too." Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. To prevent missing the latest news, all the reporters waiting outside Disney's headquarters did not leave. If there was a partner, one of them could buy lunch. If the reporters came alone, they could only starve. Elizabeth from the Philadelphia Evening News was one of the starving reporters. Compared to the nationally renowned newspapers, the Philadelphia Evening News was not as large in scale and reputation. They could only send one reporter to Los Angeles to follow up on the largest acquisition in Hollywood history. It was January in Los Angeles, and even at the warmest moment of the afternoon, it was only a dozen degrees. Elizabeth squeezed into the crowd and tightened her beige windbreaker. She looked at the entrance of Disney's headquarters again, hoping to hear some news. In a conference room at Disney's headquarters, the confrontation between Viacom and Firefly had reached its final stage. Both parties' bids had soared from the initial $5 billion to $3 billion. At the moment, Firefly was leading the bid. On Viacom's side, just as Bernie Sanders had analyzed, after the bid exceeded $6 billion, Lei Sherdong's mood became obviously hesitant and anxious. Eric thought that Lei Sherdong's next bid would be lowered to the tens of millions, but not long after, Viacom directly offered $5 billion. "Eric, this must be Viacom's last bargaining chip," Bernie Sanders said to Eric after hearing the bid. Eric glanced at his watch. It was 3:15 p.m., less than 2 hours before the closing time of 5 p.m., which was also the final bidding time for this acquisition. At this time, Lei Sherdong directly increased the bid from $3 billion to $5 billion. The intention of the last gamble was obvious. Unfortunately, Viacom did not know how much bargaining chips Eric had. In the face of Eric's huge capital of $8 billion, Viacom's limit of less than $7 billion could not win. After some discussion, Firefly quickly added $100 million, pushing the price to $6 billion. After Viacom's acquisition team heard Firefly's bid, there was a brief commotion, then they requested a pause from Disney. After that, Lei Sherdong left with those people in a hurry. After half an hour, Lei Sherdong returned to the conference room with his main deputy. Eric saw that Lei Sherdong's side had lost half of its people at a glance. Lei Sherdong had a big fight with the other shareholders. I estimate that $6 billion has already exceeded the psychological limit of the other shareholders of Viacom. Chris, who had just left and returned quickly, whispered to Eric and Bernie Sanders, those shareholders who had a falling out with Lei Sherdong have already left. They even publicly announced to the reporters outside that they will no longer support Lei Sherdong. If Lei Sherdong insists on doing things his own way, they will sue him for abuse of power. Therefore, if Lei Sherdong continues to bid, Viacom will find it difficult to complete the acquisition. Eric looked at Michael Eisner, who was not far away, and asked, "Does Disney know about this?" Chris understood that Eric was asking about Disney's shareholders. Disney's management had always been leaning towards Viacom. If they knew about this, they would most likely hide it from the shareholders. I have already asked someone to leak the news to Disney's shareholders. They will definitely know what choice to make. At this point, Chris gave a congratulatory smile and patted Eric's shoulder lightly. So, Eric, Disney is yours. Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half a year of preparation, half a year of busy work, a full 12 months, the dust had finally settled. As Chris expected, Viacom's representative quickly expressed that they would give up on the bid. Lei Sherdong looked indignant. He looked at Eric as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Although he had the intention to raise the price to $7 billion, Lei Sherdong did not lose his mind despite his anger. He knew that this was not like the hostile acquisition of Viacom a few years ago. That time, his acquisition chip was the National Entertainment Company, which was his personal property, and he had absolute control over it. However, this time, Viacom's shares were not in his hands alone. If he forcefully raised the price and did not get the support of the other shareholders, the bid would eventually be declared invalid. Michael Eisner, who was originally full of confidence, felt uneasy when Viacom requested for a pause. Hearing that Viacom had given up on the acquisition, Michael Eisner's face instantly turned pale. A strong sense of anger and helplessness rose in him. Frank Wales, who was sitting beside Michael Eisner, saw his reaction. He had no choice but to take over Michael Eisner's work and stand up to announce the results of Firefly's bid. Although they had different thoughts, after the results were announced, there was still applause in the conference room. Lei Sherdong left quickly with his men without saying a word. Michael Eisner, who had recovered, looked deeply at Eric and whispered a few words to Frank Wales. He also stood up and walked out of the conference room. On the other hand, the shareholders of Disney walked over to congratulate Eric warmly. Outside Disney's headquarters, from the moment some of Viacom's shareholders left, all the reporters had already guessed the result of the bid. Not long after, Lei Sherdong left with his men, proving the result of the bid. However, Firefly's team did not come out even after an hour because they needed to sign the relevant contract with Disney's management. Could they have left through the back door? Firefly must want to expand the influence of this acquisition. How could they leave through the back door? It's not like this is a scandal. How much do you think the transaction price will be? About $6.5 billion. A classmate of mine works on Wall Street. I asked him about it and he told me. Elizabeth heard the discussions of her peers around her. She lowered her head and silently checked her camera and recorder. At that moment, someone shouted, "They're coming out." Elizabeth quickly looked up and saw the entrance of Disney's headquarters. The security guards quickly formed a human wall. 7 or 8 middle-aged men of different ages walked over with a young man in his 20s. The group of reporters began to stir. Elizabeth quickly squeezed forward. Perhaps she was lucky, but Elizabeth managed to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, Firefly will hold a press conference at the headquarters. I hope everyone will be there on time, Eric said briefly and motioned for the security guards to push through the crowd. Elizabeth had just raised her camera and snapped a few photos of Eric when she saw that Eric had finished speaking and was about to leave. The large group of reporters certainly would not be satisfied with this answer. They had waited for a whole day to get the news as soon as possible. Therefore, before Eric even lifted his foot, the crowd seemed to explode with a violent force and surrounded Eric and the others. Ah. As Elizabeth was holding the camera, her center of gravity shifted upward. At the moment when the crowd exerted their strength, someone coincidentally stepped on her heel, causing her to instantly fall forward. The camera fell to the ground with a bang, breaking into pieces. She also let out a scream. Eric saw a woman in a beige trench coat being pushed down. He quickly motioned for the bodyguards to come forward and save her. If someone was trampled at this time, then a good thing would become a bad thing. Fortunately, the group of reporters still had some sense. After hearing a woman scream, they realized that an accident had happened. The force of the crowd weakened a lot. The two bodyguards beside Eric nimbly helped Elizabeth up and protected her in the middle of Eric's group as they walked to the parking lot. Camera, my camera. Elizabeth woke up from a brief moment of fear and found that the camera hanging in front of her was gone. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. The Canon camera was the property of the newspaper and was worth more than $5,000. When she arrived, the editor-in-chief specifically told her to use it carefully. If she lost it, she would have to pay for it herself. Then, her work of more than 2 months would be gone. A strong hand immediately grabbed Elizabeth, who wanted to run back. "Miss, I'll get someone to pick it up later. For now, let's get out of here first." Elizabeth looked at the young man who pulled her, then looked at the crowd behind her. She was a little overwhelmed and followed the young man to the parking lot. She followed him into a black car. "Carter, help the lady find her camera." "It seems to be at the place where she fell," Eric said to the bodyguard in the front row after he was done. "Okay, Mr. Williams," the bodyguard said, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words to the outside. The car slowly started. After a while, Elizabeth finally understood her situation. In a daze, she actually sat next to Eric Williams. This discovery made Elizabeth instantly forget the pain from her knee due to the fall. She glanced at the young man next to her and found that he was also looking at her. This made her even more nervous. She raised her hand and wanted to tidy up her hair, but she thought that it would be too pretentious. In the end, she gently put down her hand. Eric looked at the petite woman next to him. She had short black hair, big eyes, and thin lips with a hint of strange sexiness. "Can you smile?" Eric suddenly asked. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "Mr. Williams, are you talking to me?" Seeing that she turned her head to look at him, Eric was even more certain. He repeated, "Can I smile?" Elizabeth did not dare to look directly at Eric's well-defined handsome face. She nodded a little self-abashedly and pursed her lips into a smile. Looking at the iconic naughty smile in front of him, Eric laughed too. At the same time, he was sure that he did not recognize the wrong person. "Someone said that you always look like you're thinking of something bad when you smile." Elizabeth nodded subconsciously and shook her head violently. "No, I don't." Eric looked at the girl who was at a loss and laughed a few more times before saying, "I still don't know your name." "Oh, hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Elizabeth Fay." Elizabeth introduced herself politely. Eric continued to ask, "What's your middle name?" "I happen to know someone called Elizabeth too." "I'll confuse the two of you. You can call me Tina. My full name is Elizabeth Tina Fay." As expected, it was Tina Fay. Eric felt that things had become very interesting. "Why did you think of becoming a reporter?" "I wrote articles in the newspaper when I was in middle school. I majored in journalism when I was in university." Tina Fey thought that Eric's question was a little strange, but she still answered seriously. "Haven't you thought of doing something else?" "Yes, I applied for drama at the University of Virginia, but I didn't get in." "That's a pity," Eric said while shaking his head. In the past, Tina Fey was a scriptwriter for a few good works. Eric had watched her Mean Girls and the TV series I'm Crazy for comedies. Perhaps it was because she had been a scriptwriter for Saturday Night Live for many years. Tina Fey's narration was a little exaggerated and always had the prank style of Saturday Night Live. Tina Fey did not know what Eric was thinking. However, she soon realized her identity and probed, "Mr. Williams, can I interview you?" Meeting an acquaintance from his previous life was always fate. Eric did not reject her and nodded with a smile, "Sure." Tina Fey heard Eric's answer and took out the recorder from her bag excitedly. She pressed the recording button and hesitated for a moment before asking, Mr. Williams, may I know the final price that Firefly offered to acquire Disney? $6. $6 billion. Tina Fey did not expect Eric to be so straightforward. She then asked boldly, then, will you put Firefly under Disney after this acquisition? No, Disney will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Firefly, just like the relationship between Sony Pictures and Columbia Pictures. Will Disneyland change its name to Firefly Park? Disneyland is already a very mature brand. Firefly won't change its name rashly. How do you feel about becoming one of the 7 biggest movie companies in Hollywood when you're 20 years old? It's just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. So, Firefly will continue to expand? Of course. Then, where will Firefly expand next? There's no plan at the moment. Firefly's main focus for the next few years is to integrate with Disney and develop itself. Both of them kept asking questions quickly. After a series of questions, a sly look flashed through Tina Fey's face. She asked all of a sudden, how many girlfriends do you have? Yes, Eric stopped talking in time and looked at Tina Fey, who had a sly look on her face. He reached out his hand at lightning speed and snatched the recorder before she could react. Tina Fey saw Eric flipping a large part of the tape over. She pounced on him while begging for mercy, don't rewind too much. Just the last part. I'll do it myself. Eric blocked Tina Fey's little hand that was grabbing at him and pressed the rewind button skillfully. Tina Fey let out a whine instantly. Eric handed the recorder to the bodyguard Carter Moan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat after erasing the recording. He then said to Tina Fey, I'll return it to you when we leave. Don't take it with you now. Tina Fey could tell that Eric had no intention of discussing with her from his tone. She knew that her little trick just now had upset him. She mumbled and agreed to it silently. After driving for over 20 minutes, Carter Moan, who was sitting in the front seat, received a call. He turned his head and said to Eric, Mr. Williams, there are reporters gathering outside the hotel. They're calling to ask if we're going up from the main entrance or the elevator in the parking lot. Eric did not want to be surrounded again, so he said, let's go up from the elevator in the parking lot. Tina Fey waited for the both of them to finish talking. She could not help but ask curiously, where are we going? Acquiring Disney. Of course, we're having a celebration party, Eric answered. He looked at Tina Fey and asked again, are you interested in going? Tina Fey hesitated for a moment. She could not resist the temptation of a Hollywood party and nodded lightly. She thought it would be a more relaxed celebration party. She did not expect to find out that things were not as she imagined when she followed Eric into the banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel. The hall that was hundreds of square meters was crowded. The men were wearing formal suits while the women were wearing exquisite or gorgeous evening gowns. Tina Fey lowered her head and looked at her short beige windbreaker and washed jeans. She really had the urge to turn around and run away. Eric walked to the door and was about to enter. He realized that Tina Fey had stopped in her tracks with an awkward look on her face. He understood her situation in a blink of an eye. He waved his hand and called a hotel manager over. He whispered a few words and the manager said to Tina Fey politely, Miss, please follow me. Tina Fey looked at Eric in confusion. Seeing that Eric nodded, although she did not know what to do, she followed the manager obediently and left. Anyway, it was better than staying here. She thought so in her heart. This disguise really made her embarrassed to the extreme. Anyway, even if Eric didn't say anything, she didn't plan to continue staying here. Before Tina Fey's figure disappeared, the people in the hall who noticed Eric's figure had already surrounded him. Eric smiled politely and walked forward to greet them one by one. In addition to the executives of Firefly, the CEOs or executives of several major film companies such as Fox, Paramount, and Universal all appeared in the banquet hall at this time. It could be said that it was another big gathering of Hollywood executives. Eric was not surprised by the appearance of these people. After Firefly acquired Disney, not only did it increase its own strength, but more importantly, it inherited Disney's position in the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA. If Firefly was just a chess piece in the big chessboard of Hollywood, then after joining the MPAA, Firefly's identity changed to a player who could set the rules of Hollywood's chessboard. The MPAA's position in the American entertainment industry was similar to a headquarters on the other side of the ocean. All of Hollywood's film ratings were in the hands of the MPAA. Take Terminator 2, for example. If Firefly had a seat in the MPAA, Terminator 2 would definitely have received a PG-13 rating instead of an R rating. In today's day, when the audience of young people was growing larger and larger, if a film was rated R, it meant that it would lose a large number of viewers before it was even released. Fortunately, Terminator 2 was good enough to offset the negative factors of the box office due to the rating. Of course, America had always claimed that it was a free country. Any film had the right to choose not to participate in the rating. However, all of the mainstream cinemas in the United States had signed an agreement with the MPAA to only show movies rated by the MPAA. If you did not participate in the rating, you would lose the opportunity to be released in mainstream cinemas and could only be shown in a small number of underground cinemas with extremely poor conditions. This pursuit of freedom brought more losses than a film rated NC-17. The reason why the declining MGM had always been known as one of the seven giants of Hollywood was not only because of its heritage accumulated for more than half a century, but the main reason was that MGM had its own seat in the MPAA. Even if its operating performance was always surpassed by second-tier film companies, no one could shake MGM's position. For Firefly, if they did not acquire Disney, they would have to go through a difficult game to join the MPAA. In addition to the movie rating power, the other main function of the MPAA was to lobby the federal government on behalf of Hollywood to amend relevant laws to protect the commercial interests of the seven giants. Looking at the young face of Eric, who had officially become one of the masters of Hollywood, the executives of the other major companies had an inexplicable sigh. They could not help but think of their situation when they were 20 years old. Eric, of course, could also understand the complex emotions of the people in front of him. After greeting them, Eric raised his glass to them and said, "Thank you very much for coming to this celebration in person. I hope everyone can have a wonderful night." The executives also responded and dispersed. Eric waited for the crowd to disperse and quickly caught up with Barry Diller, who was walking to the side. "Barry, can we talk over there?" Eric pointed to a round table not far away. Barry Diller nodded and followed Eric to the round table and sat down. Eric asked, "Barry, you're leaving in the middle of next month. Have you thought about what you want to do next?" Barry Diller smiled and said, "Eric, I know what you want to say, but I will never sign another employment contract." Since the 1970s, Barry Diller had led the two giants, Paramount and Fox, to rise again. When Firefly acquired Disney, Michael Eisner's resignation was inevitable. Barry Diller was undoubtedly the best candidate to replace Michael Eisner. Eric persuaded again, "Barry, why don't you listen to my conditions first?" "Eric, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Since I decided to leave last year, I've made up my mind to not just be an employee with a full wallet. I'm going to be 50 years old soon. I have to try to start my own business. Then, okay. If you need help, such as funds, you can contact me at any time." Eric raised his glass to Barry Diller. Barry Diller also raised his wine glass and drank a mouthful of red wine. He said, "If Michael can't stay, maybe you can try Jeffrey Katzenberg. He and Michael were both my assistants. I think he's now qualified to be the CEO of Disney." Eric said, "Actually, I've also thought about this. But you know, Jeffrey is a workaholic. I heard that for a long time. He came to the office at 5 in the morning every day and worked 7 days a week. It's fine if that's all, but he always asks his subordinates to be workaholics like him. Although he's done well in the past few years, the entire production department has complained about him. I really don't know what will happen if Disney is handed over to him. This is just because of the different positions. Jeffrey is only in charge of a production department now. It's inevitable that he's a little radical. If he's the CEO of Disney, he'll definitely adjust his management style appropriately," Barry Diller said and looked at Eric. "Moreover, with you supervising from behind, it's unlikely that Jeffrey will mess around." "I'll talk to him," Eric said and asked, "What about you? What do you plan to do after you leave?" Barry Diller said, "I plan to travel around and visit some technology companies. Recently, after handing over most of my work, I suddenly had some free time. Only then did I realize that the world has changed drastically compared to 20 years ago. I recently bought a very interesting little thing. It's a PowerBook from Apple Computer. Do you know about it? I feel that this thing can change the whole world. Of course, I know. I've been using a laptop to handle some official business. The first one I used was IBM. Recently, I also bought a PowerBook 140, Eric answered. At the same time, he was surprised by Barry Diller's sharp intuition. He had always paid attention to Apple. Last year, when Apple released the first PowerBook 100, Eric bought one to play with. It was $2,500. It wasn't expensive, but it was definitely not cheap. It was just that the current laptop's configuration was maddeningly low. Even the latest PowerBook 140's configuration was only 4 MB of RAM and 120 MB of hard disk. Barry Diller looked at Eric with some surprise. He quickly felt that Eric was a young man and would definitely be more receptive to these new things than an old man like him. Immediately, he felt relieved. The two of them chatted for a while about their views on personal computers and computer networks before Barry Diller got up and left. Eric, congratulations. As soon as Barry Diller left, Drew, who was wearing a rose-red dress, rushed over. Eric grabbed the little girl's waist and put her on the seat next to him. He looked up and saw another tall girl walking over. She smiled and greeted, "Claudia, why are you two together?" "I just passed the audition for Disguised Stranger," Claudia Schiffer explained as she sat down on the other side of Eric. Eric didn't pay much attention to Disguised Stranger during this period of time. He asked Drew, who was sitting on the other side, "Have you settled the contract with Jim Carrey?" Drew's tender face immediately showed a look of wanting to be praised. She stretched out 2 little fingers and shook them. "Yeah, 2 movies for $8 million. Eric was a little surprised. "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to give a package of $10 million? He asked for it. Drew's expression became a little angry. "After the project was ready, we talked to him nicely 3 times, but he didn't give in. He also wanted $6 million for a single movie, and he was only willing to sign 1 movie. "Oh, then what happened?" Eric asked. Drew shrugged and said casually, "Then I sent them the contract directly. The first time, I sent them the contract with a remuneration of $10 million for 2 movies. The second time, it was reduced to $9 million. When I sent the contract with a remuneration of $8 million for the third time, they took the initiative to come over and sign the contract." Eric laughed and reached out to rub the girl's head. He praised, "Not bad, you have a future. By the way, why didn't I see Liz today? Mr. Murdoch didn't come either?" Their whole family went back to Australia. "It seems like her grandmother's birthday is coming soon." Drew explained and asked, "Eric, who was that girl just now? You found a new one?" Eric asked subconsciously, "What girl?" Drew pouted. "The one in the beige trench coat." "Oh, you mean her?" Eric was about to explain when he saw Tina Fey in a sky blue dress appear in his field of vision. He quickly waved at her. Tina Fey carefully lifted the hem of the borrowed gown and walked over a little uneasily. "Not bad, very beautiful." Eric looked up and down at the approaching girl and commented. Tina Fey didn't feel the joy of a Cinderella becoming a princess at all. If the borrowed Armani custom-made dress on her was dirty or torn, she didn't know if she could afford it even if she sold herself. Drew quickly understood what Tina Fey was worried about from the way she walked. She didn't care that Eric was beside her and laughed. On the other side, Claudia Schiffer had been a model for a few years and often had to treat the works of famous designers carefully. Of course, she could understand Tina Fey's feelings. She also raised her wine glass to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. "Eric, aren't you being too petty? Since when did you fall in love with this type of girl?" Drew whispered in Eric's ear as she watched Tina Fey sit down in front of the 3 of them. Eric glared at the girl to stop her from talking nonsense. He then introduced, "This is Tina Fey. She's a reporter. Tina, this is Drew and Claudia." Tina Fey wanted to correct him that she was called Elizabeth Fey, but seeing Eric's natural expression, she acquiesced and greeted Drew and Jillian politely. Eric didn't want Tina Fey to feel awkward in front of the 2 girls. He stood up and extended his hand to Tina Fey, "Let's have a dance together." "Oh. Okay." Seeing Eric leaving with Tina Fey, Drew blinked and looked at Claudia Schiffer from head to toe. What's wrong? Claudia lowered her head and looked at her clothes. Drew shook her little head and sighed. A man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. A beauty like you is sitting here and he's taking a country bumpkin for a dance. Claudia was stunned. She glanced at Eric's figure not far away and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, she couldn't help but defend Eric. Mr. Williams is a gentleman. He's helping that lady out. Drew chuckled and whispered in Claudia's ear, you'll know in the future that he's not a gentleman at all sometimes. Claudia's cheeks were slightly hot, but she was curious as she mumbled, that's right. The last didn't wait for Claudia to finish stuttering and admitted it without hesitation. She then stared at Claudia and said with a smile, you're not going to report him, are you? Claudia quickly shook her head. She even regretted asking this question. Knowing this kind of thing wouldn't do her any good. Drew didn't say anything else. She stood up and extended her little hand to Claudia. Beauty, can I have a dance with you? Claudia took Drew's little hand and smiled. Just the two of us? Of course, I don't want to dance with those stinky men. You're the best. You smell good. Claudia stood up helplessly and allowed Drew to pull her to the dance floor. Tina Fey opened her eyes in a daze. What appeared in her field of vision was not a single room in a hotel in Burbank, nor was it her rented house in Philadelphia. Instead, it was a spacious round bedroom. The bedroom's decoration was very simple, but there was a sense of delicacy everywhere. The bright sunlight that came in through the gap of the curtain showed that it was already late. Moreover, she was the only one left in the bedroom. Tina Fey turned her body sideways and put one of her arms under her head. She stared at the lonely pillow on the other side in a daze. She felt a little lost. In Cinderella's story, Cinderella had no choice but to leave the prince after midnight and return to being a little maid in the kitchen. Although the ending was happy, the process was full of hardships. But now, she woke up in the prince's bedroom. She didn't return to her original state after midnight. She didn't know if she was lucky or unlucky. However, recalling everything that happened last night, Tina Fey could not help but smile faintly. Eric had gotten someone to prepare a beautiful evening gown for her, helped her to get rid of the awkwardness in front of the two girls, taught her how to dance on the dance floor, and introduced her to those big shots in Hollywood that could only be seen on television or in the newspapers. There were many moments when she really thought that she had become a princess. Then, after the cocktail party, Eric invited her and she accepted it boldly. That was how the current situation came to be. Tina Fey sighed again as she recalled the solemn vow that she had once made to never date a bad boy. She was a reporter, so of course she knew Eric's playboy nature better than ordinary people. However, no matter if it was in front of his wealth, power, or personal charm, her little vow was nothing to him. The bedroom door was pushed open softly. Tina Fey suddenly felt nervous as she did not know how to face Eric. She quickly closed her eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. A crisp sound came. Tina Fey realized that it was a woman in high heels who came in. Perhaps she noticed that she was not awake yet, so the woman's footsteps became lighter. Tina Fey felt that the woman had walked to her side. The faint smell of perfume drifted over. Tina Fey was curious. Why would another woman appear here so early in the morning? Confused, she gently turned over and pretended to be awakened as she opened her eyes. The tall lady, Claudia Schiffer, whom she had chatted with last night, appeared before her. Claudia saw her open her eyes and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Did I disturb you? Tina Fey sat up, looked at Claudia, and shook her head. It's all right, but why are you here? Claudia explained, I came back with Drew last night. You're a reporter, so you should know the relationship between Drew and Mr. Williams. Tina Fey nodded and looked at the table beside her. There were a few extra bags there, probably put there by Claudia just now. Claudia explained, these are your clothes. There's also a new set of underwear that Mr. Williams asked me to buy for you. Try it on, I wonder if it fits. Tina Fey nodded and looked at Claudia. Claudia blinked her eyes in confusion and soon waved her hand with a smile. All right, I'll go out first. After the bedroom door was closed, Tina Fey reached her hand out to take a look at the few bags. Inside were her windbreaker and jeans. There was also a bag that contained a set of exquisite underwear. The Armani gown she wore last night was nowhere to be seen. Of course, Cinderella didn't need a gown after the party. Tina Fey lifted the blanket and stepped on the cold floor. She was just about to put on her clothes when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open again. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you." Claudia poked her head in and opened her eyes wide in surprise. She didn't expect Claudia to turn around again. Tina Fey only relaxed after buttoning a button in a panic. She turned around and saw Claudia's surprised face. She asked, "What's wrong?" Claudia shook her head, but her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Tina Fey turned around and her face turned red instantly. She picked up a piece of clothing to cover her body in a panic. "Miss Heaver, can you go out first?" Claudia looked at Tina Fey, who looked like a frightened bunny. Not only did she not go out, she even approached her with a grin. She raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Hey, what's going on? Can you tell me?" Tina Fey bit her lips shyly and gathered her courage to glare at Claudia. "Don't you think it's awkward to talk about this? If you want to know what's going on, you can try it yourself." Claudia stood up helplessly and said, seeing that she couldn't get anything out of her, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. The toiletries I prepared for you are in the bathroom opposite." "I know." Tina Fey was still staring at Claudia with her eyes wide open. She was like a little pufferfish who had bumped into her natural enemy and inflated herself into a balloon. Claudia shrugged in amusement and waved her hand. "All right, get up now. I'm going down." Tina Fey waited for a while. After making sure that Claudia wouldn't come back, she walked over and locked the door. Only then did she feel relieved. Tina Fey took a long time to walk down the stairs because of the awkwardness earlier. She heard crisp laughter coming from afar. Realizing that she might be talking about what happened earlier, Tina Fey's footsteps hesitated. She remembered a certain culprit of the incident and cursed softly. She gathered her courage and walked up anyway. Drew and Claudia were kneeling next to a short table next to the glass wall. There were some books and documents scattered on the short table. Seeing Tina Fey, Drew glanced at the girl by instinct and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Tina. Good morning." Tina Fey tried her best to act as if nothing happened. She walked over and sat on the carpet next to the short table. She greeted them with a smile. "Morning, what are you guys doing?" "Just doing some work," Drew said. Claudia put down the script in her hand and stood up. "Oh yeah, I'll get breakfast for you." Tina Fey was just about to stand up and go, but Claudia pressed her shoulder. Tina Fey didn't insist and sat back down. After Claudia left, Drew continued to pick up a pen and scribble on a document. He even put the pen cap under his chin and pondered for a moment from time to time. Tina Fey looked carefully at the pile of documents on the table. From the label on the cover, it should be a breakdown of the script, budget, and the like. Since Elizabeth had returned to Australia and Julia was just a decoration who didn't care about anything, a lot of TG's matters were on Drew's shoulders. Looking at the young face, Tina Fey had a complicated feeling in her heart. This girl wasn't even 18 yet, but she could already make decisions about movies that involved tens of millions of dollars. She was still just a small-time reporter. "Hey, Tina, how do you spell the word hypnosis?" Drew suddenly looked up and asked. Tina Fey thought for a moment and said, "Hypnotize." Drew wrote it down quickly and soon looked up again. "What about prank?" "MISCHIEF, Tina Fey said without hesitation this time. "You're still the best." Claudia didn't even know that just now. "She's even dumber than me," Drew complimented after writing it down. "Hey, Drew, I'm German." Claudia happened to walk over with a small tray. She pushed the tray in front of Tina Fey and said, "I made it. I hope it'll suit your taste." Tina Fey thanked him and took a bite of the sandwich. She nodded with a smile. Claudia looked satisfied before turning to Drew and said, "Drew, I think you should hire an assistant. I'm already looking for one, but there's no suitable one yet." Drew looked up and exchanged glances with Claudia. Both of them looked at Tina Fey at the same time. Tina Fey swallowed the food in her mouth and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Hey, Tina, you're a reporter?" "Yeah, Philadelphia Evening News." "But this newspaper isn't very famous," Tina Fey said. Drew said, "Then how about you be my assistant?" Can I?" I've only studied in community college for 2 years. Tina Fey shook her head in self-abasement. Drew waved her small hand. This is Hollywood. The most unimportant thing is education. Even a guy like Chong Peters, who can't read more than a few words, can become the president of Columbia. What else is impossible? Tina Fey put down the sandwich in her hand and asked Drew, why me? Drew chuckled and said, because you can climb into Eric's company. Stop joking. Tina Fey's face turned red again. Of course I'm not joking. This means that you're very special, Drew said and pointed at Claudia. Look, Claudia is prettier than you. She's taller and has a better figure than you. But she washed herself clean and sent herself to Eric, and he didn't like her. Claudia slapped Drew's hand mercilessly and said, it's not like that. You're just messing around. Humph, do you want me to describe someone's pitiful appearance that night? Drew immediately laughed and changed the topic. He turned to Tina Fey and asked, how about it? Are you willing? I'll think about it. Tina Fey was still a little hesitant. Drew added fuel to the fire and said, Tina, this is a good opportunity. If you agree, you can stay in Hollywood and see Eric often. If you return to Philadelphia on the East Coast and continue to be a reporter, you might never see him again in your life. Tina Fey imagined the situation that Drew described in her heart and suddenly felt a strong sense of loss. She couldn't help but ask, oh yeah, where's Eric? Drew saw that Tina Fey was already moved, so he didn't continue to persuade her. He said, he went to the company early. He has a lot of things to do today. Oh yeah, you can definitely see him on TV, Drew said and looked under the short table. He took out the remote control and turned on the TV not far away. The three girls looked at the TV together. As soon as the screen lit up, it showed a scene of a few Firefly executives walking through the crowd of reporters and entering Disney's headquarters. At 9 o'clock this morning, the chairman of Firefly Films, Eric Williams, officially signed a transaction contract with Disney's shareholders. Firefly Films will buy Disney films for $6.6 billion in cash and assume Disney's debt of $2 billion at the same time. This is the largest transaction in Hollywood history. The amount involved is as high as $8.6 billion. At the same time, Eric Williams, who is only 20 years old, has become one of the youngest tycoons in Hollywood history. According to related sources, after this acquisition, Firefly Films' market value will reach $9 billion and become the second largest film company in Hollywood, second only to Time Warner. Although Firefly Films didn't disclose its ownership structure to the public, Eric Williams' net worth is conservatively estimated to be more than $5 billion. Let's review the miraculous rise of this young tycoon. Tisk, only $5 billion. That's too conservative. Drew curled her lips in disdain and changed the TV channel. The screen cut to a studio. Eric's figure was still in the background of the studio. The host and guests were endlessly analyzing the various effects of Firefly's acquisition of Disney. Obviously, the analysis of the two experts was too professional. The girl couldn't understand and immediately changed the channel. I remember the black skies, the lightning all around me. In the familiar accompaniment, the sound of the single new DV that Eric released was heard. The three women were almost attracted to the screen at the same time. In the exciting song, a large number of images of Eric appeared on the screen, including the only film Eric acted in, Back to 17, the rare set photos of Home Alone, the classic scenes in the movies he directed, etc. It was almost equivalent to a review of Eric's career over the past few years. Unknowingly, the song quickly finished playing, and the scene changed to another studio. A blonde female host with an infatuated look on her face kept talking about Eric's legendary experience. Drew, who was still thinking about the song just now, couldn't help but sigh. It's been 4 years in the blink of an eye. It's only been 4 years. Claudia's eyes were also sparkling with admiration. Tina Fey could not help but recall herself 4 years ago. At that time, she had just turned 18 and graduated from high school. Due to her low SAT score, she had no choice but to choose a 2-year community college. She was depressed all the time, complaining that she did not work hard enough and that she was born at the wrong time. At that time, he had just turned 18 and had never gone to any college. However, he was like an alien star that suddenly broke into the sky and became brighter and brighter. Thinking about this, Tina Fey's emotions became even more scattered. Tina Fey got up and said goodbye to Drew and Claudia after having a simple breakfast. Although she was very tempted by Drew's invitation, she did not forget about her job. She was supposed to send the news about the acquisition back to Philadelphia last night, but she did not receive any information until now. She could imagine the chief editor's mad face. Drew sent a car to send her back to the hotel in Burbank. The car passed through Malibu City and drove steadily on the Pacific Rim Highway. Tina Fey only seemed to have woken up when she looked at the blue sea outside the car window. She opened her satchel and took out a camera from it. She fiddled with it thoughtfully. It was not a new camera, but it was definitely not the one she brought from the news agency. She remembered very clearly that there was a slight scratch on the original camera, but there was none on this one. However, if one was not very observant, one would not be able to tell the difference between the two. She could imagine that the camera she fell yesterday must have been broken. Eric had prepared another one for her, but he did not simply get someone to buy a new one for her to take care of her pride. Tina Fey could not help but smile faintly. No wonder this man could attract so many women. Other than being a little violent, he was flawless in every other aspect. Not only did she not hate him at all, she could not help but excuse him. She thought to herself, he's already so perfect. If he doesn't have any little quirks, how are other people going to live? Tina Fey walked to the hotel she was staying at after saying goodbye to the driver politely. She was stopped by the hotel's receptionist just as she stepped into the lobby. "May I know if you're Miss Tina Fey?" "Yes," Tina Fey nodded. "That's great. You're finally back. We've received 11 calls since yesterday afternoon. All of them were from a Mr. Simon Patrick. He wants you to call him back as soon as possible." "Got it." Tina Fey took the note from the receptionist and hurried to her room. Simon Patrick was the editor-in-chief of the Philadelphia Evening News. He was an old man in his 50s. After returning to her room, Tina Fey called the office of the chief editor of the news agency immediately. Hearing her voice, the person on the other end of the line scolded her. Tina Fey frowned in disgust, but she had no choice but to patiently explain what happened yesterday in detail. Simon's attitude on the other end of the phone suddenly took a 180-degree turn when he heard that she had gotten an exclusive interview with Eric. He gently praised her and told her to write the interview draft and fax it back as soon as possible. Tina Fey hung up the phone and sighed softly. There was a live broadcast of the scene where she was knocked down last night. Even if Simon Patrick did not see it, there were so many employees in the newspaper company. Someone must have seen it, but none of them told Simon about it. It was obvious that many people hoped that she would screw up this mission. The scale of the Philadelphia Evening News was not considered big, and there were not many opportunities for business trips. Many people were looking forward to getting the opportunity to come to Los Angeles to interview about the acquisition. This was basically equivalent to a trip on public expense. The headquarters of Hollywood was still very attractive to Americans. Compared to many people, her experience in the news agency was very shallow. She was able to get this opportunity because, on one hand, her results in the past 2 years were quite outstanding. On the other hand, it was because she was beautiful enough that Simon Patrick, who was lusting after her, gave this opportunity to her. She also knew that Simon Patrick was just an old man who had evil intentions but no guts. Therefore, she did not have any qualms about accepting this mission in the face of the other party's goodwill. She originally thought that as long as she could complete this interview mission well, nobody would say anything about it. Now that she thought about it, she felt that she was still too naive. If she had only received Eric's invitation to attend the celebration party last night without taking the opportunity to get an exclusive interview with Eric, then she would have definitely messed up this mission. At that time, unless she was willing to let that old man take advantage of her, she could only leave the news agency with her tail between her legs. Tina Fey could not help but think of Drew's invitation again. Perhaps, coming to Hollywood was also a good opportunity. Staying in the news agency, she could imagine her future, scheming against her colleagues, playing some small tricks, climbing up step by step. If she was lucky, she might be able to become the chief editor of a news agency when she reached Simon Patrick's age. Or maybe after a few years, she would quit her job after getting married and be a mediocre housewife for the rest of her life. These did not seem to be what she wanted. She hoped that she could have a more colorful life. Looking at the phone in front of her, Tina Fey hesitated for a few seconds. She found the contact information that Drew had left her from her bag and dialed the number in the matter. Drew hung up the phone and walked back to the side of the short table to sit down. Claudia looked at the script of Disguised Hero in front of her, leaned forward slightly and asked curiously, "She agreed?" Drew nodded and reached out to take a sip of the juice on his left. "Yeah, it's so troublesome." She had to go back before calling to say that she agreed. "She's not straightforward at all. This is a big deal after all. When I received the invitation from the modeling agency, my father was like facing a great enemy. I pestered him for a long time before he finally agreed," Claudia said, but her eyes drifted to Drew's left hand that was holding the glass. There was a rose gold ring on the ring finger of her little hand. There was a shiny heart-shaped red diamond inlaid on the ring. It shone charmingly under the sunlight that penetrated through the glass wall, making Claudia's heart skip a beat. She remembered that Drew did not have this a few days ago. She could not help but ask, "Hey, Drew, I've always wanted to ask you." Claudia could not help but point at the ring. "Where did you buy this?" Drew put down the juice and waved his hand in front of Claudia proudly. "Isn't it beautiful?" "Of course, the pattern on it is very strange too." "Can I have a look?" Claudia asked with a smile. Drew took it down carefully and passed it to Claudia. He said with a smile, "This can't be bought. If you work hard, someone might give you one." Claudia raised her beautiful eyebrows and seemed to have understood something. She asked, "Eric gave it to me?" Drew nodded. Claudia carefully admired the ring in her hand. The heart-shaped red diamond was perfectly inlaid in light pink rose gold. There were beautiful irregular patterns engraved on both sides, and on the other side of the diamond there was a small letter K engraved. "Drew, what does this letter K mean?" Drew pursed his lips and silently criticized Eric's bad taste. He said, "I can't tell you this. Maybe you'll find out in the future." Claudia thought that it was a little secret between Drew and Eric, so she did not pursue it. She asked, "Then what about these patterns? They look strange, but are very beautiful." "Oh, this." Drew looked at Claudia's bright red lips and said, "Give me your lipstick. I'll show it to you." Claudia was a little puzzled, but she still took out a Revlon lipstick from her bag and passed it to Drew along with the ring. Drew took it and took out a piece of tissue paper from the box beside him. He carefully folded it, then carefully applied the lipstick on the outside of the ring and slowly imprinted it on the tissue paper. After he was done, Drew pushed the tissue paper in front of Claudia. Claudia picked it up and looked at it. At first, she was a little puzzled, but soon she realized that the pattern in front of her seemed to be a string of flowery English letters. She carefully identified it before reading it out. Eric Williams. "Wow, this is Eric's name." Drew nodded. He carefully wiped the ring clean and put it on the ring finger of his left hand. He smiled and said, "So, even if you like it, you can't buy it. This ring will definitely not appear on the market." Claudia showed a look of disdain. She waved her hand and smiled. "I won't wear that guy's name on my finger." "Hey, you seem to be wearing the wrong finger. That's the ring finger." "Of course it's not wrong," Drew said with a little regret. "It's just a pity that you can't wear it in public." Claudia nodded. She looked down thoughtfully and continued reading the script. She thought about the letter K just now and wondered if there would be other letters like ABCD. Although Drew's gaze was on the information in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the first time he saw this little thing on his finger. God, he actually made a total of 54 rings, a complete deck of cards. It's really despicable. What's even more despicable is that Eric hid the big and small kings and only gave her the K of hearts. He even said that he would take the big and small kings out as wedding rings when he couldn't take it anymore. So far, other than the K of hearts, the other rings had also landed in the hands of the other women. Drew only knew that Julia received the 4 of hearts, but he didn't know about the other women. "When I first saw you, I felt that you would definitely make a name for yourself in Hollywood. I've always wanted you to come to Disney, but I didn't expect it to be like this." In the office at Disney's headquarters, Michael Eisner had a bitter smile on his face. He rubbed the $30 million check in front of him with his fingers. Michael Eisner wanted to make his tone sound more free and easy, but when he thought of Barry Diller's $129 million salary when he left Fox, compared to his current situation, he couldn't be free and easy. As Barry Diller's former deputy, he admitted that he was indeed not as good as Barry Diller. However, Disney's development over the years wasn't worse than 20th Century Fox. The two of them left almost at the same time. Barry Diller took away $129 million, while he only received $30 million. People always say that Hollywood is a place where dreams are made, but they don't understand that this dream factory is actually very cruel. You can realize many people's dreams, but you often can't realize your own. Eric thought of a report about Barry Diller that he had seen in his previous life and said with some emotion. Although the storm 2 years ago made the relationship between the two irreconcilable, he didn't have much ill feelings toward Michael Eisner. The competition in business was cruel, and there was nothing wrong with using any means. If you were too gentle, the result would only be that you would be swallowed up by others. Michael Eisner didn't know where Eric's emotion came from, but there was a faint resonance in his heart. He looked up at Eric sitting opposite him and said, "Who do you plan to replace me next, Frank?" "Frank is too conservative. I hope the new CEO of Disney is a person full of passion." Michael Eisner looked at Eric and said, "Then it must be Jeffrey." Eric just smiled. He hadn't talked to Katzenberg yet, but since Barry Diller had personally recommended Katzenberg to him, Eric had basically made up his mind. Michael Eisner put away the check and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Although he had brought Katzenberg from Paramount and personally promoted him to the position of president of Disney Animation Studio, the bad relationship between the two of them over the years was well known in Hollywood. Therefore, any evaluation he made of Katzenberg would probably lead Eric to think otherwise. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Michael Eisner stood up and said. Eric also stood up and sent Michael Eisner out of the office. While waiting for the elevator, Michael Eisner suddenly said to Eric, "By the way, there's something I'd better tell you." Eric showed a curious look. Michael Eisner said, "I've received an invitation from Matsushita Financial Group to take over Universal Pictures." Eric raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, "Don't they know about the conflict between you and Spielberg?" Since his debut, Spielberg had always maintained a good relationship with Universal Pictures. It was said that Spielberg still owed Universal 7 film contracts. Because of the interest disputes over the cooperation of several films such as Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the relationship between Michael Eisner and Spielberg was very unpleasant. In the past few years, Spielberg's Abe films had no more cooperation with Disney. Compared to Michael Eisner, Eric felt that Spielberg was more important to Universal. Although the recent box office of Captain Hawk was not satisfactory, Spielberg's position in Hollywood was not so easily shaken. Even without Jurassic Park, Eric believed that Spielberg could develop other film series. If the Japanese let Michael Eisner be the CEO of Universal Pictures, it would definitely affect the cooperation between Spielberg and Universal. The elevator came up and Michael Eisner walked in. Eric thought for a while and followed. "This failure may not be a bad thing for me." Michael Eisner looked at the flashing elevator indicator and said, "I did make a lot of wrong decisions in the past few years, including the strategy against Spielberg. After I go to Universal, I will personally come forward to ease the relationship with Spielberg, and I will definitely not make these mistakes again. So, Eric, be careful. I will not lose to you again next time." "I'll wait and see," Eric said with a smile. In the following 2 weeks, with the assistance of Morgan Stanley's acquisition team, Firefly successfully completed the buyback of Disney's shares. On February 5, 1992, Disney officially announced its privatization and became a wholly owned subsidiary of Firefly Pictures. During this period, Universal Pictures, which was controlled by the Matsushita Consortium of Japan, signed an agreement with Michael Eisner, who had just resigned from Disney, appointing Michael Eisner as the CEO of Universal Pictures. The former head of Universal Pictures, Sid Simberg, was fired and left the position of the head of Universal Pictures in a sorry state. Sid Simberg had been in control of Universal Pictures for nearly 20 years. His power was deeply rooted in Universal Pictures and he had discovered a large number of famous filmmakers such as Spielberg. The Matsushita Consortium of Japan was the same as Sony. Because they were worried about the backlash of the American people, in the 2 years after the acquisition in 1990, the extent of their power was even greater than Sony's to Columbia. Matsushita basically did not participate in any of Universal Pictures' decisions. Although Sid Simberg was not like Columbia's Peter Guber, who only cared about himself and did not care about managing the film company, as a businessman, Universal Pictures' performance in the past 2 years not only did not improve, but showed signs of a sharp decline. Sid Simberg, on the other hand, used Universal's resources to make a lot of profits. The senior executives of Matsushita realized that if this continued, the acquisition of Universal Pictures would be their biggest failure. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Matsushita took advantage of Michael Eisner's resignation from Disney and began to make substantial changes to Universal's management. Because of Sid Simberg's deep-rooted influence, Michael Eisner's process of taking office was not easy at all. Under internal and external pressure, Michael Eisner made a large number of personnel changes at Universal in a short period of time. Michael Eisner has been in office for a week, and 14 senior executives of Universal Pictures have been fired. Eric pushed a newspaper in front of Jeffrey Katzenberg, who had just walked into the office. Anyone who knew Katzenberg knew that he was a very arrogant person. However, at this time, Katzenberg was sitting opposite Eric with a smile on his face. At least on the surface, he looked respectful. After taking the newspaper from Eric and quickly skimming through the news, Katzenberg said, "This is necessary." Many of Universal's senior executives have followed Sid Simberg for more than 10 years. If Michael doesn't do this, in less than half a year, he will have to leave Universal the same way he came, and Panasonic will have to invite Sid Simberg back. Eric held a pen and wrote and drew on the draft paper in front of him as if nothing had happened. He asked casually, "There are now many people promoted by Michael in Disney. What do you think I should do?" Although Eric asked casually, Katzenberg perked up. For more than half a month, the position of CEO of Disney had been vacant. Many people were guessing who the next CEO of Disney would be. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some said that Eric would personally take over as CEO of Disney, while others said that the successor would be the current president of Disney, Frank Wales. There were even rumors that Firefly would appoint Walt Disney's nephew, Roy Disney, as the new CEO. However, Katzenberg had received some hints from Barry Diller early on. During this time, he had been quietly making the relevant preparations and did not jump up and down like some people. The biggest problem facing Disney at present was that at the beginning of the acquisition, Disney's management had passed the Golden Parachute plan with a total compensation of up to $500 million. This meant that within 2 years, Firefly could not make too many changes to Disney's senior executives. Eric, Disney's situation is very different from Universal's. Universal has been run by Sid Simberg for 20 years. It's completely solid. At the same time, Sid Simberg was once a major shareholder of Universal. If Panasonic touches Sid Simberg, it's tantamount to touching the interests of many people at Universal. But Disney is different. Michael did personally promote a lot of people, but Disney is not his world alone. In addition, all of Michael's attention is now focused on Universal. He won't spare too much time to make trouble for Disney. As long as we move forward according to Disney's established development track, there won't be any problems. I think even if some people can't help but want to make trouble, Firefly can still afford 1 or 2 people's severance compensation, right? Eric looked at Katzenberg, who was speaking with confidence, and asked with a smile, "You know?" Katzenberg was slightly taken aback. He nodded a little awkwardly and said, "Barry gave me some hints." In that case, a lot of things can be explained. Eric put down the pen in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and smiled. "The reason why I'm talking to you now is that I've been a little hesitant. I don't know if handing Disney over to you will become a disaster." Katzenberg shook his head confidently and said, "I promise it won't. Jeffrey, you know, this kind of promise has no effect. There is no problem with your personal workability. Over the years, of the 11 films you have produced, 9 of them have turned a profit. This is absolutely a miracle in Hollywood. And Barry personally recommended you to me, but, well, do you know what your problem is?" Katzenberg's lips moved, but Eric did not force him to say it. He continued, "I heard that you forced the studio employees to hold meetings at 7 o'clock on Sunday morning more than once. As a result, many people showed up in their pajamas to protest. Moreover, your relationship with Roy Disney of the Disney family is also very bad. If you were only in charge of the production department, this situation would not have much impact. But if you are the CEO of Disney, I can't imagine what kind of terrible consequences it will cause if all the employees don't like your style of doing things. I can change, Eric, give me 3 months, Katzenberg said without hesitation. Eric raised his eyebrows and asked, 3 months? Katzenberg nodded again and said, only 3 months. If I can't change within 3 months, then I will leave. Eric looked at Katzenberg's expression and was almost relieved. For a person with extremely strong self-control, since he said such a thing, it might take less than 3 months for Katzenberg to change. Eric stretched out 3 fingers and said, okay, 3 months it is, but I still want to remind you that except for the 30 million yuan compensation from Michael, Firefly will not pay a penny for the golden parachute agreement. This is also a test for you. You need to get along with the old people left by Michael, and you must not affect Disney's operations. Otherwise, you will fail. Katzenberg hesitated for a moment, but he quickly nodded. Eric smiled with satisfaction and said, we will talk about your salary later. Now, you can tell me your thoughts. Since Barry has already revealed the news to you, I think you must have made the relevant preparations, right? Katzenberg said concisely, I want Pixar. After the success of Toy Story, all the film companies in Hollywood basically saw the potential of 3D animated films. Since the release of Toy Story, Pixar had faced several headhunting frenzies. Even John Lasseter was contacted. Fortunately, Eric took appropriate measures and Pixar did not suffer any losses. Before Toy Story, animated films had always been monopolized by Disney. Since Disney was acquired by Firefly, it was normal for Katzenberg to propose this condition in order to maintain the original monopoly. Eric said, you don't have to. Starting from the next animated film, all of Pixar's works will be distributed by Disney. At the same time, the brand management and derivative development of Pixar's animation will be operated by Disney. Eric, I have read some information about Pixar. Don't you think that Pixar's efficiency is too low? One animated film every 2 years is indeed a little low, but Pixar is taking the high-quality route. Moreover, as the president of Disney, you should know that animated films can't be fast even if you want to. But at least one animated film a year shouldn't be a problem, right? Computer production is much faster than manual production, right? Eric remembered that in the original Spacetime, DreamWorks Animation, founded by Katzenberg, was famous for its high production output. However, except for Shrek, DreamWorks Animation did not produce many high-quality films. This might be the result of focusing too much on quantity. Jeffrey, isn't Disney's animation studio also producing animation? The 2 studios combined can be said to produce 1 film a year on average. By the way, speaking of Disney's animation studio, I think you must have seen the potential of computer animation, so I hope to use 3 years to digitize all the original hand-drawn animation of Disney's animation studio. You mean to fully convert to 3D animation production, but now Disney has 600 hand-drawn animators. If there is a reform, these people, Eric shrugged. Jeffrey, if any industry can't follow the trend, it can only face elimination. I gave them 3 years, which is already very generous. They have enough time to receive training. If in the end they still can't adapt, then I can only say that it's a pity. In the original Spacetime, the success of Toy Story directly announced the decline of Disney's hand-drawn animation. Other than The Lion King, Disney had never produced another 2D hand-drawn animation film that made it to the box office rankings. Okay, I will arrange it. Katzenberg nodded and promised. After this conversation, Eric quickly announced the appointment of Katzenberg. Although this appointment made many people dissatisfied, compared to the turmoil caused by Michael Eisner's departure to Global, Disney was generally calm. Many people were worried that Katzenberg would do things according to his original style after taking over as Disney's CEO. They were even prepared to resign in the face of high pressure. However, in less than a week, Disney's employees found that Katzenberg's management style had changed a lot. He was no longer so unscrupulous and did things his own way. He even said thank you. This was a shocking thing. This was because Katzenberg never said thank you to people at work. In his own words, it was not that he did not know how to be polite, but he did not want to waste time. After appointing a new CEO, Eric finally relaxed a little. He did not have to put too much energy into Disney. Although the acquisition had been completed, it would take at least half a year for the remaining affairs to be handed over and integrated. These things were still the responsibility of the Morgan Stanley team. For this professional acquisition team, Eric was not only relieved, but he even coveted it. Unfortunately, Firefly Investment could not afford such a team now. Not only can we not afford it, but we also don't need it, Chris said while eating dinner in the restaurant of the Pointy Corner Manor. After completing this acquisition, Chris would also return to New York. Eric specially sent Chris off at the Pointy Corner Manor. In addition to Chris' girlfriend, Emily Brighton, also appeared at the scene because she was in Los Angeles for business. I'm just saying. Although we can't afford it now, we will definitely need it sooner or later, Eric retorted. Chris smiled and said, maybe, Eric. What are you going to do next? Our funds are less than $1.5 billion US. It is not enough to pay off the debts left by Disney. Moreover, I don't recommend you to pay off the debts. In the process of business operation, an appropriate amount of debt is necessary. Compared to the current market value of Firefly, $2 billion US is only equivalent to about 25% of the debt ratio. This is the lowest among the 7 major Hollywood film companies. Eric thought for a while and said, actually, I have also considered it. Since we can't pay off the debts, then we can invest. Sigh, it's just a pity that the Soviet Union collapsed last year and we didn't take the opportunity to make a fortune. Don't even think about it. The Soviet Union is a piece of fat meat that we can't touch. This is a global plunder. In order to prevent the possible recovery of the Soviet Union, the European and American countries behind this event were collectively manipulated, Chris said. When he thought of the huge profits brought by the depreciation of the ruble, he couldn't help but gulp. He took a sip of the red wine in front of him and continued, in just half a year, the ruble depreciated by 110,000 times. The nearly $28 trillion of wealth that the Soviet Union accumulated over 80 years was plundered by just a few $100 million. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Sitting next to Eric, Jennifer Connelly, who had been quietly acting like a lady, couldn't help but ask, hey, what are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand? Chris looked at the beautiful woman sitting opposite him. Although his girlfriend was next to him, he couldn't help but show off. We are talking about the largest collective robbery in human history. No one would believe that the ruble crisis was an accident. Ever since Gorbachev started to reform the Soviet Union's economy, the ruble crisis had already started. At the end of the 1980s, the Soviet Union opened its financial market to the West without any precautions. Almost instantly, a large number of foreign banks, investment companies, and even insurance companies swarmed into the major cities of the Soviet Union. They used high interest rates to absorb more rubles from the Soviet Union's citizens and enterprises than the Soviet Union's local banks. At the same time, the Soviet Union started to privatize state-owned enterprises. A large number of state-owned enterprises were distributed to the Soviet Union's citizens in the form of shares and bonds. Compared to intangible shares and bonds, the ordinary people undoubtedly preferred to see real money. Therefore, the Western investment companies began to use the rubles they absorbed from the Soviets to buy the shares of their state-owned enterprises. When a large number of Soviet state-owned enterprises were in the hands of the Westerners, the final blow came. In the second half of 1991, the North American and European countries began to speak ill of the Soviet Union's economy. For a time, the newspapers and media were filled with negative news such as the Soviet Union's reform will inevitably lead to destruction, the Soviet Union's economy is about to collapse, the market value of rubles is seriously overvalued, the ruble needs to be repriced, and other negative news. When everyone said the same thing, even the most determined people would be shaken. Therefore, the fear of the collapse of the Soviet Union's economy and the sharp depreciation of the ruble quickly spread among all classes of the Soviet Union. Dumping, bank runs, hoarding, panic buying, under the control of the Western countries, a series of irrational and blind actions in the Soviet Union dragged the ruble, which was already on the verge of collapse, into the abyss. In just a few months, the exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar fell from 1 to 2 to 112,000 to $1 like an avalanche. In the history of mankind, even during the most tragic period of war, there had never been such an alarming inflation. The rubles in the hands of the Soviet Union almost became a pile of worthless waste paper. As everyone knew, a country's currency was usually supported by its own gold reserves. Under the situation of the ruble's rapid decline, the Soviet Union began to use its own gold reserves in an attempt to directly sell gold to solve the country's economic crisis. At the same time, the most serious international gold price crash of the 20th century timely happened. After the collapse of the gold price, the Soviet Union wanted to export gold for cash, but they could not find any buyers. The collapse of the gold price was the last straw that overwhelmed the Soviet Union. On December 25, 1991, Soviet President Gorbachev admitted that the economic reform had completely failed. He signed several presidential decrees in succession, declaring the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The only superpower in the world that could compete with the United States was annihilated at this moment. Chris was very eloquent. He described this world-class game in a thrilling way. Emily, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but put down her cutlery as she listened. She looked at her boyfriend with admiration, while Connolly's eyes widened. So, all the wealth of the Soviet Union has been snatched by us? Connolly asked curiously after Chris finished speaking. Chris shook his head. Of course not. This is not a zero-sum game where the winner and loser are equal, but a wealth evaporation. The wealth accumulated by the Soviet Union for more than half a century is like a pot of boiling water heated by a fierce fire. The water in the pot evaporates, and the speculators only get some dew condensed on the lid of the pot. Connolly imagined the scene described by Chris and clicked his tongue. That's really wasteful. Emily, who was sitting beside Chris, interjected at this time, I think the dissolution of the Soviet Union is a good thing. At least we don't have to face the threat of a nuclear war. Eric nodded. Yeah, the Big Ivan that blew up the entire Arctic Circle scared the world. If a nuclear war broke out, the Soviet Union only needed to throw a few Big Ivan-level nuclear bombs to the east and west coasts, and everything would be over. Eric, what is Big Ivan? Connolly asked curiously. The four of them were all born around the 1970s. Except for Eric, the other three showed a puzzled look. Eric had only seen the relevant information when he was browsing the internet in his previous life. He said, in 1961, the Soviet Union threw a 58-megaton TNT nuclear bomb into the Arctic Circle. We weren't born at that time, so you may not know. Seeing that the three of them had no idea what a 58-megaton nuclear bomb was, Eric thought for a moment and said, let me make a comparison, and you will know how terrifying Big Ivan is. After the Big Ivan nuclear bomb was dropped, the plane that dropped the bomb flew 250 kilometers away at a subsonic speed before the nuclear bomb exploded, but it was still shaken by the shock wave after the nuclear bomb exploded, and the plane was almost destroyed. Conversion, the nuclear bomb affected an area of 200,000 square kilometers, almost the size of 2 New York states. On the other hand, the little boy that exploded in Hiroshima in 1945 only had a yield of 13,000 tons, but the high temperature at the moment of explosion directly vaporized 70,000 people, and the subsequent death toll exceeded 200,000. The power of Big Ivan was 5,000 times that of Little Boy. It is said that the Soviet Union later developed a 100-megaton TNT nuclear bomb, but because they couldn't find a wide enough nuclear test site, they didn't detonate it. When Chris and the other two heard Eric's words, they all showed a faint look of fear. Eric lowered his head and gently picked up a piece of sausage, put it in his mouth, and said softly, so, I even think that anyone who builds a nuclear bomb should be convicted of crimes against humanity. Emily smiled and said, Eric, actually, Einstein himself is very regretful that he indirectly invented the nuclear bomb. But he is still guilty, Eric said. Chris also laughed. Eric, you really sound like an extreme anti-war person. I am. Compared to war, I am more inclined to settle disputes between those in power by dueling. Bare hands, cold weapons, or revolvers are fine, as long as there is no war. This time, the other three laughed, and Eric laughed as well. This is a joke. This is for you. After lunch, the two women were cleaning up in the kitchen. Eric brought Chris to the study and handed an Apple PowerBook 140 to Chris. This thing is not easy to use at all. It's better to write by hand, Chris said as she took it and fiddled with it. Eric said, I'm not letting you use it for work. I just want you to study it. You know, at the beginning of the year, IBM and several other computer software and hardware companies together established SNSNet. This will be the focus of our development in the future. The traditional industries in the United States have been divided up by various forces. It is basically impossible for Firefly to get involved. The high-tech industry related to computers is still an undeveloped area. Think about it, in the 1980s, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Larry Ellison all became billionaires. I am sure that the development of computer technology will not stop there. There will be more opportunities in the future. Chris finally clumsily opened the laptop in her hand. When she heard Eric's words, Chris did not refute. Eric had brought her too many surprises, which made her have a kind of blind confidence in Eric. Then I will go back and take some time to study it. What's next? Do you have any plans? Eric remembered that the internet developed rapidly after Bill Clinton came to power because of the support of the US policy. Eric said, not yet. It's still a bit early, at least until next year. However, you can take some time to pay attention to this year's presidential candidate, Bill Clinton. He proposed an information superhighway plan. This is why I just mentioned SNSNet. This network is likely to be the main carrier of the information superhighway. You can find some relevant information and give it to the management of Cisco and let them study SNSNet. It will definitely be useful. In the original spacetime, SNSNet was the predecessor of the Internet. Chris silently wrote down the keywords Bill Clinton and the information superhighway and said, if there is nothing else, I will go back to New York. Also, you'd better find a few assistants for my father. After all, he is a bit old, and he is not like those energetic old men like Lei Sherdong and Rupert Murdoch. Eric laughed and said, of course, you don't have to worry about that. However, he definitely doesn't want to hear you say that about him. Chris shrugged and said, no old man would like to hear that, but it is the truth. Chris and Emily were going back to New York by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Eric chatted with Chris for a while and then saw them off. I've made an appointment with Jeffrey Katzenberg to take a look at Disney's production base. Do you want to come with me? Eric asked Jennifer Connelly after sending the two of them off. Connelly shook her head and said, no, I just finished filming. I am too lazy to move. I will rest in the villa. Come back early tonight. Although Fox's Anti-Condor 2 had failed last summer, because of her relationship with Eric, as the female lead, Connelly, of course, would not be affected too much. She quickly took on another comedy, which was expected to be released during Easter this year. Of course, Eric did not ask about this movie. He was too busy with his own affairs, and of course, he was too lazy to earn that little extra money. Eric looked at Connelly's delicate face and said, then you can stay at home. Drew, that little girl, recently bought 2 more cars, which are very suitable for women to drive. If you want to go shopping, you can go to the garage and drive one. Okay. Connelly heard Eric casually mention Drew's appearance, and she felt a little jealous, but she did not show it. Of course, Eric also noticed this small detail, but he didn't care too much about it. He didn't have high expectations for his women, and he didn't even dream of living in harmony with them. As long as his women could live in harmony, it was a good thing. After Michael Eisner took over Disney, after more than 7 years of development, Disney had completely broken through the original model of making profits from animated films. Now, Disney not only had Disney Studios, which produced all-ages films and animations, but also Touchstone Pictures, which produced PG-rated films and above. In addition, Disney also had its own children's TV program, but the scale was small and the sales had not been very good. Compared to the Firefly studio in Praia Vista, Disney's production base was smaller, but it was located in the more prosperous Burbank. The story of Aladdin is adapted from a medieval Arabian story about a magic lamp that can grant people's wishes. The story is from the famous page 1001. However, we have made corresponding modifications to the characters in the story, so it will be more suitable for the local American audience. In the office building of Disney's Animation Production Center, Katzenberg accompanied Eric to watch the production of Aladdin. Eric knew that this was one of the most famous Disney animations in the 1990s. After watching it, Eric and Katzenberg went to Katzenberg's former office together. The secretary served them coffee and left. Eric asked, "Besides Aladdin, does the studio have any other animation plans?" "Of course, there are many. In the past, during every week's meeting, I would ask each supervisor to provide 5 animation ideas. After accumulating them, we have confirmed that there are 5 or 6 projects in the project preparation period." Eric asked, "You remember all these, right? Tell me about them?" Katzenberg felt that Eric's reaction was a little strange, so he said, "Why don't I get someone to bring the proposal for you to take a look? Everyone knows that you have good taste." "That would be best." Soon, the secretary of the studio sent over a stack of project proposals. Eric patiently flipped through them one by one and soon found what he wanted. It was an African prairie story that imitated The Revenge of the Prince. It was the prototype of The Lion King. In the original spacetime, The Lion King was not only the last glory of Disney's 2D hand-drawn animation, but it was also Disney's most successful 2D hand-drawn animation film. The box office revenue of the film alone was close to $1 billion worldwide. Calmly, he took out the script of The Lion King and handed it to Katzenberg. "Have you discussed this?" Katzenberg took a look and said, "This story was proposed by Brenda Chapman. It imitates The Revenge of the Prince. At first, I thought it was a little old-fashioned, but after they came up with some character designs, I agreed because the character designs are very likable. However, it hasn't been launched yet. If you like it, it can be placed after Aladdin is completed." Eric didn't show too much eagerness. After all, it was meat in the pot, and it couldn't run away from eating it sooner or later. "I think this story is good. Ask them to make a detailed proposal for me. If it's good, raise this project to the highest priority." Katzenberg nodded and called his secretary over to give a few instructions. Then, he said to Eric, "Then, let's go to the TV production department to take a look. They have recently made a lot of changes to the classic Mickey Mouse Club and replaced a group of small actors. In the original spacetime, Disney's best television media asset was the Entertainment and Sports Network, ESPN. ABC was ranked second and had even become a burden to the Disney Corporation. As for the Disney Children's Channel, due to its limited audience, it didn't perform well. After Michael Eisner came to power in 1984, he had been focusing on the development of the film industry. Before he had time to pay attention to the television industry, Disney was acquired by Firefly. Eric and Katzenberg came to the production center of the Disney Children's Channel. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in the Disney Children's Channel. If he hadn't heard the name of the Mickey Mouse Club from Katzenberg, Eric wouldn't have come to waste his time. A production manager named Owen Mott from the Disney Children's Channel cautiously showed the two of them around the production center. He felt a little guilty. Eric hadn't visited any of the many departments at Disney, but he had come here. The Children's Channel hadn't made much progress in nearly 10 years. Owen Mott was very worried that Eric would reform this department first. Owen Mott led Eric and Katzenberg past a studio and introduced, "Mr. Williams, this is the recording site of the Mickey Mouse Club. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Eric, who was a little absent-minded, immediately perked up. Of course. Owen Mott, who had been observing Eric, saw that he was interested and hurriedly led the two of them into the studio. The Mickey Mouse Club started broadcasting in January. There are 5 days a week, and each day has a theme. They are Music Day, Comedy Day, Surprise Day, Party Day, and Guest Day. Each episode is an hour long. Owen Mott gave a simple introduction. When the three of them arrived at the studio, they saw 6 or 7 boys and girls, who were about 11 or 12 years old, rehearsing a short play on the stage. Noticing the three of them coming in, the program team's person in charge announced a break and quickly walked over. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm the director of the Mickey Mouse Club. My name is Billy Clark." The middle-aged man named Billy Clark, who was in his 40s, shook Eric's hand before greeting Katzenberg and Owen Mott. At the same time, he gave Owen Mott an inquiring look. "I'm just here to take a look. You guys can continue," Eric explained. Billy Clark smiled and said, "We're rehearsing for tomorrow's recording. Mr. Williams, would you like to take a look?" "All right." Eric nodded and walked to the audience stands with Katzenberg and Owen Mott. Due to the rehearsal, the audience stands were empty. On the stage, the curious teenagers were whispering to each other. "Hey, look, that's Eric Williams," a brown-haired girl with neat bangs said. "Could it be that he wants to shoot a movie and is here to choose some small actors?" The person who answered was a blonde girl with wavy hair. As she said that, she subconsciously adjusted her hair. The other two boys came to the girl's side and echoed, "It's very possible. If that's the case, that would be great. I heard that Stuart Runkle's salary for Home Alone is now more than $10 million US. The girl with wavy hair glanced at the boy who spoke and pretended to know everything. She raised her chin and said, "That's impossible. This is just the publicity figure." After all, the reason why Home Alone 3 was stopped last year was because Stuart Runkle's price was too high. "Even if it's only $5 million, it's still more than us," the other boy added. The girl with wavy hair nodded subconsciously and looked at the girl with bangs beside her. She thought that she was prettier than her. If Eric was really here to choose small actors, she would definitely have an advantage over her. "No, I have to seize this opportunity." The girl with wavy hair reached out to adjust her hair again. She looked at the girl with bangs beside her and thought to herself, "No, I have to seize this opportunity. This guy is so stupid, he definitely can't beat me." The 7 teenagers were chatting together when Billy Clark walked to the side of the stage and clapped his hands. "Okay, little guys, look who's here. The director of Home Alone. Cheer up and perform the short play again. If you perform well, maybe Mr. Williams will choose you to be the small lead in his next movie." When Eric heard Billy Clark's words and saw the teenagers looking at him, he smiled and waved his hand, giving them a cheering expression. "Wow, he's so handsome. I'll definitely find a boyfriend like him when I grow up," the girl with bangs said with a little infatuation. The girl with wavy hair sneered and teased, "Last time on Scout, didn't you say that boys were too sloppy and you didn't want a boyfriend? That's Eric Williams. How can he be sloppy?" The girl with bangs looked below the stage without blinking and retorted. Then, a faint blush appeared on her face and she said excitedly, "Hey, he's looking at me. Why not me?" The girl with wavy hair looked at Eric unhappily and even revealed an obedient smile. "He's clearly looking at me," the girl with bangs said firmly. "Hey, the two of you, stop chatting. The performance is about to start." The director's assistant pointed at the 2 girls with a script in his hand. The girl with bangs stuck out her tongue cutely and walked backstage. The girl with wavy hair also quickly followed. Eric watched the 7 teenagers go backstage to prepare before retracting his gaze. He had always had a slight case of face blindness. This symptom was even more obvious on Westerners. As for black people, other than Morgan Freeman and a few others who were easier to recognize, he couldn't tell the others apart from them. Among the 7 teenagers just now, there were 4 boys and 3 girls. Eric looked at them and didn't find any familiar feeling. He thought that maybe these Lolas and Shotas were too young, or maybe he had scared someone away again. He patted Billy Clark who was walking back and sitting down beside him and said, "Billy, can you give me a copy of these children's information?" "Of course." Billy Clark nodded and called his assistant over. Soon, a stack of information was in Eric's hands. While the stage was still preparing, Eric opened the stack of information. The familiar names of Justin Timberlake, Ryan Gosling, Britney Spears, and Christina Aguilera came into view one after another. Eric was a little surprised that the list in his hand didn't change much at first. But when he saw the little guy's resumes, he understood. These people basically started attending the relevant training when they were 7 or 8 years old. At that time, he hadn't transmigrated yet, so of course, he couldn't change anything. But when the teenagers appeared on stage again, Eric recognized them. Sweetie now had shoulder-length bangs. She was the shortest and the cutest. The girl with curly hair was Christina Aguilera. Commander Gao had a student's haircut, and Justin was a little handsome. The other teenagers' names were unfamiliar. They must have returned to their normal lives after the club was disbanded in his previous life. According to Billy Clark's explanation, Eric learned that the skits that the teenagers were rehearsing were mostly adapted from classic cartoons, movies, or stage plays. They were mainly in the style of comedy. After they were recorded, they would be played on the comedy day of the Mickey Mouse Club. On stage, they were performing an adaptation of Disney's classic cartoon Forest Prince. Eric had never seen Forest Prince before, so he wasn't interested in such a childish stage play. The only thing he was interested in was the few young actors on stage. The curly-haired Christina was wearing a feather headdress. She was playing the role of the protagonist, Maokri's little friend in the forest village. Brittany, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of rabbit ears. It was obvious that she was playing the role of a rabbit. Christina was reciting her lines, trying her best to surpass the silly Brittany. But her eyes kept drifting to Eric. She knew that if Eric was really choosing young actors, her only opponent would be Brittany because the other girl was black. The deep-rooted racial discrimination in the United States didn't start when one was an adult. It was even more obvious in children who weren't scheming. Christina looked down on the boy and girl in the group and didn't see them as a threat. Perhaps because of this distraction, when Justin Timberlake, who was playing Maokri, recited his lines, Christina suddenly realized that she had forgotten her lines. She hesitated for a full 5 seconds before she remembered her lines. She stuttered a little and at the same time, she had the urge to cry. It's over. I definitely can't beat that idiot Brittany. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought for this role. Wouldn't it be better to play the role of a rabbit? Not only do I have fewer lines, but I also have to act cute. However, Christina's worry was obviously overdone because Eric didn't care too much about it. His eyes were more focused on Brittany. Perhaps it was because of the memories from his previous life, Eric couldn't help but imagine Brittany taking off her loose rabbit costume and leaving only her ears on her head. Ugh, Christina certainly didn't know what Eric was thinking. She was thinking about how to turn the tables. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. When Brittany skipped past her, Christina quickly looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. Then, she nonchalantly extended her toes. Brittany, who had just jumped up, lost her balance and fell on the stage with a plop. Oh, Boo-boo, why are you so careless? Christina suppressed the joy in her heart when she saw that Brittany had successfully fallen. She quickly went forward to help Brittany up and comforted her. With such a small accident, it was impossible for the performance to continue. Billy Clark shouted for a pause, then gave Eric an apologetic look in embarrassment. Let's see if that girl is all right first. Eric pointed at the stage with a playful look in his eyes and stood up first. Billy Clark and Katzenberg could only follow him to the stage. On the stage, Brittany, who was being supported by Christina to sit on a prop box, was still looking at the place where she had fallen. Although there were a few stage props there, she felt that she had been very careful just now. She didn't expect to still trip. Boo-boo, how are you? Are you all right? Billy Clark walked to Brittany and squatted down beside her. Brittany looked at Eric guiltily. She took her right hand out of her rabbit costume and raised her elbow. I'm fine. I just fell here. Billy Clark saw that there was only a faint patch of red on Brittany's elbow and knew that she was fine. He turned to Eric and asked, Mr. Williams, do you want to continue? Eric shook his head with a smile. No, I'll rest for a while. Also, little ones, you did well. Keep up the good work. When Christina heard Eric say that, she thought that he was just brushing her off. She must be very disappointed with their performance. Just as she was feeling a little down, she saw Eric looking at her with a smile. The girl didn't know that Eric had caught her little action because he was focused on Brittany. She thought that Eric was looking at her in a new light. This gave her a glimmer of hope. She mustered up her courage and said, Mr. Williams, can I have your autograph? Eric raised his eyebrows and said, of course, but I don't have a pen. When the staff heard Eric say that, he tactfully handed him a pen. Eric took it, squatted down on the prop box, and signed the notebook that Christina handed him. The other young men also came over to ask for autographs. Brittany also wanted an autograph, but she was a little shy. She had just embarrassed herself in front of Eric. She didn't know if he would still be willing to give her an autograph. How about you? After Eric signed the last young man's autograph, he raised the pen in his hand at Brittany, who was sitting beside him in a daze. Can I, Mr. Williams? Brittany asked nervously. Of course. Eric nodded with a smile. Brittany revealed a cute smile and quickly ran backstage to get her notebook. Eric quickly wrote down a string of blessings on Brittany's notebook and signed his name. Christina looked at Eric's additional blessings with jealousy. She thought for a moment and came over to him. "Mr. Williams, I heard that you live in a seaside villa in Malibu?" Eric smiled and nodded with interest. "Yes." "Then, can we be guests there? I heard that a lot of people want to see the seaside villa." After Christina said that, the other young men looked expectant. Brittany's eyes also lit up. Freedom City in Malibu's Point Manor had become a building that many people yearned for. Many tourists who came to Los Angeles would even rent a speedboat to see Freedom City from afar. Those who could afford it would even rent a helicopter, but no one dared to fly directly above the Point Manor. "That's all. They'll be there in a while." Eric hung up the phone and said to the boys and girls around him, "Now, you can call your parents. If they agree, you can go to Sharp Corner Manor. Someone will take care of you." The boys cheered and left to make the call. Only Christina heard Eric's words and asked, "Mr. Williams, aren't you coming with us?" Eric looked at the precocious girl in front of him. Although Christina wasn't as famous and rich as Brittany in his previous life, compared to Brittany's messy career and life, Christina could be considered a winner in life. "I still have work to do, but I can treat you to dinner tonight." Christina looked disappointed. She hummed softly, unsure if she was faking it. However, the girl then looked at Eric expectantly and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Williams, we'll wait for you to come back. Hurry up and call your parents. If your parents don't agree, you can't go." Although the rehearsal for the day was not over yet, the person in charge of the program did not dare to say anything since the big boss had personally given the order. He even sent a car to send the boys to Malibu. Katzenberg did not comment on Eric's behavior. In his heart, he thought that Eric's behavior was a teenager who wanted to show off. After all, Eric was only a young man in his early 20s, and Katzenberg was already 42 years old. The two of them then visited a few more sets before leaving the Disney Production Center. On the way back to Disney's headquarters, Katzenberg, who was sitting next to Eric, said, "Eric, I got someone to re-edit Righteous Courage. Do you want to watch it again when you're free?" Eric thought of Righteous Courage, which was supposed to be released in early November last year. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to watch it. The biggest problem with this movie is the casting. The male lead, Ron Dean, always gives people an inexplicable sense of acting. In addition, I don't think there's any need for this movie to be released. Let's just release it on video." Katzenberg nodded. Releasing the video could save a lot of publicity costs. However, after thinking about it, he quickly suggested, "After all, it's an investment of nearly $50 million US. Why don't we release it on a small scale in September? The off-season publicity costs will be much lower, and we'll be able to recoup some funds." "That's settled then," Eric said. "Also, we can slightly increase the publicity for Nuns Are Crazy that we just saw. Whoopi Goldberg's comedy performance was very eye-catching in Ghost. This movie might be able to bring some surprises to Disney." Even the conceited Katzenberg did not doubt Eric's judgment in movies. After hearing what Eric said, Katzenberg seriously noted this matter in his memo. After arriving at Disney's headquarters and meeting with several Disney executives for a short meeting, Eric got off work and returned to Malibu. It was already 6:30 when he got home. When Eric walked into the villa, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the kitchen. He walked over and leaned against the door frame to look inside. 7 or 8 teenagers, including Connolly, were surrounding two people dressed as chefs. When they saw Eric appear, the teenagers put down what they were doing and walked towards him. Only then did Eric see clearly that the teenagers were making dumplings. The scene that was very familiar in his memory appeared in this situation, which made him feel a little strange and out of place. After greeting each other, Connolly said, "Eric, I called the chefs from the Chinese restaurant to cook Chinese food for them. Everyone is learning how to make dumplings. It's very interesting." Eric smiled and nodded. He had already realized this from the Chinese faces of the two chefs. "You guys continue. I'm going to take a shower first. Jenny, can you help me prepare some clothes?" Eric said as he turned and walked upstairs. Connolly nodded and followed him. Walking side by side with Eric, he asked, "Why did you think of inviting these little guys to your house? What's the matter? You don't like it?" Eric asked. Connolly shook his head. The teenagers were very polite and treated him as Eric's girlfriend. Connolly enjoyed the treatment of being the hostess. "I'm just a little curious." After thinking about it, Connolly turned his head and glanced behind him. After making sure that no one was following, he said, "Hey, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to a girl?" Eric laughed and said, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Connolly nodded seriously and said, "I heard that when you met Drew, she was only 13 years old. At that time, you already had designs on her." Humph humph. Eric stretched out his index finger and shook it. He retorted, "You've got it the other way around. It's that girl who had designs on me since she was 13 years old. She's the one who's been planning for a long time." Connolly laughed and punched Eric's shoulder. He said, "Don't quibble. When I was cleaning the house today, I found a book called Lolita." Eric remembered that Drew must have bought it and left it here. She said that she wanted to study the techniques of seducing uncles. However, he did not explain to Connolly. Instead, he joked, "I'm reading that book from a scientific research point of view. Don't misunderstand." Hee. When Eric came out of the shower, Connolly had already returned to the kitchen to help. He picked up a magazine and sat on the sofa near the glass wall to read it. After a while, a small figure came out of the bathroom. She kept shaking off the water droplets on her hands. When she looked up and saw Eric sitting there, she was shocked. "Sorry, Mr. Williams. I didn't know you were here," Brittany said in a panic. Eric pushed the tissue on the coffee table in front of him and said, "Here, use this." Brittany walked over carefully and took out a few tissues from the box to dry her hands. When she saw that Eric was still staring at her, she turned to look in the direction of the kitchen as if she was hoping that someone would come to save her. Eric looked at the little girl's uneasy look and laughed. "Do I look scary?" "No, of course not." Brittany shook her head quickly. Because she had fallen on the stage in front of Eric in the afternoon, the little girl had been a little shy and awkward in front of Eric. Girls usually matured early, not to mention that Brittany had been taking part in all kinds of training and performances since she was 8 years old. She was more mature than her peers who stayed in school. However, the little girl couldn't help but feel a little inferior when she saw the faint smile on Eric's handsome face. "Have a seat and chat with me. There are so many people in the kitchen anyway." "I don't need you," Eric said as he pointed at the sofa opposite him. Brittany sat down across from Eric obediently, but her eyes were lowered the whole time. "Who's in your family?" Eric asked gently as he closed the magazine and pressed it against his knees. "Dad, Mom, brother, and sister," Brittany replied. Eric only remembered that Brittany had a sister and a pair of greedy parents. He didn't really care about Brittany's brother. "Are they all in Los Angeles?" "Yeah. Mom gave birth to my sister last year, so Dad moved to Los Angeles with my brother." Christina finished wrapping another dumpling that looked delicious. She picked it up and showed it to her friends. Then, she suddenly realized that Brittany hadn't returned for a long time. The little girl instinctively became vigilant. Putting down the dumpling in her hand, Christina politely said a few words to Connolly and walked out of the kitchen. She immediately saw Brittany, who was chuckling at Eric's teasing. "Oh no, Brittany, that stupid girl beat me to it." Christina's eyes were filled with jealousy as she thought about it. Eric saw Christina and waved at her. Christina quickly put away her thoughts, smiled sweetly, and walked over briskly. "Chris, we were just talking about you," Brittany said innocently. At the same time, she moved to the side and let Christina sit down beside her. Christina asked a little warily, "About what?" "About us at the Mickey Mouse Club, of course," Brittany replied. Eric looked at the two girls opposite him and said, "Brittany was just talking about your singing. I heard that both of you sing very well. Sing for me when you're free." "Sure," Christina quickly said. "I can do it now." Eric shook his head. "Forget it for today. Dinner is coming soon." Christina had wanted to show off, but hearing Eric say that, she nodded in disappointment. After chatting for a while, Connolly poked his head out of the kitchen and called them to dinner. Brittany's appetite had long been aroused by the unique aroma of Chinese food. She stood up and skipped to the dining room. Eric put the magazine away and was about to stand up. Christina bit her lip and finally mustered her courage. "Mr. Williams, Brittany's singing is actually not as good as mine. The teachers in the club all say so." Eric found it even more interesting. He asked with a smile, "Why are you saying that?" I just wanted to say that Brittany is just a little prettier than me. She can't compare to me in other aspects. I can definitely perform better than her." "Oh, I got it." Eric nodded noncommittally. Christina then said, "Mr. Williams, are you going to our club to choose actors today?" Eric raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why the little girl was acting so strangely. He smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just going to check on the work at Disney Studios today. It has nothing to do with choosing actors." Christina did not look discouraged at all. Instead, she walked over and squatted beside Eric. She asked expectantly, "Mr. Williams, do you think I can be an actress?" "Aren't you an actress now?" "I mean, a movie actor. Like Stuart Runkle?" Eric recalled the information he had read about Christina today. Christina grew up in a broken family like many American children. When she was 6 years old, her mother finally couldn't stand her father's domestic violence and chose to divorce him. After that, she lived a homeless life. Because she was good at singing, she started to perform on stage at the age of 8 to earn money. Children who grew up in such an environment matured early and were full of desire for a better life. That was why she said what she had just said. The success of Home Alone 3 made Stuart the most successful child actor in the world. This was directly reflected by the $10 million salary. "Chris, don't worry and perform in the Mickey Mouse Club. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be successful in the future. You don't have to act in a movie," Eric said as he patted the back of Christina's hand. He didn't have the consciousness of a savior. Moreover, with his current status, there was no need for him to support 1 or 2 future superstars to earn merits. Eric was more interested in seeing what would happen to the superstars in his previous life if they deviated from their original life path. Seeing that Eric was about to stand up, Christina grabbed his arm reflexively and begged, "Mr. Williams, can you give me a chance? I heard that you have many girlfriends. I can be your girlfriend too." Seeing the girl's little hand grabbing his tightly, Eric said, "Stop it, Chris. I'm going to get angry if you continue like this." "Don't, Mr. Williams. I know I'm not pretty enough, but I can bring Brittany with me. We can be your girlfriend together," Christina stuttered, but she still said it smoothly. Eric raised his eyebrows again. Christina thought that Eric was moved and was delighted. She continued, "Mr. Williams, Brittany has always liked you, and she's always so silly and easy to coax." Eric almost laughed. Christina's description of Brittany as a silly was quite apartment. In his previous life, Brittany's string of scumbag boyfriends were all people around her. Even the paparazzi could catch her. It was clear how easy it was to coax Brittany. She didn't learn her lesson even though she had been tricked repeatedly. "Eric, ugh. What are you guys doing?" Connolly, who had waited for a while and didn't see Eric, walked out of the restaurant and saw Christina hugging Eric's arm. Seeing Connolly appear, Christina let go of her hand in a panic. Eric shrugged at Connolly and walked straight to the dining room. Christina lowered her head and followed behind him timidly, not daring to look at Connolly's expression at all. Connolly glanced at the two of them suspiciously, but didn't say anything in the end. Dinner was very sumptuous. As soon as Eric walked into the restaurant, Brittany brought a small plate of dumplings to Eric as if she was presenting a treasure. "Mr. Williams, I made these. Would you like to try them?" Eric knew that the chefs had prepared the dumplings for the kids beforehand, so he wasn't worried that he would eat strange dumplings. He smiled and nodded. He took a bowl and took 2 dumplings from Brittany. "This is enough. Thank you." With Brittany taking the lead, the other kids also brought their own dumplings to the table. Christina was the only one who wanted to cry. She had been pestering Eric just now, and she didn't know who had stolen the fruits of her labor. It was already 10 o'clock at night. In an ordinary apartment in Burbank, Brittany was sitting on the sofa and talking about her experience in the afternoon. Miss Connolly even let us take a helicopter. The seashell villa was so beautiful from the air. Also, from the glass wall of the villa, we could see the entire ocean. In the evening, the entire ocean was sparkling. It was even more spectacular than a landscape painting. Sigh, if only I could afford a manor like this when I grow up. Don't be delusional. I heard that the manor cost more than $50 million to build a few years ago. Because of its fame, even if Eric Williams offered $100 million, someone would definitely buy it. You won't be able to earn that much money in your lifetime, Brittany's brother, Brian Spears, who was already in high school, said. $100 million? Forget it, Brittany stuck out her tongue. She was currently signed to the Disney Children's Channel, and her monthly salary was only $8,000. $100 million was an astronomical figure for her. Jamie Spears, who was sitting on the sofa pretending to watch TV, had actually been listening to his daughter's recount of today's experience. He was still thinking about the Rolls-Royce limousine that he had just sent Brittany back, fantasizing about the day he could own one. When he heard his son mention $100 million, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Lynn Spears, who was breastfeeding his 1-year-old daughter, smiled and said, "Who says it's impossible? If our Bubo can become a superstar like Michael Jackson, she will definitely be able to earn $100 million. Michael Jackson was currently the idol of the younger generation in America, and the 16-year-old Brian Spears was no exception. When he heard his mother say that, he retorted, "Michael is a genius. How can Bubo compare to him?" After Brian said that, he saw his sister glaring at him and immediately said, "But of course, if Bubo wants to live in the Pointy Corner Manor, it's actually very easy. She just needs to become Eric Williams's girlfriend." "Brian, don't talk nonsense. How old is your sister?" Lynn Spears glared at his son and said. Brian Spears laughed and said, "I heard that Eric Williams likes Loretta a lot. It's not like you haven't seen the news from 2 years ago." "That's nonsense, they did all of that to tarnish Eric's reputation," Brittany immediately retorted as she recalled the incident from 2 years ago. She still had a very good impression of Eric, and she immediately retorted. "I'm not spouting nonsense. If he doesn't like you, why would he invite you to the Sharphorn Manor? Bubo, Eric Williams is a rich man. If you become his girlfriend, our family can at least move into Beverly Hills instead of squeezing into this small apartment." Brittany was rather speechless, but a blush immediately appeared on her face at the thought of what her brother had just said. She had just experienced her first awakening of love, so she was very fond of Eric. "Shut up, Brian. If you continue to spout nonsense, you won't be allowed to watch TV anymore. Go back to your room and do your homework." Lynn Spears was not used to his son's tone of selling his sister for glory, so he raised his voice and reprimanded him. The Spears family was just an ordinary family that had just moved from a small place to Los Angeles. They hadn't experienced too many conflicts of interest, so Lynn Spears didn't evolve into a weird mother who sold her daughter's privacy to make money by writing books. However, Jamie Spears, who had been silent all this while, heard his son's words and felt a surge of desire in the depths of his heart. The next morning, after the Spears family had breakfast, Jamie Spears had to send Brittany to the recording studio as usual. While her daughter was changing in her room, Lynn Spears said to her husband, "Jamie, you should find a job. We can't always live on Bubu's salary." Jamie Spears immediately looked impatient. Clearly, this was not the first time he had heard such words. Jamie Spears was originally a construction worker in a small city in Louisiana. If he was considered to be doing well in Louisiana, then when he came to Los Angeles, there was basically no place for him to use his skills. Furthermore, Jamie Spears was not a hardworking person. In his heart, he disdained to do the same low-class work as those Mexicans who were smuggled over. "Wait a little longer. After I save some more money, I plan to open a construction company," Jamie Spears said as he hurried out of the house and went to the garage to get his car. Lynn Spears looked at her husband's perfunctory back and sighed helplessly. Seeing her daughter come out of the room, she went up to tidy up Brittany's clothes and sent her daughter to the car before returning to the house to do the housework. After dropping Brittany off at the Disney set, Jamie Spears drove to a bar after a series of turns. "Hey, Jamie, the same old?" The old boss behind the bar greeted him warmly. Of course, Jamie Spears replied. He sat down at the bar and greeted the few regulars around him. The boss quickly handed over a glass of beer and a plate of peanuts. The hanging TV in the bar was broadcasting the news. As one of the most talked about news recently, the topic of Firefly's acquisition of Disney still appeared frequently on the small screen. Listening to the introduction of Firefly's acquisition of Disney on the TV, a middle-aged fat man on the left of Jamie Spears shook his head and sighed. $5 billion. It's really hard to imagine that a kid in his early 20s can have $5 billion. How much money is that? Another person immediately laughed and joked, "You're just a lazy guy who cheats unemployment compensation." Of course, you can't imagine how much money $5 billion is. Let me tell you, even if you spend $500,000 a day, it's enough for you to spend for 30 years. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. Although the people who didn't work in the morning and went to the bar were not decent people, the fat middle-aged man was obviously being laughed at by everyone. The fat man laughed and didn't get angry. He looked at Jamie Spears and asked, "Jamie, I heard that your daughter is acting in a show at Disney. I wonder if she can meet Eric Williams. If Eric Williams chooses her to act in a movie, your family will be rich." That's right, that's right. Some time ago, I saw the little actor who acted in Home Alone in the newspaper. That family is doing really well now. Due to his vanity, Jamie Spears said smugly, "Let me tell you, my daughter was a guest at Eric Williams' manor last night." Really? You're not lying, right? Jamie, don't talk nonsense. Why would Eric Williams invite your little girl over? Jamie Spears heard the doubts around him and drank more than half a glass of beer. He blushed and said loudly, "What's there to lie about? My girl was sent back by a Rolls-Royce last night." Seeing that Jamie Spears didn't seem to be lying, a few curious customers gathered around him and asked him what had happened. Jamie Spears' vanity was greatly satisfied, and after he recounted what Brittany had seen and heard in Sharphorn Manor, he started talking nonsense again. He even concluded that Eric had invited a bunch of young men over because he had taken a fancy to his daughter. "Hey, Jamie, how old is your girl? How could Eric Williams like her?" Yeah. Little Brittany is so young." Haha. That's hard to say. Rich people have all kinds of weird fetishes. Eric Williams is still young. What's so strange about him liking little girls? The group of people talked nonsense. Gradually, their words became coarser and coarser, and their words became more and more unscrupulous. In the corner of the bar, a young man in his 20s with a tired face was disgusted by the loud voices of these boorish men. However, when he heard Eric's name, he immediately perked up. The young man's name was Cole Anderson. He was a paparazzi from the New York Post. In order to secretly take photos of a small celebrity scandal, Cole Anderson had waited outside a certain apartment in Burbank for an entire night. In the end, he found nothing. When he passed by the small bar, he wanted to have a drink and go back to the hotel to sleep. However, he didn't expect to hear a very juicy piece of news. Jamie Spears chatted with the crowd for an hour or two and drank a few glasses of beer. After that, he paid the bill with a slightly tipsy expression and was about to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the bar, he was stopped by Cole Anderson. "Hello, Mr. Jamie Spears. My name is Cole Anderson. I'm a reporter from the New York Post. May I have a moment of your time?" Jamie Spears asked impatiently, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. I just heard that your daughter went to Eric Williams's house as a guest last night. I wonder if I can do an interview about this." Although Jamie Spears drank a little too much, he wasn't drunk. His mind was still quite clear. When he heard that the other party wanted to interview him, his mind quickly spun a few rounds. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2,000. Cole Anderson was stunned for a moment. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the greedy guy in front of him was asking for an exorbitant price, it was very much in line with the paparazzi's taste. "Mr. Spears, $2,000 is impossible. I can't get $2,000 for writing a special article. At most, I can get 200. Jamie Spears acted as if he had been insulted and raised his voice slightly. 200? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? That's Eric Williams, a billionaire. Cole Anderson had a patient smile on his face. "Mr. Spears, even if Eric Williams has a net worth of billions, that has nothing to do with me. I'm just a reporter who makes a living by writing a few articles. $200 is already very reasonable." The two haggled for a while and finally settled on a price of $500. Cole Anderson didn't bring Jamie Spears back to the bar. Instead, he found an outdoor cafe. Under Jamie Spears' insistence, Cole Anderson paid him $500 first. Then, he took out a tape recorder and began the interview. Jamie Spears was immersed in the joy of picking up $500 for free. Even if he was sober, Gooching wouldn't have been able to discover the tricky traps in Cole Anderson's questions. After spending half an hour to complete this interview, both of them left in satisfaction. Back at his place, Cole Anderson, who hadn't slept the entire night, was full of excitement. He spent the entire morning and quickly created a scandal. He misinterpreted Eric's intention of inviting the youths from the Mickey Mouse Club to the Pointy Corner Manor. Although he didn't say it explicitly, every word and sentence led the readers to lead Eric in the direction of a lolicon. The New York Post had always relied on sensationalism, gossip, and digging up the scandals and privacy of celebrities. The paparazzi under the New York Post were also very skilled at splashing dirty water on celebrities while avoiding legal risks. The celebrities who were smeared often couldn't say anything. This was because even if they sued the other party, it was uncertain whether they could win, but the matter would definitely be smeared more and more. This article was quickly sent back to the headquarters of the New York Post. After passing through layers of review, it landed on the desk of the New York Post's chief editor, Mars Allen. Mars Allen could tell at a glance that if this article were to be published, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Eric. However, compared to the paparazzi at the bottom who were only responsible for collecting news, Mars Allen had more considerations. The United States seemed to be a place where freedom of speech was excessive. Even the president could be used to ridicule, but in fact, any newspaper knew that those subjects should not be touched. Those were minefields that needed to be avoided. Take the article in front of him as an example. If it were a few years ago, it would have been published. However, Eric was now not only the owner of the Firefly Group, but also had a very close cooperation with the New York Post's owner, the News Corporation. What's more, Mars Allen also knew something about the relationship between Eric and Elizabeth. Based on his understanding of Eric's character, Mars Allen felt that it was unlikely for the man and woman to be together. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. If the article were to be published rashly and annoy Eric, and Murdoch would be involved, he would probably lose his job as the chief editor. However, Eric was a national figure. If the New York Post didn't mention anything about Eric's scandals in the future, it would definitely lose a lot of attention. Besides, after Firefly acquired Disney and was promoted to one of the Big Seven, it had formed a competitive relationship with Fox. Perhaps Murdoch himself would consider suppressing Eric Williams. After thinking about it for a long time, Maris Allen finally decided to send the article to Murdoch himself to test his attitude. Unlike Lei Sherdong's business philosophy of content being king, Murdoch was more inclined to channel expansion, which was why News Corporation's territory was larger than Viacom's. Because of the rise of the Fox network and the 20th Century Fox Film Company, Murdoch's business focus was also gradually focused on North America. The departure of Barry Diller caused News Corporation's film and television media business in the United States to instantly lose an important pillar, and Murdoch had to temporarily take charge. These days, Murdoch had been presiding over the overall situation at Fox's headquarters in Los Angeles. The success of Friends, The X-Files, and Who Will Be a Millionaire made the development of Fox much smoother than in the original spacetime. Inspired by Warner's CNN and the advantages of News Corporation's own resources, Murdoch had recently begun to prepare for Fox News Station. Another busy day was about to end. When it was close to getting off work, Murdoch's assistant suddenly knocked on the door and walked into the office. He handed a document to him. "Mr. Murdoch, this is a news manuscript that the editor-in-chief of the New York Post, Mars Allen, has just faxed over. Perhaps you need to take a look at it yourself." Murdoch believed that his assistant would not send over an insignificant news manuscript. Since this article was handed to him, it must be special. "Leave it here, I'll read it later." Murdoch waved his hand, and the assistant politely left the office. Murdoch quickly reviewed the last few documents at hand, then picked up the news manuscript sent by his assistant. He glanced at the title of the article and frowned slightly. As a media tycoon who relied on news, Murdoch only read the first few paragraphs and was certain that this was completely groundless gossip. Perhaps it would bring some topics for the readers to talk about, but it would definitely cause the parties involved to be dissatisfied. Murdoch quickly finished reading and couldn't help but pick up a document that he had just read. This was part of the financial statement of Fox's media content expenditure this year. Murdoch's eyes quickly fell on the column about Terminator 2. After a Hollywood movie finished screening in theaters, the second round would be the release of videotapes, followed by the third round, which would be broadcast on major North American television stations, cable television stations, and local television stations. After Terminator 2 was shown in theaters and distributed on videotape, it began to bid for the TV station's licensing rights. Under normal circumstances, in order to maximize profits, movies were often broadcast on paid cable channels first, followed by free wireless channels. But because of the shareholding relationship between Firefly and Fox, Firefly made an exception and sold the first-round broadcasting rights to Fox, but the price was still not cheap. Fox had to pay up to $16 million for the first 4 broadcasts, on average, $4 million per broadcast. The cooperation between Fox and Firefly had always been pleasant, but if the article was published by the New York Post, not only would it be seen as a provocation by Eric, but other media forces would certainly think that there was a rift in the cooperation between the two media companies and Firefly's cooperation, and Fox. Others, of course, would be. Although Murdoch was aware of his weak position in the cooperation with Firefly, which made him feel very uncomfortable, he would not take any drastic action because of this. He called his assistant again and said, "Tell Mars Allen, if there are any more news reports about Eric Williams, just suppress them." "I understand, Mr. Murdoch." The assistant nodded and walked out. Murdoch looked at the time, stuffed the manuscript into his briefcase, and then went home. T.G.'s Flowers at the End of the Rope last year was nominated for 5 Oscars. Elizabeth and Drew had originally organized a public relations party together, but received a call from her father in the evening and had to rush back to the Murdoch family's house in Los Angeles for dinner. After dinner, Murdoch looked at his absent-minded daughter, who came to the study with him, and couldn't help but scold her. "You're already so old, can't you be more mature?" Elizabeth sat down in an office chair, crossed her legs, and said with a smile, "You should say this to my 2 baby brothers. TSK, I heard that James has recently been obsessed with rock and roll. What kind of people are in the rock and roll circle? I hope he won't bring back a daughter-in-law with holes all over her body and a pale face. Oh, this daughter-in-law might not necessarily be a woman." Speaking of his 2 sons, Murdoch had a headache. Looking at his daughter's teasing look, he immediately became angry. "What about you? You're already 24. It's time to think about marriage." Elizabeth's eyes immediately became a little erratic, and she impatiently changed the subject. "Dad, why did you call me back? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I still have a lot of things to do." Murdoch didn't know what to do with his stubborn daughter. He knew that if he said anything more, this girl would really run away, so he had no choice but to talk about the main topic. "It's like this. Recently, I've felt that Fox's content production is a little weak. What do you think of Fox's acquisition of TG Film Company?" Facing his daughter, Murdoch didn't hide the reason and said very straightforwardly. Elizabeth shrugged and said, "Dad, you know that we can't make the decision for this kind of thing. We still need that guy's approval. Besides, even if we buy it, it's useless. TG has already signed a distribution contract with Firefly. In addition, don't think about Firefly. Even if Firefly has any remaining high-quality projects, they will definitely be handed over to Disney. In the end, Fox still has to do it themselves." Murdoch certainly understood the truth of what Elizabeth said, but now the investment cost of movies was increasing day by day, and the risks were also increasing. However, Fox's big-budget movies in the past few years had not achieved any outstanding results. Last year's box office failure of the summer movie Throat Island and the box office failure of Spielberg's Captain Hawk at the end of the year made many movie companies realize that big-budget movies were not so easy to play. When all the movie companies began to treat big-budget movies cautiously, Firefly announced 4 movie production plans with a total investment of more than $300 million US. People couldn't help but admire Eric's confidence and courage in movie investment. Didn't Firefly announce 4 movie production plans? Do you think Fox may participate in the investment? After all, it's $300 million US, and Firefly has just acquired Disney, so the funds should be tight. Elizabeth shook her head. The possibility is not high. Movie companies only bring in external investment when they are not very confident about the project. How can he not be confident about the project that he has his eyes on? Moreover, that guy is now regarded as an extremely conservative business operator by Wall Street. He advocates low debt and abundant cash flow. If he doesn't have so much money, he definitely won't launch such a plan. Murdoch sighed and glanced at his daughter. The subtext was obviously saying, "What's the use of having you if you can't do anything?" Elizabeth stared back with dissatisfaction. "Old man, you won't let your daughter sell her body, right? Don't even think about it." Murdoch was instantly annoyed. He shook his head with a wry smile, took out the manuscript from his briefcase, and threw it to Elizabeth. This was handed over by the editor-in-chief of the New York Post in the afternoon. "Take it." Elizabeth curiously took it and flipped through it. Although she also knew that most of the report was nonsense, she still said impolitely, again, "What a bastard. Sooner or later, he will fall for a woman." Bastard. At noon the next day, in Julia's mansion in Beverly Hills, several women had lunch and talked about this matter. Elizabeth said bitterly again. Bastard. Julia, who was on the other side of the sofa, also smiled and agreed. Tina Fey, who was carrying a little girl, smiled and did not say anything. However, the little girl in her arms, who was about to turn 1, cried out, "Eggy!" Drew flipped through the manuscript in front of him and said, "It's not like you don't know what's going on. You should think about how to deal with the aftermath." Who wants to deal with the aftermath for him? Give the manuscript to him and let him deal with it himself. The Super Bowl final is on February 10th. Eric has been busy editing the trailer for Tornado these days. It's better not to bother him with these things. Drew read the manuscript twice seriously and then put it into his bag. He asked Elizabeth, "Do you have the contact of the paparazzo who wrote this article?" "You have to get the recording back first." Julia looked at Drew's serious face and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. The manuscript has been suppressed anyway." "Of course there's a need. Not only that, I also have to warn the girl's father. Petty people who only care about profits often become very troublesome." Elizabeth smiled and said, You seem to be very experienced." "Of course, because I have such a pair of parents, I know what kind of things such people will often do," Drew said self-deprecatingly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 3 people in front of him. His voice slowly became hoarse and evil. "No one can get in Eric's way, let alone hurt him. Neither can you." For a moment, Julia felt that Drew was like a cat with dark eyes in a horror movie, as if he was ready to pounce at any time. Elizabeth also had the same feeling. She said guiltily, "I only said a few words about him. Besides, I didn't wrongly accuse him. He is. Okay, I'll get you the contact of that paparazzo." Elizabeth quickly inquired about the contact of Cole Anderson. After Drew wrote it down, he left Julia's house with Tina Fey. Hearing the sound of the car leaving in Drew's house next door, Julia grinned at Elizabeth. "What a little lunatic. She scared me just now." Elizabeth listened to the sound of the car engine fading away. She turned her head and looked at Julia from head to toe. Thinking of herself, she shrugged and turned to walk back to her room. Julia carried the little girl who was dozing off in her arms and followed her. She said, "Liz, why are you acting so weird? Don't tell me you're crazy too. I still have to go to the set of Disguised Stranger in the afternoon. I don't have time to go crazy. You, on the other hand, will go crazy if you stay at home all day long. You should start filming earlier. I've already started to pick out the scripts recently. Hey, do you think there's any TG films that I can act in? Why? Do you also want to act as a crazy woman like Nicole Kidman? Your tone is really sour. You're still complaining that Eric didn't give tough cop to TG. Drew clearly said that he had other plans. How would I dare to complain about him? I'm scared that Drew will kill me. After using a check to exchange for the recording of the interview, Drew brought Tina Fey and hurried to Disney's production center. Because of the relationship between Drew and Eric, the director of Mickey Mouse Club, Billy Clark, quickly came out to greet them personally after he heard the notice from the guards at the studio. "Hello, Miss Barrymore." Billy Clark felt a little strange. Eric had just come to the Mickey Mouse Club the day before yesterday. He didn't expect to see another person just one day later. Drew politely shook hands with Billy Clark. The two of them went to Billy Clark's office together. Drew then took out the script and the recording. Billy Clark read through the script and listened to the recording. His expression became a little uneasy. He knew that if these things were reported, it would definitely bring trouble to Eric. After all, the famous director Woody Allen had just been involved in the scandal of his adopted daughter. If the media caught on to similar news, they would definitely hype it up. If this really happened, the production team would definitely be in trouble. "Miss Barrymore, what do you think?" "Mr. Clark, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to be nervous." Drew comforted him with a smile and said, "Call that girl's father to come over. I'll talk to him personally. Also, can you give me a copy of the information of the actors who were guests at Eric's house that day?" Of course. I'll do it right away," Billy Clark said and hurriedly left the office. Drew quickly obtained the detailed information of the 7 youths and quickly flipped through it. Soon, he eliminated 5 of them, leaving only Christina Aguilera and Britney Spears' information on the 2 girls. After carefully looking at the photos of the 2 girls, the girl pouted and asked Tina Fey beside her, "Tina, what do you think of them?" Tina Fey looked at the photos and said, "They're very cute." Of course, the actors chosen by Disney's Children's Channel are very likable. "Drew, I don't think Mr. Williams is that kind of person. He must have just invited these teenagers to be guests at the Pointy Corner Manor." "No, you don't understand." Drew shook his head and said, "After interacting with Eric for a long time, you'll realize that he often looks at some people with that strange gaze that I don't know what it means. It's like he's known them for a long time. I'm sure there's a little guy like that among the 7 of them." Tina Fey opened her mouth in shock. She wanted to say something, but she only asked subconsciously, "Then, does he look at me like that when he looks at me?" Drew raised his head and glanced at Tina Fey. He smiled and said, "Of course." After Jamie Spears sobered up yesterday, he felt that some of the things he said in the interview with the paparazzi were inappropriate. However, after seeing the $500 that he had just picked up, all his concerns were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Although Britney could get $8,000 a month from Disney, she didn't have much left after paying for the family of 5's expenses in Los Angeles. After getting used to living in a big city, Jamie Spears naturally didn't want to return to a small city in Louisiana. He even considered encouraging his daughter to interact more with Eric. If they could get close to this young billionaire, their family might really be able to move to a wealthy district like Beverly Hills, just like what his son said. After Jamie Spears sent his daughter to Disney in the morning, he specially bought a few newspapers. However, he didn't find anything about yesterday's interview. This made him feel a little regretful. Perhaps his daughter would become famous after that report came out. However, just after noon, he received a call from Disney. He was led to an office door by a staff member. The staff member knocked on the door and said a few words. After getting a response, he signaled for Jamie Spears to go in himself. Jamie Spears pushed the door open a little nervously and walked in. He saw a man and 2 women sitting on the sofa in the office chatting about something. He had seen the middle-aged man in a gray suit a few times. He was the director of Mickey Mouse Club, Billy Clark. One of the 2 women was wearing a decent rose-red professional suit. She had short hair, a delicate face, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses that gave off an intellectual vibe. The other girl was wearing a casual light gray sweater. He could only see the side of her face. Although she looked familiar, he couldn't recognize her at first glance. However, her face and delicate little dimples made him certain that she was a pretty little beauty. Billy Clark and Tina Fey stood up when they saw Jamie Spears walk in. Drew glanced at the man in front of her and didn't stand up. Instead, she frowned. She could tell from his slightly red face that he often drank alcohol. This reminded her of some unbearable experiences when she was still very ignorant. "Mr. Spears, this is Miss Tina Fey, and this is Miss Barrymore." Billy Clark introduced them to Jamie Spears in a rather cold tone. Jamie Spears had a smile on his face, but he had already realized from the attitude of the three people that something must have happened. "Mr. Clark, did Bubu cause any trouble?" "Don't worry, if that's the case, I'll definitely teach her a lesson." Billy Clark didn't answer as he turned his head to look at Drew. Only then did Drew lazily stand up and walk to Billy Clark's desk and sit down. He said, "Mr. Clark, sorry to trouble you. Go ahead with your work. I'll have a chat with Mr. Spears." Of course, Billy Clark couldn't wait for that to happen. He said with a smile, "All right then, Miss Barrymore. My secretary is outside. If there's anything, you can get her to call me." "I will." Drew smiled as he watched Billy Clark leave. Only then did he look at the clearly uneasy Jamie Spears. "Miss Barrymore, it's nice to meet you." Well, I really liked your performance in E.T., Jamie Spears complimented a little awkwardly. Drew had already put away the smile on his face. He was even more indifferent to Jamie Spears' compliment. He pointed at the sofa against the wall in front of the desk and gestured for Jamie Spears to sit down. Only then did he let Tina Fey pass the news article to him. "Mr. Spears, you definitely know about my relationship with Eric, so after reading this article, you should know why I'm here, right?" Jamie Spears quickly scanned the news article in his hand and immediately recognized that the contents of the article were the words he had said to the paparazzi when he was drunk yesterday. "Miss Barrymore, this might be a misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding. This article was bought from you by a paparazzi named Cole Anderson from the New York Post for $500. I still have the recording from yesterday. Do you want to listen to it?" No need." Jamie Spears hurriedly waved his hand. "Miss Barrymore, I'm really sorry. I was drunk yesterday, that's why I said all this nonsense. I can apologize to Mr. Williams, and I can also publicly clarify." Drew smiled disdainfully and said, "Now that you mention it, it reminds me of something Eric said before. If an apology is useful, what's the use of police investigation? Mr. Spears, do you know that the trouble you've caused by saying all this nonsense for $500 might cost you $500,000, or even $5 million to resolve? $5 million. Do you think a construction worker like you can earn that much money in your lifetime?" Although Drew's tone was light, Jamie Spears felt a layer of cold sweat on his back when he heard the figure of $5 million. "I've seen your daughter's photo. She's indeed a very beautiful girl. Being able to be selected for Mickey Mouse Club means that she's also a very outstanding girl. But do you know that in America, there are thousands of girls of the same age who have the same talent as your daughter? Britney Spears was able to get this role not only because of her ability, but also because of her luck. And luck is the most unreliable thing. Because of your nonsense, this luck can come to an abrupt end at any time. Disney can find hundreds of girls of the same age to replace Britney in a day, and your family will have to obediently leave Los Angeles and scram back to a small town in Louisiana." Seeing Jamie Spears open his mouth to speak, Drew raised a small hand to stop him and continued in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Mr. Spears, do you know that Britney is just one of the 7 small actors in Mickey Mouse Club that can be replaced at any time? Mickey Mouse Club is just a mediocre TV show on Disney's Children's Channel, and Disney's Children's Channel is just an insignificant TV department of Disney Corporation. Disney Corporation, which used to be on par with the other 6 major film companies, is now just a subsidiary of Firefly Group. In this huge pyramid, Britney is as insignificant as an ordinary brick, and Eric is the owner of this pyramid. He invited these little guys to his house, which is a great opportunity for them. With this network, they can become Hollywood child stars at any time. Do you know how much Stuart Runkle, who was personally discovered by Eric, earned last year? Let me tell you, $30 million. But if your nonsense appears in the newspaper this time, it means that you've ruined your daughter's opportunity to earn $30 million a year for a mere $500 profit. $30 million, what a decent and prosperous life you can live with. Now, Mr. Spears, what do you think?" Drew's warning to Jamie Spears was very skillful. To these greedy people, if it was just a threat, it might cause them to retaliate without thinking of the consequences. After all, they often felt that they had nothing to lose. Therefore, Drew drew a big pie for Jamie Spears. If he kept his mouth shut, Brittany would be able to stay in the Mickey Mouse Club safely and one day become a superstar with an annual income of tens of millions of dollars. As Brittany's father, he would also enjoy a rich life. However, if Jamie Spears was greedy for small profits and spouted nonsense, then their family would have to return to a small town in Louisiana to live a hard life and never be able to make a name for themselves. Tina Fey, who had been watching by the side, found it a little funny as she watched Jamie Spears humbly swearing and bowing as he walked out of the office. However, when she recalled Drew's words earlier, she could not help but wonder which level she was at in the pyramid that was Firefly. However, she soon realized with a little self-abasement that it seemed to be meaningless to figure this out. No matter what, she would only be a brick while he was the owner of the pyramid. "Hey, little secretary, are you feeling inferior too?" Drew's teasing voice suddenly rang in her ears. Tina Fey immediately reacted and hurriedly covered up her guilty conscience. She retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Besides, you don't sound like those playboys at all. I'm not going to argue with you about this. Help me ask if they have fruit juice here. After talking so much, my mouth is dry. Aren't we done here? Aren't we leaving?" Tina Fey asked. "Of course not. We haven't seen the two Lolitas yet. Don't you want to see them?" Tina Fey shrugged and walked out of the office. In the post-production studio specially opened by the digital domain for Tornado, a 32-inch color TV was placed in the room. Eric, Jeffrey, Michael Lynn, Stan Winston, the famous Hollywood composer John Williams who was invited by Spielberg and the special effects director of Tornado were all staring at the TV. The TV was playing a 1-minute and 30-second trailer for Tornado. Everyone in the room couldn't help but applaud when they heard the sound of glass shattering. "That's awesome. It's so King shocking. I thought that the car wheel was going to hit me." Using the black edges of the trailer to create a visual effect. A simple yet genius idea. "Play it again. Play it again." Eric listened to everyone's astonished discussions and revealed a satisfied smile. His hard work for the past few days didn't go to waste. Even the professional filmmakers in front of him were astonished. Ordinary people would be even more astonished when they saw these scenes in the future. After the trailer for Pretty Woman, the Super Bowl trailer had become an important movie publicity channel that the Big Seven attached great importance to every year. As the few trailer plans sent by the production team didn't satisfy Eric, he decided to do it himself. Eric carefully watched the completed Tornado several times. The special effects scenes of cars, yachts, and oil tankers being rolled up and sent flying reminded Eric of the so-called naked 3D trailer for Kung Fu Hustle in his previous life. Eric remembered that when he saw the trailer for the first time, he was also shocked. Although he could understand after watching it twice that the so-called naked 3D footage was just a visual illusion created by changing the depth of field of the objects in the shot and then using the black edges of the widescreen picture on the small screen, Eric still liked the trailer very much. Therefore, when he saw some of the scenes in Tornado, Eric quickly came up with a similar idea. When he proposed this plan, it was also questioned by the other main creators of the movie. However, Eric's absolute control of the movie still made it easy for him to implement this plan. After that, several top special effects artists in the digital domain spent 2 days discussing a solution. Then, they gathered the team and worked overtime for a week before finally settling the relevant special effects scenes. In order to test the effect, Eric did not play the trailer in the luxurious screening hall of digital domain. Instead, he asked someone to find an ordinary TV set. Judging from the reaction of the people present and the effect he had just seen, even on a small TV set, the expected effect was not affected at all. This trailer was definitely very successful and would definitely cause a lot of sensation. I was a little worried at first, but once this trailer is released, it will definitely steal the limelight from Batman Returns. Jeffrey, who was sitting next to Eric, couldn't help but say as he watched the trailer being replayed by the staff. "I think you worried too much from the beginning," Eric said with a smile. He didn't take Warner's Batman Returns seriously from the beginning. In his memory, Warner's Batman movies in the 1990s, except for the first movie that was a hit due to decades of accumulated popularity. The subsequent movies basically followed the path of no return as the cost of production got higher and higher and the reputation got worse and worse. In the 1990s, the 4 Batman movies changed 3 times, the director also changed 3 times, and a lot of big names were used, but there was still no turnaround. Although Tornado is good enough, we can't underestimate it. Batman Returns has decades of popularity. This is a series that is enough to make fans crazy. Warner invested $50 million in publicity for this movie. Jeffrey looked at Eric's relaxed appearance and began to nag. Eric said, "Jeffrey, haven't you heard that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment?" Haha, speaking of crazy, the farce some time ago was really exciting. Jeffrey also shook his head with a smile. He knew what Eric was talking about. The original female lead in the first Batman movie was an actress named Xianxia, but because Xianxia accidentally fell off a horse and broke her arm during the filming, the opportunity fell to Kim Basinger, who was not very beautiful. Batman Returns was a big success, and Kim Basinger, who was only a C-list star, became an A-list superstar. You could imagine how Xianxia felt. So a few months ago, Xianxia suddenly went crazy in front of the Warner headquarters building in a poor-quality Catwoman costume, hoping that Warner would give her the role of Catwoman in Batman Returns, but in the end, she only got the nickname of a crazy woman. When Eric saw the news in the newspaper, he thought that Xianxia was a Chinese, but after checking, he found out that the woman was born and raised in the United States, and the surname Yang was not a transliteration of the Chinese Yang. He dismissed the idea of helping her because he thought that she was from the same hometown. Just 2 days after the trailer for Tornado was completed, the Super Bowl finals, the largest TV craze for Americans, were coming soon. On this day, almost half of the Americans would be watching the National Football League Championship finals on TV. As the female lead of Tornado, Eric originally invited Joanna Pakula to watch the Super Bowl together at the Pointy Corner Manor and enjoy the trailer for Tornado that he cut together. But when it was close to evening, a white car drove into the manor, and 2 beautiful women got out of the car. "Why are you here together?" Eric looked at Joanna and Virginia, who were holding each other's arms, with some surprise. Virginia was wearing a black V-neck dress. When she heard Eric's words, she glared at him and said, "Why, don't you welcome me?" "Of course not." Eric shook his head and made an inviting gesture, but his eyes quickly noticed the eye-catching rose rings on the ring fingers of the 2 women's left hands. He couldn't help but smile. Seeing that Eric followed, Joanna explained softly, "Vicky and I were going to go to Minnesota to watch the finals together. We had already bought the tickets, but we canceled at the last minute when we heard your call." Eric politely opened the door of the villa for the 2 women and said with a smile, "I'm just curious when your relationship became so good?" "It was when Vicky came to Oklahoma to visit. After that, we often contacted each other. You were so busy, so we couldn't see each other." Eric heard the faint bitterness in Joanna's tone. He smiled awkwardly and said, "This is not bad. You 2 are about the same age, so you must have a lot to talk about. Why is your place still so cold?" Virginia looked around the villa and said. After Island shock, Virginia moved out of Malibu and bought another house in Beverly Hills. Therefore, the frequency of her visit to the manor was not much higher than that of other women. Eric said, "Because I like it like this. You don't want me to find a few beautiful little maids to fill in, right? How can we control you?" Virginia smiled and raised her left hand to show the ring on Eric's ring finger. "Hey, how many have you sent out?" Hearing this question, Joanna also showed a curious look. "I'll call you guys together some other day, then you'll know." "Don't be ridiculous. If one day Joan and I can't stand it anymore, we'll move to San Francisco." Although Virginia's tone was a little reproachful, there was a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Obviously, she was not really angry. If you hang a rainbow flag at the door, then you will become famous. The 3 of them chatted and laughed about their daily lives for a while before cooking dinner together. For ordinary Americans, they were more concerned about the outcome of the battle between the Washington Redskins and the Buffalo Bills. However, for the 7 major Hollywood film companies, many of their executives were focused on the upcoming Super Bowl trailer. Warner's Batman, Sony Columbia's Dark War, the prequel starring Tom Cruise, Universal's One Flew Long Life, Fox's Alien 3, and other movies had all chosen to appear at the Super Bowl. The one that received the most attention was undoubtedly Firefly's special effects blockbuster Tornado during this summer's release. Compared to several other movies that had started various kinds of publicity early, Tornado had only simply announced the cast list so far. Other than that, Firefly did not disclose any specific information about the movie. Eric, who had always been known for his high production output, did not direct any movies for the whole year last year. The special effects blockbuster that took 2 years to create, one could imagine how much the fans were looking forward to it. The sky had already darkened, but Michael Eisner did not get off work. He still stayed in the office at the headquarters of Universal Pictures, watching the live broadcast of the Super Bowl with several of his confidants. Although he did not say it explicitly, several confidants understood that Michael Eisner was more concerned about Eric Williams' Tornado. After taking over the management of Universal from Panasonic, Michael Eisner managed to barely control the movie giant after a period of iron fist rule. However, he also knew that all this was only temporary. If he could not improve Universal's business situation as soon as possible, the forces that he had suppressed would definitely have a greater backlash. Similar to Michael Eisner, the two heads of Sony and Columbia, Peter Guber and John Peters, also gathered in a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills to watch the Super Bowl together. 2 years after Sony acquired Columbia, they had produced several blockbusters such as Total Memories and Captain Hawk. This summer, they would also release Dark War, the prequel, which they had acquired all the copyrights from Eric. Their sales were booming. However, everyone in the Hollywood circle knew that Sony Pictures had been incurring losses for the past 2 years, and it was a huge loss. Sony Pictures had been making losses in all the big-budget movies. Even if there were some profits, they were basically divided up by famous Hollywood filmmakers like Spielberg. Not only that, Peter Guber and John Peters, these two prodigal sons, had also squandered Sony Pictures funds on parties, yachts, private jets, and even high-class prostitutes. Sony's chairman, Morita Akio, personally came to the yacht full of Hollywood superstars. After he was complimented by the two men, he did not question Sony's performance. Instead, he was very satisfied with the two men's performance. He even attributed Sony's losses for the past 2 years to the normal fluctuations in performance caused by Sony's acquisition. If it was in the past, Peter Guber and John Peters would not waste such beautiful nightlife time to watch a football game. But since Panasonic forcefully replaced the current management of Universal, these two heads of Sony Pictures also felt the crisis. The Japanese were not fools. If Sony Pictures continued to suffer losses, they would be kicked out of the company by the time Sony's headquarters regained their senses. Other than Sony and Universal, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Fox, and other companies were also closely watching the Super Bowl. Compared to other people's nervousness, Eric was much more relaxed. After dinner, he prepared a lot of snacks with the two women and curled up on the sofa in the small living room to watch the live broadcast of the final game on TV. Speaking of which, Eric and Joanna were not interested in the Super Bowl. Occasionally, they would make a few comments in a layman's manner, and they would even cheer for any mistakes. On the other hand, Virginia seemed to be a little fanatical. When I was 12 years old, I remember it very clearly. My brother brought me to the Los Angeles Memorial Stadium. Unfortunately, we couldn't get tickets. We could only watch the live broadcast in a small cafe outside the stadium. I even cried because I felt wronged. In order to coax me, my brother used the rest of the money to take me around Los Angeles. We even went to Disneyland. After that, we could only hitch a ride back to New York. Fortunately, nothing happened on the way. Otherwise, I would have regretted it to death. Americans' enthusiasm for the Super Bowl was difficult for outsiders to understand. Many companies or schools would even use Super Bowl tickets as a reward. Eric stroked Virginia's waist comfortingly and said with a smile, "Your brother isn't a good person at first glance. What can happen to him? Your worries are unnecessary." Virginia rolled her eyes at Eric in annoyance. "My brother is just a little rough, but he's definitely a very good person. Unlike you, you're born with a good appearance, but inside, you're a playboy." Eric listened to the girl's teasing and kissed Virginia's cheek. He smiled and said, "I usually think that this is a compliment." Virginia pushed Eric's face away and said, shameless. Although she had a good relationship with Virginia, Joanna felt that she was left out. She could not help but ask, Eric, why hasn't the trailer of Tornado started yet? After the third quarter, we didn't get a good advertising spot, but it doesn't matter. You will definitely be surprised later. As the three of them were talking, the second quarter of the game ended and the regular commercial break began. Eric was a little surprised to see Apple Computer's laptop advertisement, but thinking of the huge profits that the latest release of the PowerBook had brought to Apple, it was not surprising that Apple would advertise at the Super Bowl. After Apple's PowerBook advertisement ended, the screen went dark and the Warner Pictures logo appeared. Eric slightly perked up, knowing that the trailer for Batman Returns must be next. In the dirty and dark sewer, a fat figure holding an umbrella gradually appeared. In the narration, the Penguin Man revealed the sinister, hooked nose that was described in the comics. It's so disgusting. The two women obviously felt a little uncomfortable and leaned against Eric. Eric, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. Looking at the rich manga-style shots on the screen, the exaggerated setting and the dark style of painting, he secretly shook his head. It seemed that nothing had changed in this sequel. Although Warner wouldn't suffer a loss, it would definitely lose a lot of popularity because of Tim Burton's strange style. After this sequel, Warner would definitely replace the director and the male lead, just like in the original Spacetime. After a few scenes on the TV, Catwoman played by Michelle Pfeiffer, an urban white-collar worker who fell from a building and was surrounded by wild cats, a crazy woman who was persecuted by her boss and a sexy Catwoman who stood in front of a shop and let out a strange cat cry with a violent explosion. After the appearance of the two villains, Batman played by Michael Keaton appeared in the Batmobile. After the trailer of Batman Returns, which was also 1 minute and 30 seconds, Virginia said with some regret, Catwoman's image is so sexy. Warner originally invited me to play Catwoman, but unfortunately, I couldn't adjust my schedule at that time. Catwoman is not suitable for you. If you want to play a superhero, I'll find a role for you in the future. Oh, then which superhero do you think is suitable for me? Eric recalled all the DC and Marvel superhero movies he had seen and then shook his head. Forget it, you'd better play a female ghost. It's not that easy to be a superhero. Amid Joanna's laughter, Virginia raised her fist and punched Eric on the shoulder. In front of the TV of thousands of households in North America, compared to Eric's dull reaction after watching the trailer of Batman Returns, many DC Comics fans were unusually excited. Because in the original comics, Penguin Man was a big villain who was more of a headache for Batman than the Joker. He was far more popular than the Joker in the previous movie, and the sexy Catwoman was undoubtedly another very popular character. In the original comics, she was entangled with Batman and had accumulated a large number of fans. Two heavyweight characters from the original comics appearing in the sequel at the same time was enough to make many comics and movie fans go crazy. Many people had already decided to watch this new work when the trailer was halfway through. It's too dark and the style is a bit exaggerated. Even if this extreme style will get good reviews from film critics, it will be difficult for it to succeed commercially, Michael Eisner commented in his heart after watching the trailer of Batman Returns in the Universal office. Universal Pictures' One Flew Long Life and Batman Returns would be released on June 19 at the same time. Originally, there had been some internal opposition to this schedule. However, seeing that Batman Returns leaned towards the extreme and strange style, Michael Eisner's original concerns and worries were put down. Compared to Batman Returns, Michael Eisner was even more worried about Tornado and Firefly's other movie, Stranger in Disguise, which were released 2 weeks in advance. Although the time difference between these two movies and One Flew Over Long Life was 2 weeks, one was scheduled to be released on June 5 and the other on July 3. However, because of the results of Eric's previous movies, Michael Eisner didn't dare let his guard down. Eric originally had some expectations for the famous Super Bowl halftime show, but the female star he had never heard of at all disappointed him. It seemed that he could only look forward to next year's Super Bowl halftime show. In his memory, the halftime guest next year was Michael Jackson. Speaking of which, 1993 could be regarded as the peak of Michael Jackson's career, but at the same time, it was also a turning point in his life. The famous rape case was about to happen next year. After the halftime show, the game entered the second half. Eric and Joanna were still playing the role of laymen watching the show. They could only listen to a few insiders' analysis from Virginia from time to time. Time ticked by. The three of them finished a lot of snacks and finally made it to the end of the third part of the game. After the firefly part, which had already been talked about by many people, a beautiful aerial shot quickly flew over the vast Oklahoma farm in the midst of brisk music. After the pleasant scenery, the scene quickly turned to the tornado expedition team led by the heroine, Jo Harding. Joanna was wearing a white singlet and a jacket around her waist. She stood on a car and smiled charmingly at the hero. Then, she jumped out of the car. After a few montage clips, the female lead finally said her first line, "The biggest storm group in the past 12 years is approaching here." Then, the rhythm of the music suddenly became urgent. Amidst the thrilling background music, the windchasers began to encounter a series of bad weather conditions. Lightning, torrential rain, and hail appeared one after another, mixed with the shadows of a few tornadoes from time to time. "There's nothing special about it," Virginia exclaimed in the pointy corner manner. The next moment, the scene cut to an asphalt road that was raining heavily. A violent tornado in the distance uprooted a series of electric poles by the roadside. In the midst of the sparks and lightning and the screams of the protagonists, a family speedboat that was swept up by the tornado whistled towards the camera. The close-up of the speedboat grew bigger and bigger until it finally protruded out of the black border of the trailer. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene had the illusion that the speedboat was about to fly out of the screen and smash into them. "Whoa!" Virginia and Joanna both screamed and leaned back. Even Eric, who was prepared for this, could not help but lean back like this. At the same time, countless families in North America who were watching the live broadcast of the Super Bowl let out sounds of surprise or admiration as they leaned back. However, the audience who saw this scene did not even have time to think about what was going on. The next scene of the tornado rushing out of the TV screen with countless debris had already firmly captured their eyeballs. In the last 40 seconds of the trailer, the visual bombardment brought about by the tight but not overflowing thrilling scenes completely attracted everyone. When the end of the trailer showed the name of the movie Tornado and the eye-catching screening date on June 5, a large number of frightened audiences already had a strong desire to watch the movie in their hearts. The title of the movie and the date of its release froze for 2 seconds. Just when everyone thought that the trailer had ended, the TV screen suddenly darkened. As the image flickered, a farm tractor that had been thrown out by a tornado rolled out of the screen. Boom! Amidst the loud sound of glass shattering, countless shocking cracks appeared on the televisions of thousands of households. The last scene was meticulously created by the best special effects artists in the digital field to the extent that it was completely fake. Although the audience knew in their hearts that it was impossible, the first reaction in the minds of any audience who saw this scene was that their TV had been smashed. **T, how did they make this scene? It scared me. How would I know? It would be great if they could play it again. I was scared to death. I thought the TV was really smashed. This is so *King cool, I must watch this movie as soon as possible. It's so cool, but it won't be released for another 4 months. Oh my god, this is going to be a long wait. I don't know when the pre-screening will be held. Maybe we can get a few tickets to see it first." As soon as the trailer finished airing, there were all kinds of discussions in the countless living rooms. Many people even lost interest in the Super Bowl. Under the influence of this ingenious trailer, the trailers of the next few movies were swept to the level of being bland. "Eric, how did you make these?" After the trailer was played, Virginia, who was leaning against Eric, asked this question for many people. The screen ratio of the TV is 4:3, but the standard screen ratio of the cinema is 16:9. When the trailer is played on the TV, 2 black lines are added to the top and bottom of the picture in order to maintain the movie lens ratio. Otherwise, the content of the picture will be distorted. The trailer just now made reasonable use of the 2 black lines. Through the computer CG modification, things like yachts and tractors can cross the black line limit, and increase the depth of field of different objects in the picture to create the illusion that the objects fly out of the screen. Virginia nodded in understanding. "It sounds very simple. I thought it would be more powerful. The principle of a lot of things is very simple. The plane only flies through the air during acceleration. Can you make it?" Eric joked. Although many professionals could see the principle of the trailer just now at a glance, at present, except for the digital field, it was basically impossible for other special effects companies to produce the same effect in a short period of time. After all, in the whole of Hollywood, when model special effects were still the mainstream film and television special effects, no special effects company would get hundreds of millions of dollars to research and develop computer CG special effects technology. In the office building of Universal Pictures, the Super Bowl final had long been forgotten by everyone. The trailer of Tornado had been played on the projection screen in the conference room for the 5th time in a row. Kane, can your special effects department make a similar shot? After playing it again, Michael Eisner turned his head and asked a person in charge of Universal's special effects department. Kane Pitt hesitated for a moment before shaking his head unwillingly. Mr. Eisner, we can easily complete the special effects in the shot, but when it comes to the scene of the tornado, although we can barely do it, we definitely can't achieve the level of realism in this trailer. Michael Eisner's expression didn't change. He asked gently, what are the specific difficulties? Briefly explain. Kane Pitt smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Eisner, computer special effects are actually not complicated. Many of the principles have been proposed by relevant scientists decades ago. The key is the various kinds of software and hardware, as well as the research and development investment. For example, the most important work of computer CG special effects is the material rendering after the model is completed. This is related to the degree of realism of the picture. I have a friend who happens to be in the digital field. He told me that the computing power of the digital field's rendering farm used in the post-production processing can even be ranked in the top 50 supercomputers in the world. Just this alone is not something that we, who only have a few graphics workstations, can reach. If I give you enough money to upgrade the hardware facilities needed, and in addition, I can also poach some people from the digital field. Then, how long do you think it will take to catch up with the technology level of the digital field? It's very difficult. This time, Kane Pitt didn't hesitate. Mr. Eisner, the scene of the barn being destroyed in the trailer, according to my experience, is not a live shot, but a completely CG image. This involves complex dynamic knowledge and requires professional software tools to process. At present, it seems that the digital field has developed a full set of mature software tools. If we do it from scratch, it will take 1 to 2 years, and the possibility of catching up with the digital field is not high. After all, they have been developing new technology all this time. Michael Eisner frowned slightly. Since the amazing liquid metal robot in Terminator 2 last year, Michael Eisner was keenly aware that in the future, special effects movies would become the mainstream of Hollywood movies. Firefly's movies such as Tornado, Jurassic Park, and Collision all indicated this trend. That was why Michael Eisner paid so much attention to the trailer of Tornado tonight. But now, it seemed that even if they understood the crux of the matter, they were powerless because they were far behind the digital field in terms of time. Although the digital field did not reject the special effects projects of other film companies, everyone knew that as a special effects company controlled by Firefly, the digital field would prioritize Firefly's film projects under any circumstances. Only the free manpower and material resources would be used on other companies' films. Moreover, the digital field was likely to become an important tool for Firefly to win over or suppress other film companies. Michael Eisner's frozen expression made everyone in the conference room cautious. The silent atmosphere lasted for nearly a minute. Kane Pitt, who had just been asked, said softly, Mr. Eisner. Kane Pitt also knew a little about the dispute between Michael Eisner and Eric. After hearing his response, he said, in fact, although Industrial Light and Magic's technical level in CG special effects is not as good as the digital field, they have a strong technical experience after all. I think they are the only special effects company in Hollywood that can compete with the digital field. Michael Eisner nodded slightly and thought quickly in his mind. He did not have any friendship with George Lucas, but everyone knew that George Lucas and Spielberg were good friends. Now, Spielberg still owed Universal 7 film contracts. If he could get this pair to join Worldwide, it would definitely strengthen his position in Worldwide. Although Spielberg and he had some disagreements because of their cooperation at Disney, Michael Eisner had already made up his mind to ease the conflict with Spielberg before he took office. This clause was even written into a subsidiary contract by Panasonic, who also valued Spielberg. In order to reconcile with a person, blindly pleasing them often did not work. The most important thing was to cater to their interests. In the conference room, after Michael Eisner put forward his idea, an executive quickly thought of something. Before Michael Eisner took office, Spielberg had already begun to contact Universal for the adaptation rights of a biography called Schindler's Arkansas Schindler's Ark, which told the story of Schindler saving a large number of Jews in the concentration camp during World War II, was bought by Universal as early as the early 1980s. Sid Schindler had always wanted Spielberg to direct it himself, but because of various concerns, Spielberg had delayed this plan until now. However, recently, Steve Ross, the CEO of Warner Brothers, who had a very close relationship with Spielberg, had become more and more ill. He could die at any time. Spielberg had always felt that Steve Ross was very much in line with his image of Schindler, so he planned to film Schindler's Ark and dedicate it to the elder. When everyone pieced together the cause and effect of the matter, Michael Eisner quickly decided to reconcile with Spielberg through this matter, and then contact George Lucas through Spielberg. Paul, organize the information about the book Schindler's Ark and give it to me as soon as possible. I want to see it tomorrow morning. In addition, find out which restaurant Mr. Spielberg likes the most and reserve the best seat for tomorrow night. Watching his assistant record his instructions in a memo, Michael Eisner gently rubbed his temples, then stood up and said to everyone, "Okay, that's all for today. Everyone can go back and rest. I've long felt that it's not a good idea to release Dark War prequel on June 12. There's tornado in front and Batman in the back." In a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills, Columbia's president, Chong Peters, said after seeing the trailer of Tornado. Compared to Michael Eisner's detailed discussion of the trailer of Tornado at the global headquarters, Peter Guber and Chong Peters in the villa were laymen. The two managed the movie completely based on their feelings. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were messing around. Back then, when Spielberg was producing The Color Purple, although Peter Guber was the producer, Spielberg, who was extremely disgusted with Peter Guber's layman command, specifically wrote a clause in the relevant contract that prohibited Peter Guber from taking a step onto the set of The Color Purple. Compared to Peter Guber, who had a university degree, Chong Peters was even more unbearable. This person was just a hairstylist for a Hollywood star. He was rude and bad-tempered, and he didn't even know how to read. The two of them could climb to the helm of one of the Big Seven. It had to be said that it was one of the wonders of Hollywood in recent years. Peter Guber gently shook the red wine in his hand and said, "The schedule has been announced. It's definitely too late to adjust the schedule now. The investment for this movie has been increased to $86 million by Tom Cruise. Including the publicity, it needs at least $150 million in North America and $300 million worldwide to ensure that all the costs are recovered. We must think of a way. We can't go on like this. What can we do? We can't go to Firefly or Warner to change the schedule of Tornado and Batman, right?" Chong Peters thought hard for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, have you heard of the recent scandal of Woody Allen?" Peter Guber said, "Of course, it's so lively. How could I not have heard of it? What do you say we do the same to Eric Williams?" Chong Peters asked tentatively. After Woody Allen's scandal was exposed, his latest movie had basically reached the point where no one cared about it. Peter Guber's hand that was shaking the red wine paused for a moment, then he quickly shook his head. "No, for Eric Williams now, this trick is not very useful. He is now the owner of Firefly. Even if he doesn't make movies, he can still be a billionaire. But if he knows what we are doing, humph, think about Michael Eisner's end. Although this little guy is young, he is not to be trifled with. Sid Sheinberg has been kicked out of the circle by Panasonic. If we don't do something, maybe it will be our turn next." John Peters' tone was full of worry and reluctance. For him and Peter Guber, who were originally second-rate producers in Hollywood, the huge Columbia Pictures was like a piece of fat roast meat. The two of them had not enjoyed enough of this delicious food, and of course, they were not willing to be kicked out so soon. Peter Guber thought for a while and showed a smile of enlightenment. "Actually, we don't have to compete with Firefly at all. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate? Any film company in Hollywood is looking forward to cooperating with Firefly. Do you think it will be our turn? Peter Guber shook his head and said, "No, it's not the same. We can afford the price that other film companies can't afford." John Peters immediately understood Peter Guber's meaning. Anyway, Columbia now belonged to the Japanese. No matter what price they paid, the Japanese would be the ones to lose. And if they could cooperate with Firefly, who was in the limelight in Hollywood, it would undoubtedly increase the Japanese's confidence in the two of them taking control of Columbia. The two of them would have enough time to constantly seize private benefits from Columbia. Peter, do you have Eric Williams' private contact information? Maybe we should make an appointment with him to talk now. Peter Guber nodded and said, "Of course. Of course, no problem, Frank. Haha, Digital Domain has never said that we don't accept external film projects. As a company, of course, the more projects we have, the better. But I still don't know the theme of your movie." Vampire genre, 400 years of shocking love. Wow, this is a good theme. Vampire movies have always been very popular. Plus, it's a work by a famous director like you. It's hard not to succeed. I believe you can definitely make an excellent work. Okay, no problem, I will call Stan personally and tell him. That's it, say hello to Sophia and the others for me. Goodbye. Eric hung up the phone, leaned back in his leather chair, and let out a tired sigh. After the trailer of Tornado was broadcasted, there were a lot of calls coming in. Some people congratulated him, some wanted to cooperate, and even more people called to test him. Many of them had only met him once or twice, but they sounded very familiar on the phone, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Eric couldn't help but think of a saying in his memory. There was a chuckle behind him. Eric tiptoed on the floor and turned the leather chair half a circle. Virginia and Joanna were flipping through a magazine together. They saw something interesting and let out a soft laugh. Are you done? Seeing Eric turn around, Virginia looked up and asked. Eric nodded and was about to get up when the cordless phone in his hand rang again. Although a little impatient, Eric quickly picked up the phone. This is Eric Williams. Virginia looked at Eric's depressed look and laughed. Oh, Mr. Guber, good evening. Eric was a little surprised when he heard the other party's name. Is there anything I can help you with? The person on the other end said something and Eric raised his eyebrows. Although he felt a little surprised, he quickly said, if there's anything, just say it over the phone. I think. Oh, I see. Then, let me think about it. If it's convenient, I'll be free tomorrow night. Okay, that's it. Okay, then, see you tomorrow. The next day, the news of the Washington Redskins winning the Super Bowl again appeared in countless mainstream media in North America. Of course, with the end of the annual Super Bowl, the popularity of this news was not as hot as before. However, the news of the two heavyweight villains of Batman appearing in the trailer had also become a hot topic in the newspapers and media. After all, Penguin Man and Catwoman had always been two very important villains in DC's Batman comics. Penguin Man could be said to be Batman's lifelong enemy, and Catwoman and Batman had a love-hate relationship, making it impossible for people to stop watching. In addition, Tom Cruise's stunt Dark War prequel also attracted a lot of attention. This movie was labeled as a sequel to Dark War. Coupled with the thrilling stunt scenes, it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of movie fans. In addition, there were many upcoming movies that also took the opportunity to appear in the Super Bowl trailers. But there was no doubt that these news were all squeezed to the secondary page by a shocking screen crack. The stunning blow that the trailer of Tornado smashed into the TV screen at the end left a deep impression in the hearts of countless people, and the media also responded to the curiosity of the public and used a large number of pages to analyze the trailer of Tornado in detail. However, although many media outlets scoffed at some of the small tricks used in the trailer of Tornado, after the trailer was broadcast, it still caused a great impact. The next day, as long as someone had seen the trailer, they would basically talk about it with others. After this stunning trailer was broadcast, in a random sample survey of several summer blockbusters by The Hollywood Information, Tornado was much more anticipated than the second-place Batman. As for Dark War prequel, although it had the popularity of Tom Cruise, because of the absence of Eric and Tom Hanks, the hardcore fans generally did not have high expectations for this movie. Early the next morning, Eric sat in the conference room in high spirits and began Firefly's weekly high-level meeting. After a simple summary of the work, a group of Firefly executives in the conference room began to talk about more scattered topics. The president of Fox TV just called, hoping to get the exclusive rights to broadcast the trailer of Tornado. They are willing to broadcast it for free and not charge any advertising fees. This is a very favorable condition. Eric, what do you think? Jeffrey looked at the memo in front of him and said. Among the methods of film promotion, the most expensive one was to broadcast a trailer on TV. In this era, media methods such as online promotion had not yet become popular, and TV advertising accounted for more than 70% of the publicity budget. When Eric heard Jeffrey's words, he shook his head and said, "The principle of this trailer is very simple. The most important thing is to give the audience a surprise. Last night's Super Bowl live broadcast achieved the effect it should have, so it will not be broadcast again. Instead, it will be the normal version of the trailer." Michael, how is the European release of Tornado going? Michael Lynn looked down at the information at hand and said, the 5 main countries in Europe, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and West, have basically reached an agreement. However, the earliest release time is at the end of July. In addition to the local protection, the most important thing is that we don't have strong channels and connections. Warner's Batman has been released in Britain, Germany, and Spain at the same time. The other countries in Europe also released it earlier than us. Eric was a little disappointed, but he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. Any film company's distribution channels were expanded little by little. However, he still couldn't help but look at Katzenberg sitting on the other side, hoping to hear some good news from Katzenberg. Of course, Katzenberg knew what Eric meant. He thought for a while and said, Bowie International completely broke away from Warner's distribution network 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, Disney has mainly focused on the distribution network in the 5 European countries, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. After all, the box office of these 5 countries accounted for more than 70% of the total box office in Europe. In the small countries such as the Netherlands and Belgium, Disney mostly just sold the distribution. Eric held the pen between his fingertips and gently tapped the folder in front of him. He quickly calculated in his heart. It seemed that it was still a matter of time. Although it was the best choice to integrate Disney's overseas distribution with Firefly's existing channels, Disney and Firefly were still in the business docking period. It would take at least a year or 2 to carry out similar integration. Moreover, from the bottom of his heart, Eric did not want Firefly to completely digest Disney. Disney could only create more benefits by maintaining its own brand. After all, this was a brand that had been operating in Hollywood for more than half a century. Although it only rose under the leadership of Michael Eisner in the late 1980s, no one could deny Disney's influence. Let's do this for the time being. After making up his mind, Eric remembered what happened last night. By the way, after the trailer of Tornado was played last night, Columbia's CEO, Peter Guber, personally called and said that he hoped to cooperate with Firefly in the film. I haven't decided yet. What do you think? There was a whisper of discussion in the conference room. After a while, Michael Lynn spoke first. Obviously, after Michael Eisner took charge of the world, Peter Guber and Chong Peters felt the crisis. Columbia's situation in the past 2 years has been very bad. They are worried that they will go the same way as Sid Sheinberg, but I don't think cooperation is necessary. The most important thing now is to develop our own strength. I agree with Mike, Jeffrey said. Some other executives in the conference room also spoke in agreement. In their opinion, cooperating with Columbia was a waste of time. Instead of cooperating with Columbia, it was better to cooperate with second- and third-tier film companies with good development potential. At least in this kind of cooperation, Firefly would definitely play an absolute leading role. Everyone discussed for a while. After the conference room was quiet for a while, Jeffrey Katzenberg, who had not spoken, said, Eric, I think this is an opportunity. At this point, Katzenberg suddenly felt that it was not appropriate to say his thoughts directly in front of so many people. Katzenberg did not care about everyone's gaze and directly changed his tone. Eric, for the sake of confidentiality, I think we should talk in private. In the entire conference room, Katzenberg's status was almost second only to Eric. When he said such words, although the others were unhappy, they did not dare to show it. No problem. Let's talk in my office later. So, does anyone have any questions? Eric looked around and saw that no one said anything, so he announced the end of the meeting. Seeing everyone get up, Eric waved to stop the few people who were about to leave and said, "Jeffrey, Michael, and Frank, you all come together." After the other executives in the conference room dispersed, Eric walked into his office with Katzenberg and others. The secretary served coffee for the 5 people, closed the office door and left. Eric said, "Jeffrey, can you talk now?" Katzenberg said, "Look, Peter Guber came to us to cooperate. He must have been prepared to sacrifice the interests of the Japanese. We all know that these 2 people just want to make profits for themselves through Columbia. They have no intention of running Columbia well. Now, Japan's Panasonic had replaced Michael Eisner in the management of Global, and they are worried that Sony will follow in their footsteps. That's why they approached us for cooperation. Then, we can use this opportunity to get some benefits from Columbia." When Katzenberg said this, his eyes revealed a fanatical aggressiveness. This made Jeffrey and Frank Wales, who were more conservative, frown slightly. However, Michael Lin looked relaxed. He had seen this aura from Robert Shea, but Katzenberg's aggressiveness was obviously stronger. Although they didn't like the aura Katzenberg showed at this time, the other 4 people present knew that Katzenberg was telling the truth. The competition in Hollywood had never been tender. Since others had sent themselves to your mouth for a bite, if you didn't open your mouth, you would be no different from a fool. Katzenberg saw that the other people's faces showed agreement and said, "We just talked about the overseas distribution. Everyone should know that in Hollywood, Columbia's distribution channel network is second only to Warner. Although it has decreased in the past 2 years, its foundation is definitely not comparable to Firefly and Disney. Columbia not only has a complete film distribution company in the main European countries, but it also has branches in Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina in South America. If we can snatch it." Katzenberg made a grabbing gesture and then looked at everyone. Eric, Jeffrey, Michael, and Frank all showed excited expressions and began to talk. Eric looked at Katzenberg's determined expression and was a little excited. He knew that Katzenberg was definitely better at negotiation than him. After everyone's whispers quieted down, Eric said to Katzenberg, "Jeffrey, I have already agreed to Peter Guber's dinner invitation last night. How about you go with me tonight?" Katzenberg had no intention of refusing. "Of course, no problem." At 10 o'clock in the evening, at the door of a famous restaurant in Beverly Hills, 4 men were saying goodbye to each other. Obviously, they had a very pleasant dinner. Eric and Katzenberg watched the 2 heads of Columbia Pictures leave in a car, and then they went to their respective cars together. Once all these conditions are fulfilled, then our strength will definitely rise to a big level, and we don't know when Columbia will recover. I don't know if I should say that the Japanese are stupid. Even if they want to delegate power, they should first examine the ability of these 2 people in Hollywood. I didn't expect that the Japanese didn't do anything at all and directly handed over a big film company to these 2 people. Katzenberg shook his head and thought of some of the agreements reached during dinner. Eric smiled and waited for Katzenberg to finish speaking. He said, "You are wrong. Although these 2 guys did something stupid, they are actually very smart. If they can get this cooperation agreement with Firefly, they can at least stay in this position for several years. They will only sacrifice the interests of the Japanese, and it will not cause any loss to them." Katzenberg understood what Eric meant, but he still couldn't help but sigh. If the 2 of them can run the company well, they can also get enough compensation in the future. Columbia is one of the big 7 after all. Eric shrugged. "Do you think the 2 of them don't want to?" "Unfortunately, they don't have enough strength to run a big film company well. If the 2 of them had that kind of talent, they would definitely do it." The 2 cars were next to each other. When they came to the front of the car, Katzenberg didn't rush to say goodbye. Instead, he followed Eric into his car. Eric knew that Katzenberg must have something to talk about, so he moved inside and opened the car's fender to separate the driver in the front row. Of course, the fewer people who knew about the matter of poaching Columbia, the better. Eric, instead of dividing this part of the resources for Firefly and Disney, it's better to use it to expand a distribution company. So, how about letting Bowie International take charge of this? Katzenberg closed the door and straightforwardly put forward his request. Although Katzenberg was the one who first came up with this plan, and he was mainly responsible for negotiating with the two people from Columbia during dinner, Eric couldn't agree to Katzenberg's request. If they agreed with Katzenberg, then the strength of Disney's Bowie International Distribution Company would rise to the same level as Warner and other giants in a short period of time. Firefly's headquarters would also be left far behind. After that, Firefly's international distribution would have to rely more on Bowie International. If this continued, it would form a disadvantageous situation between Firefly and Disney. Jeffrey, what do you think of Michael Lynn? Katzenberg was taken aback. He didn't quite understand why Eric suddenly mentioned this, but after a short hesitation, he said straightforwardly, he's a very mediocre person. Although I've acquired Disney and many people think that I've reached the peak of power in Hollywood, I don't think so. The acquisition of Disney is just the beginning. I still have more things to do. For example, unifying Hollywood and integrating all 7 Hollywood film companies. Eric, you can't do that, Katzenberg said as if he was looking at a delusional patient. Don't talk about integrating all 7 companies. Even if you intend to acquire another big film company, it will be strictly reviewed and regulated by the Federal Trade Commission. Of course I know that, but I can't do that directly. I can use other methods, and I've already consulted some people. This method is absolutely fine, and it won't violate the Federation's anti-monopoly laws. I even have my next target in mind. Eric's expression didn't change as he replied, however, Firefly will always be the leader of this business empire in my imagination. It's the window for me to show my strength to the outside world. Only by showing enough overwhelming advantage can I make my opponents submit. So, you have to know that this time, Columbia's resources can only be given to Firefly's headquarters. Katzenberg was about to refute, but Eric continued, I just asked you what you think of Michael. In fact, my opinion is the same, but Firefly is in the development stage. What we need is a leader who is aggressive. Although I can produce high box office movies, I'm not good at management. Katzenberg instantly understood something, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. 2 years. Eric stretched out 2 fingers and said, Michael's contract still has 2 years. In these 2 years, as long as Disney can achieve impeccable results, I will let you replace Michael and take charge of Firefly Group. Katzenberg quickly calculated and quickly made a decision. Eric, then the resources of Columbia can be given to Firefly's headquarters, but as for the cooperation in the film industry, I hope it can be in the name of Disney. No problem. Eric quickly agreed. He remembered how Katzenberg ruthlessly squeezed Jobs' Pixar Studios in the original Spacetime. Eric smiled and said, although we have reached an agreement, you should talk to the 2 of them about the specific contract. Not only do you have to let Sony's headquarters feel that this is great news, but you also have to fight for enough benefits for us. Anyway, this cooperation was definitely a one-time deal. Eric believed that Katzenberg would definitely not show any mercy. I will prepare a negotiation plan. Katzenberg nodded. After discussing the matter, he opened the door and left Eric's car. Hello, Mr. Williams. Good evening, Mr. Williams. After Eric returned to the Sharp Corner Manor and walked into the villa, he heard a pair of crisp lowly voices. The little girls who could be selected for the Mickey Mouse Club all had very nice voices, but Eric felt his scalp tingle. Good evening, Mr. Williams. Drew, who was wearing a denim jacket that exposed her navel, stood up with a smile. She also imitated Brittany and Christina's voices and greeted Eric in a coquettish manner. Eric glanced at the pile of shopping bags on the sofa and knew what Drew had done with the 2 Lolas. However, that was not his concern. He subconsciously looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. He felt a faint chill in his heart, and he reached out to pull Drew out of the small living room. Why are they here? And it's already past 11 o'clock. Why are they still here? Eric asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Drew, of course, knew what Eric was worried about. She explained, I came here directly by helicopter. No one knows that the 2 of them are here. But they know, don't they? Besides, if the two of them don't go home for the night, their parents will ask about this matter. Now, send them away immediately. Drew still wanted to refute, but Eric glared at her sternly. Haven't you heard about Woody and Alan? You don't want me to get into such trouble, do you? Alright. I'll send them back now. Drew turned around and returned to the living room, a little disgruntled. Eric went to the kitchen to look for something to eat, a little depressed. He was thinking about how he should deal with the unscrupulous little girl later. While he was warming up the milk, a small figure walked in like a cat. Eric turned around sharply and saw Christina's figure. Mr. Williams, my mother has returned to Pennsylvania. I told my mother that I'll be staying at Miss Drew's house for the time being. Can I stay tonight? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Eric looked Christina up and down. Although he was a man and was not interested in women's luxury goods, he could tell that the girl's outfit Christina was wearing was definitely not cheap. The shiny bracelet on the girl's hand was definitely a real gem and not some imitation. Although she was a child star on Disney's Children's Channel, these were definitely not things that Christina could afford now. Obviously, these were all Drew's handiwork. With Drew's scheming mind, Eric quickly understood that the little girl was obviously trying to develop the materialistic complex in the two Lola's hearts. Mr. Williams, Christina called out softly when she saw Eric looking at her. One of her small hands was still holding the door frame tightly, looking pitiful. Although he knew that Christina's pitiful look was mostly an act, Eric could not bring himself to reject her. Alright, you can sleep in the same room as Drew later. Christina was so happy that she almost jumped up. She thanked him excitedly and went up to him eagerly. Mr. Williams, I know how to cook too. Can I prepare supper for you? Eric raised the glass of warm milk in his hand. No need, a glass of milk is enough for me. Let's go out. Okay. Christina followed Eric out of the kitchen like a little tail. Brittany was obviously unhappy when she heard that Christina could stay, but Eric was firm. Brittany's father had a criminal record and Eric did not want to get himself into trouble because of that greedy bastard. Eric soon sent a car to drive Brittany, who was clearly reluctant to leave. Eric, look, what do you think of this tie? Bob, Chris, and I spent a long time looking for it. When they returned to the villa, Drew picked out a tie from the shopping bags and gestured in front of Eric. Eric had been busy the whole day and planned to go to bed after drinking his milk. He was not in the mood to care about that. He glanced at it casually and said, not bad. Drew stuck his tongue out. He knew that he had made Eric depressed again, so he stopped teasing him. He obediently leaned over and said, the filming for Disguised Stranger is already 30% done. Also, Liz and I recently bought 2 comedy scripts. Do you want to take a look? Forget it. Since you've already bought them, they must be good. Eric shook his head. Also, Jim Carrey has been courting Claudia Schiffer recently. The little girl saw that Eric was not interested, so she started gossiping. Eric was stunned for a moment before he asked, isn't Jim Carrey married? Yeah, all men are like that. They eat from the bowl but look at the pot. But Claudia doesn't even care about him. Hee, she's keeping her chastity for you, the little girl said. Christina, who was pretending to be obedient, heard the first half of Drew's sentence. She stared at Drew and then at Eric. Drew soon realized that he had said something wrong. He rubbed himself against Eric and said, I'm not talking about you. Eric finished his milk and put down the empty cup. He pinched Drew's tender face and said, go to bed early. I'm going to rest now. After Eric's figure disappeared, Drew quickly turned from a docile kitten to a wild kitten. He imitated Eric and pinched Christina's face. See, Eric is easy to get along with. Christina nodded and lowered her head slightly, her big eyes darting around. Drew did not mind the girl's thoughts. He looked at the shopping bags in the living room and said, let's pack up and go to bed. Christina obediently packed up with Drew. But she could not help but ask, Drew, why aren't there any servants in the villa? Why aren't there any? There are dozens of people living in the villa. But other than the routine cleaning work, Eric doesn't like irrelevant people coming in. Drew looked at Christina with a smile. So, you're very lucky. Normal people can't come in at all. Christina nodded obediently. After the two of them packed up the shopping bags, Drew brought the girl to his bedroom. Seeing Drew go into the bathroom to take a shower, Christina finally had a moment of relief. She no longer restrained herself and cheered silently before pouncing on the bed in front of her. Her parents were divorced. She had been living in a rented house in Burbank with her mother's film crew. Although the mother and daughter lived a much better life than Brittany's family, their living conditions were still worlds apart compared to the Pointy Corner manor. Just as Eric had thought, Drew had been educating the two Lolas about money. And the results were remarkable. The two girls had seen the luxurious upper-class life in Hollywood. In a short period of time, their minds had changed greatly. They even developed a sense of disgust towards their previous environment. The two girls had been trying their best to please Drew, hoping that Drew could help them escape their original environment and enter the world they had recently seen. Katzenberg was worthy of his title as a workaholic. Less than 2 weeks after confirming the intention of cooperation with Columbia, he negotiated a specific cooperation agreement with the other party. 2 weeks seemed not short, but for a 3-year cooperation involving hundreds of millions of dollars, reaching a specific cooperation agreement in 2 weeks could only be described as fast. While confirming the cooperation, Columbia's CEO, Peter Guber, couldn't wait to disclose this good news of great significance to Columbia to the media. "I hope that this movie can be shot on the spot and in the form of a black and white documentary. In addition, the investment can't be less than $30 million US." In the Universal office, Spielberg was discussing the movie adaptation of the book Schindler's Ark with Michael Eisner. After a period of contact, Michael Eisner finally reached an understanding with Spielberg. At least Spielberg no longer gave him the cold shoulder. Although Michael Eisner was at the top of Hollywood's power, for Spielberg, who had been able to bring huge profits to big film companies since Jaws in the 1970s, he didn't need to please anyone in Hollywood. On the contrary, the CEOs of film companies and Hollywood actors had to curry favor with him in order to cooperate. Even if Captain Hawk didn't do well some time ago, it didn't cause much damage to Spielberg's status in Hollywood. With a smile on his face, Michael Eisner quietly listened to Spielberg's conditions and thought quickly in his mind. According to Spielberg's idea, he wanted to make Schindler's Ark as a black and white documentary, and he also wanted to use German and Polish. These two conditions together were almost equivalent to cutting off the possibility of the movie making a profit. Moreover, although $30 million US was not a lot of investment, for Universal, whose debt ratio had reached 45%, $30 million US was not a small amount. Although Michael Eisner was also Jewish, he did not have a strong sense of historical responsibility. He only wanted to do his own business well, lead Universal to rise, and take back the glory and status he had lost. Therefore, in order to cooperate with Spielberg in the future, Michael Eisner knew that he had to agree. There was no other choice. "Steven, I can promise you that. In addition, Global will try its best to contact the Polish side for you to seek local support." After Spielberg finished speaking, Michael Eisner thought for a moment and agreed. At the same time, he raised his hand to look at his watch. "It's almost 5 o'clock now. How about we have dinner together?" Just as Spielberg was about to refuse, he heard someone urgently knocking on Michael Eisner's office door. Michael Eisner frowned, somewhat displeased. He apologized to Spielberg before letting him in with a deep voice. "Mr. Eisner, I think you need to take a look at this." Although the assistant noticed Michael Eisner's displeased look, he knew that if he didn't inform him immediately, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Michael Eisner took the evening newspaper from the assistant and quickly glanced at the title on it. He immediately widened his eyes in surprise. "How is this possible?" Spielberg noticed the shocked look on Michael Eisner's face and also looked over. "Firefly holding hands, Sony Pictures will jointly develop 5 movies in the next 3 years." The bold font came into view. Spielberg wanted to continue reading the content of the news, but Michael Eisner had already read 10 lines of the news at a glance. "Sorry, Steven, maybe I can't have dinner with you." Michael Eisner finished reading the news and stood up. Spielberg also stood up tactfully and left the global headquarters under the escort of Michael Eisner. After personally sending Spielberg to the car, Michael Eisner immediately waved the newspaper in his hand to his assistant. "Besides this, is there any other news?" The assistant shook his head. No, but this news is absolutely accurate. It is said that Columbia's CEO, Peter Guber, personally revealed it to the reporters. He would never lie about this kind of thing. Michael Eisner took the mobile phone from his assistant and skillfully dialed Peter Guber's private cell phone number without looking at the address book. Unfortunately, the phone was busy. After dialing for more than 10 minutes, Michael Eisner found Chang Peter's number, but it was still the same. It seemed that the two people on the other side were now busy dealing with all kinds of inquiries. Tell someone to collect all the information about this matter as soon as possible. The more detailed, the better. Michael Eisner hung up again and said to his assistant. I've already sent someone to do it, the assistant said with a tone of wanting to take credit. However, the emotional Michael Eisner did not have much reaction. He directly turned and hurried to the office. He had to discuss this matter with Global's executives as soon as possible. In the view of many people, Firefly, who had just acquired Disney, should not cooperate with other film companies under normal circumstances. After all, the development and integration of Disney was the next stage of Firefly's work. Moreover, Michael Eisner was also very clear that even if Firefly wanted to cooperate with other film companies, Sony Columbia should be the last choice in all aspects. After all, the two people at the helm of Columbia had already made the company a mess. In this case, cooperating with the other party was quite a stupid thing to do. Therefore, this matter was obviously not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, in the evening paper just now, there was only some basically worthless public relations language. Except that Sony Pictures would cooperate with Firefly for 5 movies in the next 3 years, there was no useful information at all. In the sharp corner manner, the fax machine on the round table next to him was buzzing softly. Eric sat on the space chair next to the glass curtain wall with his legs crossed, swaying his body gently. From time to time, he would take a new fax document from the side and read it on his lap. This was the preliminary cooperation agreement faxed by Katzenberg. However, this agreement was basically equivalent to the final agreement. After all, the board of directors of Sony Pictures was under the control of Peter Guber and Chang Peters. There would be no obstacles to the contract being approved by the board of directors. As for the Japanese, it was just a formality and telling them that such a thing had happened. Judging from the document, Katzenberg was indeed worthy of being called the Golden Retriever by some people in Hollywood. If the Japanese could understand this series of twists and turns, they would definitely understand that they had been ruthlessly cut off a piece of meat. In the contract, the two parties agreed to jointly develop 5 big-budget movies within 3 years. The investment scale of each movie was between $50 million and $100 million US. However, the first clause that was disadvantageous to Columbia was that the movie production would be led by Disney, and Columbia had to use its own resources to fully cooperate. Due to the perfect financial supervision system, it was impossible to cheat the budget. However, it would be a big mistake if an outsider thought so. For example, the special effects for the 5 blockbusters would definitely be developed by Firefly's digital domain. In that case, there would be a lot of room for manipulation. In the end, Firefly's side would only be left to write, and Columbia's money would not return to its pockets. Moreover, although the special effects share of the total cost was not as terrifying as 80% of the total cost in Lin Huang's previous life, it was definitely more than 50%. In addition, Columbia only had 40% of the investment power of the 5 movies. Although the box office, videotape, and TV broadcast income will be divided according to the profit margin, the peripheral income of the movie, such as toy development, stage play, image licensing, and so on, will be completely monopolized by Disney. Although the two parties cooperated on live-action movies, and the peripheral income is not as huge as that of animated movies, this part of the profit is definitely in the hundreds of millions. Most importantly, in terms of movie copyright, Katzenberg used the comic company's method of licensing the movie copyright. Although the contract stated that the two parties would share the copyright according to the investment ratio, if the two parties did not reach an agreement on a sequel within 5 years of the movie's release, then the movie copyright that belonged to Columbia will automatically return to Disney. This basically means that Disney owns the copyright of the movie, and Columbia's position is slightly higher than those external investors who do not share the copyright. They have the copyright for 5 years longer than the external investors. It can be seen that according to the investment ratio, Disney's share of the copyright is 20% higher than Columbia's. If a movie is a big hit, unless Columbia is willing to give up most of the benefits in terms of the sequel, as long as Disney drags on for 5 years, the movie copyright will return to their hands. At that time, they don't have to pay attention to Columbia and can enjoy this fat meat alone. Reading the unequal contract in his hand, Eric wasn't too surprised. After all, after staying in Hollywood for a few years, he already understood that there was a lot of flexibility in cooperation when it came to investing in movies. As long as both parties were willing, and as long as it didn't obviously violate federal laws, any strange contract could be signed. As for Columbia, even the Japanese, it is likely that they will not refuse this agreement. Compared to the movies that caused huge losses in the previous 2 years, cooperation with Firefly, which has been creating box office miracles, undoubtedly has some guarantee in terms of profits. Moreover, in the past few years of the acquisition of Columbia, what the Japanese want most is not profits. Instead, they hope to open up the market through a few successful works. This unequal contract may be very normal in the eyes of the Japanese. After all, others play by themselves. If you don't pay more, why should others play with you? However, what they don't know is that behind this relatively normal contract, there is another unknown agreement. This agreement will greatly improve the strength of Firefly, and Columbia's perfect global distribution network will definitely be in disarray after this agreement is implemented. Thinking of this, Eric picked up the Motorola next to him that has been turned off in order to avoid harassment. After thinking about it, he got up and got another spare phone. After turning it on, he dialed Katzenberg's number. He was lucky. After a few busy calls, the call was connected smoothly. "Jeffrey, I have read the contract. I'm sorry, I just turned off my phone. You know, a lot of things have not been settled yet. I don't want to hear any probing. This is my spare phone number, you can write it down." Eric casually reported his mobile phone number, then said, "I have no opinion on the contract terms, but do you get the information of Columbia's overseas distribution network?" "Oh, okay, get someone to fax me a copy, I plan to take a look." "Okay." "No, you go alone tonight. I won't join in the fun." "Haha, then, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Eric put the Motorola Micro Tab aside, picked up the contract next to him, and read it quietly. A few minutes later, the fax machine buzzed again. "If you want to inquire about the news, why do you have to drag me along? Emma is still at home." The red BMW arrived at the entrance of the Sharp Corner Manor. Julia complained to Elizabeth, who was honking fiercely. The security guard recognized the 2 people in the car and quickly opened the door. Elizabeth stepped on the accelerator and drove the car in. She said, "If I come alone, he will definitely scold me again." "If the 2 of us are together, won't he scold you?" After walking into the manor, Julia took off the sunglasses on her face and looked at the surrounding scenery. Speaking of which, she had forgotten how long it had been since she came here. Julia's feelings for Eric had always been very complicated, so she tried to avoid meeting Eric. "Of course he will, but you can definitely bear some of it for me, right?" Elizabeth said with a smile. "Sigh, meeting you is really the biggest misfortune in my life." Elizabeth parked the car and shook her head. "Wrong, meeting Eric is the misfortune. Both of you." Julia picked up her bag and got out of the car with Elizabeth. When they came to the door of the mansion, Julia watched Elizabeth skillfully press the password lock of the door and felt a little jealous. She still didn't know what the password was. "It's his birthday, but it's upside down." Elizabeth looked at Julia's face and patted her with a smile. "What does it have to do with me?" Julia pretended to not care, but she silently remembered it. The 2 women walked through the hall of the villa and quickly found Eric. The last rays of the setting sun shone through the glass wall and shone on him. Surrounded by the alternating light and shadow, Eric, who was reading seriously, exuded a quiet, calm, and charming temperament. Elizabeth and Julia slowed down their footsteps at the same time, not wanting to disturb this scene. However, the empty hall amplified the sound of the 2 women's high heels. Eric heard the sound of high heels tapping on the floor. He raised his head and saw the 2 women. He smiled and said, "I was just thinking about how to make dinner when you came over." "Oh, what do you take us for?" your dinner? Elizabeth pulled Julia over and sat in the space chair opposite Eric. The two women were very slim, and they didn't feel crowded in the spacious egg-shaped space chair at all. Eric looked at the two women who were swaying gently in the space chair opposite him. He still had a smile on his face as he said, I mean, someone is here to cook for me. But if you want to cook for me personally, I don't mind. It's a feast for the eyes. This sentence sounded almost like a joke, and Julia's face turned slightly red. Elizabeth snorted softly and said, do you know that when you were sitting alone in the corner just now, you looked very much like the villain hiding behind the scenes and scheming against the main character in the movies? Eric didn't mind Elizabeth's sarcasm at all. He went along with her and said, yes, this kind of big villain usually has a few enchanting beauties by his side. Once you two come over, the picture will be complete. Julia couldn't help but chuckle. Elizabeth was always like a cat in a state of anger when she was with Eric. It was as if she instinctively wanted to argue with Eric, but she never got any advantage. Hey, whose side are you on? Elizabeth heard Julia's laughter and couldn't help but pinch her waist. Julia smiled and pushed Elizabeth's little hand away. She said, what does it have to do with me? Can't I laugh? Hee hee, you guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Eric looked at the two girls who were quickly scratching each other. He lowered his head and flipped through the documents with a smile on his face. Then, he pulled out a few sheets from the thick stack of documents in front of him and handed them over. Here, for you. Elizabeth had actually noticed what Eric was reading when she first arrived. Although she only glanced at it a few times, she was sure that it was the copy of the contract between Firefly and Columbia. Seeing that Eric took the initiative to hand it to her, she quickly stopped playing with Julia and took it with a smile. However, her eyes were unsatisfied as she glanced at the folder on Eric's lap. There were still dozens of pages there. Eric stretched out his hand and pressed down on the remaining documents. He shook his head and said, you can't read these. So stingy. Elizabeth pouted and grumbled, but obediently retreated. When Elizabeth sat down next to her, Julia curiously leaned over to read a few lines. However, she quickly lost interest in the densely packed letters. She raised her head and noticed that Eric was looking at her. Julia frantically avoided his gaze a few times, but in the end, she timidly went up to him. She couldn't help but have some unknown expectations in her heart. You've been so willful and lazy for a year. Kapoor must be mad, right? Eric asked softly as he twirled the pencil in his hand. I'm not willful. I've been taking care of Emma. Also, Kapoor has so many big names in his hands now. He doesn't care about me, Julia argued. However, her tone didn't sound confident at all. Since TG was established, although they hadn't produced many films, they were all extremely successful. With the 30% of TG's shares in her hands, Julia received dividends that were several times higher than her salary. In comparison, Julia's enthusiasm to act suddenly weakened a lot. Eric didn't seem to hear Julia's argument. He gently tapped the blue plastic cover of the folder with the pencil in his hand and said, it's been so long since Pretty Woman. You can pick up the romantic comedy theme again. I'll find some time to get someone to pick a script for you. Julia nodded obediently. When Elizabeth, who had quickly finished reading the few thin pages in front of her, heard Eric's words, she couldn't help but say, how can you be so domineering? You didn't even ask if Julia was willing. Eric glanced at her lightly. His expression clearly said, is this your first day knowing me? Elizabeth turned her head to look at Julia, hoping that she could resist Eric's violence with her. However, when she saw Julia's submissive look, the anger in her heart instantly dissipated. If this disappointing girl doesn't have any objections, why should I worry? Hey, what's going on? Elizabeth waved the few pages of the contract in her hand and changed the topic to the purpose of her trip. Eric said, it's just like what you see. Cooperation to develop a movie, a win-win situation for everyone. Everyone is happy. I don't believe your nonsense. Elizabeth said, although this contract is a bit harsh for Columbia, if it's released, with the fame accumulated by Firefly, even if the conditions are stricter, there will still be people willing to accept it. There must be an inside story. Elizabeth said, her small eyes glancing at the documents on Eric's knees. There must be the answer she wanted. Although she was asked by her father to inquire about the situation, at this time, Elizabeth also had a strong curiosity in her heart. Although some of the terms she saw were very unfavorable to Columbia, if the movie produced by the two parties could maintain Firefly's consistent box office performance, then Columbia would definitely not suffer a loss. At the same time, Columbia's parent company, Sony Pictures, could also use this to open up a situation in Hollywood. From this point of view, Firefly was simply giving people a pillow when they were sleepy. You said it's an inside story. Of course, I can't go around saying it. Hearing Eric admit that there was an inside story, Elizabeth's curiosity was increased by another level. She stared at the remaining documents in Eric's hands, thinking in her heart that if she suddenly went up to snatch them, how badly would Eric fry her. Eric looked at Elizabeth's eager look with great interest and deliberately pushed the documents in her direction, taking the initiative to create conditions for Elizabeth, just like a piebald snake in the Garden of Eden. Elizabeth's eyes flashed quickly and inadvertently met Eric's gaze. She suddenly felt discouraged. This man is really too hateful. Eric got up and walked over with a laugh. He took the part of the contract in Elizabeth's hands and put it in the folder. He patted the girl's face as if comforting a kitten that was not full. Okay, there are ingredients in the kitchen. Go and make dinner. If you don't want to cook, you can order takeout. I'll go to the study to make a few calls. After watching Eric's figure disappear, Julia turned her head to look at Elizabeth, the corners of her mouth still holding a smile. Hey, are we going to make dinner? No, Elizabeth said in a hateful tone. She wanted to say a few harsh words that would starve someone to death, but she quickly said, let's order takeout. Julia couldn't help but laugh inexplicably. Hee hee, don't laugh. Elizabeth seemed to have been hit in her sore spot. Julia laughed even louder. She held her belly and said, yes. Haha. Sorry, I can't help it. What's there to be proud of? You're not much better than me. Julia's smile did not change. Anyway, I'm better than you. You damn girl. Elizabeth pounced over. I'll let you be better than me. Let go, it hurts, it hurts. You're really coming. I won't laugh, I won't laugh. Aha, help. The clear voices of the two women echoed in the hall for a while before it quieted down. Then, it turned into low whispers. The sudden cooperation between Firefly and Columbia caused a lot of waves in Hollywood. For the next week, the North American media focused their attention on this matter. The cooperation between the two sides even received more attention than the 64th Oscars, which was to be held at the end of March. After all, such explosive and sudden news was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It must involve some deep-seated inside information that was unknown to the public. In the midst of this chaos, the nomination list for the 64th Oscars was announced on February 19. Unsurprisingly, Dances with Wolves, which was intercepted by Eric for a year, was the big winner. It received 12 nominations, including Best Film and Best Director. Not only that, since last December, Dances with Wolves had been released for more than 10 weeks, but the weekly box office figures still remained at a high level of around 7 million, and the total box office also exceeded $100 million. Based on the reputation of Dances with Wolves, there would definitely be another box office rebound around the time of the Oscars. Then, the total box office of this movie would exceed $150 million, and it was not impossible for it to reach $200 million. Even Eric himself did not expect the amazing results of Dances with Wolves. He only remembered that this movie would be the big winner of the Oscars. However, compared to the terrifying 4-hour length of the movie, Eric did not think that this movie would do anything in the box office at first. According to normal thinking, after the movie won the Oscars, it would be successful in the video market. Therefore, Eric did not mind handing over the movie's theatrical distribution rights to Fox last year. He only kept the film's copyright and the peripheral distribution rights. Based on the current situation, Fox must be making a lot of money. After all, they did not even have the $30 million cost to buy the movie. What they did was to release the movie on a small scale and at a low cost according to the model of a literary film. As for the public relations for the Oscars, the money spent in this era was much less than it would be a decade later. Eric was a little depressed, and the people who were more depressed were definitely the producers and Orion Pictures, who sold the movie for $30 million last year. Orion Pictures had gone through bankruptcy restructuring and had started the production business again. Noticing the amazing results of Dances with Wolves, a person in charge of Orion Pictures publicly denounced Firefly for using extremely despicable means to snatch the film's copyright in a magazine. As for the director and male lead of Dances with Wolves, Kevin Costner, who also invested in Dances with Wolves, although he did not show too much slack in participating in the public relations of the movie, he also knew that he had given up a large amount of profit. According to the profits of Dances with Wolves, Kevin Costner, who accounted for 15% of the total investment, only received $4.5 million from the sale price last year. Although he made $1.5 million, if he participated in the share, he would have received more than $10 million. This loss of profit was enough to make him want to bang his head against the wall with regret. However, Hollywood was like this. It was realistic and cruel, but full of opportunities. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Just like Warner Brothers' first Batman, because they didn't have much expectations for the movie beforehand, in order to save money, Warner Brothers smartly signed a share agreement with Jack Nicholson, who played the supporting role of the Joker. As a result, the box office of Batman exploded. Because of the share agreement, Warner Brothers paid Jack Nicholson as much as $50 million, which was much more than the remuneration of the male and female leads and the director of the movie combined. The cooperation agreement between Firefly and Columbia was not kept a secret. In less than a week, the executives of other Hollywood film companies knew about the contents of the agreement. This cooperation agreement basically put Columbia in the position of an external investor. Even so, it was enough to make other film companies jealous. After all, when an external investor invests in a movie, there will be losses and profits. Most of the time, the losses are more than the profits, and the number of times the profits is very few. Firefly's movies in the past few years have almost never failed. Hollywood also does not believe that Firefly will deliberately make a bad movie to cheat Columbia. That means Columbia's profits will be guaranteed. At the same time, some people also know that the reason why Sony Pictures is so eager to cooperate with Firefly is because they want to expand their business in North America. Although they can guess that there must be other hidden deals behind this agreement, the other film companies all tried to contact Firefly. Even if it was a similar cooperation agreement, they are willing to do so. As for Sony, after both parties reached a preliminary agreement, Sony also expressed great interest in this cooperation. They even proudly announced the news on the local Japanese media. After finalizing the details of the contract, both parties held a press conference to sign the contract. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Oga." Eric shook hands with the Asian man in his 60s. At the same time, he looked at him. Eric did not expect Sony to be so serious about this cooperation. Sony's current CEO, Norio Oga, had personally come to Los Angeles to attend the signing ceremony. Norio Oga was also sizing up Eric. Although he had seen Eric's information, he was still surprised to see how young Eric is. "Mr. Norio Oga, this is not something that can be achieved with just a few words." Eric was holding a glass of champagne in his hand as he spoke to Norio Oga. Norio Oga replied, "Of course. But Mr. Williams, we are very sincere. I hope you can consider this seriously." After the signing ceremony, there was a celebratory reception. Eric finally knew the reason why Sony's CEO came to Los Angeles. Norio Oga wanted to persuade Eric to let Firefly join the campaign to promote Sony's home video players. When Sony first developed the home video recorder, Hollywood fought a lawsuit with Sony for 10 years due to concerns about piracy. Although Sony won the lawsuit, the home video recorder market was dominated by Panasonic, who had superior performance. Sony had acquired Columbia Pictures to use Columbia's film library to promote their home video players. But for the past 2 years, Columbia had received sufficient funds from the Japanese, but they did not achieve the expected results. Firefly suddenly cooperated with Columbia, and Sony started to target Firefly. Firefly's scale was not as big as Time Warner, which had started to diversify, but its development momentum was definitely the number one in Hollywood. If Firefly could be pulled into the camp to promote Sony's home video recorder products, then even if they could not defeat Panasonic, it would be enough to make Panasonic's home video recorder market share plummet. But even if Eric did not understand some things, he knew that in a few years, DVD would be on the rise and replace videotapes. Although Norio Oga had promised him some benefits, those benefits would take a long time to materialize. If Eric agreed, home video players would be out of the game before the benefits were materialized. The two of them chatted for a while before Norio Oga turned around and left. Eric greeted the people he was familiar with before he came to the corner of the banquet hall and found a sofa to sit down. He sipped on the champagne in his glass and planned to rest for a while. After a while, a few of Firefly's executives came over and sat beside Eric. Jeffrey asked curiously, "Eric, what did Norio Oga talk to you about?" Eric briefly explained the situation. "If we can really cooperate, it seems good." "What do you think?" Jeffrey said after listening. Eric shrugged. "No idea. Let's get someone to collect some relevant information tomorrow before making a decision. However, I heard that DVD technology is already in development. If this technology can replace videotapes, we don't need to get involved in the videotape business. I've also read some information about DVD technology." Katzenberg said, "Compared to videotapes, DVD piracy costs are cheaper. I think that once this technology is popularized, it won't be a good thing for Hollywood. The emergence of television and home videotapes is not a good thing for Hollywood, but the advancement of technology is hard to stop. All we can do is follow the advancement of technology and change our survival strategy. Otherwise, we can only be eliminated." Katzenberg touched his bald head and smiled. He said, "I understand. Let's not talk about this. Eric, do you have an idea in mind about the few movies that we will cooperate with Columbia?" "Not yet," Eric shook his head. In his memory, many of the classic blockbusters were series movies. However, Eric did not want to take out movies with obvious series development value to cooperate with Columbia. After all, even if the relevant terms had been signed on the copyright, if the interests involved were too great, it would definitely be complicated in the future. "What about you? I just saw you talking to Peter Guber about something." "He hopes to take out one of the 4 big-budget movies announced by Firefly to cooperate with Columbia," Katzenberg said bluntly. "Which one?" Eric asked. Katzenberg said, "Clash of Worlds." The 4 big-budget movies announced by Firefly were Jurassic Park, Clash of Worlds, True Lies, and Speed. Among them, Jurassic Park and Clash of Worlds were special effects blockbusters. True Lies and Speed were more inclined to traditional special effects. One was a remake, and the other was a road thriller. After watching the trailer of Tornado at the Super Bowl, it was not surprising that Columbia wanted to cooperate with them to develop Clash of Worlds. They finally have some self-awareness. "They didn't ask for Jurassic Park," Eric said. When Firefly released the relevant news, they had already revealed that Jurassic Park would be made into a series. It seemed that Peter Guber knew very well that Firefly would definitely not take out Jurassic Park to cooperate with them. He chose this disaster movie about a comet hitting the Earth. "What do you think?" Katzenberg also had some expectations in his eyes. He also hoped that Eric could take out Clash of Worlds and let Disney and Columbia develop it together. This movie was written by Eric himself. With the gimmick of a comet hitting the Earth, the possibility of failure was very small. Eric thought about it and shook his head. Firefly already had a detailed development plan for these 4 movies. Speed would be released at the end of the year. Jurassic Park and Clash of Worlds were scheduled to be released in the summer of next year. True Lies, directed by Cameron, would be produced next year and released in the summer of 1994. At that time, it would be another big gimmick. Don't forget, Catherine Bigelow's Saving Private Ryan would also be produced next year and released on June 6, 1994, the 50th anniversary of the Normandy landing. Now that Clash of Worlds was handed over to Disney and Columbia, a lot of the preliminary work done by Firefly would be wasted. For a big film company, under normal circumstances, although the number of movies released per year was as many as 20, there were often only 3 or 4 main movies per year. Once these movies were successful, They would even account for about half of the total annual box office revenue of the film company. Therefore, it was conceivable that the film company would spend a lot of resources and energy on these movies. The 4 movies announced by Firefly were all listed as the main movies for the next 3 years. They certainly could not be changed easily. I will start work on Jurassic Park after this year's Oscars. There is still a month left. This time is enough for me to choose a few projects. If you have any good plans, you can recommend them to me. After Eric finished speaking, he looked at Michael Lin. About that matter, how is the discussion between you and Peter Guber going? Michael Lin looked around subconsciously. After making sure that no one was near, he whispered, if the time is too short, it will be too obvious. I have already discussed a plan with Peter Guber. The plan will start after the Oscars and continue until the end of the year. This way, not too many people will find out. Eric was not worried that Peter Guber would play any tricks. Now the initiative was completely in Firefly's hands. If Peter Guber did not fulfill his promise, Firefly had many ways to make him pay the price. What's more, it was not their own anyway. Peter Guber had no reason to go back on his word. Eric heard that Peter Guber and Chong Peters had begun to discuss increasing their salaries. It was estimated that after 3 years, their contracts with Firefly would expire. Even if the two could not maintain their positions, they would be able to leave Columbia with full pockets. After the discussion, they began to raise their glasses and chat about relaxed topics with smiles. Some sharp-eyed guests noticed the change in mood and knew that they had finished talking about business, so they eagerly came up to them. You guys talk. I'll leave for a while. Eric looked up by chance and saw Nicole, who was wearing a lavender dress, looking at him with a smile. He got up and said, Eric. Seeing Eric walk in, Nicole raised her glass to him. Eric reached out and took the champagne in Nicole's hand and put it aside. He took Nicole's slender hand and said, let's go dance. Okay. Nicole let Eric pull her to the dance floor. In the slow music, Eric hugged Nicole's slender waist, smelled the light fragrance on the girl's body, and said softly while dancing, do you know what purple represents? Nicole looked at Eric's eyes with an inquiring look. Purple represents nobility and mystery. Ordinary women don't dare to wear purple because they often don't have a strong enough aura. They will look neither fish nor fowl in it. Nicole's thin pink lips showed a smile. Then what do you think of me wearing this dress? Your Highness, I want to get down on one knee and kiss the back of your hand, Eric said half-jokingly. Nicole glanced at the exit of the banquet hall with a teasing look in her eyes. I'm kind of looking forward to this scene. Why don't we go out and try it? Eric took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to slide his hand down Nicole's slender waist and patted her gently. Woman, don't push your luck. Nicole glared at him with slight anger and changed her tone. She leaned over slightly and said softly, Eric, I recently watched Jurassic Park. What do you think of me acting as Dr. Ellie Sattler? In the production plan, all the actors in this movie can only receive the minimum salary set by the union. Are you willing? I'm willing, Nicole answered without hesitation. Eric smiled and said, when you said yes, you weren't thinking of anything else, were you? Nicole's face turned slightly red. No. Eric teased and then said seriously, the protagonists of Jurassic Park will be those dinosaurs from ancient times. Just like Tornado, this movie doesn't have much use other than letting the actors get familiar with the audience. With your current status, it will be a waste of time for you to act in this movie. Didn't you say that you were going to prepare 2 movies for me to drive a wedge between Tom Cruise and his partners? I already have Tough Cop, what about the next one? Eric stared at the girl's slyness and realized that this was a trap waiting for him. It's getting late. I think it's better for us to go back and talk about such an important matter. Nicole said without fear, okay. Nicole woke up at almost the same time as Eric when she felt the movements of the people around her. Nicole turned over and looked into Eric's eyes. Morning. Morning, Eric leaned over and pecked Nicole's thin lips. The warmth of the kiss warmed Nicole's heart. She reached out an arm and hugged Eric. Go to sleep. It's still early. You can sleep for another half an hour, Eric's voice sounded. Asshole, how am I supposed to sleep? Nicole was a little amused as she punched Eric's back. So, half an hour of sleep was changed to morning exercise. Then, they got up and stood side by side in front of the bathroom sink. They brushed their teeth and washed their faces in front of the mirror. He shaved while she did her skincare. Then, they changed their clothes and went for a morning jog in the manor. Eric sat at the long table in the dining room and read the newspaper. Nicole was making breakfast in the kitchen opposite. Nicole put a plate of bread on the table and poured milk for them. She noticed Eric's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I suddenly thought of a story," Eric said as he looked at the bread that had just been taken out of the oven. "Oh," Nicole raised her eyebrows, but didn't show too much of a reaction. She passed the milk over and sat down across from Eric. Then, she asked, "Okay, you can tell me. What's the story?" Eric held a piece of bread in his hand and thought for a while. The story was really simple. So, he summarized it in a few words. It's very simple. Two assassins. They met by chance in a chaotic city, fell in love, and got married. Nicole took a bite of the bread and nodded. Her blonde fringe on her forehead swayed mischievously, looking a little cute. She suddenly thought of something and raised her head to ask, "Hey, the two assassins you're talking about, are they a man and a woman?" Eric stared speechlessly at the girl opposite him, whose eyes were full of slyness. Nicole pretended to be innocent and looked at Eric for a few seconds. Then, she waved her little hand and begged for mercy. "Hee, I'm just kidding. Go on." Eric made a threatening look and continued, but they didn't know each other's identity. Although they were both super assassins in the industry, they belonged to two different assassin groups. They lived in an inconspicuous neighborhood and lived ordinary lives. They had their own cover jobs. The neighbors called them Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Eric briefly explained the story outline of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and Nicole listened attentively. After Eric finished, she said, "It doesn't sound like anything special. It'll definitely be another popcorn movie with gimmick-like killer shootouts as its selling point. The rigidity of human thinking is very serious. Innovation is easy to say, but it's extremely difficult to do. 99% of Hollywood's movies can find similar companions. The key is how to film it." Nicole rolled her eyes at Eric. "I'm just saying what I think. You don't have to elevate it to the level of human, right?" Eric smiled and said, "Actually, your understanding of this story is only at the most superficial level. Of course, this definitely represents the thoughts of more than 90% of the audience. But if you deconstruct it at a deeper level, this story is a true portrayal of marriage in real life." Huh? John and Jane's marriage is the standard of love at first sight, and in reality, many marriages are the product of such impulses. However, they don't really understand each other. Although they love each other, they don't open their hearts to each other. Instead, they carefully guard against each other. This is also destined that they can't maintain their marriage for long. When the initial passion subsides, the relationship between the two sides becomes dull and boring. In the end, they have to go to psychological counseling. At the same time, they received the order to kill each other. Because of this change, the invisible barrier between the two collapsed. As they attacked each other, they began to truly understand each other. This is very similar to a real-life marriage. When the husband and wife fall into a dispute, the other side of themselves that they have been carefully hiding will be revealed to each other. In the end, the marriage will either be reborn from the ashes or break up. After Eric finished, he saw that Nicole had put down the cutlery in her hand. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at him in a daze. "What's wrong? Are you suddenly impressed by my erudition?" "Girl, relax. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. I'm just wondering when you, John Smith, will confess your true identity to me." Eric smiled and did not answer. He knew that many people around him were very curious about how he came to be so special. Some people had asked him more than once, but this matter was destined to never be explained. Eric had no intention of explaining it to others. In many movies and novels, the protagonists often remain in a mediocre state for a long time. Because of some stimulation, they become a superhero who saves the earth, such as Superman or Spider-Man. Nicole made a look like she couldn't stand it anymore. "Stop talking nonsense. I won't ask any more. Okay, then let's continue with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You'll be the female lead. This script can be the first collaboration between Disney and Columbia, and Paula Wagner can be the producer. It's killing two birds with one stone. Nicole nodded and looked at Eric. How about you play John Smith, Eric? Didn't you act in Back to 17? Eric shook his head. I don't have the time. Nicole also knew that she was a bit whimsical. Compared to a few years ago when he acted in Back to 17, Eric now not only had to take care of the huge Firefly film group, but he also had to personally direct Jurassic Park. As for the other movies that came from him, Eric could not completely let go of them. Under such circumstances, he could not spare half a year to act in movies. The main work of Jurassic Park would only start after the Oscars at the end of March. After the acquisition of Disney, Firefly Film Group was gradually on the right track, and the collaboration with Columbia was finalized. Eric had a month of free time. Therefore, although he did not have the time to act in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, he still had plenty of time to personally write the script. The script was 1 page per minute, and according to his memory, he made slight changes according to the current time and background. In less than a week, he had typed out the script. These days, Nicole had been living in the Sharp Corner Manor, personally watching Eric type out the script of Mr. and Mrs. Smith on the computer. Occasionally, when she went out with Eric, paparazzi took a few photos, and it was inevitable that there would be some gossip. After the script of Mr. and Mrs. Smith was released, both Disney and Columbia quickly saw the script. Although there were some complaints about the movie not having special effects, Columbia quickly accepted the project. After the project was confirmed, Disney and Columbia couldn't wait to start the preliminary preparations while Eric happened to have time to participate. In just a week, the budget of the movie was out. Because it was the first movie of the cooperation between the two parties, the budget was quite loose to ensure that nothing went wrong. In the screening room, Eric, Katzenberg, and Peter Guber were watching the gunfight on the screen together. Mr. and Mrs. Smith involved a lot of gunfight scenes, but on the list of directors given by Disney and Columbia, none of them could satisfy Eric. For Eric, when it came to gunfight scenes, the first thing that came to his mind was, of course, classic Hong Kong movies like Hero Itself and Bloodshed Heroes. The most important thing about Hong Kong action movies is to make the audience happy. Look, this gunfight scene, the setting of the plot, the foreshadowing of the atmosphere, and the 3-minute gunfight at the end all reflect the director's superb control skills. For Mr. and Mrs. Smith, what I want is a kind of elegant violence, a feeling that even if the male and female protagonists are holding large-caliber shotguns, it looks like they are flirting, not the cruelty and realism that Hollywood directors are better at. Eric looked at the movie and explained softly. The scene on the screen was the famous Maple Forest Pavilion gunfight in Hero Nature. The 3-minute gunfight scene without any lines was completed in one go. For the ordinary audience, this scene was just the climax of the movie, but many directors regarded this scene as an important imitation. Eric, you don't want to invite those Hong Kong directors who only know how to make B-rated movies to direct Mr. and Mrs. Smith, right? Peter Guber's tone was a little disdainful. He didn't understand the brilliance of Hero Nature. Instead, he sneered at the rough settings and images of Hong Kong movies. Why not? It's nothing, I'm just a little worried that they will screw up the movie. Peter Guber felt the toughness in Eric's tone and replied with a smile. Eric also didn't want to fall out with Peter Guber, so he explained, the film market in Hong Kong is too small. In order to ensure that they can recover the cost, the directors there have to reduce the budget. This doesn't mean that they will only make B-rated movies. Eric, do you like the director of this movie? Katzenberg pointed to the movie that was playing and asked. Eric nodded. Although in the original Space-Time, Wu Beige suddenly became obsessed with epic movies in the later stage of her career, Wind Talkers cut off her path to Hollywood, and Will of Peace cut off her development in the mainland. But when it came to shooting gunfights, the top few in the history of Hong Kong cinema were basically Wu Beige works. Calculating the time, it was almost time for Wu Beige to enter Hollywood. Because Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was still in production, Firefly had been in contact with Hong Kong. Now, it was just the right time for the other party to act as a bridge. Paula Wagner flipped through the information of an Asian and said to Nicole, You're saying that Mr. Williams wants to use this Mr. John Woo as the producer of Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Although his movies have been widely praised in Southeast Asia, this is Hollywood. Can he adapt to the style of Hollywood? Nicole took a few sips of the coffee brought by Wagner's secretary and said, Eric said that this Asian director is used to distinguish the style of Hollywood. By the way, I also brought you a few videotapes. You can take a look at them. They are all works of this Mr. John Woo. These days, Eric and I watched them many times in the pointy corner manner. Although the quality of these movies is a bit rough, the plots are absolutely wonderful. Eric said that this is called violent aesthetics. Nicole took out 4 or 5 videotapes from her bag and handed them to Paula Wagner. Paula Wagner took it and put it aside. She turned to look at Nicole and said, Nicole, Tommy has already complained about you being the producer of Tough Cop. Nicole showed a surprised expression and asked curiously, how could that be? Paula Wagner didn't see any flaws in Nicole's expression. Of course, she couldn't have guessed that Nicole and Eric's real purpose was to break up her partnership with Cruz. She showed a helpless expression and said, Tommy wants me to focus on managing Cruz Wagner's production company. He's worried that if I take other jobs, it will affect the company's operations. Paula Wagner didn't mention the deeper reason. Cruz's last movie, Thunder Ambition, didn't do well, which led to his career stagnating for a year. Last year, not only did he not act in a movie, but he also parted ways with his long-term partner, Paramount. But Tough Cop, which Paula was the producer of, got $200 million at the box office with a mere 20 million yuan. Whether it was out of a man's pride or jealousy that he didn't want to admit, Cruz didn't want Paula Wagner to be the producer of Nicole's movies anymore. Tom can only produce 1 movie a year at most. With your ability, you can't affect the operations of your company, can you? When Paula Wagner heard the compliment, she couldn't help but smile. But when she thought of Cruz, her smile turned into helplessness. The purpose of Cruz and Paula opening the production company was to imitate Eric's Firefly, but the reality was often too harsh. Even if Cruz was one of the most popular stars in Hollywood, he couldn't guarantee that every movie he made would be as successful as Firefly. Of course, their production company couldn't develop as fast as Firefly. Until now, Cruz and Wagner's production company could only fight for more control and dividends in the films that Cruz starred in. They didn't even have the energy to produce other films. Cruz had a new agent, so Paula Wagner was often in a state of idleness. For a career-minded woman like her, this was a kind of torture. Nicole, I don't understand. Why did you invite me to be the producer of Tough Cop and this, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Nicole was stunned at first, then a touch of blush appeared on her face. She said a little hesitantly, I want to be more important to him, but among the people I know, you're the only one. Anyway, you understand. If Eric were here, he would definitely say, this vixen is too pretentious. If Drew were here, he would also say, this bitch is too pretentious. Unfortunately, the person here was Paula Wagner, who had no idea what was going on. Hearing Nicole's hesitant reply, Paula quickly came up with the image of an infatuated girl who was trying her best to please her lover. Hey, Nicole, how are you and Mr. Williams now? Since he broke up with Jennifer Aniston, he hasn't revealed his girlfriend, right? He'll only be 22 in a few months, and he's already sitting in the top few seats in Hollywood. I can't expect too much. I just hope that when he's tired, he'll settle down. Nicole's tone was light, but this time, she spoke her mind. Paula Wagner had been in Hollywood much longer than Nicole. She had seen a lot of Hollywood playboys who didn't want to get married until they were 40 or 50 years old. When she heard Nicole's words, she couldn't help but say, then you might have to wait a long time. Nicole reached out and touched the necklace around her neck. At the end of the necklace, there was a very special ring hidden in a heart-shaped pendant. Her ring was the 9 of hearts. She remembered that when she asked Eric to pick for her, he talked about the meaning of a series of numbers. When it came to the 9 of hearts, he said that 9 in the East meant everlasting, so she decisively chose this one. Nicole? Paula Wagner saw that Nicole was in a daze, so she reminded her. Oh. Nicole raised her head and came back to her senses. She quickly put those messy emotions behind her and said, then, Paula, about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, if you really can't accept it, I'll get Eric to contact someone else as soon as possible. This film is rushed, and Columbia hopes to release it in November at the end of the year. That means there are only 8 months left. The pre-production, official filming, and post-production will take at least half a year. Paula Wagner stared at the information in front of her and was a little reluctant to give up. Lethal Cop had earned more than $200 million at the global box office, and she had received a salary of $5 million plus dividends. This was the largest single income she had ever received in her career. When she was Cruise's producer, she only received a 10% share of Cruise's salary, and the highest annual income was $1 or $2 million. Cruise and Wagner's production company didn't have the good luck of encountering Mission Impossible in the original universe. Nicole, if you can let Tommy play the male lead in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, this will be much easier. Nicole revealed an awkward expression. She raised her hand and gestured with the tip of her nose. This, you know. Paula Wagner smiled and reminded her, don't do this in front of Tommy. He hates it when people mention his height. Of course I know, Nicole said with a smile. Although Cruise was a Hollywood A-list actor, the joke about him stepping on an apple box had been circulating in and out of Hollywood. If Mr. and Mrs. Smith was a Columbia project, Paula Wagner was sure that Columbia would give up Nicole for the more famous Tom Cruise and choose another moderately tall female lead. However, the possibility of this happening was very low, because from the chat just now, Paula Wagner knew that this movie was specially prepared for Nicole by Eric. How about this, Nicole? I'll talk to Tommy. I'll give you an answer by the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? Just as Nicole was about to nod, Paula Wagner's door knocked twice before it was pushed open. Cruise and Kinsley walked in one after another. Nicole and Paula Wagner stood up together. Cruise was about to say something when he saw Nicole. His eyes flickered, and he politely greeted her. Hello, Miss Kidman. Hello, Mr. Cruise, Nicole replied with a smile. She walked past Cruise to Kinsley and hugged her. Nicole, why are you here? Kinsley asked curiously. Nicole let go of Kinsley and sat down with her on the sofa. She smiled and asked, I'm here to discuss something with Paula. What about you guys? Didn't you say you were going to New York the day before yesterday? Why are you back so soon? Oh, we're going to record a talk show for Dark War, prequel. We rushed back after that. Anyway, there's nothing to do in New York. By the way, I brought you a gift, Kinsley said as she took out a small box from her handbag. Inside it was a very small but very delicate glass bottle. I met a friend in the fashion industry in New York. He gave it to me. It's the latest Dior perfume. It hasn't been released to the market yet. It's just a small trial. Ah, Paula, there's yours. Feeling Paula Wagner's gaze, Kinsley quickly took out another small box and handed it to her. Nicole opened the small box and carefully sprinkled some perfume on the back of her hand. She sniffed it and excitedly commented with Paula Wagner, who came over. Tom Cruise, who instantly felt neglected, asked Paula Wagner's secretary to make coffee for him out of boredom. He sat down on the sofa opposite them and accidentally caught a glimpse of a stack of documents on the short table. He picked it up curiously and flipped through it. At the top was information about an Asian director. Cruise was not interested and quickly flipped through it. Below it was the budget of a movie called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Cruise looked at the amount and his eyes flashed. He flipped through it again. At the bottom was the script of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I feel that the smell of this one is too strong. Paula's perfume, however, is very compatible with her temperament. No, Nicole, you should try more of this smell. It'll definitely make men fall head over heels for you. Yes, I specially picked it for you. How can it be wrong? While the three women were chatting, Cruise shook the documents in his hand and raised his voice. Paula, which company invited you to do this script? Only then did Paula Wagner realize that she had unknowingly neglected Cruise. She put away the bottle of perfume in her hand and said, Tommy, Nicole brought this script. She wants me to be the producer. I said I would discuss this with you later. Cruise's originally excited mood immediately disappeared. Although he was not gloomy, he did not look good either. Paula, you agreed? Paula Wagner was a little uncomfortable with Cruise's questioning tone, but she patiently said, I think I should be able to allocate my time. Anyway, you won't be thinking about your next movie before Dark War prequel is released. I don't have to interfere with the promotion of Dark War prequel either. There's plenty of time. But now it's time to choose the script for my next movie. And didn't I tell you? Cruz stopped and stared at Nicole unkindly. Nicole pretended to be embarrassed. She stood up and said to Paula Wagner, Sorry, Paula, I think I should go. Anyway, give me a call. Paula Wagner nodded and watched Nicole walk out of the door. However, compared to Paula Wagner and Cruz, who had worked together for many years, Paula Wagner and Cruz did not have much of a personal relationship. At this time, she also stood up and said, Then I'll leave you two to chat. I'll leave first. Cruz stared fiercely at Paula's back. He had hoped that Paula would be his exclusive agent, but after signing with him, she quickly signed with Nicole Kidman. Moreover, with the success of Tough Cop, Cruz clearly felt that Paula Wagner had diverted more attention to Nicole. This made him, who had always been the center of attention, very unhappy. Now that Paula Wagner had followed him out for Nicole, Cruz even thought of changing agents. Paula Wagner clearly felt the change in Cruz's mood. In her eyes, Cruz was like a spoiled child. She sighed slightly and said, Tommy, I think we should have a good talk. Leaving the office of Cruz and Wagner Productions, Nicole heard the sound of leather shoes behind her. She turned around and waited for Parker Kingsley to walk up to her. Why are you here? Is everything okay with Tom? She asked. Paula Wagner rolled her eyes at Nicole. I'm just his agent, not his nanny. I don't have the responsibility to make him happy. At this time, it was more effective to get close to her than to provoke her. Nicole smiled and held Paula Wagner's arm. Then I'll treat you to dinner. You can choose the place. Don't feel bad about it later. Kinsley's interest was piqued. Thinking of Cruz's sour expression, Kinsley suddenly felt that if she had to choose between Cruz and Nicole, she would definitely choose the shrewd and amiable Nicole, even if the salary was a little lower. Although Cruz had always been the perfect public figure in the hearts of film fans, only she, as the person involved, knew how difficult it was to perfectly maintain Cruz's public image. Take yesterday's talk show for example. After the recording, Cruz suddenly felt that the way he appeared wasn't perfect enough. The camera didn't even wait for him to smile before it hit his face. Hence, they had to re-record it. It was just a few seconds of footage, which was simply unreasonable. However, Cruz's attitude was firm. As his manager, she had no choice but to rush back and forth to communicate with the television station. For this, she even owed them a big favor. After having lunch with Pi Kingsley, Nicole received a call from Paula Wagner when she came out of a restaurant. Although the sound quality of the Motorola Microtac, which relied on analog signal transmission, wasn't very good, Nicole could still hear the helplessness and disappointment in Paula Wagner's tone. Seeing Nicole hang up the phone, Paula, who had been listening to the conversation, asked, Did Paula reject him? Nicole nodded. Paula Wagner still chose Cruz this time, but Nicole wasn't discouraged. Although Paula Wagner had given up Mr. and Mrs. Smith for Cruz's production company, there was already a gap between the two of them. If Cruz's movie was a big success, everything would be fine. But if things went in the opposite direction, it was only a matter of time before they broke up. That's easy to understand. After all, Paula and Tom have worked together for so many years, and between them. Parker Kingsley shrugged and did not continue. But Nicole knew that it was nothing more than the trivial matter between the agent and the actor. But based on Nicole's understanding of Cruz's character, it was definitely Paula Wagner who had been accommodating Cruz. Nicole was not interested in gossiping with Paula. She was about to call Eric to tell him about it when Paula's phone rang. Hey, I'm Parker Kingsley. Paula. Parker Kingsley raised her eyebrows and looked at Nicole beside her. She continued, Is there anything you need from me? A few minutes later, Parker Kingsley hung up the phone with a complicated expression. She stood there in a daze. Paula Wagner called to inform her that Tom Cruise wanted to terminate his contract with her. Nicole also heard this. Seeing Paula in a daze, she said, I'm sorry, Paula. I didn't expect this. It's not your fault, Nicole. Kinsley quickly smiled as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Actually, this is good too. I've always wanted to represent more artists, but he's already like this after signing you. It's only a matter of time before we part ways. Nicole stepped forward and held Paula's arm. She whispered, "How about I treat you to dinner?" "Alright, I've already said that it's not your fault." Patricia was a few years older than Nicole. Looking at Nicole's girlish appearance, the grudge in her heart disappeared. "Also, let me remind you. You've already eaten enough just now. For the sake of your figure, I suggest you exercise for at least half an hour at night. Don't be careless about these things. Many female celebrities slowly lose their figure because they don't pay attention to these small details." I know. Nicole nodded obediently. "Then, what are you going to do in the afternoon?" "My contract with Cruz still has a year and a half left. He wants to terminate the contract unilaterally. Of course, I have to discuss the compensation with him." Paula replied. "Also, I already have my eyes on a few good actors. Since I'm terminating my contract with Cruz, I can talk to them about signing contracts." "Hey, you don't mind me signing contracts like Cruz, do you?" Nicole didn't mind. Of course, Nicole didn't mind. After Cruz left, she was Parker Kingsley's biggest trump card. Even if she signed someone else now, Parker Kingsley would spend most of her energy on her for a long time to come. Moreover, the biggest role of a manager was to guide the career development of an artist. In this aspect, Nicole had a better candidate than Parker Kingsley. Just sign them. If their acting skills are good, I can help you talk to Eric and get you a few auditions. But it's just an audition, I can't guarantee whether they will succeed or not. It still depends on their abilities. The audition quota that he got directly from Eric would definitely involve a big production movie that was directly controlled by Eric. Although those commercial movies limited the space for actors to perform, it was definitely an excellent opportunity to gain popularity. Therefore, even if it was a supporting role in these movies, many less famous second and third-tier actors would fight over it. Hearing Nicole's words, Paula did not hesitate. "Then it's settled." "Of course." Nicole smiled and whispered in Paula's ear, "Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone. You know about Jurassic Park, right?" She nodded. It was impossible for her not to know about this. Eric said that the actors in this movie can only get the lowest salary set by the union. "So, do you understand?" Nicole said and raised her eyebrows at Paula. Paula's eyes flashed. She quickly understood. The actors could only get the lowest salary set by the union. This was a measure that many famous directors often took to save money. However, there were very few directors in Hollywood who dared to make such a request. Eric certainly had the right to do so now. However, since he had made such a request, unless it was to compete for the Oscars, the most popular Hollywood stars would not easily consider joining a movie. Therefore, the opportunity was left to the second-rate and third-rate actors. Most of the popular stars in Hollywood already had a stable team of agents. In Parker Kingsley's plan, she wanted to sign actors who were second or third tier but had great potential. If Nicole told her the inside story in advance, Parker Kingsley would be able to prepare ahead of her management company. She might even be able to get a few roles in Jurassic Park. "Thank you, Nicole." Paula almost hugged Nicole and kissed her. She even made up her mind to temporarily put aside the matter of asking for compensation from Cruz. She wanted to get the contracts of the actors' agents as soon as possible and focus on fighting for the roles in Jurassic Park. After parting with Paula, Nicole got into the car and sat in the driver's seat. She was a little excited. The three women of TG Film formed a small circle around Eric. Of course, she was not willing to be alone. Now, she had taken the first step, hadn't she? "Since Paula Wagner has given up the position, I will do it myself," Eric said after hearing the news from Nicole. When Catherine Bigelow was shooting Point Shock, Eric had already been a producer once. In fact, the job of a producer was not as mysterious as ordinary people thought. Most of the time, a producer was like a silk thread that perfectly connected all aspects of film production. This job was complicated and required strong control, but it did not involve too many things. Moreover, unlike those independent producers in Hollywood who needed to do everything by themselves, in Eric's position, he only needed to say a few words and someone would get things done. When Disney and Columbia, who were collaborating on the development of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, learned that Eric would be the producer himself, of course, they agreed. Without going through a long project incubation period, Mr. and Mrs. Smith quickly entered the stage where the script was set and the funds were sufficient. Several teams also began the early stages of the movie according to the requirements of the script. As for the director, Firefly's invitation through Jia, he quickly reached Wu Beige. Although it was not a big deal for Hollywood, the news that Wu Beige had accepted Hollywood's invitation to direct a movie caused a sensation in Southeast Asia. The local newspapers reported the news on the front page for several days. Hollywood had always been the dream of Hong Kong filmmakers, or rather, the world's filmmakers. Because of the racial advantage, it was much easier for Western filmmakers to join Hollywood than for Eastern filmmakers. Therefore, every Eastern filmmaker who could make a name for himself in Hollywood would be warmly welcomed by the locals. Therefore, this matter became surprisingly smooth. After Wu Beige accepted the invitation, she arrived in Los Angeles in mid-March. Because of the importance of this opportunity, although there were not many boxing scenes in the movie, Wu Beige still brought a team of martial arts directors with her at her own expense. Firefly's studio in Playa Vista was very close to the Los Angeles International Airport. After Wu Beige got off the plane, Eric asked someone to bring her directly here. "Hello, Mr. Wu. Welcome to Los Angeles." At the entrance of the studio, Eric shook hands with Wu Beige and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Williams. It's an honor to meet you too. I like your movie very much," Wu Beige said politely. Hong Kong was still a British colony. Even if many people in Hong Kong did not speak Mandarin, most of them had no problem speaking English. "Thank you. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Stan Winston. He is a very outstanding special effects artist and also the CEO of Digital Domain Special Effects Company. This is Robert Huggins, the Vice President of Columbia Pictures. This is the female lead of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Miss Nicole Kidman. This is my assistant, Ellen Fissman." Eric introduced them one by one. Wu Beige shook hands with each of them one by one. After the introduction, Wu Beige thought about it and decided not to introduce her entourage. Compared to these Hollywood moguls, she was only a small figure. Although the martial arts director she brought was from the Yuan family troupe in Hong Kong, they were not presentable. However, Eric was very considerate and asked about it. Wu Beige then briefly introduced them. After chatting for a while, Eric led Wu Beige and the others into the studio. As soon as they walked into the park, everyone, including Wu Beige, was surprised. Compared to the simple set in Hong Kong, the studio here could only be described as magnificent. Back then, Eric had demarcated 100 hectares of land in Playa Vista. In addition to the studio, there were a lot of supporting buildings and facilities. Now, the fixed number of employees in the studio base had exceeded 200, and that was not including the employees in Digital Domain. What we see are just the regular studios. In addition, there are 2 virtual digital studios dedicated to shooting special effects scenes that are under construction. They are expected to be operational next year. Eric personally led Wu Beige and the others around before entering the office of the administrative building. At this time, only Nicole, Wu Beige, and the 2 assistant producers of Mr. and Mrs. Smith were left with him. The vice president of Columbia left after showing his face. Stan Winston just happened to be there. After greeting them, he returned to the office of Digital Domain to continue working. Although the special effects work on Tornado had been completed and the Jurassic Park project had not been launched, since Terminator 2 last year, Digital Domain had been busy with special effects film projects. The assistants brought by Wu Beige were taken to their accommodation in advance by Ellen. "Mr. Wu, I have an empty villa in Beverly Hills. You can stay there for the time being during the filming. If you need anything else, you can call my assistant. Of course, you can also look for me directly." Wu Beige was obviously flattered. Before she came, she had received some information about Eric from Mr. Zhou. She had also heard of some cases of discrimination against outsiders in Hollywood. Wu Beige even felt a little uneasy about Eric's courtesy. Thank you, Mr. Williams, but let's talk about the movie. Of course, Eric nodded with a smile. He also understood Wu Bei's personal feelings. However, after a few years, he finally met a colleague on the other side. Although this colleague's reputation in China was not very good in the original spacetime, it did not hinder his natural closeness. Moreover, Heroes was destined to be a classic memory of his generation. He handed a complete script of Mr. and Mrs. Smith to Wu Bei. Due to the need to keep it confidential, Wu Bei only read a simple outline of the story in Hong Kong. Seeing Wu Bei open the script, Eric said, "Mr. Wu, you can read the script in private. Let's talk about the production idea of this movie first. You've already read the outline of the story. Can you tell me your thoughts first?" "Okay," Wu Bei said. She took out some documents that she had prepared long ago from her briefcase and handed one to Eric. She said, "These are some of my thoughts. Mr. Williams, you can take a look first." Eric flipped through it and found that there was not much text in the document. Most of it was just sketches for different scenes. However, because he had a ready-made movie in his mind, Eric quickly recognized the scenes involved in these sketches. According to my humble opinion, although this Mr. and Mrs. Smith is an action movie, it is a metaphor for the marriage between a man and a woman. Therefore, during the shooting process, I hope to use some external settings to hint at this point. For example, the villa where the two of them live. I hope to use a simple and cold style to symbolize the estrangement between the male and female leads. When this villa is finally blown up, it also means that the estrangement between the male and female leads will disappear. The emotional turning point of the male and female leads in the movie will also start from the scene of the villa being blown up. Nicole quietly listened to Eric and Wu Bei's conversation. Although it was Wu Bei who was speaking most of the time, Nicole quickly understood from Eric's occasional "this won't do, I think we can do it that way." And so on. Eric was still in control of the rhythm of the conversation, and this made her completely relieved. Although Nicole had only been in Hollywood for 2 or 3 years, with the rise of her fame and status, Nicole had already regarded herself as a member of Hollywood. Therefore, like many others, she instinctively distrusted outsiders who had just entered Hollywood. If this project had nothing to do with Eric, and the producer insisted on using a Hong Kong director, she would have taken the initiative to withdraw from the crew. Time ticked by, and when the sky outside the window gradually darkened, Eric, who was satisfied, said, "Mr. Wu, let's call it a day. I'm very happy that we coincided with each other on many shooting ideas. I believe that our cooperation will be very pleasant in the future." Wu Bei also stood up with a smile. "I hope so, too." Although many of his shooting ideas had been rejected by Eric, the current situation was much better than he had imagined. At least, Eric personally promised that as long as the two sides reached an agreement on the shooting concept before the shooting began, he would have enough power during the shooting process. This was what Wu Bei wanted most. After all, in Hollywood, most of the time, the director was just a wage earner who was one level higher than the others in the crew. Especially in those big movies, the director would not only be constrained by the producer, but also have to accommodate the famous actors. Wu Bei absolutely had no doubt that his power in the crew would be reduced in the future by Eric. After all, although the young man opposite him was young, he was one of the most powerful people in Hollywood. They walked out of the conference room side by side. When they passed through the corridor, several people, including Nicole, fell behind. Eric said to Wu Bei, who was next to him, "Mr. Wu, you must have done a full understanding of Hollywood before coming here." Wu Bei nodded. He didn't know that Eric would suddenly mention this. Eric went on to say, "I know that there are many excellent filmmakers in Hong Kong, but Hollywood is very xenophobic, and the exclusion of people of color will be even more obvious. When you shoot in the future, you will definitely encounter this." Wu Bei was not like the native people of America who had suffered all kinds of hidden discrimination all year round. Of course, he couldn't understand the deeper meaning of Eric's words. He just said, "Don't worry, Mr. Williams. If this happens, I will focus on the overall situation. No, it's useless to be patient." Eric shook his head and said, "If you want to get the recognition of Hollywood, the only way is to bring enough benefits to the producers. As long as you can make the film company make money, they will treat you as a distinguished guest, whether you are yellow or black. I will try my best." Although Wu Beige said so, there was some lack of confidence in his tone. Any movie was an investment gamble. Who could be sure that it would win? I've seen many of your movies, including True Colors of Heroes, Bloodthirsty Heroes, Brave Heroes, and last year's Traversing the Four Seas. This is also the reason why you received this movie contract. However, the reason why I rejected many of your ideas is because they may be suitable for Hong Kong movies across the ocean, but they won't work in Hollywood. So, although I will give you enough power after we reach an agreement, I also hope that you can maintain your own shooting style and be more compliant with the rules of Hollywood. You also know my identity. I can bear the success or failure of a movie, but you can't. Of course, Wu Beige could hear that Eric said these words out of kindness. Although he didn't know why the young Hollywood mogul was so kind when they met for the first time, this didn't stop Wu Beige from being grateful. Mr. Williams, don't worry. I will never betray your trust. Eric smiled and said nothing more. As a fan of shoot-'em-up movies in his previous life, he reminded Wu Beige of this. However, now the positions of the two sides were as different as heaven and earth. If Wu Beige really screwed up Mr. and Mrs. Smith, then he could only obediently return to Hong Kong. However, because of the lack of time in this life, Wu Beige didn't say bold words such as not returning to Hong Kong to make movies. Even if he went back, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. After the director was in place, the next step was to choose the male lead. The male and female leads in Mr. and Mrs. Smith accounted for 80% of the total length of the movie. Therefore, in addition to being handsome, the male lead also needed to have enough acting skills and charisma. Because it was a script written by Eric himself and he was also the producer, as long as the A-list male stars in Hollywood had the time and met the conditions, they basically expressed their intention to participate. Even many second and third-tier male stars with more connections contacted Eric himself through various kinds of connections. Eric, I think Mel Gibson is good. He is the male lead of Lethal Weapon 3 in the summer season. He can definitely play a role in promoting the box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Peter Guber said during the discussion about the male lead. The age limit of the male lead in Mr. and Mrs. Smith was between 30 and 40 years old. Hollywood male stars had a very long shelf life. Male stars at this age were often the most masculine stage. Eric listened to Peter Guber's words and lowered his head to flip through the information in front of him. So far, the candidates selected by the crew included Mel Gibson, Bruce Willis, Liam Neeson, Kevin Costner, and so on. Even Sylvester Stallone's agent had sent over an audition application. After the box office fiasco of Rocky V, Stallone's career had been in a slump for the past 2 years. Although the other party's agent directly called Eric and offered very sincere conditions, Eric quickly rejected it. Stallone was an action star, but that poker face would definitely be a disaster for a slightly comedic action film. No, Peter, Mel Gibson is not good. He gives off too much of a wild and unruly feeling. The male lead I want should be sexy with a hint of gentlemanly demeanor. Mel Gibson is not a gentleman, Eric said, shaking his head. Although Mel Gibson was infamous for his anti-Semitic remarks in the original film, this had nothing to do with Eric. In Hollywood, it was difficult for people with moral cleanliness to survive. He simply felt that Mel Gibson was not suitable. What about Bruce Willis? Peter Guber mentioned another heavyweight male star, Bruce Willis, who was at the peak of his career due to his many action movies. Eric raised his head helplessly and said, Peter, what we need is a suitable male lead, not just their box office appeal. If you let Bruce Willis replace Schwarzenegger as the Terminator, or let Mel Gibson act in Die Hard, Dragon, do you think those two movies will still be successful? Peter Guber waved his hand and said, Okay, Eric, then you have to have a candidate. We have been discussing this for a week. We can't just waste time like this. Eric tidied up the documents in front of him, stood up and said, That's all for today. I will go back and think about it. I will arrange an audition in the next 2 days. If it doesn't work, we will expand the scope of the audition. Back at the Sharp Corner Manor, just as Eric got out of the car, he saw a red Ferrari driving through the manor's corridor. When it passed by Eric, there was a slight breeze. After the Ferrari stopped, the tall girl in a tight black leather suit did not immediately get out of the car. She leaned over the steering wheel, took off her aviator sunglasses, and gave Eric a charming smile. "Hey, dear, don't you recognize me?" Eric smiled and shook his head. Looking at Famak Johnson, who was smiling with a hint of wildness, Eric felt a flash of inspiration, but he could not grasp it. Famak Johnson did not know what Eric was thinking. She opened the door and got out of the car. She came over and held Eric's arm and said, "Let's go." "What are you standing here for?" "Don't, I think." "Let me think." Famak Johnson stopped and looked at Eric in puzzlement as he waited patiently. "Forget it. Let's go." After a while, Eric gave up struggling and pulled Famak Johnson towards the villa. "Why are you here today?" "The Oscars are coming up. Don't you need to attend the PR party?" "What's the point of attending the party if I'm not nominated?" Famak Johnson said helplessly. Flowers at the End of the Line had received multiple Oscars nominations. However, in the original spacetime, the situation where both female leads were nominated did not happen. Famak Johnson had originally wanted to fight for a female lead nomination to boost her popularity, but TG had only nominated Susan Sutherland for Best Actress. They even said that she was just a newcomer, and even if she was nominated, she might not necessarily be nominated. It would also be a waste of TG's PR resources. Of course, Famak Johnson knew that Elizabeth and the others were playing tricks. If not for Eric personally asking, she would not have been able to get the role in Flowers at the End of the Line. However, Famak Johnson could not be bothered to tell Eric about this. However, seeing Famak Johnson's sullen expression, Eric could roughly guess what had happened. "Your performance in Flowers at the End of the Line was still very outstanding. I'll talk to them later." "How can they be like this?" "TSK, can you bear two?" "That's three," Famak Johnson said mockingly. Eric hugged Famak Johnson's waist and said seriously, "In my heart, all of you are unique. No one is more important than the other. You're really shameless." "Oh." Famak Johnson was just about to continue when Eric kissed her on the lips. After kissing for a while, Famak Johnson felt one of Eric's hands slowly slide down from her waist. Famak Johnson hurriedly pushed Eric away. "No, we're outside." "Then let's go back to the villa. I'll personally cook for you tonight." "How about that?" "It seems. I'm not looking forward to it at all." Famak Johnson laughed. Eric's culinary skills were only average. Furthermore, the habits from his previous life made the food that Eric made not to the taste of the women around him. Eric revealed a look of dissatisfaction. "Hey, that's too inconsiderate. I've been busy all day, and now I'm back to cook for you. Shouldn't you at least praise me a little?" "Forget it. I'll make dinner," Famak Johnson said. "Then let's do it together." The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the villa. After dinner, Eric went into the study with Famak Johnson following behind him. "It's been a while since I've seen this wall of yours." Famak Johnson walked along the wall that was covered in drafts with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reach out to take down a draft and scrutinize it before carefully pasting it back. Eric replied softly. He sat at the desk and flipped through the list of male actors that he had brought back. He held a pencil in his hand and occasionally took notes. For many Hollywood movies, the longest delay was usually the script. Many movie scripts had to go through multiple revisions. However, Mr. and Mrs. Smith had directly passed this most difficult hurdle. Furthermore, with a green light from the two major movie companies, the movie's preparation could be said to be extremely fast. Now, as long as they could choose the male lead, the crew could enter the early stages of breaking in. Famak Johnson walked around the study and finally came to Eric's desk. He reached out and gently leaped onto the wide desk. He took out a pencil and a paper cutter from the pen holder in front of Eric. He pulled the ashtray over and carefully sharpened the pencil. "Hey, why do you always use a pencil?" Famak Johnson asked curiously after he finished sharpening a pencil and fiddled with it. Eric smelled the faint body fragrance of the girl beside him and said nonchalantly, "Habit. It makes me stand out from the masses. Occasionally, I can use it to pick up girls. Look, I've hooked another one." Famak Johnson was taken aback for a moment before he quickly understood. He smiled and raised his long leg to kick Eric. "Can't you be a little more serious?" Being serious is just a habit. Nothing else. Eric smiled and placed a document to the side. He turned around in his leather chair and looked at the girl. All right, seeing how you're hesitating to speak, tell me. What's the matter? Famke Johnson hesitated for a moment before saying in embarrassment, did you start another movie recently? Brad Pitt? Eric asked with a faint smile. All right, you've guessed it. He treated me to dinner yesterday. As Famke Johnson spoke, he noticed Eric's expression and quickly explained, it was with his agent. You scared him out of his wits. He didn't dare to be alone with me. Of course, it wasn't that Eric hadn't thought of the original male lead of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. However, even if he disregarded the past and agreed, Fox, who owned half of the rights to the X-Files, would firmly oppose it. After all, if Pitt became popular with this movie, how could the X-Files continue filming? Brad Pitt definitely can't do it. Although his schedule is barely enough, even if I agree, Fox will definitely do everything possible to stop this. The X-Files is one of Fox's trump cards. Eric said, then laughed and said, I suddenly understand why Liz and the others didn't fight for you to be nominated for an Oscar. Famke Johnson showed a look of realization and said, I understand too. In addition to the little schemes between women, Fox, who was in charge of the distribution of flowers at the end of the road, was also secretly working to minimize the influence of Famke Johnson's role in Flowers at the End of the Road to ensure that there would be no changes to the female lead of the X-Files. For a TV series that had accumulated widespread popularity, a sudden change in the male and female leads would have a huge impact on the ratings. In the original Spacetime, the withdrawal of the male lead, David Duchovny, directly led to the end of the American TV series. Eric noticed that Famke Johnson's expression was a little gloomy and asked, are you regretting taking on this TV series? Regret? Famke Johnson had indeed just experienced such emotions. Like Brad Pitt, she had signed a contract for 5 X-Files movies in advance. In other words, to regain her freedom, she would need to film for at least another 3 years. But 3 years later, if Fox felt that the X-Files could still continue filming, what should she choose? For many TV series actors who had been set in stone by the small screen, it was very difficult to make the decision to start from scratch and enter the big screen when they clearly had a popular TV series to maintain their popularity. And to juggle both, acting in a TV series and breaking into the big screen at the same time, was not very possible. TV series producers often did not give them this opportunity, unless the actor had strong support behind him. Thinking of this, Famke Johnson could not help but look at Eric and suddenly smiled with relief. If it were not for this man, perhaps she would still be a small actress struggling at the bottom of Hollywood. Her day of success would be far away, or perhaps she would never be successful. He had already given her so much. What more could she ask for? Eric had been paying attention to the changes in Famke Johnson's expression the entire time. When he saw her smile, he said, I've thought it through. That's right. Famke Johnson lowered his head and stared at Eric. He gently swung his legs and kicked off his shoes. Eric reached out to press down on the 2 restless calves. Looking up, Famke Johnson's 2 straight legs appeared even more slender. Are you trying to seduce me? That's right. So, what are you waiting for? Famke Johnson said as he leaned back with both hands on the table. Just as Eric was about to take action, he looked at Famke Johnson and suddenly had an idea. I got it. Famke Johnson subconsciously looked at Eric. What? Eric revealed an excited expression and said, the male lead of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I remember who's the most suitable. Why didn't I think of it earlier? This person is the most suitable. At this time, you're actually thinking of someone else, and, a man. Don't you think that's very hurtful? Famke Johnson was a little angry as he lightly kicked Eric's calf. Oh, sorry, baby. I was wrong. Eric hurriedly smiled and kissed the girl's cheek, temporarily ignoring the topic. In the conference room, Peter Guber's assistant, Chong Peters, waved the documents in his hands and said almost hysterically, Pierce Brosnan? Eric, are you kidding? This guy used to be a TV actor, and he's only acted in a few low-budget movies. How can such a person have box office appeal? Don't forget, we're talking about a $60 million budget movie. $60 million. "Mr. Peters, can you calm down?" Eric looked at the grumpy middle-aged man sitting across the conference table with some disgust. If possible, he also wanted to follow Spielberg's example and add a clause to the contract forbidding Chang Peters from participating in the meeting. However, the situation now was very different from before. Eric could not intervene in Columbia's internal affairs. Peter Guber, who was sitting next to Chang Peters, secretly tugged at him. Chang Peters finally calmed down. Although he realized that he had lost his composure, Chang Peters had no intention of apologizing. He leaned back in his chair like a rascal and crossed his arms, looking like he did not intend to cooperate. Eric, who was about to explain why he had hired Pierce Brosnan, lost his patience when he saw Chang Peters' reaction. He said coldly, "Mr. Peters, if you don't have confidence in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, you can withdraw now. If this movie fails in the future, I promise you won't take any responsibility." Since he became the president of Columbia, very few people spoke to him in such a tone. Even the executives of Sony were polite to him. Chang Peters almost lost his temper when he heard Eric's reprimanding tone. Fortunately, he still had some rationality. Eric's status in Hollywood was not lower than his. Moreover, if he cut ties with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, as Eric said, he would not take any responsibility if the movie failed. But if the movie succeeded, he would not take any credit. These things could never be separated. Chang Peters was silent for a moment. Finally, he lowered his voice and said reluctantly, "Mr. Williams, I only hope you understand what you are doing." "Thank you for your reminder," Eric replied calmly. He turned his head and said something to the person beside him. The person took out a videotape, stood up, and walked to the projector in front of the conference room. "This is Pierce Brosnan's audition tape. Everyone can take a look first." As Eric spoke, the staff member had already put the videotape into the projector. In the simple audition room, there was a dining table. Nicole was holding a glass of champagne in her hand. She sat alone at the dining table, looking a little lonely. A drop of tear overflowed from the corner of her eye. Nicole wiped it with her hand and took a deep breath, as if trying to dispel the sadness in her heart. Just then, a hand gently grabbed the glass that Nicole had raised and refilled it with some champagne. Nicole seemed to realize something. She lowered her head and smiled. She seemed to be choking with sobs. Everyone present was attracted by Nicole's acting skills and charm. At the same time, they were a little curious about the performance of the male lead. "Ma'am, I thought of something to say for this moment." The man who was pouring the wine finally appeared in the camera. He was wearing a neat suit, had a handsome square face, and had a cynical smile on his face. "I think I should suddenly appear and say, 'Baby, thank you for your gift.'" If all the men in the conference room had been captivated by Nicole's performance, Pierce Brosnan's elegant entrance had captured the eyes of all the women present in just a few seconds. "Very good. So, what's your decision?" Nicole looked up and smiled at the man beside her. "I want to divorce you," Pierce Brosnan said. He walked to the opposite side of the table and pulled out a chair. He asked politely, "May I sit down?" "No," Nicole replied. Pierce Brosnan didn't seem to hear Nicole's words. He sat down and reached into his suit with one hand. He took out a pistol and covered his knee with a napkin. At the same time, Nicole also took a defensive stance. The camera returned to their faces. At that moment, everyone in the conference room could almost feel the sparks between a man and a woman across the table. The audition ended when Pierce Brosnan pulled Nicole to the dance floor. After the video ended, everyone in the conference room fell into a brief silence. Although he didn't say it out loud, Katzenberg, who had come from Disney to participate in the project discussion, had the same thoughts as the two men from Columbia. He also felt that Eric's choice of the male lead was a little hasty. However, Katzenberg wasn't like the two men from Columbia, who were simply obsessed with the box office appeal of an A-list superstar and ignored other factors. After watching the audition, Katzenberg also realized that Pierce Brosnan was almost invulnerable. Noticing the awkward silence in the conference room, Katzenberg knew that he had to do something, so he gently clapped his hands. After the silence was broken, the others in the conference room also applauded. Eric nodded at Katzenberg with a smile. Although he could make all the decisions by force, if he gained the approval of others, the production of the movie would be much smoother. Now that Katzenberg had taken the lead in applauding, even if the others didn't agree with him, they would feel less resentful because of the herd mentality. Pierce Brosnan was almost decided. Speaking of Pierce Brosnan, Eric couldn't help but think of the night a few days ago. He couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for Famke Janssen's accidental action, he wouldn't have remembered the fifth-generation 007 actor in the original universe. In Pierce Brosnan's first 007 movie, Famke Janssen played the role of the villain. Furthermore, Famke Janssen played the role of a Soviet female killer. She used her long and slender legs to squeeze men until they suffocated to death. Although Pierce Brosnan was not very famous now, Eric was very optimistic about the future of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. In the original Spacetime, Pierce Brosnan, who was also not very famous, starred in the first 007 movie. The box office was twice as high as the previous one, and 007 was very similar to the setting of John Smith in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. After the applause, Eric said, "Since no one has any objections, the male lead has been confirmed as Pierce Brosnan. Let's discuss other issues." After the male lead was confirmed, the three most important main creators of Mr. and Mrs. Smith were finalized. The project began to progress quickly. A few days before the Oscars, Disney and Columbia held a press conference for Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Although the press conference was very lively, the crew didn't reveal much other than introducing the main creators of the movie. The only thing that could be used for speculation was the movie poster that was revealed at the press conference. On the poster, Nicole and Pierce Brosnan stood with their backs facing each other. Nicole's exposed thigh had a small exquisite pistol, and Pierce Brosnan was holding the famous Desert Eagle. On the second day of the press conference, there were all kinds of speculations about Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the newspapers. Most of the newspapers were inclined to think that this was another romance film that Eric was good at. Although the gun was shown on the poster, it didn't stop people from speculating. After all, although Eric's movies didn't have a fixed style, so far, the most successful and famous ones were the two romance films, Pretty Woman and Ghost. Moreover, the title of Mr. and Mrs. Smith seemed to imply this. However, not everyone was inclined to this point of view. Some of the media quickly focused their attention on the unfamiliar Hong Kong director, Wu Beige. After some investigation, the media also found that Wu Beige was most famous in Hong Kong for directing gunfights, and the movie poster happened to show a pistol. Then, the theme of the movie seemed to be self-evident. Regarding the speculation and debate in the media, whether it was Disney or Columbia, they didn't have any intention of explaining. This was because many senior executives of Hollywood film companies knew that the success or failure of a movie, especially a commercial movie, was closely related to the movie's popularity among the media and the public, in addition to the quality of the movie itself. For many movies, the better the movie's reputation, the higher the box office wouldn't be. Instead, the more popular the movie was among the audience, the better the movie's box office would be, regardless of whether the topic was positive or negative. Therefore, in a situation where the public had a strong interest in the movie, the best way was to remain silent and let the media discuss it. Unable to get any information from the film company, the two male and female leads of the movie had become the targets of the paparazzi. Of course, the paparazzi had no intention of letting Wu Beige go. After such a heated discussion for a while, Nicole and Pierce Brosnan quickly moved into the special agent school, specially set up for Hollywood actors according to the arrangements of the crew. They learned how to use the various guns involved in the movie, and the crew of Mr. and Mrs. Smith was quickly formed. Eric, even if you're not attending the Oscars, you can't leave Los Angeles at this time. There's a Firefly Pictures theme party after the Oscars. This is Firefly's first time. In the pointy corner manner, Drew lazily looked at the two people who were packing their luggage. Tina Fey was helping Eric fold his clothes. When she heard Drew's words, she raised her head and glanced at Eric, who was taking his clothes out of the wardrobe. She was Drew's assistant now. She was basically inseparable from Drew. She even lived with Drew. Drew wanted to send Eric out of Los Angeles, so she followed along. Eric passed a suit to Tina Fey and said, "Michael and the rest will take care of this." "Why don't I go with you?" Drew propped himself up and said expectantly. "I'm not going out to play, so you should stay in Los Angeles obediently." Don't cause trouble for me. Drew snorted softly with dissatisfaction. He went over to Eric's luggage and helped him fold the clothes. Looking at Tina Fey, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses, Drew suddenly said, "Why don't you let Tina go with you? I don't have much to do during this time anyway." When Tina Fey heard this, a trace of anticipation flashed through her heart. She stole a glance at Eric's silhouette, but very soon, she shook her head without confidence and said, "I'm not going. I don't know anything. I don't need you to know anything." Drew went over to Tina Fey's ear as if he was whispering secretly, but he didn't lower his voice at all. "With you by Eric's side, he won't mess with other women." Tina Fey instantly understood what Drew meant, and her face turned red. Eric took out the last few clothes and passed them to Tina Fey. He knocked Drew's head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Also, when I'm not around, don't do anything stupid in the matter." Drew covered his head and cried out, dragging out his voice in dissatisfaction, "I know." After packing his luggage, Eric refused Drew's offer to send him. He took Alan and 4 bodyguards to the Los Angeles airport and boarded a small Boeing private jet. The passenger plane was originally leased by Disney for the use of executives. After Disney was acquired by Firefly, the right to use the passenger plane was also changed to Firefly. After the plane took off, Eric asked Alan to take out the information and went to a lounge in the airport alone. He sat at the desk by the window and opened the folder in his hand. After Chris returned to New York, according to Eric's previous instructions, Firefly Investment began to pay attention to and collect information about computer and network-related industries. A few days ago, he sent some of the investment projects he had his eyes on to Eric. Among the large pile of information, one company caught Eric's attention. This was also the reason why he rushed to New York. This company was called America Online, AOL. It was the AOL that merged with Time Warner Corporation in 2000. In his previous life, Eric was just 25 years old. He had just graduated from university a few years ago. He was at the age where he was full of ambition. Therefore, like many other young people, he was very concerned about this merger that involved $180 billion. At that time, the market value of the AOL Time Warner Corporation after the merger was worth more than $8 billion. Eric remembered very clearly that back then, someone made a comparison. In the year 2000, the mainland's GDP was only 9 trillion renminbi, which was equivalent to $1.3 billion. In other words, the AOL Time Warner Corporation's market value at its peak was 26% of the mainland's GDP. Now, the information in his hands showed that although AOL had been established for 7 years, it was only an inconspicuous internet service provider in Virginia. The company's valuation was only $200 to $300 million. It had 120 employees and 150,000 users. Its market share was only 10% of the internet service market. After Eric carefully read the thin information in his hands a few times, the plane landed at JFK Airport. "Eric, over here." Walking out of the airport lobby, Eric saw Chris in a long black trench coat waving at him. Although it was already the end of March, the temperature in New York was still about 10 degrees. Eric, who only wore a thin jacket in Los Angeles, had no choice but to put on a trench coat. "Chris, how have you been?" Eric and Chris hugged and exchanged pleasantries. "Not bad." "Oh, this is Mr. Steve Keys." Chris nodded and then introduced the middle-aged man beside him to Eric. Eric had read Steve Keys's information many times. Steve Keys was the founder of AOL. He wore a khaki trench coat, had a round face, and looked a little shy. "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you. I like your movies very much." Steve Keys took the initiative to reach out to Eric and complimented him. Although he had accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars from scratch, he still paled in comparison to Eric. Eric smiled and shook hands with him. He then introduced his entourage to him before they got in the car and returned to Manhattan. Eric and Chris got in the car. After the car started, he asked, "How's your talk with him?" Chris shook his head and said, "It's not done yet. He hasn't completely given up on the listing plan, but he promised to talk to you." Eric breathed a sigh of relief. When Chris collected the information about AOL, the other party had been preparing for the listing for half a year. However, in Eric's view, now was not the best time for AOL to be listed. It's fine as long as we can talk. Chris looked at his watch. Eric left Los Angeles at 9 o'clock in the morning. According to the 4-hour time difference between the East and West, it was now 9 o'clock in New York. By the way, should I send you back to your place first, or go directly to the company? If Steve Keyes did not come to pick him up, Eric did not mind going back to his apartment in Manhattan first. Let's go to the company. Okay then. Chris said to the driver and said, come to my place for dinner tonight. Emily will cook. Sure. Eric nodded without hesitation. He didn't notice the guilt and awkwardness that flashed across Chris's eyes when he said that. If you don't pay attention to user experience, no matter how advanced a company's technology is, it will often be eliminated by the market. Therefore, AOL's business strategy is to put users first. Every quarter, we will collect statistics on all user satisfaction and collect user suggestions to improve. In the conference room of Firefly Investment, Steve Keyes explained his business philosophy with passion. After Firefly Investment contacted him, Steve Keyes had already thought of introducing Firefly's investment funds. After all, if AOL chose to be listed, it would have to accept a lot of supervision, which would definitely limit the development of a company to a certain extent. However, the reason why he hadn't relented until now, and even proposed to meet with Eric, the owner of Firefly's Investment, was nothing more than waiting for the right price. He wanted to get more benefits from Firefly. Mr. Keyes, I heard that you are more inclined to let AOL be listed, right? Eric waited for the other party to finish his speech before he asked. Steve Keyes nodded without hesitation. Yes, if we choose to be listed, it will be easier for AOL to draw development funds from the capital market. In our development plan, AOL's thirst for funds is very high. Eric smiled. If Steve Keyes insisted on being listed, he would not be here today. However, it was something that everyone knew, so there was no need to expose it in front of him. I don't object to the listing of AOL, Eric said. However, I don't think it's the best time to be listed. Steve Keyes showed a puzzled look. Eric said, if you pay more attention to current affairs, you should have noticed the recent election speeches of the Prestige Party's presidential candidate, William Clinton. He proposed an information superhighway plan. I did hear some of it. Steve Keyes nodded. However, although I support some of Clinton's ideas, I don't think he has a high chance of winning. Last year's victory in the Gulf War brought President Bush a lot of prestige, and Clinton's Prestige Party is also in a state of disunity. If Clinton can't be elected president, many of his governing ideas are just empty words. You can't say that. The reason why Clinton proposed the information superhighway plan is precisely because his campaign saw the development prospects of computer networks. I think this is an irreversible trend of the times. Even if Clinton loses the election and President Bush is re-elected, this trend can't be changed. Therefore, it is very unwise for AOL to be listed so early. Mr. Williams, although I am also very confident in the popularization of computer networks, but $60 million US. What? Steve Keyes was taken aback as he asked with uncertainty. Eric said, I know that AOL intends to sell 30% of its shares this time and plans to raise $5,000 US. I can offer $60 million. Moreover, in the next few years, if AOL is short of funds, Firefly can still invest. Hearing Eric directly start to quote, Steve Keyes said, Mr. Williams, $60 million US seems to be a little less. Although our company's plan is to raise $50 million US, if the market responds well, the scale of financing will definitely be more than that. Very good. Eric smiled. It seems that you have agreed to talk to Firefly about the capital injection. Then, the specific amount can be negotiated by our teams. Steve Keyes was stunned and quickly realized that Eric had led him into a ditch. Mr. Williams, I was just talking about a possibility. I didn't agree. It's okay, then let's continue the discussion. Eric sat up straight, the smile on his face still unchanged. At this time, Chris also smiled and interrupted. Mr. Keyes, Eric not only has to manage Firefly Pictures, but he also has a few movies to manage. Moreover, the Oscars are in a few days. You said that you wanted to talk face to face. He canceled the Oscars ceremony and came to New York specifically. So, you should be able to see that we are very sincere. Okay. Steve Keyes also felt that if he continued to be pretentious, he might end up making a fool of himself. He said, however, regarding the scale of Firefly's capital injection and the management rights of the organization, I have some conditions of my own. Please say. Chris stretched out his hand. First of all, Firefly can't interfere with the daily management of AOL. You can rest assured on this, Chris replied. You should know that Firefly Investment is currently the largest shareholder of Cisco. But except for the more important company matters, we don't interfere with the management of Cisco. Steve Keyes obviously knew about this matter. He nodded and said, another thing, I hope that Firefly can hand over the voting rights of its shares to me. Hearing this condition, Chris looked at Eric. Not interfering with the daily management of AOL and transferring the voting rights of the shares were two different things. If they gave up the voting rights, it meant that Firefly completely lost the power to control the direction of AOL. Steve Keyes could do whatever he wanted. Eric quickly thought about it, then raised 3 fingers and said, 3 years. Within 3 years, Firefly will hand over the voting rights of its shares to you. 3 years is too short. At least 5 years, Steve Keyes bargained. No, 5 years is too long. Eric shook his head. At most 3 years. Also, I hope that AOL will choose to go public in 3 years. 3 years later, it would be 1995. At that time, it would be the beginning of the internet explosion and also the beginning of the internet bubble. Because of the merger between AOL and Time Warner, Eric still paid a lot of attention to AOL. AOL's most glorious period was only 5 years after 1995. This was because AOL's main business was dial-up internet service. After 2000, with the bursting of the internet bubble and the popularization of broadband internet access, AOL declined rapidly. Its market value shrank by more than 90% in just a few years. Therefore, Eric paid so much attention to AOL now because of its net worth in the 5 years between 1995 and 2000. After these 5 golden years, AOL would have no value. Steve, regarding the amount of capital injection, we can still talk about it. But within 3 years, I will never give in. Eric and Steve Keyes talked back and forth for the whole day. They didn't reach much agreement until it was time to get off work, so they could only continue the discussion the next day. Because Chris invited him to dinner at his house, after work, Eric sent his entourage away and got into Chris' car. I didn't expect that the number of internet users in North America has exceeded 1.5 million. I thought it would take a while, Eric said with some emotion after Chris started the car. He planned to wait for Clinton to take office before starting some of the projects in his plan. After seeing some data about AOL today, he still felt that the projects in his mind should be started sooner rather than later. Although 1.5 million was not comparable to the hundreds of millions of internet users in the future, in this era where personal computers were not yet widely available, it was already a very impressive number. Moreover, when the number of internet users was relatively small, they could make arrangements in advance. When the number of internet users exploded, it could even reach the level of setting industry standards. Eric vaguely remembered a saying. It seemed that the first-class companies set the standards, the second-rate companies relied on the brand, the third-rate companies sold the technology, and the fourth-rate companies made the products. These 4 sentences were like an industry pyramid. The higher the level of the pyramid, the higher the benefits. Take the smartphone in the original space-time, for example, the 2 mobile phone manufacturers, Apple and Samsung, who had a full set of technical standards, divided 90% of the smartphone profits. The domestic mobile phone manufacturers that always clamored to beat Apple in terms of configuration could only get 1% of the profits because the chips they used were from the United States, the screens were from Japan, and the cameras were from South Korea. Occasionally, they would come up with a gimmick of austenitic 304 stainless steel. It turned out that it was just a common utensil material. Chris didn't know what Eric was thinking. When he heard Eric's words, he asked, "What are you waiting for?" "I have some ideas in mind. I originally planned to wait for the internet to develop for a while before implementing them. Now it seems that I don't have to wait. the sooner the better. Chris nodded and leaned against the side of the road to let a red BMW convertible pass by. He was obviously absent-minded. You moved? Eric looked at the road signs outside. He remembered that Chris and Emily still lived in Midtown Manhattan last time, but now they were almost at Central Park. We bought an apartment on the Upper East Side some time ago. It's on 3rd Avenue and 72nd Street. Coincidentally, I also have a villa nearby. I bought it with Drew last year, but I haven't lived there yet, Eric said. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Are you guys getting married? Chris shook his head. Emily wants to wait for another 2 years. She doesn't plan to get married before she's 30. Eric's mind was quite sharp. Chris, who had been quite talkative, had suddenly become much less talkative. He quickly guessed that it might have something to do with this dinner. Chris parked the car in the parking lot of a high-rise apartment. The two of them got into the elevator together and soon arrived at the floor where Chris's new home was located. Emily, who was dressed at home, opened the door and hugged Eric warmly. Eric, it's nice to see you again. Me too. Eric let go of Emily and smiled. But I didn't bring any red wine. It's okay, please come in. Emily let Eric into the apartment. Not only did she considerately help Eric hang up his windbreaker, she also personally took a pair of slippers for Eric to change into. Eric thought that the two of them seemed to be a little abnormal. Although Emily had always been very cheerful and enthusiastic, she seemed to be a little overboard today. Eric, take a seat first. Dinner will be ready soon, Emily said after pouring a cup of coffee for Eric. She then gave Chris a look. Chris, can you come and help me? Chris helplessly followed them into the kitchen. Eric just glanced in the direction of the kitchen and didn't express any more curiosity. Instead, he casually picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the TV. Anyway, if the two of them had something to say, they would definitely say it later. In the kitchen, Emily put on a pair of thermal gloves and opened the oven to take a look. Then, she closed the lid and asked in a low voice, Did you tell him? Chris spread out his hands. This is too awkward. What do you want me to say? How is it awkward? This is a very normal thing. Emily glared at her boyfriend angrily. You just don't want to help me. If I didn't want to help you, I wouldn't have invited Eric over. You can say the rest yourself, Chris said as he picked up the kitchen knife and wanted to help Emily cut the onions. Emily angrily snatched the kitchen knife away. Okay, I'll say it myself. I don't need your help. I was really scared that night, especially when the farm tractor smashed into the TV screen. I really thought the TV was broken. Eric, how did you do that? During dinner, Emily asked excitedly as she recalled the trailer of Tornado released some time ago. It's just a simple visual effect. Eric briefly explained the principle without too much pride in his tone. After all, the current 3D movie effects could reach this level, and the visual effects would be even more shocking. However, the current 3D movie technology was not mature enough. Wearing the current 3D glasses for a long time would cause severe visual fatigue, so most of the 3D technology could only be used in short films. Emily asked expectantly, I remember that Tornado will be released on June 5th. That's still a long time. Will Firefly pre-screening it in advance? Of course. I'll get someone to send you 2 tickets then, Eric replied with a smile. Emily thanked him. Then, the atmosphere in the dining room fell into a short pause. After a while, Emily finally mustered up the courage to ask, Eric, now, that Firefly Investment Company still has a large sum of money. Right? Eric looked at Chris, who lowered his head and pretended to drink his soup. He smiled and said, Chris should know more about this than I do, right? Chris choked when he heard this. He quickly pulled out a few tissues and turned around. Eric understood what was going on. He put down the knife and fork in his hand and said seriously, Emily, if you have something to say, just say it. We don't need to be so formal with each other. This will make us seem distant. Emily was a little embarrassed when she heard this. Actually, it's my family's clothing company. Oh, I remember now, Eric said with a look of realization. He quickly remembered the scene when he first met Chris and Emily at Jeffrey's house on Thanksgiving Day 2 years ago. At that time, Chris was still working at Morgan Stanley. He was in charge of the listing of Emily's family's clothing company. Because Emily's father falsely reported the company's information, the listing failed. I remember telling you last year that if I could make money in the futures market, I would invest in your family's clothing company. I'm sorry, I almost forgot about this. How much money do you need now? Emily didn't expect Eric to be so straightforward. She glanced at her boyfriend and carefully raised a finger. 100 million? Chris immediately turned his head and stared at her. Emily quickly changed her words. Actually, 60 million is fine too. Eric knew that Chris was too serious and old-fashioned. Although he had a large amount of funds from Firefly, he felt that it would be unprofessional to pull in investments for his girlfriend's family business. That was why he had that awkward look on his face. After acquiring Disney, Eric still had about $1.5 billion left from the $8 billion that he had extracted from the Gulf War last year. After completing the acquisition of Disney, Firefly Pictures could also become self-sufficient. Therefore, he had originally planned to use the money for other investments. How about this? Eric thought for a while and said with a smile, I'll be in New York for the next few days. You can find some time to prepare a document for me. After I look at it, I'll decide whether to invest 60 million or 100 million. Is that okay? Of course, Emily said with a hint of excitement on her face. She almost wanted to get up immediately and take out the document that she had prepared long ago. However, she quickly realized that this was not the right place to do so. After dinner, Eric rejected Chris and Emily's suggestion to stay the night. Chris walked Eric downstairs and the two walked side by side on the bustling streets of Comic Town. I've always thought that I'm very lucky. If I didn't happen to meet Jeffrey and you, I might not be where I am now. I have no family in this world. I've always treated Jeffrey as an elder. Eric looked at the neon signs on the roadside and sighed. He still remembered that a few years ago, he wanted to make Home Alone on a whim. If he didn't happen to meet Jeffrey and his film team, he, a rookie in Hollywood, might not have been able to perfectly make the movie in his memory even if he could pull up a team. Chris knew why Eric suddenly mentioned this. Chris didn't feel that he and his father were Eric's benefactors. He had always been very self-aware. Similarly, if he didn't meet Eric, he didn't know if his father would be able to pull himself together again. He didn't even know how long the Cold War between him and his father would last. Not to mention now, he was managing more than $2 billion in assets. If he didn't choose to resign and continue to work at Morgan Stanley, it would take at least 10 years for him to be able to operate an investment project at the same scale alone. Actually, we're all very lucky. Eric smiled and said, yeah. Chris put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker and said, by the way, you don't have to worry about this investment. Emily's father has retired. She's now in charge of the clothing company. It's been developing well in the past 2 years. If it weren't for the incident 2 years ago, the company would have easily gone public again. Then you and Emily can discuss the specific investment amount. For example, when you go back later, Eric joked. I'll leave it to you. I'll try not to interfere. Chris smiled and said, by the way, when you came back today, you said that you already have some ideas about the computer network? I didn't expect you to remember this. Okay, stop teasing me. What ideas do you have? Tell me. Eric looked around and pointed to a roadside cafe. If you're not in a hurry to go back, let's go in and talk for a while. The villa I bought is just in front, but it's a little cold inside. Before I came today, I asked the housekeeping company to clean it up. Chris nodded and the two of them walked side by side into a roadside cafe. They ordered 2 cups of coffee and sat down by the window. Eric organized his thoughts and said, it's a pity that there's no laptop here. Otherwise, it would be more convenient to talk about it. You should have done some research on computers recently, right? Well, just say it directly. I should be able to understand, Chris said. Actually, all my ideas are based on the widespread popularization of the computer network technology. However, as I said before, I personally think that this is the trend of the era. The possibility is very high. Moreover, even if I lose the bet, I won't lose too much. Chris agreed and said, "Actually, I feel that your judgment is very reasonable now. A few days ago, I found Emily using an Apple laptop to look at fashion designs. Those designs were all designed using software. This was unimaginable a few years ago. Moreover, the price of personal computers is not too expensive now. An ordinary person can buy one with 1 or 2 months' salary. If the computer hardware can maintain rapid growth, the popularity of personal computers will happen sooner or later. Well, let's go back to the computer network. I currently have a total of 3 ideas." Eric paused and added, "These are the ideas I came up with in the process of using the computer daily. Moreover, I plan to split these 3 ideas into 3 companies. First, it's an idea about a graphical interface browser." "Graphical interface browser?" Chris repeated Eric's words. "It's a kind of graphical version of browsing tools." Eric thought for a while and explained, "You'll understand if you compare it this way. The tools we use now are similar to the DOS operating system a few years ago. They require complicated instructions to run, and it's very inconvenient. The graphical interface browser I envision is to present the current tools with a simple graphical interface, just like Microsoft's Windows operating system. You know, before the Windows operating system appeared, people who used personal computers were often more professional. After the Windows operating system appeared, even ordinary people could use personal computers. The graphical interface browser I envision is a Windows tool that allows ordinary people to easily browse the computer network. It was the introduction of Microsoft's Windows operating system that greatly accelerated the promotion of personal computers from professional technicians to ordinary people. The current computer network browsing tools were like the DOS system. They required a lot of professional knowledge to operate. This was also the reason why the computer network had not developed much despite the popularity of personal computers. Chris could imagine that if Eric's idea could be realized, it would definitely cause a revolution in the computer network. Just the first idea was enough to make Chris's eyes light up. He couldn't wait to ask, "What's the second idea?" Eric took a sip of coffee and said, "The second idea is an online email service. That's already available. I just learned it recently, but I don't think it's anything special. It's not very convenient. I'm talking about an online email service." Eric emphasized the word online and said, "Most of the current email transmission is done point-to-point using software. It's transmitted from one computer to another, and it's often used in a very small local area network. So if you leave the office, you can't read the email anymore. What I want to do is a company that provides online email services. It uses an independent website and server as an email carrier. This way, as long as the user can apply for an account, no matter where they are, as long as they can connect to the internet, they can read the emails sent by their friends or colleagues from anywhere." Chris said, "I don't think too many people will spend money to apply for such an email account. The cost of making a call is not too high now. There are public telephones everywhere. If there's anything, they can say it over the phone. Also, people don't necessarily send emails every day." Hearing Chris's words, Eric even felt a little emotional. When he proposed this idea, Chris immediately thought of spending money to buy such a service. He didn't expect it to be free. Eric was too lazy to complain. He quickly said, "I didn't intend to charge from the beginning. This will be a free online service. The first step is to accumulate users. If the computer network can be popularized, then the users of our email service will also expand to a very large scale. You can imagine, if we have 100 million active email users, how many dollars will the advertisers pay to let us send advertising emails to these users?" Chris seemed to have really calculated for a while. Then, with a numb and admiring expression, he smiled and said, "All right, what about the third one?" "Portal web," Eric said. He dipped his finger in some water and spelled out 2 words on the table. Although the internet was still in its infancy, all kinds of websites had already appeared. Take the movie industry for example. The most famous movie website in Feng Yu's previous life, IMDb, was established in 1990. It was already quite big now. Therefore, it was not too early to launch a portal now. Even if it was too early, Feng Yu could just burn a few million USD every month and wait for the golden age of the internet to arrive. The annual expenditure was equivalent to a small budget movie. It was not worth mentioning to Eric. Chris could roughly guess the meaning of the first two ideas when he heard the names. However, portal web was definitely a very unfamiliar concept to him. Eric did not know how to translate the term portal in his previous life. He could only use the most superficial term, portal. It's basically categorizing the messy websites on the internet and creating a web directory. Users can easily find the information they want from the directory. Chris nodded to show that he understood a little. However, compared to the first two ideas, Chris felt that Eric's idea did not have much commercial value. Although it was very practical to categorize websites, it was also very easy to imitate. It would probably be very difficult to monopolize it. Eric could also see that Chris was probably using his last idea as a bonus for the first two projects. However, he was not in a hurry to explain. He wanted to let the truth give Chris a surprise. In his previous life, Yahoo's market value was dozens of times more than the browser companies and online email service companies of the same era. The two of them chatted in the roadside cafe until late at night. Although it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning according to the Western time that Eric was more accustomed to, he did not feel tired at all. His young body and ample exercise allowed Eric to maintain a high level of personal energy. It was not a problem for him to stay up for a few nights occasionally. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that Chris and Eric finally got up and left under the resentful gaze of the coffee shop's waitress. The streets of Manhattan were even colder in the middle of the night, but it didn't affect their mood at all. Find some time to write down the plan in the next few days. When the AOL thing is settled, I will prepare the 3 companies as soon as possible. By the way, since you already came up with these ideas, have you thought of a name? Chris asked when they parted ways. Eric gave a slightly mischievous smile. Of course, the 3 companies will be called Internet Explorer, Hotmail, and Yahoo. In the next few days, Eric and Chris continued to negotiate with Steve Case of AOL about the terms of cooperation. During this time, the 64th Oscars were held at the Los Angeles Music Center on March 30th. Dances with Wolves, which was nominated for 12 Oscars this year, unsurprisingly won 7 awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Because of the good news of winning the Oscars, the box office of Dances with Wolves rebounded sharply again. In the 15th week of its release, the movie grossed more than $11 million in less than 1,500 theaters, and the total box office exceeded $150 million. The movie, which even Eric was not optimistic about its commercial prospects, surprised everyone with its box office results. Although only the movie's theatrical distribution rights were available, based on the box office performance of Dances with Wolves in North America and overseas, the movie was expected to gross more than $500 million worldwide. According to the original contract, Fox would receive nearly $100 million of profit from this money. For Fox, this huge sum of money, which was equivalent to half of last year's movie profits, was almost the same as picking it up from the ground. Many insiders who knew the inside story even mocked Murdoch at some parties for having a good daughter. In addition, because Eric had brought The Silence of the Lambs forward by a year, there was no competition from Jodie Foster. Susan Sarandon also won the Best Actress award with TG's Flowers at the End of the Road. At the same time, Flowers at the End of the Road also won the Best Original Screenplay award. The double commercial and artistic success of Flowers at the End of the Road made more people notice TG, a film company composed of 3 women. Although they knew that the backers behind TG were the 2 giants, Firefly and Fox, there were still many investors who frequently contacted the 3 women, trying to buy shares or invest in them. Even if an independent film company occasionally achieved good results, because the 7 major distributors who monopolized the distribution channels defaulted on their share of profits, these film companies had to seek external financing in order to shoot new movies. However, for TG, this problem didn't exist at all. Whether TG's movies were distributed by Fox or Firefly, they would receive their share of profits on time. Moreover, even if they were still short of funds, both Eric and Murdoch were very willing to invest, so those investors who tried to buy shares in TG all returned with disappointment. In New York, because both parties were eager to cooperate, Firefly successfully reached a preliminary agreement with AOL. However, the specific investment amount would be negotiated in detail by Chris Team and Steve Cass. At the same time, Eric also confirmed the plan to invest $80 million in Emily Brighton's clothing company. This number was discussed by Eric, Chris, and Emily together. A week later, Eric left 3 project plans with Chris and rushed back to Los Angeles. The preparation for Mr. and Mrs. Smith was very smooth. Because it was her first movie in Hollywood, Wu Beige was very serious and personally participated in every detail. The movie's setting, scene design, and the selection of supporting roles were all carried out in an orderly manner. It was estimated that in late April, when the 2 protagonists, Nicole and Pierce Brosnan, finished their firearms training at the Secret Service school, the movie would be able to smoothly start shooting. Because he didn't have to worry too much about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Eric put most of his energy into the preparation of Jurassic Park. The most important part of Jurassic Park was the design of the dinosaurs. According to the paleontologist's restoration of the dinosaur fossils, in fact, whether it was the Tyrannosaurus rex or the Velociraptor, the original image was very different from the image in his memory. Eric combined the memories in his mind and conducted many discussions with several paleontologists to determine the image of the most important dinosaurs. As for the special effects of Jurassic Park, Eric didn't care about the cost of technical research and development. If Jurassic Park was completely made with CG special effects, there wouldn't be much of a technical problem. However, it would take a lot of time. After all, no one had ever used CG to make a very realistic dinosaur monster. Starting from scratch, it would take a lot of time and energy to explore the technology. In addition, Stan Winston was an expert in model special effects. After thinking about the pros and cons, Eric quickly decided to follow Spielberg's method in his previous life and use a combination of model and CG special effects. After this decision was made, a large number of model special effects designers in the huge studio in Praia Vista began to work on the dinosaur model. The dinosaur model that needed to be used couldn't be solved by a simple empty shell. In addition to the realistic appearance and skin, the interior of the dinosaur also required complex mechanical transmission devices. However, compared to CG special effects, the dinosaur model made in this way was very cost-effective. In any case, the model would be more realistic than CG special effects at the current stage. The busy work passed day by day. In the process of preparing for Jurassic Park, the collaboration between Disney and Columbia, Mr. and Mrs. Smith officially started shooting in Los Angeles in mid-April. At the same time, Firefly's other summer movie, Genius in Disguise, produced by TG and starring Jim Carrey and Claudia Schiffer, was also completed smoothly. Digital Domain quickly took over the special effects work for Genius in Disguise. It was less than 2 months before the summer break. Firefly and Disney also began to do more intensive promotional work for the summer break. Of course, several other major film companies naturally joined in the marketing war. At the same time, when Mr. and Mrs. Smith started shooting, another secret condition that the 2 Helmers of Columbia promised Firefly when they first cooperated with Columbia began to be implemented. In fact, the operation of this matter wasn't too complicated. After a few secret discussions, Peter Guber and Eric decided on a specific plan. In April, in an inconspicuous professional Hollywood magazine, Columbia announced to the outside world that in order to reduce operating costs, Columbia would lay off 2,000 people within half a year, and some less important departments would also be abolished. The outside world did not have much of a reaction to Columbia's layoffs. After all, Columbia Pictures' performance in the past 2 years was not very good, and it caused more than 2 consecutive years of losses. The layoff seemed very justified. If the Japanese were not bound by the original promise that they could not interfere with Columbia's operations, they might have already taken measures to reduce costs. However, although most people did not know the truth, how could such a large-scale move not attract the attention of Hollywood insiders? When Columbia announced the news in the first week, they directly closed the branches in several countries in Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia. Many people realized something was wrong. It must be known that although Latin America was generally hostile to the United States, although it was very close to the United States geographically, it was dozens of times more difficult for Hollywood films to enter the Latin American market than to enter the European market. But even so, it was too much to completely eliminate these branches. After all, although Latin America was closed, it was still a super large market with more than 1 billion people. Its future potential was limitless. Just like Eastern Europe, after the upheaval in Eastern Europe, the Eastern European market, which was originally very resistant to Hollywood films, was instantly opened. The film companies that originally had a foundation in Eastern Europe could obtain more advantages than other film companies. The situation in Latin America was obviously the same. Early in the morning of April 29, Michael Eisner arrived at the global headquarters more than 20 minutes early as usual. Before entering the office, he couldn't wait to ask his assistant, "Did you find out about that matter?" "Yes, Mr. Eisner, I have sorted out the materials and placed them on your desk." "Very good." Michael Eisner nodded, pushed the door open and walked into his office. There was a red folder on the wide desk. After Michael Eisner sat down, he couldn't wait to open it. When Columbia announced the layoffs, Michael Eisner was keener than others to feel that this matter must be related to the cooperation agreement between Columbia and Firefly some time ago, so he was very concerned about the follow-up of this matter from the beginning. 3 days ago, Columbia directly closed the branches in several small countries in South America. When Michael Eisner heard the news, he was almost certain that these departments were taken over by Firefly. Obviously, this was a secret agreement between Firefly and Columbia's Peter Guber. As the former CEO of Disney, Michael Eisner knew better than anyone that the only shortcoming of Disney was overseas distribution. This was also the reason why he had been promoting the development of Bow-Way International Distribution since he took charge of Disney. However, although Bow-Way International broke away from the cooperation with Warner 2 years ago and tried to distribute alone, Bow-Way International's overseas distribution ability was still incomparable with several other established distribution companies with decades of overseas distribution accumulation. Therefore, after the combination of Firefly and Disney, the overseas distribution strength was still insufficient. Columbia was different. Among the 7 major film companies in Hollywood, Columbia's overseas distribution ability was second only to the powerful Warner. In many countries, Columbia had set up branches dedicated to film distribution. After carefully reading the information in front of him, Michael Eisner said to himself, "Sure enough." The investigation report in his hand showed that after the dissolution of several Colombian distribution companies in South America, the employees were quickly absorbed by other film distribution companies. Although the names of these branches in South America were different, and no one would associate them with Firefly Pictures, Michael Eisner was sure that in a few years, these distribution companies would definitely change the logo of Firefly Pictures. Michael Eisner tapped the table gently as he pondered in silence. South America was only the beginning. Following that, it was either Southeast Asia or Europe. Firefly's distribution strength in European countries was still quite good. In addition, Europe was the second largest film market after North America. Peter Guber certainly did not dare to close down the distribution company in Europe. However, it was inevitable that some of the elites would be laid off. As for the countries in Southeast Asia, because they were close to Japan, Peter Guber might be placed at the end, and it would not cause too much of a stir. However, once Firefly completed this plan, the only shortcoming of Firefly in film distribution would be completely made up, and Firefly would no longer be restrained by the other major film companies. Understanding this, Michael Eisner then began to think about what he should do. In recent years, the overseas film market, like the North American film market, was in a period of rapid growth. It was precisely because of the expansion of the market that more and more big-budget films emerged in Hollywood. The overseas market has not reached a saturated state so far, so ignoring this matter will not have much impact on Universal. After all, in the overseas market, the interests of Hollywood film companies are the same. Firefly's excellent films get high box office overseas, and it can also stimulate the consumption of other Hollywood films in the overseas market. Michael Eisner was unwilling to completely ignore it. If this matter was exposed, it may cause a certain degree of interference with Firefly's plan. However, once Eric knew that he was behind this, Firefly would definitely target Universal again, just like Firefly targeted Disney 2 years ago. Michael Eisner even occasionally had a suspicion that the movie Throat Cutter Island might be a trap set by Eric. After thinking for a long time, Michael Eisner picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. The other side quickly picked up. this is Michael Eisner." There was some noise outside the car window. Eric looked at his watch and couldn't help but frown. This was the fourth group of people he had encountered. Today is not Martin Luther King Day. Why are there so many black men outside with banners blocking the entire road in Burbank? Eric rolled down the car window and looked outside. He was about to ask the driver to get out of the car to find out what happened when his phone suddenly rang. Eric was not in a hurry to answer the phone. He asked the driver in the front row to go out and see what was going on. Then he picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Eric Williams." Hearing the voice of the person on the other side, Eric was a little surprised. "Mr. Eisner, what's the matter?" Michael Eisner leaned against the leather chair, stared at the information in his hand, and said, "Eric, have you heard about the recent large-scale layoffs in Colombia?" Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, Colombia has been losing money for the past 2 years. It's normal for them to make layoffs. If it were me, I would definitely do the same. "Mr. Eisner, why are you asking this?" Michael Eisner could not detect any guilt from Eric's tone. However, based on his understanding of Eric, he would not show any guilt in such a situation. "Eric, I don't think it's that simple, right?" Eric's tone was a little lazy. "Oh, Mr. Eisner, what do you think is going on? I heard that the employees who were laid off did not really lose their jobs. Not only that, but their salaries also increased by 20%. "If Mr. Eisner says so, then it must be so," Eric replied unhurriedly. "However, this has nothing to do with us, right?" Michael Eisner was puzzled. "What?" "I mean, this has nothing to do with us," Eric repeated. "I think we should still care about our own affairs. I heard that Universal just reached a deal with Mr. Spielberg to film Schindler's Ark. To be honest, I'm also very optimistic about this book. Also, my relationship with Steven is not bad." Michael Eisner fell silent. Eric, who was blocked on a street in Burbank, continued, "Mr. Eisner, I also heard that Universal is planning to cooperate with Lucasfilm. However, you know that Firefly will be producing many blockbusters with special effects in the next few years. Although there is a competitive relationship between the digital domain and industrial light and magic, if we are willing to share some special effects technology, I believe that Lucasfilm will be very willing to take on Firefly's special effects movie project." Michael Eisner finally understood. Eric wanted him to shut up on this matter. Otherwise, he would also interfere with the cooperation between Universal, Spielberg, and George Lucas. Realizing this, Michael Eisner felt aggrieved. Even a year ago, there were not many people in Hollywood who dared to speak to him like this. However, he knew that Eric was fully capable of doing this now. This time, he seemed to have no choice but to compromise. "Eric, I think I'm not the only one who knows, right?" Michael Eisner said ambiguously. Eric's lips curled into a smile. Eisner's words were more or less a compromise. "We don't care about other people's affairs, but if someone's mouth is too big, I don't mind knocking out a few front teeth." Michael Eisner coughed a few times and spouted some nonsense before hanging up. Eric threw the phone aside and looked at the driver who had returned to the driver's seat. He asked, "What's going on outside?" "Have you asked clearly?" "Yes, Mr. Williams," the driver replied. "It's a very old case from last year. A black man named Rodney King was suspected of dangerous driving. When he was arrested by several police officers, he resisted and was beaten up." When Eric heard the name Rodney King, he frowned slightly. Although the information about this matter was not very detailed in his memory, he should not have remembered the name Rodney King wrongly. Thinking about the time, it was April 1992. The time was right. The driver continued, however, when the 4 white police officers were enforcing the law, a passerby happened to take a video with a handheld camera and sent it to CNN. In order to increase the popularity of the news, CNN cut out the part where Rodney King resisted and only aired the part where he beat people up. After the incident blew up, although the full video was broadcast one after another on the 3 major TV stations in an attempt to calm the storm, it was no use. The lawsuit dragged on for a year, and today, the official verdict was announced. These black people expressed their solidarity with King. The driver wanted to continue, but Eric waved his hand and interrupted him. "Turn around. Let's go back." The driver showed a puzzled expression. Eric repeated, I said turn around. Let's go back. Back to the Sharp Corner Manor. Although the driver was very puzzled, he heard Eric's unquestionable tone and quickly turned the car around. Eric leaned back in his seat and rubbed his temples. The 1992 Los Angeles riot. He did not expect to encounter it. Eric had very little information about the upcoming Los Angeles riot. He only knew that it was a racial riot that happened once in a century in the United States. On the way home, Eric kept making calls. The women called one by one. Virginia and Joanna were both in New York, so it was fine. Although there would be riots in other parts of North America after the Los Angeles riot, it would take a while for it to spread. Once the news spread, the other side would definitely be on guard. Jennifer Connelly was in Stan Blessing. She had never finished her studies as a girl. After following Eric, she was no longer anxious about her acting career. Instead, she was relieved and focused more on her studies. She planned to get her degree this year. Nicole was still training at the Secret Service Academy, so there was no problem. Famick Johnson was in his villa in Beverly Hills. He had just woken up and was a little excited when he heard Eric's voice. Eric asked a few questions tactfully. He knew that the girl would stay at home today, so he did not say much. If even Beverly Hills was not safe, then Los Angeles would be completely destroyed. Drew, Julia, and Elizabeth were still at home. They planned to go to the Digital Domain headquarters in Praia Vista to check on the progress of the production of Disguised Stranger. Eric thought for a while and asked the driver a few questions. He learned that Rodney King's case would not be heard until the afternoon, so he decided to change his route to Praia Vista. At the same time, he called Jeffrey and told him to go to Praia Vista to see the dinosaur model together. Finally, he quieted down. After thinking about it for a long time, Eric realized that he had informed everyone that he needed to. As for the others, he didn't care too much. He had always been a very indifferent person, and he didn't intend to be a saint. In the face of such a big event where his ability was completely ineffective, he couldn't do much. The car drove slowly on the road of Los Angeles. Eric suddenly thought of someone. Picking up his phone and thinking for a while, Eric finally could not help but make a call. A somewhat stubborn and sweet face appeared in his mind. Hello, I'm Miss Jennifer Aniston's assistant. May I know who you are? A female voice on the other side of the phone answered the call and asked politely. I'm Eric Williams. Ah. The person on the other side of the phone exclaimed softly and quickly quieted down. Mr. Williams, I'll go call Miss Jennifer Aniston now. She's putting on makeup. No need, Eric interrupted and asked, where are you now? Universal Studios. Mr. Williams, are you coming? Eric did not answer and continued to ask, what's Jenny's schedule today? Miss Jennifer Aniston has been shooting a romantic comedy recently. Today, it's all indoor scenes. She'll stay in the studio for the whole day, the unknown assistant quickly replied. Eric said faintly, oh, then I'm fine. Ah? Don't tell Jenny that I called. Mr. Williams, I don't understand. Eric raised his voice and said, you don't need to understand. I just need you to remember, don't tell Jenny that I called. Oh, I understand, Mr. Williams, the assistant stuttered. End of chapter 463. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.